In 2022, Dongshan City, in a rather ordinary apartment complex, a young man shot up, drenched in sweat, realizing the gaping purple dungeon gate in the man was terrified, unable to believe that hot goods had been shipped straight to his bed right after. Rewind to 2012. Dungeon gates began appearing like mushrooms after rain. Armies from various countries rushed to sweep away the monsters pouring out of the dungeons, ushering in. After many battles, 5 basic rules were established. Gates cannot be destroyed, only closed by clearing the dungeon. If not cleared in time, monsters will spill out into the world. Those who survive dungeons will grow stronger. The harder the dungeon, the better the loot, and even nuclear bombs are no match for the final boss of the highest level dungeons. 10 years passed, and the world grew accustomed to the existence of dungeons and adventurers. Information about them was made public, with a selection rate of 1 in 20,000 people. On TV, a legendary tier adventurer was boasting about his career, considering earning $500 just the beginning. But the truth behind that glory was a mountain of bones from countless low-level adventurers, and the protagonist, Chiang Hai, knew that well. Chiang Hai stared at the gate, muttering, "You're causing me a huge problem." He recalled that 5 years ago, the death rate for beginner dungeons was 50%, a price too steep for him, a best-selling author with no shortage of money. He planned to call the Adventurers Association to claim the civilian reward, then make a quick escape. But as soon as he opened his phone, a news headline caught his eye. An association employee named Chiang Hai was arrested for murder and illegal dungeon gate trading. Chiang Hai was speechless, cold sweat pouring down as he realized even the safest path was fraught with risk. He told himself, if he encountered a greedy employee, it would be like a lamb walking into a tiger's mouth. Selling to companies wouldn't work either, because a new dungeon gate could only be used about 10 times. They would monitor and control him until they'd drained all its value. But if he left it alone, when the time ran out, the gate would expand, monsters would pour out, and he'd face 20 years in prison for endangering the community. After some deliberation, Chiang Hai decided to check the dungeon information himself first. If the death rate was high, he'd report it to the police and flee. If the survival rate was high, he'd handle it himself. He checked his phone and sighed in relief. Hunting Dungeon Level 2, 80% survival rate, beginner difficulty. 2 days later, a delivery person rang his doorbell. Chiang Hai opened the door. A delivery man was waiting. The delivery man set down a huge package and asked Chiang Hai to sign for it. The delivery man suddenly smirked, asking pointedly, "Hey, don't tell me you found an abandoned dungeon, did you? Why buy chainmail armor?" This left Chiang Hai speechless. To cover his tracks, Chiang Hai grabbed 2 cleavers and brandished them, boasting that he liked playing adventure games with friends, and his old gear was broken, so he bought new stuff. The delivery man just smiled and let it go. "It's nothing, I was just asking casually." Watching the delivery man's retreating back, Chiang Hai finally dared to breathe, sweat pouring off him like a shower. He thought to himself how terrifying it was to be seen through by someone. Slam. The door was immediately shut. Chiang Hai still hadn't recovered, his face pale from the sarcastic question. His everyday clothes were strewn on the floor. The transformation had begun. The package had been opened, wrapping paper discarded haphazardly. Chiang Hai was fully geared up. Chainmail, arm and leg guards, a helmet, and a hastily bought fire axe. He felt the armor was quite heavy and a bit tight around his chest. He tried moving and nodded in satisfaction. The armor didn't affect his flexibility. Through the visor of his helmet, Chiang Hai's eyes became sharp, filled with determination. He stood facing the swirling, dark, purple dungeon gate in the middle of the room. Gripping the axe handle tightly, sweat trickling down his temples, he made up his mind. Time to fight. His armored hand reached out, touching the chaotic energy surface of the gate. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiang Hai stepped straight inside. The scene inside was a forest. He guessed the first enemies might be gnolls, and felt his decision to buy chainmail armor was perfectly justified. He remembered the beginner's guide mentioned he could activate the status window to learn the exit conditions. A virtual interface panel, just like in a game, appeared before his eyes with sections for status, items, achievements, and quests. Chiang Hai opened his status window. Adventurer rank Levi, 1 rookie, strength 9, agility 9, constitution 10, but intelligence was as high as 16. He muttered, "The average stat is 10, 8 is trash, 14 is already good, but my intelligence is 16. This is truly top tier." His face twisted into a smug grin, thinking that a trash stat like intelligence being so high at the start was extremely rare, because strength could be trained, but intelligence couldn't. He calmed himself down, telling himself to stop boasting, then opened the quest menu to check the conditions for exiting the dungeon. The quest appeared, Murloc Hunting Season, Difficulty Level 2. Completion Condition. Eliminate a squad of tidal Murlocs. Chiang Hai's face turned pale, sweat pouring down as he finished reading the quest. He yelled in the forest. Why Murlocs? I'm allergic to seafood. Can't I get a normal enemy? Just then, a spear-wielding Murloc scout slowly appeared on the path, while Chiang Hai was crouched down in the distance. The fish-like monster mumbled in its own language, then looked towards the dense bushes. In the darkness of the bushes, only Chiang Hai's murderous eyes were stalking his prey. He lunged from cover like a beast, eyes blazing, raising his axe to strike down the Murloc. Suddenly, the small fry monster flinched and nimbly dodged, neatly evading Chiang Hai's devastating blow. Chiang Hai was stunned, unable to believe that a mere low-level mob could dodge his attack. The Murloc bared its teeth and chuckled, muttering that, just as its leader had said, an adventurer had snuck into their forest. The forest scene suddenly became terrifying under the blazing red sunset. After the battle, Chiang Hai took off his helmet, panting beside the Murloc's corpse, wondering if the dungeon's difficulty was bugged. He broke out in a cold sweat at the thought of facing an entire army like this. Then suddenly, a level-up notification appeared. Status window updated. Adventurer LV 2, along with a brand new title, Can Fight Murlocs. Chiang Hai was furious, thinking this title was clearly meant to insult him. Deciding to stop farming for the day, he picked up the Murloc's spear and planned his retreat, intending to hire a trainer and return for revenge. A deep purple spatial gate opened wide in the modern living room, and Chiang Hai stepped out, officially logging out of the dungeon. As soon as he got home, Chiang Hai collapsed onto the sofa, out of breath. Damn, that was like half a year's worth of exercise. A virtual notification window appeared before him, and he muttered, "What is it now?" The Murloc Hunting Season quest window reported that the exit conditions were met, and the system began calculating rewards. He eagerly anticipated a good item. The calculation results appeared. Rank E. Can you be any more useless? Reward. A crappy thermos. Chiang Hai was boiling with rage, yelling, "So what if I'm weak? Everyone's trash before they get strong." He calmed himself, thinking it was better than nothing, then summoned the thermos to check its functions. Item information appeared. Can hold 500 milliliters of purified water. Upgradable. Who would want this piece of trash? Chiang Hai furiously threw the thermos onto the floor. Immediately after, Chiang Hai was at a luxurious gym and was warmly greeted by a female staff member. As he followed the staff member, he secretly thought, I can't believe a small place like Dongshan has professional training services for adventurers, even though the annual cost would eat up all his new book royalties. He gritted his teeth and accepted. If it helps me get stronger, this money is worth it. The staff member turned and asked, Chiang Hai, have you ever had gym experience before? He replied curtly, No. The girl wondered why a newcomer would spend so much to hire trainer Anne, when a regular trainer would be enough to learn the basics. She narrowed her eyes, speculating. Or perhaps this guy has become a rookie adventurer and urgently needs to improve his skills. Being asked directly about the matter, Chiang Hai could only glare, looking quite annoyed. He scratched his head and gave a forced laugh, making excuses. If I have enough money, of course I'd hire the most professional person. My goal is to be an adventurer, after all. The staff member opened the door to the VIP training room and said, In that case, you must be able to. About to meet the best trainer in Dongshan City, Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat, his heart pounding and legs trembling. The staff member cheerfully wished him good compatibility with trainer Anne. A blonde guy with a toned body was wiping sweat after his workout, a rather smug look on his face. Chiang Hai walked in, his face blank when he saw the blonde guy. Huh? I thought it'd be some burly old man, but it's just a somewhat handsome guy. Just as he finished speaking, a towering giant appeared behind Chiang Hai, muttering, My lessons are so expensive, yet someone still booked them. Wales Gym's AAA-rated trainer, and Ran, asked directly, So, you want to become an adventurer? Chiang Hai could only force a smile. The first test, bench pressing 30 kilograms. It seemed like a real challenge for Chiang Hai. After only 5 reps, Chiang Hai was already out of breath, his limbs trembling, crying out, Trainer, I can't hold on much longer. And Ran gently took the barbell, signaling him to stop. All right, you did well. And Ran bluntly stated, Bench pressing 30 kilograms 5 times, your maximum weight is probably only 35 kilograms. For a beginner, this performance is considered BAD. Chiang Hai was deeply shocked. He knew he was weak, but he didn't expect to be this useless. Don't average adventurers bench press 50 kilograms? The blonde guy, also an Ran's student, explained, Brother Chiang Hai's foundation is too poor. 35 kilograms translates to only 9 points in an adventurer's strength stat. Shu Mao continued. With this physique, it's almost impossible to catch up, to even reserve adventurers. Chiang Hai worriedly asked, how long does it usually take? And Ron stated that if he trained every day, he would need a quarter to reach 11 points for the 3 basic stats, only slightly stronger than an average person. Chiang Hai wiped his sweat, nodding decisively. All right, I understand. He sealed the deal right away. So, let's train according to the 1/4 standard. What about the fees? The 3 officially introduced themselves. The blonde guy's name was Shu Mao, and Chiang Hai was an author. After the workout, the 2 went for burgers. Shu Mao wondered why a rookie would splurge on hiring Trainer An, as his services were effective but also extremely expensive. Shu Mao advised that if he wasn't in a hurry, he could train himself or hire someone cheaper. Chiang Hai secretly thought, I didn't sign a contract with the gym. I actually can't afford Trainer An's fees. But outwardly, Chiang Hai still acted like a big shot. I'm not short on money. My books sell well. If I've set the goal of becoming an adventurer, I have to find the best person to build my foundation, right? Shu Mao breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, I see. I thought you had already discovered an unclaimed dungeon and become an adventurer. Shu Mao's gaze turned serious. As a senior, he decided to teach Chiang Hai some basic knowledge to avoid being scammed. Shu Mao explained, when an adventurer enters a dungeon for the first time, a title is generated. Equipping it grants buffs, but also makes them easily noticed by those who specialize in hunting rookies. Shu Mao explained the rookie hunting mechanism. As long as the prey glances at the title, their behavior will be unusual, and the hunter will track down the entrance to the unclaimed dungeon. Shu Mao secretly assessed. No reaction, so he's probably not an adventurer, just a rich, weak writer, worthless. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai feigned ignorance. Oh really? I learned something new today. Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat, secretly sighing in relief. Good thing I hated the title, Can 1v1, with Mulrock, because it was too embarrassing, so I never equipped it. Otherwise, I'd be screwed today. Shu Mao stood up and invited. Trainer An must have finished your contract by now. Let's head back. At the office, Trainer An received a report from his assistant. A famous author, gathering material about adventurers to write a book. That's probably why he was motivated to sign up for my class, wanting to get stronger to enter the industry. The assistant continued to analyze. He has no special requirements, not like someone who has found an unclaimed dungeon and needs a breakthrough within a month. The trainer growled, his eyes sharp. Indeed, the possibility of Chiang Hai being an adventurer or having found a dungeon is very low. But let Shu Mao lead him back. If he doesn't notice my rookie killer title, then well, stick to the old script. Earning a little extra before raiding an elite dungeon is good too. As soon as he returned to the gym, Chiang Hai felt a murderous aura, and his eyes immediately scanned the blood-red title above the trainer's head. Rookie killer. The trainer held out the contract. The contract is done, read it. If there are no issues, sign it. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai continued to play the role of a naive fool, happily agreeing. Chiang Hai forced a smile, screaming in his head. Are you kidding me? How does this crappy Wales gym have an AAA-rated trainer like this? The assistant cordially led Chiang Hai to complete the procedures, leaving the trainer and Shu Mao to observe from behind. And Ran Adventurer LV-13 crossed his arms and questioned Shu Mao. That guy's expression is normal. His eyes didn't linger on my title for too long. He doesn't look like a rookie who just found a dungeon. You didn't do anything unnecessary, did you? Shu Mao. Adventurer LV-6 calmly replied, How could I? I'm also an adventurer contracted with Wales Gym. Shu Mao turned his back and called out. Then there's no need to pay attention to him anymore. Scribble. Chiang Hai put pen to paper, signing the contract, officially stepping into the trap. The assistant handed a copy of the contract back to Chiang Hai. This is your copy, keep it safe. Trainer An will take you for a physical examination shortly. After the test, Chiang Hai was out of breath on the treadmill, drenched in sweat. And Ran stood beside him, taking notes, and bluntly stated, Stop. Just as I suspected, your physique is too weak. And Ran finalized the plan. Next week, well, focus on strength and stamina. What time are you free? Chiang Hai replied simply, Anytime. The trainer instructed, Okay, come at 10 a.m. tomorrow, don't eat greasy food. That night, Chiang Hai collapsed onto his bed, bitterly realizing, I can't believe the country's largest fitness facility operates like this, scamming rookies who want to become adventurers. One bad acting slip-up, and I'd be dead. Chiang Hai lay on his bed, sweat pouring as he realized a fatal flaw in his plan. He suddenly thought, if the gym was a scam, then every adventurer-related service could be a trap, including the chainmail armor he had just bought from Bai Bingfeng's online shop. Good thing I was smart enough not to buy weapons and armor from the same place, or my hand would have been revealed long ago, he muttered to himself. He concluded, "It seems I've severely underestimated the risks of this profession. It's time to change my plan." A deep purple dungeon gate opened right beside his bed. The scene shifted to a dense, gloomy forest. Chiang Hai, now fully equipped, stepped out of the teleportation gate, muttering, "I didn't expect the real world to be so brutal, full of traps for rookies. I dodged a scam today, but I can't be lucky forever," he resolved. "The only way is to grind levels right now." The dungeon notification board appeared. Mulrock Hunting Season. Difficulty Level 2. Escape Condition. A pair of Mulrock eyes. Completion Condition. Eliminate a tidal Mulrock squad. He broke out in a sweat reading the requirement. Mulrock? Eyes again? Suddenly recalling the monster from the other day, a cunning idea flashed in Chiang Hai's mind. What if I use the eyes from yesterday? He thought to himself, starting to retrace his old steps. Before him lay the decomposing corpse of a Mulrock, swarming with buzzing flies. He held his nose and observed. The internal organs are all eaten, probably by some wild animals nearby. Lucky me, the eyes are still intact, he rejoiced, thinking he wouldn't need to fight this time. But a strange sound echoed right behind him. Chiang Hai spun around, his face full of question marks. A Mulrock, spear in hand, growled in its own language. "Is that you? The one who killed my comrades?" "Ah, just one Mulrock," he sighed in relief, confident he could easily handle it, completely oblivious to another spear already aimed at his nape. Damn it, not one, but a whole squad. Chiang Hai's face turned pale, and he ran for his life, realizing this was a 1 versus 3 situation. Dusk fell upon the forest, but the life-or-death chase showed no signs of stopping. Both Chiang Hai and the Mulrock took their stances, glaring at each other, ready to fight to the death. The frog monster roared and swung its spear, initiating the battle. Chiang Hai merely smirked, showing no signs of wavering. He taunted, "You're about to bite the dust, and you're still putting on airs?" He pointed behind the monster, exposing it. "Haven't you realized yet? You've been separated from your comrades." The tide turned, and Chiang Hai swung his axe, finishing off the trapped Mulrock in an instant. It turned out he had lured one to chase him, separating it from the pack for an easy kill. No sooner had he taken down one than the 2 remaining Mulrocks charged, but Chiang Hai maintained his cool demeanor. Seeing its comrade sprawled out, the remaining Mulrock's eyes widened in horror. After killing one, Chiang Hai immediately turned and fled, ignoring the monster's shouts for him to return. "Coward, don't run." As soon as he escaped the dungeon, the system board immediately appeared to summarize his achievements. Chiang Hai was furious to see his results were only a D rank with no rewards. Bitter about the abysmal drop rate in beginner dungeons, he racked his brain, wondering why other adventurers could make a living while he was struggling. He decided to put aside his questions, telling himself he had to grind levels first so he wouldn't be considered a rookie anymore. The next day, Chiang Hai went to the gym, but was informed by the gym staff that both Shu Mao and the trainer were absent. Without waiting, he put on an oxygen mask and plunged into his physical training routine like a beast. The trainer and a blonde guy stood watching, unable to hide their surprise at Chiang Hai's insane training intensity. The blonde guy remarked that at this rate, Chiang Hai's stats would soon reach level 11. The trainer's assessment was even higher, believing that if he maintained his pace, he could reach level 12 inches just 1/4. The blonde guy offered to invite Chiang Hai to join the gym, but the trainer revealed he had refused, choosing to go solo and freely farm dungeons through the black market. After a frantic training session, Chiang Hai collapsed, gasping for breath, while the blonde gym guy observed from a distance. The blonde gym guy approached, sneering as he asked directly, "Training so hard, aren't you afraid of injuries? Or are you planning to debut as an adventurer this year?" Chiang Hai gritted his teeth, admitting he had to hurry, because the longer he dragged it out, the more broke he'd become, unable to hold on any longer. The blonde gym guy mused, understanding that the price of an adventurer slot on the black market was escalating daily. At a fast food restaurant, Chiang Hai sat alone, muttering calculations that Shu Mao and the trainer probably no longer thought of him as an adventurer. The blonde gym guy suddenly appeared with a food tray, asking why Chiang Hai kept staring at his food without eating. Chiang Hai flinched, excusing himself by saying he was probably just tired from overtraining. The blonde gym guy warned him seriously, stating that continuous overtraining would only accumulate injury risks and slow down progress. Chiang Hai nodded, agreeing to reduce the intensity, but the blonde gym guy suddenly changed the subject. The blonde gym guy got straight to the point. "By now, have you recovered your investment in the adventurer profession?" He answered himself, declaring that at the current pace, he'd probably need to reach level 11 to hope to break even. Chiang Hai looked bewildered, even stopping mid-burger to ask, "Why level 11? The blonde gym guy began explaining the path of an adventurer. Levels 1 to 5 are the easy leeching phase, while levels 6 to 10 involve selling information to make a living. He emphasized that upon reaching level 11, dungeon difficulty skyrockets, leaving no room for carelessness, but that's also when real money starts pouring in. Everything that increases survival rates, such as equipment, artifacts, and skill books, can be sold for exorbitant prices at this stage." Chiang Hai asked a very logical question. If it's so dangerous after level 11, why don't they diligently grind from levels 6 to 10 to prepare? The blonde gym guy explained that the Adventurers Association doesn't force anyone to enter dungeons, so most choose to settle down, retire, or return to normal life. He analyzed the risks. Levels 6 to 10, farming information, are the gate of fortune, while levels 11 to 15 are the gate of death, which very few dare to enter. He concluded that people don't necessarily have to risk their lives in high-level dungeons, and Chiang Hai understood the issue. The scene shifted to a modern apartment complex under the sunset. Chiang Hai scrolled through his phone, realizing the adventurer forum was full of rookies arguing over trivial information. Sitting in his apartment, he reflected on the blonde gym guy's words. Low-level adventurers earn money by selling information, but dungeons only reward escape missions once. A dark purple dungeon gate appeared in the middle of the living room, and he knew what he had to do. Become a true adventurer. Snap. An armored hand fastened a leather belt, ready for battle. Gear up. Chiang Hai, in full chainmail, carrying a battle axe and backpack, decided to solo this dungeon himself instead of selling slots for small change. Without a moment's hesitation, he plunged straight into the swirling dungeon gate. As he stepped inside, a notification appeared. Mulrock hunting season, difficulty 2. Escape condition, reach the false lake. To clear, eliminate a squad of tied mulrocks. He silently thanked Shu Mao for his guidance, thanks to which he had prepared a drone for reconnaissance, no longer needing to scout the path himself. Whoosh! The small drone launched, soaring through the dense canopy of the forest. A pack of green mulrocks was running when a red, striped shadow flashed past. One of the pack looked up in confusion, not understanding what was happening. The frog monster raised its head, staring curiously at the hovering drone, its mouth emitting goo-goo-goo-goo sounds. Chiang Hai flinched as he looked at the control screen. On the map, besides the green dots of the mulrocks, there was also a giant red scorpion icon. The red mulrock revealed itself, a mutated version with countless sharp spines and terrifying jagged jaws, charging like a whirlwind. It led the entire pack of green mulrocks, chasing some prey, while the drone continued to observe from above. Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the screen, confirming that what he just saw was definitely a mulrock. He compared it to the weak mulrocks he had encountered before, concluding that this red one was on an entirely different level, much stronger and more dangerous. Shaking off the thought, he decided to prioritize the escape mission first, launching a larger drone to scout the path. The ferocious red mulrock led its pack on a hunt, its sharp eyes glancing towards the scouting drone. It stood on the trail, gazing into the distance as if awaiting a new hunt. A few minutes later, the drone had scanned the lake's location, and Chiang Hai exclaimed through the controller, "Found it." Chiang Hai sat under a tree, looking at the controller screen and muttering, "No wonder there are mulrocks in the forest. Turns out there's a massive lake here." He checked the mission again. Now that the escape mission is complete, it's time to... Suddenly, a blazing red warning appeared. The map is changing. The dungeon's rating is increasing. Hearing a rustling sound, Chiang Hai snapped his head up from the controller, sensing something amiss. Right behind him, a mutated red mulrock burst from the bushes, beginning its hunt. Chiang Hai's face paled, realizing this enemy was no ordinary foe. That special red mulrock? Whoosh! The monster lunged forward with terrifying speed, its jagged maw wide open. Chiang Hai reacted in the nick of time, hastily dodging the lightning-fast attack, dropping his controller. He rolled on the ground to create distance, his armored boots carving a long furrow. Standing firm again, Chiang Hai took a defensive stance, facing the lightning-fast monster directly. He gritted his teeth, panting. Good thing my reflexes are quick, or I would have been utterly crushed. But when he looked back, his brand-new drone controller was smashed to pieces, which pained him deeply. Shaking off his regret, Chiang Hai focused intently. No time for silly thoughts. This mulrock's speed is insane. I need to be extremely careful. Suddenly, two other green mulrocks appeared from both sides, forming a pincer movement with the red leader. The red mulrock gave him no time to breathe. Lunging again, its sharp claws slashing straight at his face. Chiang Hai's eyes widened in horror, unable to believe the attack's speed. Slash! Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Chiang Hai collapsed to the ground. His helmet had flown off. Blood streamed down his face from his head. He was cornered. The red Mulrock looked at the defeated foe with disdain, growled a few times, then turned away. How boring. You small fry, deal with it. Facing the spear of an approaching Mulrock, Chiang Hai thought desperately. If I had known it would come to this, I would never have entered a dungeon to become an adventurer. In his despair, Chiang Hai recalled the adventurer novels that had inspired him. He remembered the joyful feeling when he first defeated a monster, even though he knew it was just mere small fry. Memories of his frantic days at the gym resurfaced. He had once dreamed of becoming an overpowered protagonist. The blonde gym guy, Shu Mao, had also shared his experiences, talking about the dramatic, life-or-death battles of an adventurer. Back in reality, Chiang Hai knelt amidst the encirclement, admitting he was just a coward, afraid of death, and terrible at fighting. But then his will flared up. He kicked and broke the spear at his feet and roared, "But I'm an adventurer too. I can't die here." The red Mulrock leader, who was walking away, suddenly stopped, seemingly surprised by this sudden change. Tightly surrounded by the green Mulrocks, Chiang Hai refused to give up, raised his axe, ready for the final battle. He frantically searched his mind, looking for any remaining trump cards to turn the tide. And then he remembered. His status window displayed a special title, Can Solo Mulrock, 1-1. Without a second of hesitation, Chiang Hai shouted, activating the title, and a system screen appeared above his head. System notification. The title Solo Mulrock 1-1 has been equipped. Automatically searching for the strongest nearby Mulrock and copying its strength, agility, and perception stats. Chiang Hai's stats were greatly buffed. Strength +1, agility +8, perception +6. He neatly dodged an attack in the nick of time. With just one slash, Chiang Hai sliced the Mulrock in half. Purple blood splattered. His strength and speed were on a completely different level. His body felt light and significantly stronger, and most importantly, the monster's movements now seemed as slow as snails in his eyes. Chiang Hai's eyes glowed. An overwhelming aura radiated from him. With my current self, anything is possible. In the distance, the red Mulrock leader fell silent. It couldn't understand what the hell was happening. It growled in confusion, wondering why that weak human had suddenly become so unreasonably strong. A few seconds later, Chiang Hai stood amidst a pile of Mulrock corpses, holding a long spear he had just seized, facing the only remaining boss. Chiang Hai looked straight at the red Mulrock, growling, "Now it's just you left," while the boss roared in defiance, not believing he could do anything to it just because he had dealt with a few minions. Chiang Hai faced the red Mulrock, his battle axe lying discarded on the ground, his weapon now the spear he had just seized. With a blood-soaked face, he took a stance, preparing for the final blow. He muttered, calculating, "There's only one weak point, its head, and it will think this is its fastest speed before charging straight in." The plan was clear. Abandon defense. Use his own head as bait to land a fatal blow on the monster. Chiang Hai knew well that if this strike missed, the boss would never give him a second chance. The life-or-death battle was decided in a single moment, making his blood boil. The red Mulrock charged like lightning, and Chiang Hai roared with excitement. "I'm addicted to this feeling," he growled, seizing the golden opportunity. "Now!" Whoosh! He dodged the attack by a hair's breadth, simultaneously thrusting the spearhead straight into the monster's wide-open throat. In a deadly exchange of blows, Chiang Hai coughed up blood but remained standing, his eyes filled with satisfaction. He staggered and fell to the ground, blood gushing from his head, but still told himself, "I did it. Amazing." The red Mulrock struggled, the spear still lodged firmly in its throat, purple blood gushing out like a fountain. It growled meaningless sounds, unable to believe it had lost to such a weakling. In its death throes, its eyes still burned with fury, refusing to accept defeat. Finally, the giant monster collapsed to the ground, twitched a few times, then lay motionless. Chiang Hai lay sprawled on the ground, completely exhausted, a virtual system notification panel appearing before his eyes. System notification. Powerful mutated Mulrock detected dead. Escape mission complete. The screen continued to display. Calculating. While Chiang Hai panted, waiting, the results appeared. S-rank evaluation. He received the new title, Survived Death, a hidden class transfer scroll for Deathwalker, and an item upgrade voucher. Chiang Hai muttered in confusion as he read the final hint. A normal thermos? The system screen appeared, and Chiang Hai's armored hand tapped directly on the normal thermos option. Lying flat on the ground, covered in blood, he decided to go big. Use the item upgrade voucher on the normal thermos. Whoosh! The thermos in his hand erupted in a dazzling white light. It's here! The crappy thermos transformed into a strange HP potion flask, its effect being to create a randomly flavored potion to heal injuries and restore stamina. Without thinking twice, Chiang Hai chugged the red liquid from the flask in one gulp. Miracles were real. The deep gashes on his neck healed instantly. He lay back on the ground, letting out a refreshed sigh, steam rising from his body. Ah, so refreshing. A few minutes passed, and the sky returned to its clear blue. Chiang Hai sat up, exhaled, and looked much more alert. He touched his neck, unable to believe he had fully recovered. I've recovered? Immediately, he called up his status panel to check. The stats panel appeared, and he was surprised to see his perception stat slightly increased, and the new title, Survived Death, added. Alright, let's see what the escape mission has changed into. He tapped on the mission tab. New mission. Mulrock Hunting Season. Difficulty. Requiring survival for 3 minutes against a super powerful mulrock or destruction of their spawning lake. Chiang Hai glanced towards the spawning lake, where several red mulrocks were circling on guard. He clicked his tongue, deciding not to take a foolish risk. Forget it. Then he picked up his spear. This cleanup mission is clearly not something I can handle right now. Goodbye. He turned his back and walked straight towards the teleportation gate. Zzz. A sudden surge of purple electricity enveloped Chiang Hai's body as he was about to leave. He turned back, bewildered, not understanding what the hell was happening. The dungeon gate began to swell abnormally, and he muttered, Am I imagining things, or did the dungeon gate just get bigger? Chiang Hai's armored hand approached the purple energy vortex of the gate. Zap! A jolt of electricity struck Chiang Hai, pushing him back. The system coolly declared, Insufficient level, unable to enter this dungeon, along with a notification that the gate would expand in 89 days. Kicked back home, Chiang Hai was stunned. Not strong enough? Has this dungeon been upgraded? He realized that the incredibly difficult escape mission was actually for a higher-level dungeon. No wonder the reward was so good. Amidst the lingering purple energy, another notification panel unexpectedly appeared before him. The system detected he had no profession and suggested using the Hidden Profession Transfer Certificate, Deathwalker, a rare item that forum users praised endlessly. Without a second of hesitation, his armored finger pressed the Accept button. The notification panel displayed, Converting to Deathwalker Profession. A surge of dark purple energy erupted, enveloping Chiang Hai's entire body during the conversion. A brand new status panel appeared. Profession, Deathwalker, New. All basic stats were also updated. The Deathwalker's effects were overwhelmingly powerful, a direct +5 to perception, and a significant increase in strength and agility when near death. Chiang Hai was overwhelmed by the new sensation. Is this what 16 perception points feel like? Now, even with his eyes closed, his brain could scan and recreate the entire living room in detail. He dared not imagine what the world would look like if his perception stat reached 20. Incidentally, he also checked the effects of the Survived Death title. It turned out to be a survival buff as well, adding 4 points to strength, agility, and perception when cornered, almost identical to the Deathwalker's effects. The scene shifted to the gym, where the blonde gym guy watched Chiang Hai train like a monster, his eyes wide. The blonde gym guy froze, deeply shocked by the sight of Chiang Hai lifting weights. The blonde gym guy couldn't understand how a rookie like Chiang Hai could achieve a year's worth of training standards in less than 2 months. The blonde gym guy couldn't believe his eyes, muttering to himself that if a normal person trained this much, they'd have been in the ICU long ago. Yet he was still walking around as if nothing happened. He mumbled that Chiang Hai's physique must be around 16, maybe even 17 to 18 points. Trainer An truly had an eye for talent. The blonde gym guy approached, breaking Chiang Hai's concentration. Congratulations. Your strength and agility must have reached 12 points by now, right? With your current physique, you're more than capable of completing the rookie dungeon escape mission, the blonde gym guy said, tossing Chiang Hai a water bottle. He continued to entice. Are you really not considering signing a contract with Whale's Gym? Chiang Hai chugged some water, then smirked and replied bluntly, I don't want to be an adventurer who loses his freedom, bound by a contract. The blonde gym guy shrugged regretfully, but Chiang Hai added, Even if we're not colleagues, we can still go into dungeons together. Chiang Hai took the opportunity to ask, Oh right, I'm planning to buy a dungeon entry slot from someone else. Any warnings or suggestions? At the mention of warnings, the blonde gym guy's expression immediately turned serious and thoughtful. The blonde gym guy asked back, Do you know the Unspecialized Alliance? Which left Chiang Hai bewildered. Chiang Hai narrowed his eyes and replied, "If I'm not mistaken, that's the largest independent organization, right?" The blonde gym guy explained, "If you want to buy a slot on the black market, I advise you to choose a low-level dungeon gate protected by the Unspecialized Alliance or one of their branches." Chiang Hai wondered why, and the blonde gym guy began to analyze the risks of trading dungeon entry slots. Both buyers and sellers fear being tricked by the other party. He elaborated. Sellers fear encountering disguised rookies, while buyers fear sellers pulling a trick after receiving payment. But if the Unspecialized Alliance gets involved, it's different, he continued. Although their commission fees are very high, they are the most reliable intermediary in this field. Chiang Hai understood the issue. He returned home and began his search. After browsing for a while, Chiang Hai identified a single seller in Yunxiao City, who seemed trustworthy because the Unspecialized Alliance acted as their guarantor. The phone screen displayed the chat. Chiang Hai asked the seller, nicknamed Yunxiao Old Driver, about the dungeon entry slot and transaction method. 2 days later, at night in Yunxiao City Park, Chiang Hai went alone to the meeting point. He pulled out his phone, sent a short message, "I'm here," and immediately received a reply from the old driver. "Okay, I see you." Chiang Hai glanced confidently, calling out, "Over here." From a distance, a burly man ran over, waving, with an entire team waiting behind him. Chiang Hai maintained a cool expression, confirming with the other party over the phone, "Yun Xiao Old Driver?" The burly man confirmed he was Yun Xiao Old Driver, the one selling dungeon entry slots, and also recognized Chiang Hai. Chiang Hai offered a polite smile, greeting his business partner. Yun Xiao Old Driver urged, "We're just waiting for you. Hurry up and sign the contract, then the whole team can enter the dungeon." An alliance contractor in a purple vest from the Unspecialized Alliance appeared, skillfully wielding a quill over a parchment scroll to establish a magic contract. The alliance contractor clearly explained the rules. The buyer transfers money to an intermediary account, and after the job is done, the money will be transferred to the seller. He continued to outline the terms. Dangerous actions are prohibited. The seller must not abandon the buyer, and the dungeon's location is top secret. 2 seemingly formidable team members, a man nicknamed Leader and a white-haired youth named Liang, coldly replied no when asked if they had any questions. Chiang Hai, and a stern-looking uncle with the nickname Hatred. Hate also refused in unison, showing their professionalism. The alliance contractor grinned, declaring the contract established as the magic seal on the parchment glowed brightly. 2 other team members, Security Squad Leader and You Don't Mind Me Ridiculing You Right, stared wide-eyed as the glowing contract seal appeared in their hands. The alliance contractor declared his work done, preparing to withdraw with a black-suited bodyguard standing behind him. Yun Xiao Old Driver immediately took command, ordering the team, "Do as I do, shout out." Yun Xiao Old Driver tensed, yelling, "Status board." And a virtual information screen immediately appeared before him. The other members obediently followed suit, simultaneously summoning their status boards. Yun Xiao Old Driver explained that everyone could view each other's basic stats for easier coordination, but personal information remained strictly confidential. Leader, acting as a sub-commander, asked everyone to report their dungeon escape missions so the team could strategize. While Security Squad Leader clutched his head in panic over his pathetic basic stats, Chiang Hai calmly scrolled through his mission board. Banshee Forest, difficulty 4. Escape mission, hear the Banshee's song. Cleanup mission, kill the Banshee. He immediately sensed trouble. Wait, a Banshee? This monster isn't in any of the beginner dungeons on the forums. Chiang Hai began to analyze. If a monster isn't in the beginner's guide, there are only 2 possibilities. 1. It's extremely rare. 2. Every adventurer who's encountered it has already perished in the dungeon. Suddenly, an alert sounded. Leader pointed at a member in a vest. Warning. This guy violated safety regulations. He didn't declare his escape mission correctly. Chiang Hai frowned, realizing this team had a scammer from the very beginning. Leader feigned surprise. No way, we haven't even started, and someone's already triggered the safety regulations? The bespectacled scammer broke out in a cold sweat, stammering to explain, while Leader stared intently. The bespectacled scammer hastily defended himself, his voice trembling. There must be some mistake. My mission is truly collect precious herbs. Yun Xiao Old Driver's eyes flashed with killing intent, he growled. The contractor's agreement isn't 100% accurate, but for a newbie like you, there's no problem. Your mission is definitely not collect precious herbs, you lied. The bespectacled scammer was so scared, he collapsed to the ground, speechless. Yun Xiao Old Driver grabbed the scammer by the collar, confronting him face to face. Leader quickly intervened, He's only just become an adventurer. He doesn't know the rules. Making mistakes is normal. Please be generous and give him a chance. Yun Xiao, old driver, still held the man's collar tightly, asking coldly, "Is that so?" The bespectacled scammer was terrified, quickly kneeling and clasping his hands in supplication. "Yes, I'm sorry. Please give me another chance." Yun Xiao, old driver, spared him, and then ordered the team to report their missions again. His was, "Find the Lake Banshee." Leader's was, "Hear the Banshee's song." Chiang Hai's was, "Observe the Banshee for 10 seconds. And Liang's was also, "Find the Banshee." Leader began to analyze. Find the Lake Banshee, observe the Banshee for 10 seconds, and hear the Banshee's song? Hatred. Hate and Liang stood next to each other, one anxiously asking, "Are these missions dangerous?" Leader crossed his arms, acting like a professional. "It depends on the situation. If you're well prepared, these missions are actually quite easy." The silver-haired man looked at Leader, who was standing alone by the lake, then turned to Yun Xiao, old driver, and asked, "What is he doing?" Yun Xiao, old driver, smirked knowingly. "The Lake Banshee is being summoned." The leader pulled out a harmonica and played an eerie tune. When asked how he knew this trick, he simply replied that it was a trade secret. The melody echoed across the lake, and a creature with silver hair and pointed ears slowly emerged from the water. Everyone stared in astonishment, and the security squad leader pointed and shouted, "The Lake Banshee is here." The mission notification boards for Yun Xiao, old driver, and the bespectacled scammer simultaneously lit up, indicating completion. Chiang Hai remained highly focused, muttering a countdown as he stared intently at the Lake Banshee. As soon as he counted to 10, Chiang Hai immediately called up his status window. A notification appeared right before him. Escape mission completed. Yun Xiao, old driver, ordered the team, "Everyone put on your earplugs. The Lake Banshee is about to sing." The security squad leader asked blankly, "What happens if we don't wear them?" Chiang Hai had only just caught a faint snippet of the melody, and blood was already gushing from his nose. He was horrified. "Am I bleeding?" He quickly covered his ears tightly, sweat pouring down. "Good thing I wore earplugs, otherwise I'd probably be dead. A dungeon not in the guidebooks is truly something else." The leader signaled to stop, and the Lake Banshee also ceased her singing. A massive column of water shot into the sky as the Lake Banshee dove back into the lake. The leader turned back and declared, "Everyone's mission is complete, right? Now, let's head back the way we came." He gestured for the team to leave quickly, but then paused when a voice called out from behind. "You don't mind me ridiculing you, right?" Spoke up mockingly. "You're in such a hurry to send us away. Is it because you want to monopolize all the precious plants and minerals here?" The leader turned back, glaring daggers at the one who had just spoken. The bespectacled scammer argued defiantly. "We paid, so why can't we pick some herbs to recoup our investment? The contract doesn't forbid it, does it?" While Yun Xiao, old driver, was already getting annoyed, he continued to be evasive with Yun Xiao, old driver. "The contract also doesn't say we can't farm items after completing the mission, does it?" Chiang Hai turned to ask Liang, wondering why adventurers would collect resources. Liang explained nonchalantly, "You don't know? Most adventurers aren't skilled enough to clear dungeons, so farming resources is their main way to make a living." The leader sneered, seeing through their intentions. "So you guys think that once the mission is done, and you have a protection contract, I wouldn't dare touch you? And that's why you want to cause trouble?" The bespectacled scammer smirked defiantly, blood on his lips making him look even crazier. "Of course. You fool." The leader's killing intent erupted, his face darkened, and one eye flashed with a deadly glint. "But you guys forgot one thing." Liang immediately sensed the unusual killing intent, his eyes becoming wary. The leader pulled out a magic staff. The system panel appeared, and he chuckled. "That is, I didn't sign a contract with you guys." Whoosh! Two muscular arms suddenly swung out, blocking the leader's attempted attack. Liang and the yellow vest muscle guy stood in front of the leader, growling. "What are you two trying to do?" The title combat expert appeared. Liang cracked his knuckles, exuding an overwhelming aura. "Nothing. I just find people like you irritating." The bespectacled scammer changed his tone to reconcile. "I think his reason is quite reasonable. It's just a few resources. No need to be so tense." Yun Xiao, old driver, stood in the middle of the area, explaining the cruel rules of the game. "The contract clearly states that if he doesn't leave alive, we won't get paid." The bespectacled scammer made an offer. "You can protect us, and in return, we'll share a portion of the collected materials." Yun Xiao, old driver, sneered, raising a hand to flatly refuse. "Sorry, we don't want to take on any more risks." The bespectacled scammer smirked, his eyes sharp. "Is it really just because you don't want to take risks, or is there another reason?" He laid his cards on the table, pointing directly at Yun Xiao Old Driver. This dungeon has other secrets. You're afraid we'll discover them while farming, aren't you? Yun Xiao Old Driver gritted his teeth, finally realizing. I get it. You guys aren't noobs. You're here to clear the dungeon. Blue lightning erupted around Liang and the leader. The leader roared. Liang, what the hell are you doing? Liang looked directly into the leader's eyes, his voice full of challenge. You can feel it yourself, see who's stronger. The leader suddenly turned and walked away, declaring coldly, let them have the dungeon, we're pulling out. Yun Xiao Old Driver frantically ran after the leader, leaving his bewildered teammates behind. While the small fry were still clamoring to join, Liang's faction silently observed. Yun Xiao Old Driver grumbled as he walked about the heartless bastards who had reneged on their deal after the escort mission was completed. After walking a short distance, the leader signaled to Yun Xiao Old Driver, that's enough, no need to act anymore. Yun Xiao Old Driver laughed gleefully, praising the leader's acting skills, which almost made him believe that the leader couldn't defeat the adventurer with the combat expert title. The leader nonchalantly admitted, I really can't beat him. But the leader immediately analyzed. But he's also afraid of me, otherwise he wouldn't have used words to drive me away instead of going all out. Yun Xiao Old Driver wondered if the other group would clear the stage. The leader smirked, making a judgment. The chances are too low. The combat expert title is useless against the Lake Banshee, and that whole group is only level 5. The leader concluded confidently. Among the adventurers this time, at most only 1 or 2 will survive and leave the dungeon. Yun Xiao Old Driver sighed, realizing this scenario was exactly like the previous times they had lured in chickens. Returning to Chiang Hai's team, everyone was now gathered, weapons ready, preparing for the real battle. The buff leader stepped forward, declaring himself the captain, and showing off his team leader title, which could buff the entire team's stats. Immediately, the entire team felt their strength increase. Security squad leader confirmed his strength +1, and others also had their stats boosted. Chiang Hai also checked his status panel. His constitution had gained 1 point. He secretly admitted that this team leader title was quite useful. No wonder it came in handy. The bespectacled scammer in the blue suit spoke up, asking the new captain a tactical question. The problem was raised. Besides the sound of a harmonica, we don't know any other way to summon the Lake Banshee. If it keeps hiding under the lake, the mission will be a bust. You don't mind me ridiculing you? Wright smirked, showing off his provocateur title. A skill specialized in taunting, making targets lose their minds, reducing their intelligence, and rushing into a deathmatch. The whole team was stunned to learn he was also an adventurer. He confidently declared, as for how to force it to talk, he swung his arm, throwing a rock straight into the middle of the lake to attract attention. Whoosh! The rock cut through the wind, flying straight towards the calm lake surface. Plop! A small ripple spread out from where the rock fell. From beneath the water, the Lake Banshee slowly emerged, its cold gaze sweeping across the shore. You don't mind me ridiculing you, right? Raised 2 middle fingers, yelling, you idiot, come get me if you dare. The provocation skill has been activated. The Lake Banshee's eyes turned fiery red. A system notification appeared. Provocation successful. The prey has taken the bait. Roaring a silent roar, the boss shot out of the water, its hair flying wildly like a storm. You don't mind me ridiculing you. Wright smirked triumphantly. It worked, if successfully provoked it. Without a second's delay, Liang darted past, taking the lead. I'll handle the rest. Liang yelled out orders. Everyone spread out. Let this combat expert hold it back, the rest of you cover your ears and chip away at it. Liang faced the Lake Banshee directly, which was hovering in the air with an overwhelming aura. Die! Liang growled, throwing a devastating punch straight at the boss's face. Liang's punch passed straight through the Banshee's body like a ghost, causing no damage at all. The whole team, including Chiang Hai, was stunned. The boss hovered right behind, you don't mind me, ridiculing you, right its most hated target, preparing to unleash a finishing blow. An ominous red light began to flicker from deep within the dark forest. The red light flared intensely, signaling an area of effect attack was about to be unleashed. The Lake Banshee opened its mouth and shrieked, unleashing a deadly sound wave carrying countless vengeful spirits, attacking the entire team. In that moment of life and death, Liang was there, swinging a flaming fist to block the ghostly attack, protecting his teammates. Liang exerted all his strength, roared break, and shattered the boss's ghostly energy orb. The bespectacled scammer and the blue-haired man showed obvious joy, the former pushing up his glasses triumphantly. It worked. The Lake Banshee was knocked back, its eyes bulging with rage, while Liang landed professionally. Liang was vigilant, but the boss suddenly turned its back, leaving him confused about what was happening. It turned out, the boss had detected Chiang Hai and the security squad leader standing near a mysterious red light source in the forest. Liang realized he had been tricked. We were wrong. This dungeon doesn't just have one Lake Banshee. Those two ticket sellers are truly scumbags. The buff leader looked up at the sky, his face turning pale as an entire legion of Lake Banshees hovered under the moonlight. The whole team was stunned, unable to believe their eyes as they were surrounded by a swarm of monsters immune to physical damage. What are you still standing there for? Run! Liang yelled, sweat pouring down like rain. Hearing the command, the whole team ran headlong into the forest, with the swarm of bosses descending behind them. Two Lake Banshees watched the small fry fleeing in panic, not in a hurry to pursue. The blue-haired man desperately reached his hand forward, screaming in his mind, "Oh God, why are you so unfair?" He ran, frantically wondering why he always encountered such miserable things. Memories flooded back. He recalled another time he had to flee for his life, just like with Ting and Ziyan. The blue-haired man looked at the pink string tied around his wrist. It seemed to be an important memento. In a flashback, he was kneeling before a muscular man wearing an eye patch, who calmly said, "On second thought, I should spare you." It turned out the villain was Gao Chengyang, an A-rank wanted criminal, a pervert who enjoyed watching others live in pain and regret. Back in reality, a Lake Banshee with a savage smile had closed in right behind the blue-haired man. "Don't mess with me. I haven't even avenged Ting and Ziyan yet." The blue-haired man roared, turning around to fight to the death, unleashing a powerful surge of energy. But the skill gap was too vast. The blue-haired man collapsed in a pool of blood, the outcome of a failed, desperate gamble. The blue-haired man collapsed, the red string in his hand flashing one last time before fading, his final words, "Am I going to die here?" Surrounded by banshees, the security squad leader roared in helplessness. "Who do you think you are? I'm the one who's going to become a legendary adventurer. Get lost." The bespectacled scammer cried miserably, running and wailing for his mother. "Mom, I was wrong. I shouldn't have cooperated with the old guildmaster to transfer the deposit." Meanwhile, Liang maintained the demeanor of a tanker, roaring defiantly, "Come on. I'm not afraid of you, come here." The undercut adventurer, blood streaming from his eyes, bitterly realized, "Damn it, we've been tricked." He calmly analyzed amidst the encirclement. This dungeon has insane difficulty. The banshees are immune to physical damage, and have extremely high magic resistance. This is no place for a level 4 to 5 team. Chiang Hai glanced over, getting straight to the point. "So, you're out of options too?" The undercut adventurer only remained silent, a silence more terrifying than any answer. But Chiang Hai, with sharp eyes, declared confidently, "There is a way." Chiang Hai explained the strategy while Liang was being beaten to a pulp by the banshees. Liang has a bottle of holy oil from his last dungeon run. His martial arts combined with it can harm these banshees. The system announced the activation of the title, Survived Death. A dark aura erupted around Chiang Hai. All strength, agility, and senses stats were buffed by +4. Amidst the monster encirclement, Chiang Hai reached the gasping Liang. Chiang Hai shook the tanker's shoulder. "Can you hear me? I need your holy oil to get through this. Can you give it to me?" Liang replied painfully, his eyes ruined. "Sorry, I'm blind. I can't control my status window to retrieve it." But then he gritted his teeth. "But don't worry, I have a way for you to get it," and a brilliant golden energy enveloped his fist. Thump! Liang delivered a self-destructive punch to his own chest. A decisive and cruel act. Chiang Hai was stunned. Liang's blood splattered his face as the tanker whispered, "But the condition is that I have to die before the item drops." Liang lay dead on the ground. A pile of items dropped, including the holy oil, while Chiang Hai stood speechless. I have a feeling he misunderstood me," Chiang Hai thought to himself. With 20 agility points after the buff, he had more than enough to escape, but he just wanted to see if he could clear the dungeon. And besides, that tanker was dead for sure anyway. Without hesitation, Chiang Hai reached out and picked up the holy oil. The system confirmed the item had been collected. Without wasting a second, Chiang Hai poured the holy oil onto his longsword. The golden liquid began to seep into the metal. Amidst the encirclement of the screaming banshee swarm, Chiang Hai stood firm like a god, completely unfazed. He looked up at the annoying monsters with cold eyes, growling, "Hey, can you guys shut up? You're too noisy." The banshee swarm froze, their blood-red eyes flashing with extreme surprise and anger at the prey's arrogance. Immediately, the entire monster swarm frantically charged towards Chiang Hai, determined to tear apart the one who dared to scorn them. A barrage of sharp claws slashed, but the system coldly announced, "Longsword detected. It has been blessed. The status window appeared. Longsword has been upgraded to Blessed Longsword, adding Holy Attribute, dealing an additional 2 damage to evil creatures. Chiang Hai smirked. Even though the added stats seemed like a joke, he still braced himself. An extra 2 damage to demons, huh? He swung his sword. A dazzling holy light swept horizontally, blowing away everything in its path. With eyes blazing with fighting spirit, Chiang Hai declared loudly, "Then it's time to counterattack." Meanwhile, outside the dungeon gate, 2 dark figures patiently waited for their prey to die completely so they could enter and loot. Suddenly, a hooded woman silently emerged from the flickering dungeon gate. A line of text appeared. "They treat me as if I don't exist." Yun Xiao Old Driver flinched, feeling as if something had just brushed past him. The brown-haired accomplice yawned, scoffing. "Nobody came out. You must be seeing things," while the hooded woman stood right behind them, completely unnoticed. The woman muttered, exposing their dirty plan. Just as expected, they set up an unbeatable dungeon to lure adventurers of the same level to their deaths. She continued to deduce, wait for them to die inside, then loot their belongings, or kill any lucky survivors. The son of my client surely died this way. On her phone screen, she messaged her client, "The one who sold your son the slot is a vulture," and the system explained the term refers to those who specialize in tricking newcomers into deadly situations to loot their items. Back in battle, Chiang Hai unleashed a horizontal sword slash, holy light enveloping a banshee. The banshee shrieked and then disintegrated into dust under the holy power, proving that the +2 damage buff was real. The yellow vest muscle guy, who was thought to be dead, was sitting panting behind a rock, while Chiang Hai, full of vigor, asked, "How do you feel? Can you get up?" The yellow vest muscle guy braced himself, confessing that his internal organs had been shattered by the banshee's scream. Chiang Hai merely replied with a cold, emotionless, "Is that so?" The muscle guy slumped to the ground, asking in despair, "Are all the others dead?" Chiang Hai coldly confirmed, "Yes, the fat guy, the 4-eyed guy, the old man, and your 2 lackeys are all gone." The muscle guy stared at Chiang Hai, realizing this young man was no ordinary adventurer. "This isn't your first time in a dungeon, is it? Otherwise, you must have an extremely powerful title or profession, or both." Chiang Hai scratched his cheek, looking slightly flustered. "I thought you wouldn't expose me." The muscle guy began to bargain. "Now it's just me. It doesn't matter if I say it. If I cooperate to keep your secret and give you all the rewards from here, will you spare me?" He pointed to a unilateral contract scroll that had fallen from a dead teammate, offering to use it to bind his promise. Chiang Hai pressed his sword to the man's throat, his logic icy. "But if you die, my secret is still kept, and I save that unilateral contract." The muscle guy broke out in a sweat, trying to salvage the situation. "But then you won't get the dungeon's quest rewards. Between a contract and the rewards of a nearly impossible dungeon, which is more valuable?" Chiang Hai remained silent, his sharp gaze clearly weighing the offer. The muscle guy played his last card, warning that Yun Xiao Old Driver and his accomplices were definitely waiting outside the gate, and those scavenger vultures were no pushovers in combat. Outside the dungeon, Yun Xiao Old Driver and his accomplice in the vest were impatiently waiting beside the spatial gate. The man in the vest mocked Yun Xiao Old Driver for being overly cautious, asserting that no one would come out. Suddenly, the dungeon gate cracked and collapsed as Chiang Hai helped the muscle guy out, making Yun Xiao Old Driver freeze. "Wait, the dungeon collapsed? Did they clear it?" Chiang Hai helped the severely injured muscle guy stagger out from the remnants of the gate. Before the muscle guy could even shout, "No, watch out for the adventurer on the right. He's not simple. He might be," Chiang Hai had already shot forward like a ghost. Whoosh! With a swift sword strike, Chiang Hai stabbed straight into Yun Xiao Old Driver's chest, blood gushing like a fountain. His accomplice in the vest froze, stammering lone wolf while Chiang Hai's eyes glowed red, declaring his strategy. Kill the weak one first, along with 2 skill notifications. Dance with death and 1-hit kill. Chiang Hai stood over Yun Xiao Old Driver's corpse, his sword dripping blood, repeating coldly to the terrified man in the vest. "Kill the weak one first." The man in the vest roared in frustration, his eyes bloodshot. "Dongshan citizen that likes to write. How dare you?" Chiang Hai smirked, his face splattered with blood, retorting, "Do you think only you have the right to deceive and harm others, while the victims aren't allowed to seek revenge? Is that how it works?" The man in the vest activated his Cowardly Cat's escape title for increased speed, coated his dagger with poison, and yelled, "Shut up." Meanwhile, Chiang Hai, with his Lone Wolf title boosting both strength and speed, casually scoffed, "Oh, I'm so scared." Whoosh! Both of them lunged at each other with terrifying speed, leaving only blurry streaks of light in the air. Clang, clang. The sharp sound of metal clashing echoed repeatedly as their weapons struck each other, sparks flying. The yellow vest muscle guy watched from a corner, his eyes wide with shock, unable to keep up with the movements of the two. The yellow vest muscle guy thought to himself, despite considering himself knowledgeable, this battle completely surpassed the understanding of a level 5.5 adventurer like him. He muttered that this insane speed might even make level 7 or 8 adventurers surrender, and now he understood why people said legends were decided before level 5. Thwack! The man in the vest took a devastating blow, slamming into the wall and cursing. Scrambling to his feet, the man in the vest couldn't believe he was still slower than Chiang Hai, despite equipping a speed-boosting title. He fumed. This is insane. The man in the vest gritted his teeth and asked, "Don't tell me your agility stat is plus 17 or even plus 18? Chiang Hai merely gave a mysterious sneer, his sword still stained with blood. Why don't you guess? Provoked by Chiang Hai's attitude, the man in the vest could only grit his teeth in silence. Out of options, the man in the vest yelled, "Status board," and a virtual screen appeared on his arm. Chiang Hai smirked provocatively. "Done with the speed race already?" The man in the vest growled. "Of course," and pulled out a test tube containing a green liquid. Slam! He smashed the test tube on the ground, and a cloud of noxious green smoke enveloped his body. Chiang Hai watched cautiously as his opponent transformed within the toxic smoke. He transformed green poisonous veins bulging all over his body, declaring himself a toxin carrier and announcing, "This was originally for that combat expert guy, but using it on you works too." Clang! The man in the vest charged, his green poisoned dagger clashing fiercely with Chiang Hai's longsword. Greenish toxins spread, seeping deep into Chiang Hai's flesh as he parried the attack. Chiang Hai didn't retreat, swinging his sword to create a net of sharp green light in retaliation. The brown-haired scammer laughed maniacally, boasting loudly, "I see it now, your poison resistance is even weaker than a normal person's. You've run out of ways to resist, haven't you?" Chiang Hai remained silent, his sharp, cold gaze blocking the attack, even as blood splattered everywhere. Immediately, Chiang Hai counterattacked with a spinning slash, forcing the scammer to somersault to dodge. The scammer struggled to land, his poisoned dagger stabbing into the floor and skidding a long way. Chiang Hai stood there coldly, taunting, "Too slow, you're too slow. This level won't hurt me." Chiang Hai smirked, calmly asking, "Spider venom? Is this your trump card to take us down?" The scammer proudly explained that it was poison from a level 7 spider dungeon, specifically used to cripple the abilities of low-level adventurers. He held up 5 fingers, showing off his achievements. 4 level 5 adventurers have already fallen by my hand, and you'll be the 5th. Chiang Hai maintained a terrifyingly calm expression. "What's next? You surely don't just have this one trump card, do you? Bring it all out." The scammer was stunned, not expecting his opponent to be so calm despite being poisoned. Chiang Hai sneered, his eyes glinting with mockery. "Is that all you've got?" The scammer was furious, gritting his teeth. He roared, "Of course not. With the title Toxin Carrier, my breath, sweat, and blood are all poison. The longer we fight, the more the poison will seep in until you die." Watching from afar, the buff leader broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this strategy was too terrifying. If the fight didn't end quickly, Chiang Hai would surely die. The leader concluded that with this title, these vulture scammers were truly the bane of all adventurers below level 6. Chiang Hai suddenly said, "Understood," then activated something on his hand, and a virtual screen with the words "Survived Death" appeared. He glanced at the bewildered scammer, declaring coldly, "I overestimated you." Chiang Hai's status window appeared. Class Skill Dance with Death increases poison damage by 3 times. The title Survived Death and the Deathwalker class directly buff 4 points to Strength, Agility, and Perception. Chiang Hai coldly deactivated the Dance with Death skill, accepting the poison damage to return to normal, his gaze unwavering. The scammer lunged forward with his poisoned dagger, intending to deliver the finishing blow. Clang! With superior speed, Chiang Hai effortlessly blocked the attack with his sword. The vulture scammer couldn't believe his eyes, stammering, "Impossible. How can you be so fast?" Chiang Hai smirked provocatively. "Why don't you guess?" Without giving his opponent time to react, Chiang Hai stabbed the scammer's own dagger straight into his chest, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The scammer roared in pain, "Don't you dare be arrogant!" He swung his dagger desperately. The weak dagger slash cut through the air as Chiang Hai nimbly dodged. Too slow. Pathetically slow. "This level can't hurt me." Chiang Hai uttered words of contempt. The The vulture scammer wailed in despair, unable to accept the truth that a lone wolf was stronger than someone who specialized in hunting. Level 5 adventurers like him. Chiang Hai delivered the finishing sword thrust to his throat, blood gushing out like a fountain. He leaned close to the dying man's ear, coldly explaining, "Nothing is impossible. It's just that you've been in your comfort zone for too long, so you'll never see the realm of those who walk with death." The vulture scammer still tried to grasp the sword, unwilling to accept defeat. He still babbled that his path of hunting the weak was the right way to accumulate resources. Chiang Hai delivered a final verdict. "For ordinary people, you might be right, but for me, one who walks with death to the extreme." Thwack. With a decisive slash, the vulture scammer's shadow collapsed. It's not certain that even death cannot be overcome. Chiang Hai stood over his opponent's corpse, exuding an overwhelming aura. Hiding in the corner, the yellow vest muscle guy trembled, unable to believe such a strong individual was defeated so easily. The remaining vulture scammer with the ponytail was also stunned to see his comrade had fallen. Chiang Hai turned, putting a finger to his lips to signal silence, his eyes warning him to stay silent. The scene shifts to Yunxiao Hospital, a facility for adventurers seeking medical attention. Chiang Hai lay on his hospital bed, scrolling on his phone, muttering to himself about his bad luck. The room door swung open, and Shu Mao walked in with a fruit basket, surprising Chiang Hai. Shu Mao teased him about his bad luck. His first dungeon run, he encountered a monster immune to physical damage, and then he was ambushed by the vultures. Chiang Hai chuckled, boasting that thanks to that near-death experience, he had unlocked the title Survived Death. Shu Mao nodded in agreement, acknowledging it was a blessing in disguise, as every legend had been beaten down by overpowered monsters before reaching level 5. The blonde man seriously offered critical advice. "Never reveal your main title, as leaked information is even more dangerous than monsters in a dungeon." Chiang Hai laughed heartily, scratching his head as he thanked him for the valuable lesson. Shu Mao narrowed his eyes, revealing that he had investigated and knew the sole survivor, according to reports, wasn't skilled enough to solo 2 vultures. Just as Shu Mao was about to reveal his hand, a system notification popped up, asking Chiang Hai if he wanted to remove the title, and he immediately agreed. Stared at by Shu Mao, Chiang Hai casually asked, "Is there something on my face?" Shu Mao, unable to find any flaws, changed the subject, reporting that Trainer Go would soon return to Dongshan. Before leaving, Shu Mao told Chiang Hai to remember to return to the gym after recovering to begin Phase 2 of his physical training plan. Shu Mao walked away, but his expression remained thoughtful, clearly still harboring doubts. Left alone, Chiang Hai's eyes sharpened. He knew he had just barely passed a close inspection. The young man sat upright on the hospital bed, wary of everything around him. Then, his hospital roommate asked Chiang Hai if he intended to give up raiding. Chiang Hai admitted he didn't have the talent to become a legend, planning only to farm low-level dungeons to make some money and then retire. His roommate, however, believed Chiang Hai had potential. But first, he had to abandon his lone wolf habit. The other man explained, "Solo farming items in dungeons below level 10 was profitable, but from level 11 onwards, the difficulty skyrocketed. One person, no matter how strong, couldn't handle it alone." His roommate declared sagely, "To become a legend, you must form a team before level 10. Otherwise, if you get stuck at levels 11 to 15, you'll just be tricked and lose all opportunities." Chiang Hai lay on his hospital bed, muttering, pondering the concept of teamwork. The scene shifts to an upscale cafe, where an important meeting was about to take place. An old man in a suit was talking to a mysterious hooded woman. The old man placed 2 blurry photos on the table, declaring, "The vultures who killed my son are dead, and the one who killed them is one of these 2 survivors." Old man Cao Hua Wang, an influential magnate, asked the woman, "Who do you think is the benefactor who avenged my son?" The hooded woman looked up, her eyes gleaming strangely. She remained silent. She pointed directly at Chiang Hai's photo, and stated with certainty, "It's him." Meanwhile, at the morgue of Yunxiao City Hospital, an unusual event was unfolding. Morgue locker number 26 suddenly sparked with eerie electrical currents. A blue spatial gate opened right above the locker door, displaying a countdown message. Time until dungeon inversion: 16 hours, 28 minutes, and 22 seconds. The next day, Chiang Hai was discharged from the hospital, sitting alone on a park bench. A voice rang out, calling his name. Chiang Hai turned around with a questioning look. 2 thuggish-looking men approached, a blonde one and a tattooed one, asking mockingly, "You're Chiang Hai, the guy who cleared the Lake Banshee forest, right?" The younger brother of the Bad Fist brothers grinned widely. "We're interested in the reward you received. Name your price." Chiang Hai crossed his arms, coldly replying with a curt phrase, "Not interested." The blonde older brother sneered at his younger brother. "He says he's not selling, ha ha ha." While the younger brother's face began to darken, Chiang Hai glanced at them with killing intent, thinking to himself, "Do these guys really think I'm negotiating with them?" The younger brother lost patience, slung an arm over Chiang Hai's shoulder, and growled. In other words, cough up what you earned, right now. Otherwise, don't blame us. Just then, a nurse ran out and shouted loudly, breaking the tense atmosphere. "What are you doing? Get out. Don't bother our hospital's patients." The bad-fist older brother clicked his tongue and told his younger brother, "Shh. That annoying girl is here. Let's go, bro." The bad-fist brothers turned and left, leaving Chiang Hai on the bench and the nurse watching them with an annoyed expression. The nurse turned to Chiang Hai, confidently boasting that her brother was a level 10 adventurer, telling him to call her next time, which made Chiang Hai smirk meaningfully. Chiang Hai shook the nurse's hand, saying that he should be the one thanking her, which surprised her. The nurse burst into tears, explaining that her friend had died in the Lake Banshee forest, and she and her late friend's family were incredibly grateful to Chiang Hai for clearing out those wretched creatures. Chiang Hai smiled gently, responding with a sympathetic, "I understand." Suddenly, a blue spatial gate exploded open, and a notification board appeared. Time until dungeon inversion. 0 hours. The entire hospital was engulfed by a massive surge of dungeon energy, with blue lightning crackling violently. The nurse began to disintegrate in the blue light, only managing to utter a sound before vanishing. Chiang Hai watched the scene before him in horror, sweat pouring down as he realized this was a dungeon riot phenomenon. The hospital floor transformed into a swirling vortex of blue energy, pulling everyone into it. Chiang Hai's body also began to decompose into data blocks, his face showing extreme bewilderment. Whoosh! He was sucked into a blue light stream and vanished from the bench. Another beam of light shot down from the sky, carrying data blocks. Chiang Hai was thrown straight to the ground like a sack, the impact creating a swirl of dust. He scrambled to his feet, clutching his neck and wincing from the heavy impact. Chiang Hai's eyes widened, reflecting a completely unfamiliar scene. He looked up. Before him was a gloomy graveyard, filled with other people who had also been dragged in, all holding weapons. The system panel appeared. Graveyard Dungeon, Level 5. Mission: clear 100 skeletons and survive for 1 hour. The nurse, despite also being pulled in, tried to calm everyone and instructed them to check their missions, while another man whispered, "Impossible," in despair. A blue-haired adventurer named Joe Day grumbled irritably, wondering why he was dragged into a dungeon just for a dental checkup. Chiang Hai kept a cool head, silently calling up his status panel to analyze the situation. The mission panel clearly showed, Graveyard Dungeon, Level 5, 20 participants. Escape mission: eliminate 100 skeletons. Clear mission: survive for 1 hour. Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat, realizing this was a Level 5 survival dungeon, a truly deadly trap where many would surely perish. At the same time, at the Adventurers Association's Yunxiao branch, news of a beginner-level dungeon suddenly inverting at the hospital shook the entire building. Manager Shang Li answered the phone, his face paling as he heard that 20 people were missing, including his brother-in-law, Joe Day. Outside the hospital, a curious crowd had gathered behind the police warning tape. A luxurious car entered the cordoned-off area, and association staff quickly approached. Shang Li stepped out of the car, his face grim as he asked his subordinate, "What's the situation?" A staff member reported, "The list of 20 missing people is confirmed. 17 civilians, 3 adventurers. We've located the dungeon, but..." Shang Li lost his patience, growling, "But what?" Back in the dungeon, 2 adventurers were comparing their missions. Both had to eliminate 10 skeletons and survive for 1 hour. It seemed the missions for the small fry were identical. The bad-fist younger brother whispered to his older brother that their missions were different, and more importantly, Chiang Hai was also here. The older brother smirked, a deadly glint in his eyes as he thought of Chiang Hai. Chiang Hai decided he couldn't let the crowd descend into chaos, so he spoke up, calling for everyone to focus. He stood on a rock, shouting for everyone to pick up weapons and form groups of 3 to 5 to complete the mission and get out of there as quickly as possible. But he was immediately contradicted by a muscular man. The muscular man crossed his arms and sneered, inciting the crowd. What if he just wants to herd us away so he can hog all the dungeon treasures for himself? Chiang Hai was furious, silently cursing the ignorant fools who didn't know their place, still suspicious of each other, even with death looming. Suddenly, the nurse bravely stepped forward, pointing at Chiang Hai and loudly defending him. This man is a very strong adventurer. Just a few days ago, he solo cleared a difficult level dungeon. The nurse continued to persuade the crowd, recalling the abandoned building incident from the news and asserting that everyone should trust Chiang Hai's judgment. Chiang Hai thought to himself, even if he was misunderstood, at least the crowd was aware of the danger of this dungeon. Zhou Day, the blue-haired adventurer, questioned, if it's that dangerous, how are civilians like us supposed to complete the escape mission? Zhou De slyly continued, claiming that Chiang Hai's plan would abandon the old and the weak, trying to appear reasonable. The crowd of civilians began to murmur, agreeing with the blue-haired man's opinion that going in a group was the safest. Zhou De smirked, recalling his brother-in-law's teaching. Just incite the foolish crowd, and you'll gain the right to speak, forcing those adventurers to be their babysitters. He thought smugly, what if Chiang Hai could clear the novice dungeon? Once he cared about these civilians, his fate was sealed to be their babysitter. Chiang Hai sighed heavily, clearly disgusted with the shrimp-brained idiots in front of him. He turned to the frightened nurse and little boy, asking directly, do you trust me? The nurse clutched the little boy tightly, nodding decisively without a moment's hesitation. Chiang Hai declared, follow me. I will lead you all to complete the mission, then turned and walked away, with the nurse and the little boy immediately following. Zhou De saw his prey about to escape and shouted, who told you you could leave? Chiang Hai stopped short, the atmosphere suddenly becoming as tense as a drawn bowstring. The blue-haired man started playing the moral card. As the only experienced adventurer, shouldn't you stay and protect us? The agitated crowd also shouted in agreement, claiming that the stronger must protect the weaker. Chiang Hai merely smirked slightly. First, he coldly declared, I am not an official adventurer. I have no obligation to protect you. Zhou De froze. His brain hadn't processed what was happening. Chiang Hai's eyes flashed with a deadly red glint, and he growled, don't try to use morality to kidnap me, or I won't hesitate to break your legs before I leave. Overwhelmed by the killing intent, Zhou De was so scared he collapsed to the ground, his face drained of all color. The remaining civilians began to grumble behind Chiang Hai's back, criticizing his morality just because he wouldn't stay to be their free babysitter. The skeptical muscle guy who was so loud earlier now stood isolated, staring blankly at other capable individuals who were also following suit and leaving. He frantically shouted in vain, hey, where are you all going? The bad-fist younger brother explained to his older brother, he's right. The mission is to survive for 1 hour, and the later it gets, the harder it becomes. Better to leave early. He smirked disdainfully at the civilians. Besides, stay here to be morally kidnapped by them? We're not stupid. Meanwhile, at the Adventurers Association, the dungeon gate suddenly crackled with unstable dark blue energy streams. Shang Li, the association manager, sensed the abnormality and started sweating coldly. A female staff member nervously asked, Manager, is there something wrong with this dungeon? Shang Li gritted his teeth, his face tense as a drawn bowstring. The problem isn't whether there is one or not, but how many of those 20 individuals can survive and walk out in this 1 hour? Back in the dungeon, a skeleton emerged and the quest panel appeared. Kill 100 to open the escape route. Chiang Hai said nothing, swinging his sword in a clean arc, sending the skeleton monster's skull flying. He tossed a sword to the nurse and ordered, just imitate me. Aim for its neck as it emerges. The nurse tremblingly took the weapon, stammering, what about you? Chiang Hai stood still, even as a series of other skeletons clumsily crawled out of the surrounding graves. He coldly opened his system panel. As for me, a gigantic battle axe appeared in his hand, and Chiang Hai smirked, I'll use them to practice a bit. In another corner, the bad-fist older brother was smashing a skeleton soldier to pieces with his bare fists. His younger brother, standing behind him, let out a long yawn, looking bored because these small fry monsters were too weak. The tattooed younger brother yawned, telling his blonde older brother, bro, once we're done with these, let's switch shifts. Chiang Hai swung the gigantic battle axe, neatly cleaving a skeleton in half. The entire graveyard was now just piles of shattered bones beneath Chiang Hai's feet, the title Immortal Slayer appearing with immense power. Chiang Hai wiped his sweat, realizing the skeletons didn't revive infinitely. The difficulty of this dungeon was certainly not ordinary. After clearing the battlefield, Chiang Hai ordered the nurse and the little boy to follow him to another area. Meanwhile, the remaining people were screaming, struggling to fight each weak skeleton monster. Zhou De strained his neck and shouted, commanding the small fry to split into pairs, trying to hold on for another 40 minutes to clear the stage. 10 minutes passed, and the empty ground was left with only piles of shattered bones. 2 amateur adventurers began to feel complacent, thinking this was too easy, and scoffing at some expert who had been overly cautious. Hearing the foolish conversation, Zhou De could only grit his teeth and curse silently. Idiots. He knew very well that the weaker the opening monsters, the more terrifying the final boss. This dungeon's difficulty had been pushed to a super standard level. Jode bitterly looked at the quest board. Even though he had herded half the people away, he had only killed 4 skeletons, not enough to escape. He started to panic, biting his nails and calculating. Damn it, if there are no more skeletons in the last 10 minutes, I'll have to deal with 6 more myself. The survival quest's countdown timer was still running. Time waited for no one. A crunch echoed as the skull of the last skeleton was crushed. Chiang Hai shouldered his axe, turned back to ask his 2 companions, "Is the escape quest complete?" The little boy cheerfully raised his sword and reported loudly, "Yes." The nurse anxiously asked Chiang Hai, "What about you? How many more do you have?" The nurse awkwardly pushed up her glasses and weakly confessed, 8 more. Chiang Hai looked at the little boy, who had completed the quest, and secretly thought that the nurse had given all her chances to the kid. Chiang Hai shouldered his axe, told the little boy to escape first, and said they would all meet outside after farming the rest of the skeletons. Outside the dungeon, an association staff member was panicking. "No one has cleared it in 10 years? Manager Shang Li's face was taut like a bowstring, and he growled, "Not only that, all the survivors are rookies. While this dungeon is strong enough to wipe out even professionals." The ponytail staff member wondered, "Why is this dungeon so strange? Shouldn't stronger adventurers have a higher survival rate? Why is it the opposite?" Shang Li sweated profusely, explaining the dungeon's deadly mechanism. Because it has the expert's graveyard setting, the escape quest for rookies is 10 times easier. A dark knight in blue armor appeared as Shang Li revealed, and when a rookie completes the quest, a boss far exceeding the power limit will be released to hunt down all remaining individuals. Shang Li stared intently at the dungeon gate, screaming in his mind, "Jode, realize it quickly. The essence of this dungeon is a race to see who escapes first to survive." Inside the dungeon, the little boy without hesitation pressed the yes button on the exit request notification. The little boy waved goodbye. "Kind adventurer, nurse, goodbye." Chiang Hai and the nurse smiled and waved back at the kid's farewell. The little boy dissolved into particles of light, officially leaving the bone-filled battlefield. Chiang Hai turned to the nurse, acting like a senior. "Later, if we encounter more skeletons, I'll let you have them to complete your quest." Boom. The dungeon gate outside suddenly swirled violently, and blue energy erupted fiercely. A figure stepped out from the center of the swirl, and the crowd outside shouted, "Someone completed the escape quest and came out." The little boy stepped out of the gate, still a bit bewildered by the sudden change. All the association staff, led by Shang Li, gaped. "Why is it a child?" A system notification echoed everywhere. "Adventurer 020 has left the dungeon. Graveyard has entered Phase 2. Inside, the remaining adventurers received the notification, some openly envious, others confused, asking, "What the hell is Phase 2? Jode's expression darkened, realizing this damned dungeon was actually a speed race. He spun around, calling the names of his 2 trusted disciples, Lu Ming, Wang Zhiyong. Jode gave a brief order to the 2 who had just been called. "You 2, follow me." In another corner of the graveyard, the Bad Fist younger brother asked his older brother, "Brother, someone completed the quest. Could it be that Chiang Hai guy?" The Bad Fist older brother scoffed, dismissing it. "No way. He still has to drag 2 dead weights and find 100 skeletons. It's not that easy." The Bad Fist younger brother wondered who that person was, while the Bad Fist older brother scratched his head, trying to figure out who had outsmarted him. Suddenly, both of them felt a terrifying pressure emanating from the distant mountaintop. A pitch-black silhouette appeared on the mountaintop. The system panel displayed, "Death Knight Claude, Challenger rank. The final boss has appeared." Meanwhile, Jode's group of 3 was striding through a graveyard filled with tombstones. Wang Zhiyong began to grumble. "It's fine to tell us to follow, but at least explain why. We haven't encountered any skeletons yet." Lu Ming snapped, "Shut up. He must have a reason for doing this. Didn't you notice he only called us after the quest bar changed?" Lu Ming continued to speculate, believing that Jode knew more about this dungeon than they thought. Jode suddenly stopped, causing the 2 behind him to halt in confusion. From behind Jode, an army of skeletons crawled out of the graves, ready for battle. All 3 immediately took their stances, energy surging around their weapons. Jode coldly ordered, "Prepare for battle." The leftover adventurers began to wail, regretting having driven away the expert and now feeling abandoned. A colossal black shadow enveloped them, the clatter of hooves echoing, signaling that death had come knocking. Another bald adventurer and his 2 followers also sensed the change, their faces filled with questions. The bald adventurer's eyes, along with those of the Bad Fist brothers, simultaneously sharpened. The real game had just begun. Death Knight Claude appeared majestically on his bone steed, the aura of a final boss blazing fiercely amidst the graveyard. At the same time, the skeptical muscle guy furiously yelled Jode's name for being left behind, while Jode's team was locked in a fierce battle with a swarm of skeleton soldiers. Jode dodged an attack and grumbled to Lu Ming, "How many more are left?" Lu Ming glanced at the quest screen and urgently reported, "3 more." Jode ordered the team to hurry, to just hunt down the remaining small groups of skeletons, but then he froze as he saw the number of survivors plummeting. 12, 11, 9. Realizing something was wrong, Jode and Lu Ming both spun around to look towards the campsite. Lu Ming panicked. "What did you say?" Surrounded by skeletons, the nurse trembled and grabbed Chiang Hai, asking about Phase 2. Chiang Hai nonchalantly sliced a skeleton away, simply explaining that the monsters would get stronger, then got straight to the point. "How's your escape quest coming along?" The nurse quickly opened her status panel to check. Her eyes widened, and her mouth hung open in astonishment. The notification panel clearly showed only 4 over 19 survivors left. Her quest was to eliminate 10 skeleton soldiers, 8 completed. She shrieked, "Chiang Hai, something's wrong. Everyone's dead. There are only 4 of us left." The Death Knight stood tall amidst a pool of blood, surrounded by the corpses of the small fry adventurers who had been wiped out. Claude's eyes swept around, muttering as he located his targets. 2 on the left, 2 on the right. The spectral steed neighed, rearing up, ready to charge into the hunt. Claude tugged the reins, and the horse shot forward like a blue lightning bolt. He decided to deal with the targets on the left first. Jode broke into a sweat, explaining the tense situation. "They say the dungeon boss has appeared. If we want to live, we have to go back and find the escape route near the boss," Lu Ming argued, his neck veins bulging. "Don't joke around. How are we supposed to complete the quest amidst a swarm of skeletons? Even with Wang Ji-yong here, we couldn't do it." Before he could finish, both saw the shadow of the Death Knight charging from afar. There was no more time to farm small fry soldiers. Whoosh! Claude closed in an instant. His sharp spearhead pointed directly at the 2 men, frozen in shock. Death Knight Claude smirked, muttering as he counted fates. 1 more, and 2 on the right. Jode only managed to utter a desperate plea for help before the spear of death swept past. Against a backdrop of blood red, the Death Knight's dark silhouette on horseback swept away the 2 adventurers in an instant. Chiang Hai, now clad in iron armor, sat down to rest and asked the nurse, who was finishing her quest, how she was doing. Thwack! The nurse's sword plunged straight into a skeleton's skull, cleanly finishing it off. The nurse sighed in relief upon completing her quest, while Chiang Hai stood up and stretched, preparing for the real battle. The nurse turned back, reporting loudly to Chiang Hai, "I'm fine." Chiang Hai glanced at her, his voice calm but resolute. "Leave the sword here. You go first." Suddenly, Chiang Hai's eyes flashed. A Deathwalker's senses signaled deadly danger approaching. Before the nurse could understand what was happening, Death Knight Claude appeared silently behind her, like a ghost. Chiang Hai roared, "Get down!" and lunged like an arrow, activating his class skill, Dance with Death. Claude's spear thrust forward, mere centimeters from the nurse's face. She froze completely in terror. Clang! Chiang Hai appeared in the nick of time, raising his poisoned dagger to block the Death Knight's spear. The Death Knight paused slightly, seemingly surprised that a mere shrimp could block his attack. Chiang Hai gritted his teeth and strained, the dagger in his hand beginning to show cracks under the immense pressure. Crack! The dagger shattered, the impact force sending both Chiang Hai and the nurse flying backward. Claude's warhorse reared up, ready to deliver a finishing stomp, as Chiang Hai struggled to land. Chiang Hai panted, gritting his teeth as he admitted a harsh truth. Too strong. Immediately, a blazing red warning panel appeared before him. Warning: Adventurer has encountered a boss-level monster. The system spammed notifications, confirming Chiang Hai was facing a boss and activating a series of impressive titles, directly buffing strength, agility, and perception by 4 points. The final notification displayed a simple but gunpowder-scented message. "Good luck, adventurer." Chiang Hai spun around, growling at the petrified nurse. "Understand?" he yelled directly at her. "You'll only be in the way if you stay here." The nurse wasn't a damsel in distress. She yelled back, "I know," and urged Chiang Hai to survive and return. With a whoosh, the nurse dashed out of the dungeon gate, surprising the association members waiting outside. The little boy who had escaped earlier cheered happily upon recognizing her. "It's the nurse." A female association staff member quickly caught the staggering nurse, urgently asking, "Is anyone else alive inside?" The nurse could only gasp. Still, while manager Shang Li stood behind her, his expression grim. Back on the battlefield, Chiang Hai was getting utterly thrashed by the cyan-haired boss, their two swords clashing with sparks. Chiang Hai gritted his teeth, parrying a heaven-shattering slash. The boss's immense strength forced him to retreat. He admitted this fight was too unbalanced in both speed and strength. Even if he could sense the next attack, one mistake would mean instant death. Chiang Hai swung his sword, deflecting a treacherous thrust, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. The boss gave him no time to breathe, charging with terrifying speed, making Chiang Hai curse under his breath. Unable to dodge, too late to block, Chiang Hai decided to twist his body, taking the full thrust to his hip to protect his heart. Thud! The sword pierced through his armor, the immense force sending Chiang Hai flying like a broken kite, tearing up the ground. The cyan-haired boss sneered, showing contempt for its weak prey. It began to lecture, admitting that despite the vast power difference, Chiang Hai's endurance until now was a miracle. Severely wounded, Chiang Hai still struggled to his feet, leaning on his sword and panting, prompting the boss to utter one word: impressive. With a mouthful of blood, Chiang Hai mumbled, wondering if the boss was trying to communicate, but he quickly dismissed it. Now was not the time for such nonsense. He gritted his teeth, blood oozing, forcing his brain to work at full capacity to find a way to survive. Standing amidst the graveyard, facing the tyrannical cyan-haired boss, Chiang Hai desperately sought a way to survive. Outside, at the association headquarters, Shang Li watched the stopwatch tick past 5 minutes and 03 seconds. The manager coldly declared, "Time's up." Shang Li ordered his staff to compile the situation report. 17 civilians caught inside. 2 survivors. 3 low-level adventurers participated. None made it out alive. The nurse, who had just escaped, protested in a panic. "What are you saying? It's only been 5 minutes." The little boy with her also cried out in agreement, still trusting the person who had saved him. Shang Li bluntly crushed their hopes, telling them not to harbor any more illusions. He explained the power disparity, stating that even an adventurer of his caliber, level 9, wouldn't dare solo this boss for more than 15 minutes. His words were illustrated by a scene of Chiang Hai being impaled through and through. He asserted that a level 5 rookie lasting 5 minutes was already the limit, and now, he was surely dead. Hearing the shocking news, the nurse and the little boy were stunned, unable to believe the cruel truth. The nurse broke down, sobbing and blaming herself, saying that because they were a burden, Chiang Hai couldn't escape. Standing before the dungeon gate, Shang Li coldly confirmed, "Yes, it's all your fault." He declared that the person most likely to survive and clear this dungeon was Jode. Shang Li scoffed disdainfully, completely dismissing Chiang Hai from his calculations. He handed over the registration of the 2 survivors to his subordinate, then said he was going for a smoke. The ponytail staff member anxiously asked about handling the wide-open dungeon gate. Shang Li lit his cigarette and explained the procedure. For this type of uncontrolled dungeon, just register the survivors and abandon it. Once everyone inside dies, it will close on its own. Shang Li gave the staff member a chilling remark, telling her to stay and guard it to the end if she was worried, then turned and walked away without looking back. Inside the dungeon, Chiang Hai was impaled through and through by the cyan-haired boss, bleeding profusely, left dangling on the spear tip. The boss coldly withdrew its weapon, declaring curtly, "You're done." Chiang Hai could only endure the pain in silence, blood continuously gushing from his mouth and wounds. The boss swung its weapon, blasting Chiang Hai far away with a powerful attack. The boss looked down at its prey, sneering that it eagerly awaited Chiang Hai's performance after being resurrected as an undead. Without further ado, the boss began to gather a massive orb of dark energy in its hand. A surging wave of dark purple magic was unleashed, aimed directly at the motionless Chiang Hai. The boss swung its greatsword, delivering a destructive slash towards Chiang Hai. A colossal explosion of dark purple energy engulfed everything, its destructive power utterly terrifying. The boss stood there admiring its ultimate technique, surrounded by still seething dark energy. The entire graveyard battlefield was ravaged. Chiang Hai lay gasping amidst the ruins. Lying on the brink of life and death, Chiang Hai whispered in his consciousness, "I won the bet." He had calculated that for this boss, an intact corpse for resurrection was far more valuable. Chiang Hai used his last shred of consciousness to activate something. System notification. The gift from the Death God's domain has been activated. Chiang Hai has met the conditions for the gift. Not even undead can kill me. The next notification appeared. Initiating Death's salvation process. A healing light enveloped Chiang Hai's body. The fatal wound on his chest began to miraculously heal. Chiang Hai's entire body emitted a restorative light, signaling an unimaginable comeback about to unfold. The system announced a brand new chilling location. Dungeon level? Great Lord Skeleton's Undead Kingdom. A boss-like figure with cyan hair and spiky black armor appeared with his skeletal warhorse, his crimson eyes sweeping across the space. He waved his hand, and a dark energy orb was summoned, soaring away like a deadly shooting star. The dark energy struck the ground, summoning a shadow that rose from beneath the earth. A new figure appeared, Kurode, the Dark Knight Messenger, a level 16 legendary creature, questioning the cyan-haired boss. Didn't the Great Lord Skeleton send you to recruit at the graveyard? Why are you back so soon? The cyan-haired boss reported. I found a rookie adventurer qualified to be a colleague. It would be a waste to make him a mere skeleton soldier, so I plan to ask the Great Lord Skeleton to make him a provisional Dark Knight. Kurode looked doubtful, scratching his head. A colleague? The maximum entry level for the graveyard is only 5, isn't it? Those newbies haven't even found their professions yet. How could they become powerhouses? The cyan-haired boss merely remained silent, his sharp gaze conveying all his confidence. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai had fully revived, sitting amidst a bone field, sweating profusely as he recalled the life-and-death battle. That was too dangerous. Even with another life, there was no chance of winning. He looked at the system panel displayed before his eyes. The notification panel confirmed. The gift from the death domain, not even undead can kill me, has been used. Chiang Hai frowned, realizing something illogical. The quest was reported as complete, so why hasn't the exit option appeared yet? Cold sweat began to trickle down his back, a premonition of ill omen. Do I have to fulfill some special condition to escape? His sword began to gather energy, ready for any contingency. Chiang Hai stood up, taking a stance, deciding to act quickly. I need to escape before that night monster realizes I'm not dead yet. Half an hour later, outside, the dungeon gate remained wide open, and the nurse and the little boy cheered excitedly. The gate isn't closed yet. Chiang Hai is still alive and fighting. The association's ponytail staff member, seeing the unusual situation, panicked and ran off. I'll go find Manager Shang. Manager Shang Li sat alone on the stairs, taking a somber drag from his cigarette. Zhou Dai died in the dungeon. His older sister and the other survivors all know, and if we don't handle this carefully, we're screwed. The ponytail staff member rushed over, calling out loudly, Manager Shang. Shang Li looked up with an annoyed expression, stubbing out his cigarette. What's got you so flustered? The ponytail staff member reported in a panic. The dungeon gate is still open even though it's past closing time. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai stood amidst the bone field, a system notification appearing from his chest. The notification panel appeared, hint. A combined settlement holds higher value than an individual settlement. Chiang Hai didn't hesitate, muttering, combined settlement. The system began the reward summation process. The results panel appeared with a dazzling S rank. Survived against a legendary grade undead. Received tons of new titles. The hidden skill Feigned Death, and a pile of excellent items, including an invitation ticket to a special dungeon. Chiang Hai pondered, realizing the undead knight was named Kurode and was legendary grade, wondering why a level 5 dungeon would have such an overpowered boss. He brushed aside his doubts, decisively pressing the yes button to exit this freak dungeon. Outside, Shang Li froze, sweating profusely as he realized something. The staff member pointed towards the still active dungeon gate, shouting, Manager Shang, look. She turned to ask Shang Li with a worried expression what it meant for a low-level dungeon not to close. Shang Li's face was tense as he analyzed. There are two possibilities. Either the adventurers cleared the quest but failed to escape, or the dungeon has evolved. The nurse and the little boy standing nearby quickly objected, insisting it must be the first case. Another staff member dismissed it, arguing that this graveyard dungeon was impossible, so it was highly likely it had mutated. Suddenly, the dungeon gate erupted with a fierce surge of green energy, and the little boy cheered. Someone's coming out. Chiang Hai stepped out majestically from the energy vortex, looking battered but radiating an extraordinary aura. The nurse joyfully recognized him, while Chiang Hai looked at everyone and calmly said, So, everyone's here. He even joked that he had been worried about everyone, leaving Shang Li stunned, unable to believe someone had conquered that damned dungeon. The scene shifted to a gloomy, eerie castle under the night sky. Great Lord Skeleton's castle. Inside the grand hall, the cyan-haired boss knelt before the throne, respectfully reporting, My king. In the gloomy hall, the Great Lord Skeleton sat on his throne, speaking with authority. This is the first time you've willingly visited me since you came to live in the graveyard, isn't it? The final boss's portrait was revealed. Great Lord Skeleton. A skeleton wearing golden armor, eyes burning with fire, with power and level stats both marked with question marks. He called out to his subordinate, Kurode, The scene shifts to a clean, modern interrogation room at the Adventurers Association. Xiang Li, the association's manager, smiled meaningfully at Chiang Hai. Do you know you've just become the first adventurer in the world to clear the graveyard dungeon? Chiang Hai feigned surprise, pointing at himself. The first? Me? Xiang Li confirmed, explaining that although the graveyard is only a low-level dungeon, it's extremely famous, and this achievement will attract the attention of major guilds from the capital. The manager smirked, emphasizing that, among them, of course, were the official state-affiliated guilds. Chiang Hai adjusted his glasses, immediately understanding the situation. So, it's the recruitment phase now. Xiang Li slammed the table, asserting that Chiang Hai's performance had proven the potential of a super rookie, a rare commodity that Fujian province sees fewer than 10 of in a year. As the head of the underground dungeons in Yunxiao City, Xiang Li firmly declared that he couldn't miss such a talent. Meanwhile, in the hallway outside, the little boy and the nurse were still anxiously waiting. The little boy wondered, why isn't Chiang Hai out yet? The little boy suddenly had a thought, turning to ask the nurse, Nurse, do you think that Xiang Li is trying to swallow Chiang Hai's reward? The kid continued to speculate, believing that was the only reason for a private conversation. While the nurse hesitated, I don't think so. The little boy angrily shouted, I wouldn't be so shameless. As soon as the door opened, the little boy rushed forward and grabbed Xiang Li's shirt, while the manager just puffed out his chest, disdainfully. Furthermore, I'm not interested in loot from a level 5 dungeon, understand? Xiang Li growled, veins bulging on his face. It's hard to say. Just because you don't need it doesn't mean your family doesn't want it. Chiang Hai stepped out, gently patting the little boy's head to stop the argument. Don't talk nonsense. We talked for a long time because we were discussing the details of joining the Adventurers Association. The little boy was utterly shocked, clutching his head and wailing. Really? Chiang Hai, you want to be a civil servant? Chiang Hai broke into a sweat, realizing the kid's attitude. It seems you have a bit of a prejudice against the Adventurers Association. The little boy explained that someone as strong as Chiang Hai should establish his own guild instead of being tied down, then mentioned the protagonist in the book Immortal Adventurer, making Chiang Hai secretly think, should I tell them I'm actually the author of that book? Chiang Hai casually dropped a bombshell. I am the author of Immortal Adventurer, leaving the kid and the nurse frozen in place. The protagonist merely adjusted his glasses, maintaining his cool and inscrutable expression. The nurse suddenly looked worried, asking why Chiang Hai hadn't eaten anything. After a moment of hesitation, the nurse unexpectedly pleaded, Chiang Hai, please don't join the Adventurers Association. Chiang Hai turned, his sharp gaze asking a single question. Why? The nurse recounted, her voice trembling, that her brother and his friends used to say most freelancers regretted joining the association. Chiang Hai continued to press, wanting to know the specific reason behind that rumor. The nurse recalled the horrified expressions of her brother's friends, asserting that for them, joining the association was something utterly terrifying. All three fell silent, the atmosphere in the cafe suddenly becoming heavy. Chiang Hai smiled reassuringly, promising to think carefully, which made the nurse sigh in relief. The scene shifts. A red-haired woman slammed the table, pointing directly at Xiang Li and shouting, Murderer! You let that guy in, and my brother died. It turned out this was Zhou Chang, the granddaughter of the late legendary adventurer Zhou Jianming, who had come to the association office to cause a scene. Xiang Li puffed out smoke, explaining that inviting Chiang Hai was to protect him, because the dungeon he had just cleared was too special, and would soon attract the attention of the adventurer community nationwide. Zhou Chang snapped, refusing to accept the reason, arguing that waiting for Chiang Hai to reach level 15 was too long, and demanding he be eliminated by next week. Xiang Li looked tired, replying dismissively, All right, I understand. The manager extinguished his cigarette, a sinister glint in his eyes. In that case, we'll have to resort to indirect measures. Night fell over an old apartment complex, signaling a conspiracy about to begin. In a dark room, a man sat before a professional computer setup, looking like a true hacker. This man was Old Huang, a dungeon information broker, who received a message from someone with the nickname No Etiquette about valuable information related to the graveyard dungeon. No. Etiquette dropped a shocking message. A few hours ago, someone cleared the graveyard, leaving Old Huang utterly shocked. Zhou Chang glared angrily at Xiang Li. Is that all? Are you sure? Xiang Li sneered, explaining that while the rewards from a level 5 dungeon weren't worth a professional's time, they were a juicy bait for resource-starved wanted criminals. On the laptop screen, the manager sent the personal information of the dungeon clearer to the information broker Old Huang, confirming that the vultures in Fujian and Guangdong would soon come sniffing for fame. In a dark cinema, Gao Chengyang, a level 7 Class A wanted criminal, received a message about new prey and smirked like a hunting beast. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai drank water while calling to confirm. My personal information will be entered into the official system in 3 days, right? On the other end, Shangli stood on the balcony smoking, casually suggesting, I remember you, Cheng, from Dongshan. How about I arrange temporary accommodation for you for a few days? Chiang Hai flatly refused, his eyes glancing at the nurse and the little boy at the counter. No need. I have business in Dongshan. I'll be back in 3 days. Shang Li smiled smoothly in agreement. All right, we'll talk again in 3 days. The manager hung up, his phone screen still displaying Chiang Hai's name. Shang Li took a long drag from his cigarette, his icy gaze fixed on the night, muttering to himself. That is, if you're still alive in 3 days. The next day, in Dongshan City, Chiang Hai had returned to his apartment. As he stepped inside, he froze. Seeing a swirling purple dungeon gate in the middle of his living room, Chiang Hai wondered blankly. I've only been gone a few days, but why does the dungeon gate feel bigger? He cautiously approached, reaching his hand towards the chaotic energy gate. His hand touched the energy barrier, and a blinding white light erupted. A blazing red system notification appeared, blocking his way. You cannot enter the dungeon until you reach level 6. Chiang Hai immediately analyzed, purple energy emanating from his fingertips. Level 6 requirement, meaning this dungeon is now somewhere between level 6 and 10. He calculated, his eyes sharp. I'm level 5. I just need to clear 1 or 2 more level 5 dungeons to level up. Without wasting a second, Chiang Hai plopped onto the sofa, pulling out his phone to browse the forum. Let's see if there were any recruitment posts for level 5 dungeons in the Dongshan area last time. He scrolled through a series of posts and cheered when he found what he needed. Perfect. It's still here. Without hesitation, Chiang Hai messaged the recruiter directly. May I ask what the recruitment criteria are? The recruiter replied immediately. Requirements are having cleared a level 5 dungeon, possessing a combat title, signing a temporary contract, and paying an entrance fee of 1 to 3 black market coins after completion. Sweating profusely from lifting weights, Shu Mao answered the phone with a puzzled expression. Black market coins? Why are you asking about that? Chiang Hai casually fabricated a story. I was browsing the forum and saw adventurers all using black market coins instead of cash, so I got curious. Shu Mao explained during his break that apart from low-level dungeon entry fees and junk sold by newbies, professionals exclusively traded with black market coins. Chiang Hai still wondered, what's so special about them? Why not just use cash for speed? Shu Mao explained in detail. Black market coins mainly drop from level 10 dungeons and above. They're rare and very valuable, but their specific uses aren't clear to me either. Chiang Hai smirked, revealing his true intentions. So how can someone like me, not yet level 10, earn some black market coins? Shu Mao enthusiastically offered a tip. Newbies can sell junk at the ghost market. Are you going tonight? I'll take you to the ghost market in Dongshan. Night fell, and the ghost market appeared with its cramped alleys, tangled wires, and people bustling like a shuttle. Shu Mao walked and introduced. The ghost market in Dongshan only opens from 2 to 4 a.m. on Mondays. The ratio of adventurers to ordinary people is only 1/10, or even less. The two walked past stalls displaying all sorts of bizarre bottles and jars. Shu Mao warned. The vendors here are all bait-and-switch artists. Newbies are easily scammed. Chiang Hai scratched his chin, making a simple comparison. Sounds like an antique market. Shu Mao patted his shoulder, advising Chiang Hai not to rush into selling but to scout prices first, then waved goodbye as he had personal business. Chiang Hai stood alone amidst the bustling crowd, beginning his journey to explore the treacherous night market. He thought to himself about Shu Mao, nodding. It's hard to say, but he seems like a good person. Chiang Hai told himself, his eyes filled with determination. All right, let's make the most of this time. Ghost market, here I come. He passed a stall displaying spoils from a kobold dungeon, including a few bones and 2 skulls, priced from 1 to 5 yuan. A middle-aged vendor was loudly advertising his weapon stall to an adventurer with a backpack. Chiang Hai continued strolling, passing another stall displaying blue elemental stones. Amidst the chaotic ghost market, Chiang Hai noticed a man sitting on the ground hawking his wares, exuding a distinct aura. His sign clearly read, seeking drops from low-level succubus-themed dungeons, prioritizing summoning and counter items. Chiang Hai immediately calculated in his mind that this man was definitely targeting the succubus forest dungeon. He didn't hesitate to approach and ask directly, Hey friend, are you looking for something I have? In Chiang Hai's mind, 2 unique items appeared. A succubus summoning flute and a sword anointed with holy oil. He crossed his arms, feigning a seasoned player's demeanor, and asked, "Of course, how much are you offering?" The man in the baseball cap smirked, seemingly having found the right person. The customer, acting knowledgeable, said, "I need to see the goods first. If they're good, the price isn't an issue." Chiang Hai played a psychological trick, asking the man to wait half an hour for him to retrieve the items, and warned, "Hurry up. If someone else sells me what I want, I won't buy from you anymore." Half an hour later, under the moonlight, Chiang Hai returned and declared that he had the goods. He presented a harmonica flute and a short sword, exactly what the man needed. The customer picked up the flute, examined it, and then named his price. "This flute can indeed attract succubi. I'll pay 6 black market coins." Chiang Hai remained calm, but the customer began scrutinizing the sword. He began his impressive sales pitch. "It has the sanctified attribute, dealing an additional 2 damage to evil creatures, and grants immunity to physical damage from succubi." The customer showed extreme interest in the high-quality item. He immediately closed the deal. "Then this sword is 8 coins. Let's exchange WeChat IDs, so we can trade conveniently if you have good items later." Chiang Hai agreed, and the two quickly exchanged contact information. The transaction complete, the customer waved goodbye. "Safe travels." Chiang Hai left, clutching a heavy bag of coins, while the mysterious customer remained seated, watching his figure disappear into the crowd, and the man's true identity was revealed. Level 7 Adventurer, Class A Wanted Criminal, Gao Cheng Yong. A motley crew gathered at the park, preparing for a new dungeon expedition, looking anything but a professional team. The blonde man introduced himself as C, the owner of the Level 5 Goblin Dungeon entry slot, acting jovial after making everyone wait for nearly an hour. C introduced the female adventurer, Miss Lin, from the association, boasting that this expedition was officially registered to reassure everyone, ensuring no vultures would interfere. Next was a trio who appeared experienced, advertised by C as reliable teammates, though the headband veteran seemed displeased with the wait. The investor for the venture appeared, a pot-bellied boss named Mr. Wang from a real estate company, claiming he was just an ordinary person tagging along to observe. Finally, C introduced Chiang Hai and a lazy girl who was engrossed in her phone, asserting that both were above level 3, skilled enough to be support. Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat, a premonition telling him something was amiss, as he once again had to deal with a dungeon owner in a park. After the introductions, the entire team began to follow C to the location of the Goblin Dungeon. The group walked along a paved path, and C thoughtfully reminded everyone to prepare food and drinks because the journey was still long. From behind a tree, Gao Cheng Yong, in disguise, smirked sinisterly, muttering that he had guessed Chiang Hai didn't use the ghost market money but exchanged it for strategic tickets to low-level dungeons. The team's SUV rolled along the highway, heading straight for a secluded area. The group continued on foot down a forest trail deep into the woods. The atmosphere began to grow tense. Mr. Wang, drenched in sweat, panted as he asked C how much further they had to go, clearly unable to keep up with the stamina of an ordinary person. C turned back with a bright smile, reassuring them that the dungeon entrance was just ahead. The headband veteran looked suspicious, questioning C how he found a dungeon entrance in such a remote place. C nonchalantly replied that he didn't find it himself, but bought the information from a local hiker. Miss Lin, the female adventurer, interjected disdainfully, scoffing that in this day and age, there were still fools who sold dungeon entrances instead of exploring them themselves. Chiang Hai spoke up to explain, suggesting that the Goblin Cave was too difficult for newcomers. A group of hikers had discovered it, but only one person ultimately returned alive. C chimed in, recounting that the survivor sold the information in exchange for items and shared the money with the families of the deceased, considering it a reasonable choice. The headband veteran was not easily fooled. He stated thoughtfully, "I don't think things are as simple as you or the informant claim." Suspected by the headband veteran, C snapped at Miss Lin. "We've done business together multiple times and you're still so suspicious?" The group finally trudged to the dungeon entrance, a bizarre green spatial vortex appearing in the middle of the forest. Miss Lin pulled out a book to cross-reference, confirming this gate was identical to the entrance of a level 5 forest terrain dungeon. After Lin completed the risk assessment, C turned to the headband veteran, with a smug look. "All right, are you reassured now?" The 8-person team stood before the dungeon entrance, ready to begin the game. Suddenly, C raised a hand to stop Chiang Hai, surprising both the protagonist and the lazy girl. C reconfirmed the mission. "We'll handle clearing out the goblins, and your job is to protect Mr. Wang. No objections?" Mr. Wang puffed out his beer belly, smugly boasting that thanks to his sponsorship, the tickets for the small fry were so cheap then entrusted his 200 caddies of flesh to Chiang Hai. The lazy girl spoke up, wondering why her starting mission was to hunt goblins, different from the team's overall mission. C smirked, replying nonchalantly, "Then we'll prioritize your mission first, and complete the dungeon afterward." The lazy girl seemed satisfied, as she could easily claim her reward, and Chiang Hai also nodded in agreement. The group began opening their personal status screens, preparing to confirm their missions before entering the gate. The headband veteran asked his two subordinates about their missions, and both reported, "Kill 2 goblins." C explained that the starting missions in this dungeon were distributed based on the adventurer's levels. Mr. Wong nodded, seemingly understanding, and muttered, "No wonder my mission is different from hers." C cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention to begin the final assignments. C announced that the mission for Dongshan citizen that likes to write and today is also very lazy was to ensure Mr. Wong's safety, so they would prioritize completing their goblin hunting mission first. The entire team unanimously agreed, and Chiang Hai also nodded while still reviewing his mission panel. Chiang Hai rechecked his mission and paused. His mission wasn't to kill regular goblins, but to engage with the warrior goblin and participate in slaying the warrior goblin. 2 hours passed in the dense forest. Crash! A goblin was stomped flat, purple blood spurting out like ketchup. Chiang Hai calmly watched the adventurers clear out the small goblins, then offered one to the headband veteran. "Don't want this one? Just kill it." Mr. Wong wiped his sweat, putting on a superior air. "Level 5 dungeon monsters are only this much? They look so weak." The headband veteran scoffed, explaining that these were just the small fry. The real deal was deeper inside. He lit a cigarette, speaking like an expert. "Usually it takes 3 to 5 strong adventurers to take down a warrior goblin. These guys aren't even close." Mr. Wong's eyes lit up, as if he finally understood. The team arrived at the main lair entrance, and C explained that a goblin tribe usually only had 1 warrior, so there was nothing to worry about. Team leader C continued to reassure them. In this world, only 1 team has ever encountered 2 warrior goblins at once. The probability of that is almost 0. Hearing that, Mr. Wong breathed a sigh of relief. "Then I'm at ease." No sooner had he finished speaking, 2 formidable creatures lumbered out of the shadows, a level 5 warrior goblin and another boss of level. Immediately after, an entire swarm of red-eyed goblins roared and charged out like a disturbed beehive. The headband veteran roared, ordering his subordinates, "Be quick and decisive. Don't let any of them escape to report back." The vanguard immediately rushed into combat, slashing down the goblins pouring out of the cave entrance. In the back, Miss Lin's face changed color, sensing trouble. "We're in trouble." Meanwhile, C was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening. C turned to ask with a bewildered expression, "What do you mean?" She analyzed sharply, while the vanguard was still making short work of the goblins. "Since entering the dungeon, we've encountered 4 waves of monsters. This number is highly unusual." Her face paled, cold sweat beading. "We might have hit the jackpot." Meanwhile, Mr. Wong turned to strike up a conversation with the lazy girl. "You're already so rich, why do you still need to be an adventurer?" The masked girl glanced over, replying nonchalantly, "If you don't want to miss out on any dungeons, just invest in adventurers with potential." The fat man ridiculously puffed out his chest in pride. "Ironically, I became an adventurer to lose weight," leaving her speechless. Lazy girl broke out in a sweat, wondering, "Wait, what does losing weight have to do with being an adventurer?" Mr. Wong excitedly boasted, "It's amazing. There's a profession where you don't need to exercise, you just meditate to burn fat and increase strength." He continued smugly, "See, it's perfect for a rich but lazy person like me." This left lazy girl speechless, her face turning purple. She muttered with a bored expression, "Spending a fortune just to lose weight. The world of the rich is truly incomprehensible." Suddenly, a voice echoed from behind as a pair of iron-booted feet approached. "What are you all talking about?" Chiang Hai appeared in shining chainmail, grinning widely. "Can I join you?" Mr. Wong immediately gave a thumbs up, his eyes sparkling. "You even prepared chainmail?" Chiang Hai is truly a professional. Lazy girl turned to Chiang Hai and asked, "Were you wearing this armor when you entered the dungeon?" Chiang Hai stretched and replied casually, "Yeah, without it, it'd probably have been dead long ago." "On the contrary, I don't understand why you all aren't wearing armor." Thwack! A goblin was struck directly in the head by a spiked mace, purple blood splattering as it died on the spot. The headband veteran stood amidst a pile of goblin corpses, wiping sweat and signaling, "Okay, we're done." He turned to Miss Lin and C, ordering, "Shift change. You two handle the next wave of goblins." C enthusiastically clapped his hands, smiling confidently. "All right, Leave the next part to us. Chiang Hai's jaw dropped, his mind short-circuiting as he overheard the conversation. Ranking system? Lazy Girl explained. You didn't know? The less external equipment you use in a dungeon, the higher the ranking you receive upon completing the mission. Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat, stammering. I didn't know such a system existed. Lazy Girl began her sharp analysis. No wonder your mission didn't require killing goblins. It turns out you relied entirely on full armor to clear stages. I'm afraid you don't have any special titles or good equipment. Besides higher basic stats and level, you're probably not much better than a rookie. She muttered to herself, her face filled with worry. This is tough. I didn't expect this ragtag team to be so weak, having to protect 2 rookies in an 8-person squad. The headband veteran suddenly cut in. You 3, save your chatter for later. He pointed forward, declaring loudly. The goblins blocking our path have been cleared. We can advance. 10 minutes later, the entire team froze before a deadly 3-way intersection in the cave. C began to complain. Damn it, why are there 3 paths? Normal level 5 dungeons only have 2 turns, don't they? Miss Lin coolly stated. It seems my worries were justified. We've encountered a bug. Lin explained to the novices. This is classified information. For every 50 low-level dungeons, 1 will be bugged, with a sudden spike in difficulty. She held up 3 fingers, analyzing clearly. There are 3 types of bugs. Increased number of small fry monsters, increased number of bosses, or stronger bosses. Our situation seems to be the first type. Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat, muttering as he realized the harsh truth. After hearing that explanation, it seems all the dungeons I've cleared so far were bugged. Mr. Wang frantically asked again. So if we go deeper, we'll encounter even more goblins? Lin simply replied coldly. That's right. Mr. Wang waved his hand, chuckling as if he were experienced. Sounds dangerous, doesn't it? How about we retreat this time? I'm an adventurer now, after all. A giant shadow blocked their path, a resolute voice echoing, There's no turning back. C stepped forward to lecture the team, boldly declaring that the goal was to kill the boss, not clear trash, and that speed alone would allow them to clear the stage as usual. Lazy Girl immediately retorted. That's just your speculation. What if the boss is also buffed? Well, all be dragged to our deaths in here. C snapped, calling Lazy Girl a coward who should switch to logistics, while she yelled back that entering an over-leveled dungeon without information was suicide. The headband veteran cut off the argument with a practical question. Do bugged dungeons offer more rewards upon completion? Lin confirmed immediately, stating that the higher the difficulty, the better the drop rate, enough to make level 14 to 15 adventurers envious. A hand was raised, stopping the heated argument between C and Lazy Girl. Chiang Hai stepped out, offering a quick solution. Let's take a vote. Those who want to continue stay. Those who want to retreat, go back the old way. The headband veteran nodded in agreement at once. That's a good idea, no time wasted. Chiang Hai stood in the middle, watching C and Lazy Girl glare daggers at each other, and asked again. Flexible, right? Is everyone satisfied? Lin didn't say much, starting immediately. Now for the vote, raise your hand if you want to stay. Then she raised her hand first. Immediately, the headband veteran and his 2 lackeys also raised their hands in unison, the fight to the end faction gaining the upper hand. C raised his hand, a smug look on his face as if this was his playground, determined to stay until the end. Meanwhile, the plump Mr. Wang could only break out in a cold sweat, clearly on the side of fleeing immediately. Lazy Girl scoffed at Chiang Hai for being so weak yet daring to compete, but our main character enthusiastically raised his hand. I still want to try. C declared that the stay and flee factions were clear, and he would return Mr. Wang's clearance fee later. Mr. Wang waved his hand, considering them friends, while Lazy Girl quietly turned and disappeared. Mr. Wang suddenly realized something, his face going blank. The plump man frantically ran after Chiang Hai's group, shouting, Hey, wait for me. At a fork in the cave, C suggested the right path looked more promising. To settle the disagreement, C proposed playing rock, paper, scissors. The winner would choose the path. The headband veteran agreed, but asked, what if it was a draw? C replied simply, if it's a draw, we go straight. The 2 big guys on the team growled, preparing for the fateful game of rock, paper, scissors. Boom! C threw paper, while the headband veteran only managed to throw rock. Yes! C celebrated his victory, while the headband veteran was annoyed, thinking he should have thrown scissors. Miss Lin turned to instruct Chiang Hai, asking him to just clear out the minions, and not let them interrupt her incantation when the boss appeared. Chiang Hai smirked confidently, nodding sharply. All right. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang and Lazy Girl had exited the dungeon and entered a forest. Mr. Wang called the girl back, seemingly curious about something. The plump man directly asked why she was so pessimistic about those people, and if this dungeon was truly dangerous. Lazy Girl turned back, her sharp eyes asking in return, "How do you know I'm not optimistic about them?" Mr. Wang chuckled, claiming to be a businessman with some skill in reading people. Lazy Girl calmly explained that the reason she fled quickly was because she possessed the title Danger Warning. Its effect was extremely simple. It warned of deadly danger ahead. She revealed that she had used it in the dungeon and detected 2 fatal threats, concluding that this was an extremely rare double-boss dungeon. With that ragtag team, she asserted that they definitely wouldn't stand a chance. Going in would only mean becoming fertilizer. Mr. Wang wiped his sweat, wondering why she hadn't warned the others. Lazy Girl smirked, saying that if she were to meddle, her personal information and this valuable title would be sold all over the black market tomorrow. Strangers, why should I sacrifice my personal interests to stop them from seeking death? The girl coldly turned and walked away, utterly pragmatic. Mr. Wang still didn't understand, asking why she bothered to explain in such detail to a stranger like him. The girl replied simply, "Because you're not an adventurer, and you have no reason to offend a potential adventurer like me just for a small information fee." Finishing her words, Lazy Girl suddenly froze, seemingly sensing something unusual. Mr. Wang asked blankly, completely unaware of what was happening. Lazy Girl's eyes widened, sweat pouring down her face, her intuition screaming extreme danger. The danger warning panel reappeared, and before them, a green smoke monster hovered, blocking their path. A shadowy figure with a sinister smile emerged from the darkness, a voice echoing, "There are far more deadly dangers outside." Meanwhile, inside the dungeon, C was charging left and right, striking down goblins with his batons without missing a single hit. Miss Lin stepped forward, raising her hand as a signal, preparing to unleash a skill to quickly clear the battlefield. Miss Lin's eyes sharpened, magical energy beginning to gather in her palm, signaling an impending area of effect skill. She roared, unleashing level 2 elemental magic, Fiery Torrent, a colossal vortex of flames engulfing the entire horde of monsters. The minion goblins shrieked miserably and perished in the sea of fire, unable to resist. C stood amidst the sea of fire completely unharmed, only then realizing that the elemental armor Miss Lin had given him was precisely to withstand this attack. The headband veteran broke out in a cold sweat, secretly acknowledging Miss Lin's true skill. Her level, profession, skills, and equipment were all level 5, truly the standard of a professional adventurer. A goblin shrieked miserably in the sea of flames before completely evaporating. C stood amidst the charred goblin corpses, his pair of batons still smoking. C gave a thumbs up in approval. "Excellent." While Miss Lin looked exhausted, letting out a soft breath. Miss Lin dusted off her hands, checked her watch, and casually announced, "Shift change. The next wave of goblins is your turn," leaving the veterans stunned. From the shadows, a sinister grin, with jagged teeth belonging to a goblin shaman appeared. Chiang Hai stood in the cave, a blazing red system notification suddenly appearing before him. System warning. An unrecorded boss has appeared, increasing the dungeon's overall difficulty. A giant shadow suddenly enveloped the adventurers. C and his companions looked up in confusion. A swarm of goblins, as numerous as ants, poured out, led by a level 6 goblin shaman, making C wonder, "Is this the boss?" The headband veteran frowned, analyzing. "Doesn't look like it. It's too short, completely lacking the aura of a warrior goblin." Miss Lin suddenly paled, shouting, "Wait! Everyone!" She quickly warned the team, "Be careful. This is a goblin shaman, not a warrior goblin." The goblin shaman sneered savagely, signaling a far from simple battle. Whoosh! The shaman swung his staff, ordering the entire swarm of minion goblins to charge madly. Miss Lin urged the team, "Everyone, clear them out quickly, before the warrior goblins appear, or we'll be in danger." Bang! Miss Lin didn't say much, throwing an energy orb directly at the cave wall. Chiang Hai looked at the explosion in surprise, not understanding what she intended to do. Crash! The entire cave wall collapsed, creating a landslide that blocked the path, separating the two. But the plan failed. A giant warrior goblin roared, smashing through the rubble and appearing right in front of Miss Lin. Miss Lin was stunned, unable to believe these puny goblins knew how to use tactics. Clang! She struggled to parry the warrior goblin's devastating slash. Just as Miss Lin was about to be defeated, Chiang Hai appeared like a god, blocking the boss's blade and shouting, "Retreat now! Leave it to me!" On the other side, the dungeon owner rushed. "Miss Lin is in danger. Send someone to help." But the headband veteran snapped, Are you kidding? With goblins as numerous as ants, where would we get people? Chiang Hai strained, pushing back the monster, and declared, "You go help them. I can handle this alone." Miss Lin was utterly speechless at the rookie's confidence. Chiang Hai roared, swinging his sword to create distance. "You'll only be in the way here, go quickly." Miss Lin gritted her teeth, making a decision. She dashed off, putting everything on Chiang Hai. "I'll deal with the goblin shaman as fast as I can and come back to help you." Whoosh! The warrior goblin brought down a powerful slash where Miss Lin had just been, tearing up the ground. The boss growled, its bloodshot eyes filled with rage as its prey escaped. It stared blankly at its missed slash, not understanding why it had failed. Amidst the dust and smoke, Chiang Hai calmly muttered, "Now, no one will bother me." He slowly advanced towards the boss, his aura completely overwhelming. The system announced that the skills Dance with Death and One-Hit Kill were ready. Chiang Hai provoked, "Come at me." The warrior goblin roared, its eyes sparking with fire, preparing to charge in for a deadly fight. It furiously swung its sword, determined to finish off its enemy with a single blow. Chiang Hai smoothly slid, perfectly dodging the attack. The boss's blade only cut through the air. He landed gracefully, without a scratch, completely in control of the fight. Chiang Hai smirked confidently, thinking to himself that this boss, though strong, was too clumsy. Dodging its attacks was as easy as pie. Chiang Hai slashed the warrior goblin's shoulder, making it bleed. Suddenly, the boss roared, its entire body turning crimson, murderous aura surging. The system reported the monster had entered a frenzy state, increasing its strength and speed but losing its mind. Chiang Hai calmly said, "Oh, it's gone berserk, huh?" The frenzied goblin charged, swinging its greatsword at Chiang Hai with terrifying speed. Chiang Hai easily dodged all attacks, remarking, "Increased speed and strength don't matter. Brainless attacks are easy as hell to dodge." He looked up at the sky, an expression of extreme boredom on his face. This is supposed to be the difficulty of a level 5 dungeon boss? His gaze sharpened, full of disdain. "To be honest, I am a little disappointed." Chiang Hai effortlessly parried the boss attack. The warrior goblin, its skin returned to green and bruised, trembled as it raised its hands in surrender. Chiang Hai stood there, his aura completely overwhelming the boss, which was cowering in fear. He uttered a contemptuous remark. "With your skill, you're not even worthy of being my appetizer." Chiang Hai's sword emitted a stream of dark energy, pointing directly at the terrified goblin. Overwhelmed with fear, the warrior goblin turned and fled for its life. Chiang Hai watched its retreating back, shaking his head in resignation. "It doesn't even have the courage to fight to the end?" He turned and walked away, concluding, "It seems I don't need to expect anything from these level 5 dungeons anymore." Meanwhile, in another area, Miss Lin was unleashing orbs of light, sweeping away a swarm of goblins. The headband veteran was struggling amidst a sea of goblins, shouting, "So many of them! We can't last much longer like this." Dungeon owner C frantically yelled, "Miss Lin, use fire magic again." Miss Lin snapped back while trying to cast a spell. "You think I don't want to?" She pointed out the culprit. A low-level goblin shaman kept using trash spells to disrupt her, preventing her from unleashing her skills. Dungeon owner C stared blankly at the notification board, not understanding what the hell was happening. The notification board confirmed the quest was complete, freezing both dungeon owner C and the headband veteran. The bald team member was trying to encourage the team, asserting that the Dongshan citizen that likes to write had dealt with the warrior goblin and would soon arrive to assist. The headband veteran, struggling to fend off the goblins, dismissed it. Delusional? If he finished his quest, why would he risk his life to save us? Miss Lin snapped, warning the team not to retreat because if they couldn't take down the goblin shaman, they would all be torn apart by it and its minions on the way back. Dungeon owner C yelled in despair, agreeing with Miss Lin that retreat was impossible, while the white-shirt swordsman and Miss Lin were also sweating profusely. The goblin shaman grinned sinisterly, firing a beam of trash magic towards the cliff face. Boom! A small explosion occurred, but the goblin shaman immediately realized something was wrong. Crash! The cliff face exploded, and Chiang Hai burst out like a whirlwind, leaving the headband veteran and Miss Lin gaping in astonishment. Dungeon owner C was also stunned speechless, seeing Chiang Hai charge alone with his sword, straight at the goblin shaman boss. In a flash, the goblin shaman's head was severed from its neck, while Chiang Hai stood amidst a terrified swarm of its underlings. The remaining goblins were scared out of their wits, mouths agape in horror at Chiang Hai's absolute power. The headband veteran and dungeon owner C could only watch from afar, speechless as Chiang Hai single-handedly wiped out the remnants of the goblin army. The headband veteran turned to dungeon owner C in a panic. "Where did you pull this monster from?" he soloed a two-boss dungeon. But the other man could only shake his head in denial. Chiang Hai turned to face the team, making everyone flinch and get into a defensive stance. Chiang Hai scratched his head and grinned, friendly, suggesting, "Please keep this a secret for me, okay?" Miss Lin seemed to understand, replying that a promising rookie like Chiang Hai could easily be targeted by those with ill intentions, so staying in the shadows before leveling up was advisable. Chiang Hai was dumbfounded, not expecting the other party to deduce such a logical reason on their own. The whole team looked at each other, then at the two retreating figures at the end of the tunnel, and the atmosphere grew awkward. Recalling earlier, Lazy Girl explained to Mr. Wang that they couldn't go outside because an even deadlier threat was waiting, manifesting as a green smoke monster. Lazy Girl confirmed with Mr. Wang, "That's right, there's an adventurer outside even more dangerous than both bosses in here. Going out means certain death." The green smoke monster appeared in his mind. Gao Chengyong suggested going back to find the others to break through the encirclement together. Back in the present, Lazy Girl and Mr. Wang gaped in astonishment, unable to believe both bosses had been dealt with. The bald team member chuckled gleefully, confirming that Chiang Hai had handled everything alone, the entire team barely having to lift a finger. Lazy Girl was utterly bewildered, thinking, "Why him? My title confirmed he wasn't a threat, didn't it?" Miss Lin crossed her arms and questioned directly why Lazy Girl knew there were two bosses in this dungeon. Lazy Girl pointed up, confidently explaining that she knew because of her danger warning title. This title allowed her to detect all powerful individuals with hostile intentions, or who posed a danger to her. Dungeon owner C furiously yelled, complaining why she had such a useful skill but didn't mention it sooner. Lazy Girl coldly retorted, "I didn't warn you, but I did advise you not to go deeper into the dungeon, didn't I?" Chiang Hai interrupted, his gaze sharp as he got straight to the point. "So why did you all come back here?" Lazy Girl revealed the shocking truth. Because on the way out, there's an adventurer of a higher level than both bosses, with even stronger hostile intent, blocking the exit. The remaining adventurers' faces turned pale, realizing they were trapped in a deadly snare. In the shadows, the group discussed, reconfirming the information about the powerful enemy ambushing outside. The headband veteran couldn't keep his composure, grabbing dungeon owner C's collar and roaring, suspecting he was the one who set the trap. Dungeon owner C frantically denied it, panicking as he offered to sign a one-sided contract to prove his innocence. Chiang Hai suddenly realized that the one blocking the exit was very likely a member who hadn't appeared in the original team, someone outside his scope of awareness. Chiang Hai turned to Lazy Girl, proposing a test. "If I act hostile right now, can your title determine who is stronger between me and the one blocking the exit?" Lazy Girl swallowed hard, but still resolutely replied, "Yes." Chiang Hai smirked, his eyes full of determination. "Okay." Lazy Girl activated her class skill, Dance with Death, entering a near-death state and receiving a series of stat buffs for strength, agility, and perception. Chiang Hai released an overwhelming surge of dark energy, his eyes glowing red, as he asked directly, "Now, between me and that high-level adventurer outside, who is stronger?" Lazy Girl broke out in a cold sweat, delivering her verdict after measuring, "The one outside is slightly stronger." Hearing this, Chiang Hai merely smirked confidently. "Understood." Miss Lin's expression turned serious as she made a decision. "Then our only option now is," she declared loudly before the entire group, laying out the strategy. "Everyone, go complete your own tasks first. After we all level up, we'll focus all our strength to deal with the one blocking the exit." The headband veteran nodded in agreement, determined. "It seems that's the only way." Dungeon owner C lamented in despair. "If I'd known this dungeon had so many variables, I wouldn't have been so impulsive." Chiang Hai coldly cut him off. "Regretting it now won't change anything. Besides, with so many of us, we still have a chance." Meanwhile, in another forest, a green smoke entity hovered at the feet of a mysterious figure. The one blocking the path was none other than Gao Chengyong, an A-rank wanted criminal and level 7 adventurer, muttering to himself, "How long has it been? Did that guy from the purge line get lost inside?" Back in the cave, the group had split up to grind levels, Miss Lin giving instructions to Lazy Girl. Chiang Hai leaned against the rock wall, reviewing the system notification board alone. The summary screen appeared with a dazzling S-rank evaluation, accompanied by a list of incredible rewards. 3 new titles, an exclusive Deathwalker skill, a summoning artifact, and a legendary grade potion. Chiang Hai secretly assessed that even though this dungeon had 2 bosses, its difficulty was still far below the tomb. He was confident he could skip level 6 and jump straight to challenging a level 7 dungeon. He opened his personal status screen, rechecking his basic stats at level 6 with the Deathwalker class. A long list of titles appeared, showing how extensive his collection of passive skills was. Chiang Hai scrolled through, mentally noting useful titles for future battles such as Feigning Ignorance to Catch a Tiger, Miraculous Survivor, Facing Legends, Adaptation, Art of Stealth, and The Guardian. He analyzed the Facing Legends title as a lower-level version of Rise from the Dead, sacrificing a certain amount of stats in exchange for a continuous peak state. In Chiang Hai's mind, a perfect assassination plan was laid out. Use Feigning Ignorance to catch a tiger to approach, switch to Art of Stealth to close in on blind spots, and finally activate Rise from the Dead to unleash a fatal sneak attack from behind. Chiang Hai's mind formulated a strategy, constantly switching between the legendary Confrontation title for offense and the Guardian for defense. He would use legendary Confrontation to read his opponent's movements, narrowly dodging attacks. If the enemy changed targets, he would activate the Guardian to rush in and block attacks, protecting his teammates. He muttered, "Both of these strategies are good, but it's hard to choose. Never mind, I'll just check the effects of the new skills and artifacts I received, then decide." He then thought of a dirtier tactic, using the Feigned Death skill to deceive, then springing up to stab a weak point when the opponent was off guard. Of course, this was only a last resort, as he still preferred to win honorably, but he wasn't sure if the enemy would play fair. He scrolled through his inventory filled with spoils. Equipment vouchers, Mulrock spears, bone flutes, ancient books, and goblin potions. These goblin items were quite good. They could help him summon more subordinates, even ones that could evolve if he was lucky. Considering the enemy might be 2 to 3 levels higher than him, Chiang Hai decided not to hoard anymore. He had to maximize his power immediately. The best unique item he currently had was Kurode's helmet, and using an upgrade voucher on it was the most logical choice. Even if it became obsolete later, he still had exchange vouchers to swap it for something else. Deal. Having decided, he activated the upgrade voucher on Kurode's helmet. Ding, system error. The current unique item has already reached epic grade. It cannot be upgraded with this voucher. Chiang Hai froze. So this voucher can only upgrade items to epic grade? He immediately changed his plan, put on the helmet, and decided to use the equipment refinement furnace first, to see if he could get anything good. He opened the refinement furnace interface, preparing to throw in junk items. Confirm activation of the refinement furnace. Another error message appeared. Refinement failed. Items like Incendiary Device and Whispers of the Sea are not considered equipment. After the failed refinement, Chiang Hai decided to use an equipment exchange voucher for a weapon and received the Black Knight's sword, a fine item that slightly increased his strength, agility, and constitution stats. Wearing Kurode's helmet, he nodded in approval. This is indeed a cool sword. He decided to go all out, using his last equipment exchange voucher to replace the mesh armor bought on Taobao with a better item. The system confirmed a successful exchange. The equipment voucher had been used. Chiang Hai donned the pitch-black Black Knight armor from head to toe, marveling that it was even lighter than his old mesh armor. Just then, Miss Lin and Dungeon Owner C approached. She coldly asked, "Are you done yet?" Chiang Hai replied that he was almost finished, and asked in return if the team was ready. Dungeon Owner C gaped at Chiang Hai's new gear, exclaiming how cool it was and wondering if it dropped in this dungeon, while Miss Lin confirmed that with one more buff, they could depart. Chiang Hai ignored the noisy blonde man, declared he would summon a goblin subordinate, and opened his system panel. He pulled out a goblin bone flute, an item that looked quite ancient. Chiang Hai brought the flute to his lips, preparing to play a summoning melody. A surge of white-blue magical energy emanated from him as the flute's sound echoed, the entire team watching. The energy converged, tearing open space to create a small summoning portal surrounded by blue lightning bolts. From within the portal, a tiny, scrawny goblin jumped out, causing the headband veteran to exclaim, "A goblin?" Without a word, Chiang Hai reached out and grabbed the head of the newly appeared goblin. The headband veteran picked up the goblin, scoffing that this puny thing didn't even have 0.5 combat power, and summoning it would only get in the way. Chiang Hai smirked confidently, replying, "Don't worry, I'm not done yet," then pulled out a goblin potion. He handed the potion bottle to the frightened little goblin, giving it an order. The goblin took a deep breath of the pungent medicinal smell wafting from the bottle. An illusion of a mighty goblin shaman appeared behind Chiang Hai as he decisively ordered the startled subordinate, "Drink it." The master's command is absolute. The little goblin saluted solemnly, its eyes sparkling with determination. "Understood, sir." It gulped down the goblin potion while the headband veteran stared, his face asking, "What is this guy doing?" Immediately, the goblin's biceps swelled, its muscle mass bulging grotesquely, as if about to explode. Its entire body became covered in hideous green lumps. making the headband veteran cry out in alarm. Oh my! The goblin swelled into a massive lump of flesh, making the adventurer turn pale, run away, and yell. What the hell did you give it to drink? The monster roared with an earth-shattering sound, its entire body enveloped in a dazzling light. Amidst the chaos, Chiang Hai stood still like a god, while the female mage and dungeon owner C gaped in astonishment. As the smoke cleared, a muscular goblin with bloodshot eyes and the aura of a boss emerged, making dungeon owner C exclaim, "Whoa! It turned into a boss?" Right after evolving, the newly evolved goblin flexed its muscles ridiculously, leaving Chiang Hai speechless. It turned to the team, its face nonchalant as it greeted, "Hello." Chiang Hai smirked, pointing towards the corpse of a warrior goblin. "Clothes and weapons that fit you are over there, help yourself." The giant goblin strode past the team, as massive as a moving mountain. The headband veteran worried. "Your follower won't lose control, will he?" Chiang Hai calmly replied. "Probably not." Chiang Hai turned to the lazy girl. "But you can use your title to see if this goblin has any ill will towards us." The lazy girl activated her danger warning skill, her eyes immediately glowing with a deadly red light. Her gaze swept towards the goblin, now clad in leather armor and wielding the great sword of the former boss. The goblin was clutching its new sword, its face blissfully happy like a child with a gift, and the lazy girl confirmed, "I've checked. It bears no ill will towards us." Miss Lin, the female mage, began chanting, forming professional hand seals, preparing to buff the entire team. She unleashed the attribute enhancement magic, Bear's Endurance. A stream of purple energy enveloped Chiang Hai and the others, readying them for battle. Chiang Hai checked his status panel after being buffed, exclaiming delightedly, "Amazing, it increased my physique by 2 points." Miss Lin, the female mage, explained that the effect only lasted an hour, and also created a thin layer of magic armor for unprotected areas. Though weak, it was better than nothing. She seemed a bit puzzled by Chiang Hai's reaction. The goblin follower, seeing its master get buffed, also eagerly pointed at itself, wanting a share. Having just received the Might of the Minotaur buff, which increased its strength by 2 points, the goblin flexed its muscles to show off, while the orange-haired young man and another person staggered from the magic's side effects. Suddenly, a spatial gate ripped open in the middle of the forest, crackling with green electricity. Gao Chengyong, the wanted criminal, smirked when he saw his prey about to emerge. "Finally showing your faces." As Chiang Hai and the team stepped out of the dungeon, they immediately sensed killing intent. As the team emerged, the headband veteran, the lazy girl, and another member were all surprised to see the giant goblin accompanying them. The headband veteran and the orange-haired young man looked around in confusion. Someone should have been guarding the entrance. Where are they all? Chiang Hai ordered the lazy girl. "They must be hiding somewhere. Use your title to find out where he is." The lazy girl activated her ability, her eyes flashing with a blood-red glow as she swept her gaze across the forest. She spotted the target and immediately warned the team. "Found him. He's hiding behind the largest tree at 1 o'clock. Be careful. He's set many animal traps before the entrance." Gao Chengyong, hidden behind the tree trunk, muttered when he realized he had been discovered. Chiang Hai turned to the orange-haired young man and asked, "Do you have any titles or professions related to detection?" Gao Chengyong tilted his hat back, sneering defiantly. "How troublesome," Chiang Hai muttered, piecing together all the suspicious events, and realized that the lurking individual was Gao Chengyong, the one who had sold him this dungeon entry slot. Chiang Hai narrowed his eyes, his suspicions confirmed. Gao Chengyong stood there, his past self, a notorious level 7 criminal, appearing right beside him. Miss Lin, the female mage, pointed frantically at the enemy, shouting, "Wait, you're Gao Chengyong?" Miss Lin frowned and asked the stout Mr. Wang, "Is that name famous?" He sweated profusely and replied, "More than famous. He's the most wanted criminal in the Minguang region." Gao Chengyong's criminal profile appeared, warning not to be fooled by his level 7 status, as hundreds of adventurers had already died by his hand. The reason he was so bloodthirsty was to grind for titles specializing in hunting people, and he might have already acquired the Overkill Massacre title, boosting his strength to level 9. Gao Chengyong sneered, deactivating his stealth title and activating the Overkill Massacre, human title, increasing his threat by +3 and damage against humans by +3. The criminal smirked, beginning to state his terms. "Then, let's make a deal." He pointed directly at Chiang Hai, laying out his condition for the group. "Leave that kid, and you all can scram." The headband veteran seemed swayed, but Miss Lin, the mage, had already taken a defensive stance, ready to fight. Miss Lin shouted a warning. "Don't listen to him." The association's records clearly state that Gao Chengyong has a habit of letting his prey go before hunting them down. If you trust him, you're only walking to your death, the lazy girl also confirmed. That's right, even though he says hell let us go, his malice hasn't diminished at all. Has lying. Gao Chengyong looked surprised at being exposed. You can sense my malice too? Chiang Hai didn't waste words, immediately outlining the battle plan. Since I'm his target, my goblin follower and I will main tank. The rest of you provide support from both sides. He turned to the team and stated bluntly, we're all in the same boat now, so don't have any illusions about the enemy. Chiang Hai's eyes flashed with a deadly red glow behind his helmet, warning. Of course, anyone afraid of death should get out of here quickly. Don't be a burden to me. Miss Lin, the mage, and the headband veteran replied in unison, their faces resolute. We will give our full support. Gao Chengyong watched the group planning, scoffing. I didn't expect you to be such a good person. If it were me, I would have forced them to fight alongside me. Chiang Hai looked directly into the enemy's eyes, his voice low and confident. But for you, just the two of us are enough to send you on your way. Gao Chengyong merely sneered contemptuously upon hearing this, showing he didn't care. He looked at Chiang Hai and his goblin follower, taunting. I knew it. Lucky A-rank rookies always think they're hot stuff. Gao Chengyong pulled out several title cards, showing off, implying that rookies from level 1 to 5 couldn't possibly have a full set of good skills. He looked at Chiang Hai's gear and declared confidently, with this fancy weapon and armor set, I bet the drops you got from the enchanted forest and graveyard were mostly equipment, right? The A-rank criminal brandished his scythe, confidently declaring his skills were the bane of noobs like Chiang Hai. Without another word, Chiang Hai and his goblin follower roared and charged straight into combat. Gao Chengyong smirked, raising his hand to cast a spell. Slow Charm. A magical light circle enveloped Chiang Hai and his follower, pinning them both down. Chiang Hai immediately felt his speed significantly reduced. Gao Chengyong sneered, explaining to his soon-to-be victim, Idiot, a slow charm doesn't just reduce movement speed. He swung his scythe, confident that with his opponents debuffed, they wouldn't be able to react in time to his unpredictable attack trajectory. Chiang Hai saw through his bluff, his voice icy from behind his helmet. You really think so? Gao Chengyong's smile froze on his face. He was stunned. Clang. Chiang Hai effortlessly raised his sword, blocking the scythe. Behind him was the ethereal illusion of a mesmerizing cyan-haired boss. Chiang Hai smirked, growling. If that's all you've got, then I'm sorry, but you've met your match today. At the same time, the goblin follower had circled behind, swinging its greatsword straight at Gao Chengyong's nape while he was still bewildered. Gao Chengyong clicked his tongue, his face clearly showing annoyance at being cornered. He hastily dodged the attack, and the goblin's greatsword slammed into the ground, shaking the entire area. The criminal leaped back, maintaining a safe distance from Chiang Hai and his follower. Gao Chengyong's face twisted in frustration. He couldn't believe his undefeated combo had been broken so easily by a rookie. He looked at Chiang Hai with deep suspicion, wondering if this was truly the skill level of a rookie who had only cleared 2 dungeons. Chiang Hai and his goblin follower formed a pincer, facing Gao Chengyong, who stood at a distance. The Bad Fist older brother yelled, thinking Gao Chengyong was nothing special. But the younger brother realized the problem. It wasn't that he was weak, but that Chiang Hai was too strong. The younger brother continued to analyze, concluding that Chiang Hai's skill level might even surpass the rising star the association was heavily investing in. Gao Chengyong stared at his 2 opponents, a status window appearing before his eyes. Suddenly, Gao Chengyong raised his hands in surrender, pulled out a cloak of invisibility, and pleaded, I surrender. I don't need the scythe anymore. Can you spare me? Chiang Hai, his face cold as ice, only replied with a meaningful question. Why don't you try thinking from a different angle? Gao Chengyong smirked confidently, replying simply, all right. With a flash, he vanished into a hazy mist, leaving Chiang Hai and his goblin follower standing bewildered. Chiang Hai was slightly surprised, muttering, he vanished? Is that the effect of that cloak? The goblin follower was equally bewildered, turning this way and that, searching for the enemy. Gao Chengyong suddenly reappeared right behind the goblin, his voice full of self-satisfaction. I never expected a superstar like you to fall into my hands today. He continued to lecture. If you hadn't met a rookie hunter like me, perhaps you would have had the chance to become a legendary adventurer. Gao Chengyong's eyes sharpened, and he declared firmly, unfortunately, your legendary journey ends here. He drew a short sword, muttering, don't blame me. I already gave you a chance. It's because you chose to fight to the end. From afar, the lazy girl in pink sportswear shouted, Chiang Hai, be careful. He hasn't gone anywhere. He's right behind you. Gao Chengyang lunged forward with a crazed expression, roaring, "You brat!" But Chiang Hai had already turned around, coldly retorting, "Where are you looking?" Slash. Chiang Hai's blade pierced through Gao Chengyang's chest, fresh blood splattering. Gao Chengyang's eyes widened, unable to believe the cruel reality. He could only gasp in pain. No way. Collapsing to the ground, Gao Chengyang weakly asked Chiang Hai how on earth he knew he was there. Chiang Hai coldly replied, "Because my perception is 20. He casually declared that all of the criminal's actions were like an open book, easy to read. Gao Chengyang's eyes widened, realizing he had been completely outplayed by stats, not skill. Chiang Hai turned and ordered his goblin follower, "Deal with him." The muscular goblin hoisted its great axe onto its shoulder, advancing towards Gao Chengyang, who lay helpless. A spray of blood splattered, and Gao Chengyang officially met his end in utter injustice. The group of adventurers watching from afar, including Miss Lin and the headband veteran, were all wide-eyed with astonishment at the clean execution. Chiang Hai removed his helmet, faced Miss Lin, and directly asked about the association's joining procedures. He asked how long it would take for a solo adventurer to join and register their personal information. Miss Lin stated that it would take about half a workday. Chiang Hai muttered, deducing that the reason this wanted criminal targeted him was because someone in the Yunxiao City Association had sold his information. He turned to ask Lin if he could change his registration location to Dongshan, a calculated move. Miss Lin was overjoyed, immediately agreeing to welcome him on behalf of the Dongshan Association. At the Yunxiao City Association office, a phone rang loudly. Shang Li, the association's entrance manager, picked up the phone. On the other end of the line, Chiang Hai, now in casual clothes, called and bluntly announced that he had decided not to join the association in Yunxiao anymore. Shang Li was stunned, asking why he had suddenly changed his mind, as his information was scheduled to be entered into the system tomorrow. Chiang Hai casually recounted his feat of having just defeated the A-rank criminal Gao Chengyang and being invited by the Dongshan Association. While medical staff carried the body away, Shang Li, on the other end of the line, could only silently accept that registering in his hometown was more convenient, bitterly letting a true talent slip away. Chiang Hai calmly said over the phone, "Yes, I think so too. All right, I'm hanging up." On the other end of the line, Shang Li could only reply awkwardly, "All right, keep in touch." As soon as he finished speaking, the call ended, and the phone screen went dark. Shang Li was furious, letting out a roar before smashing his phone onto the desk. After hanging up, Chiang Hai turned around to see Miss Lin waiting, asking if he had finished his call. Chiang Hai confirmed he was done, as Miss Lin and Lazy Girl approached. Lazy Girl spoke in an annoyed tone. "Hey, why haven't you guys left yet?" Chiang Hai calmly explained that Miss Lin had also invited him to join the Dongshan Adventurers Association. Lazy Girl secretly thought that Miss Lin's invitation made the official adventurer title seem cheap. Recruiting someone so hastily just for a few words in a dungeon was truly narrow-minded. The group had arrived at the Dongshan City Adventurers Association branch building. An association staff member explained the test rules. "Please deactivate all title and profession skills, and punch this device with pure strength." Chiang Hai smirked, getting into position. "All right." He wound up, preparing to unleash a bare-fisted punch at the force measuring machine. Chiang Hai's eyes flashed with a cold glint just before striking. Crash! A thunderous punch landed squarely on the target, pure power with no frills. The digital display showed the number 12. Chiang Hai rubbed his hands in satisfaction, thinking the association's equipment was much better than the gym's, while his goblin follower stared blankly at his master. Yao Wenzhong, a man in a white blouse, stepped out and asked Miss Lin if the test was complete. Yao Wenzhong announced the results. "It's done. Strength and agility are both 12. Then he glanced over and saw the goblin follower punching the machine, scoring 17. Miss Lin's jaw dropped in astonishment, unable to believe his stats were only 12 points. She broke into a sweat, secretly calculating. Such terrible base stats, yet he displayed strength comparable to a level 9 adventurer, proving that Chiang Hai's titles and profession must be buffing his stats by at least 2 to 3 points. Lazy Girl muttered, guessing that Chiang Hai definitely possessed a dual hidden profession and combat titles. While he boasted to his goblin follower, "Don't get cocky, let me activate my profession and titles and retest. I'll definitely surpass you." A voice called out his name. "Mr. Chiang Hai." He turned back, full of questions. The ponytail staff member held out a card. "Your personal information has been recorded. This is your identification card." Chiang Hai was surprised by the incredibly fast processing speed. but the staff member explained it was special treatment for someone who had soloed 2 bosses and defeated Gao Chengyong. The adventurer's card bore the name Chiang Hai, affiliated with Dongshan City, with ID number DSC 000181. The staff member explained the rules. Adventurers from level 6 to 10 must clear 2 dungeons themselves each year, or they will be reassigned. She also advised Chiang Hai not to rush leveling up in the next 2 years. She suggested he focus on clearing 1 dungeon of the same level every 6 months, and spend the remaining time training his physique. Chiang Hai put the card lanyard around his neck and nodded calmly. No problem. The staff member continued to explain about support missions from headquarters, where capturing wanted criminals or monsters would earn contribution points, which could be exchanged for items, title clues, or profession change tickets. She added that these tasks were usually only for adventurers level 9 and above, so Chiang Hai didn't need to worry about them yet, but he remained deep in thought. Chiang Hai raised his hand, interrupting the explanation. I have a question. He looked directly at the staff member, asking with great interest. What are title clues? She crossed her arms and explained that it was the process for an adventurer to earn a title themselves, and the association's clues had all been confirmed to be reproducible. Chiang Hai flipped his card over and over, listening to her talk about being able to look up the entire list of titles on the association's intranet. The staff member made an appealing offer. If you have artifacts or titles you don't need, you can sell them back to the association for contribution points. Suddenly, she pointed towards the follower, asking an awkward question. By the way, when do you plan to dismiss your subordinate? Chiang Hai explained that he couldn't do that because the goblin bone flute summoned randomly, and he was afraid that next time it would summon a different goblin, losing the effects of the goblin elixir, which made the follower hang his head sadly. The staff member smiled reassuringly. No need to worry. Unless your goblin warrior dies or you intentionally summon another, it will still be him next time. Chiang Hai breathed a sigh of relief, while the goblin follower visibly rejoiced, flexing his muscles at his master. The scene shifted to a level 6 dungeon, where a goblin tribe was living peacefully in their village. A goblin charged forward with terrifying speed, baring its fangs and claws aggressively. A muscular warrior goblin appeared in a green light, making another goblin gape in astonishment. Back to reality. The ponytail staff member and Chiang Hai stood in an empty room, a flash of green light appearing as someone teleported in. The staff member invited Chiang Hai to follow her to be introduced to her colleagues at the Dongshan branch, while the lazy girl in pink sportswear waited. An energetic young man with a bowl cut introduced himself as Liang Jiakun, an apprentice adventurer, and began to show off his strength and agility stats. The group sat around the meeting table, and the dark-skinned man reminded Liang Jiakun, "Hey, don't show off your stats to everyone you meet. It's like showing off your diploma." The dark-skinned man, Chang Jingchuan, a level 3 adventurer from the Dongshan branch, looked annoyed by the boasting. Liang Jiakun turned to the lazy girl and asked, "My stats can't possibly be higher than Cheng Hai's, right?" and received the blunt answer, "That's right." Chiang Hai turned to the man in the white lab coat and asked, "Are you the entrance manager for Dongshan?" The man, Yao Wenzhong, a level 8 adventurer, explained that his level wasn't high enough to be a manager until the expert-level dungeons were cleared. Chiang Hai smirked, guessing that the real manager was busy farming expert-level dungeons, and thus wasn't present. Yao Wenzhong denied it, revealing that the manager was busy dealing with the wanted criminals who had suddenly flooded into Dongshan since yesterday. It turned out these criminals were hunting for the person who had cleared the graveyard dungeon in the neighboring city, and Chiang Hai feigned ignorance, asking about that legendary dungeon. Liang Jiakun got excited again, proudly stating that Dongshan City now had Chiang Hai, who handled both dual bosses and A-rank criminals, and now someone else had cleared the graveyard. The entire meeting room fell silent, all eyes fixed on Liang Jiakun, who was still chattering away. Liang Jiakun blushed, asking in confusion, "Why is everyone looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong again?" The ponytail staff member chuckled, asking meaningfully, "You still haven't realized?" Liang Jiakun turned to Chang Jingchuan, urging, "Don't be vague, just say it directly." Chiang Hai raised his hand, drawing the attention of the entire room. Chiang Hai calmly admitted, "I'm the one who cleared that graveyard." Completely shocking Liang Jiakun, the scene shifted to an apartment complex under the sunset, a voice echoing about having agreed with someone to reduce the frequency of dungeon runs. In his apartment, Chiang Hai, wearing formidable armor, told himself he needed to focus on physical training and review basic dungeon knowledge, but his sharp eyes showed that another plan was forming in his mind. Before a swirling purple dungeon gate, Chiang Hai decided he still wanted to solo it to the end. He donned his helmet, confidently calculating that if he went all out, his skill level should be equivalent to level 10. With that level of skill, Facing a level 7 dungeon, even if he couldn't clear it, escaping wouldn't be an issue, as long as he wasn't as unlucky as last time. He stepped through the gate, appearing in a dense forest, with purple electrical currents still swirling around him. Chiang Hai looked around, feeling that the scenery hadn't changed at all since last time. Suddenly, a blue system notification panel appeared right in front of him, making him stunned. System notification. Newly evolved. Level 6 player detected entering an elite level dungeon, initiating system upgrade. Chiang Hai was surprised, wondering if his adventurer panel could continue to be upgraded at levels 11 and 16. 3 detailed notification panels appeared, explaining the new features: title summary, main subclass switching system, and taskbar upgrade. He muttered, feeling that after reaching level 6, the adventurer binding rules became even more numerous, and hoped level 16 wouldn't add any more trouble. However, he also noticed a plus point. There were now 2 departure quests, a bargain for those who just wanted to farm and leave. Chiang Hai opened his title panel, checked his active and reserve titles, and nodded with satisfaction. After arranging his titles, he decided to check what this time's quest was. The quest panel appeared. The permanent quest was to find the Mulrock hatchery, the rotating quest was to befriend the Jackal tribe, and the escape quest was to destroy the hatchery. Chiang Hai gaped in astonishment. The Jackal tribe? So there are other creatures in this forest besides the Mulrocks? Meanwhile, in another level 6 dungeon, a village of tents appeared in the middle of the forest. A muscular warrior goblin was sitting and roasting meat with his lean goblin horde. Suddenly, 3 goblins simultaneously looked up sharply, letting out a loud alarm cry. The warrior goblin was meditating and grilling meat when it was startled, not understanding what was happening. A magical vortex suddenly appeared, sucking away the grilled meat right before the astonished small goblins. With a whoosh, the vortex vanished, leaving behind an empty patch of ground and 3 bewildered goblins. The goblins wailed mournfully as they realized their tribe's lavish dinner had disappeared. It turned out the culprit was Chiang Hai, who was leisurely gnawing on the stolen meat and began to ask questions. A goblin guide appeared, chattering away as it explained to Chiang Hai that the Jackal tribe was a cunning bunch, specializing in bullying the weak. Chiang Hai listened, then coolly remarked, "So, they're just a bunch of forest bullies, right?" The goblin guide delightedly gave a thumbs up, confirming Chiang Hai's assessment was spot on. Chiang Hai decided to put aside the side quest involving the Jackal tribe, prioritizing finding the Mulrock's hatchery first. Done with that, he flat out dismissed the goblin guide, leaving it stunned in shock. Seeing its hesitation, Chiang Hai narrowed his eyes and asked softly, with a hint of danger, "You don't want to leave?" The goblin immediately drooped its face, looking pitiful as if about to cry. Chiang Hai sighed and let it stay. The goblin was overjoyed, shouting "Gob, gob, gob" to express its loyalty. Knowing this dungeon was level 7, Chiang Hai decided to proceed more cautiously, leading his newly acquired goblin followers deeper into the forest. A Jackal scout with a challenge level of merely 3 was hiding in the bushes, observing and wondering where this bizarre human-goblin team came from. The scene shifts to a luxurious sauna, a gathering place for big shots. Inside, 2 important figures were discussing matters while getting massages. One asked the other about daring to form a wild team for a level 5 dungeon. Real estate mogul Wang Quan chuckled, boasting that the trip wasn't bad, even helping him discover 2 promising adventurers. Cao Hua Wang, the tycoon from Fujian province, hearing this, growled that if solo players were trustworthy, his son wouldn't have died in the dungeon. Wang Quan quickly explained that he had a proper adventurer team ready as backup, not foolish enough to gamble his life, and complained about solo players turning on each other right at the entrance. Wang Quan started a conversation, saying he'd read the news, and that Cao Hua Wang's son's death didn't seem like an accident. Cao Hua Wang snarled, asserting firmly, "Accident? I equipped my son with 2 excellent artifacts, enough to survive a high-level dungeon, yet he still died while the 2 pathetic dungeon owners survived." The old man bitterly said that before he could deal with the 2 killers, they were already taken care of by someone else. Otherwise, he would have shown them a fate worse than death. Wang Quan, hearing this, promptly suggested rewarding the person who indirectly avenged the old man's son, then asked for that person's name. Cao Hua Wang revealed the benefactor's name was Chiang Hai, and he had come to Dongshan this time specifically to thank him, leaving Tom Wang Quan dumbfounded. Seeing his friend's shocked expression, Cao Hua Wang narrowed his eyes and asked, "What's wrong? Do you know him?" Wang Quan broke into a sweat, stammering that there was also a Chiang Hai in the temporary team he had formed, which left Cao Hua Wang bewildered as well. Back in the dungeon, a level 3 Mulrock patrol team was waddling along a dirt path. The Mulrock captain ordered the team to be vigilant, reminding them that jackal scouts might be hiding in the bushes somewhere. A Mulrock soldier replied to the captain, just as they approached a suspicious dark bush. From the shadows of the bush, 3 pairs of sharp eyes were silently observing their prey. Suddenly, Chiang Hai and his giant goblin follower leaped out from the bush, shouting "Charge!", making the nearby Mulrock wet itself in fear. The poor Mulrock hadn't even recovered its senses before taking a devastating blow to the face, dazed to the point of seeing stars. In a flash, the entire Mulrock patrol team was subdued and tied up, lying silently before 2 colossal shadows. Chiang Hai asked his goblin follower if it understood the Mulrock's language, and it confidently replied, "Gob gob gob." Of course, the eager goblin asked its master if it needed help translating, its face full of pride. Chiang Hai coolly dismissed it. Not yet. He flashed a confident smile, saying he had a handy artifact for this situation, and opened his equipment panel. Chiang Hai pulled out a spiky seashell-shaped artifact called Sea's Whisper, which allowed the user to breathe, speak underwater, and communicate with marine creatures. Chiang Hai sat regally before the tied-up Mulrock captives, his aura completely overwhelming. Chiang Hai got straight to the point, his voice icy. "Where is your nest? Speak now." The Mulrock captain showed stubbornness, only mumbling a few meaningless sounds in response to Chiang Hai's offer to spare its life. It roared defiantly, cursing Chiang Hai as a stupid green-skinned minion and declaring it would never betray its kind. Faced with the monster's obstinacy, Chiang Hai could only cover his face in helplessness, while the goblin follower behind him was also speechless. Chiang Hai had clearly lost all patience with this straw hero act. Slash. The Mulrock captain was instantly cut down, its body cleaved in 2, terrifying the remaining ones. The remaining Mulrocks, though pale with fear, still tried to stand firm, threatening that their chieftain would avenge them. Well said. Another stubborn one met its end, its body also mercilessly cut in half. The psychological torture had worked. A terrified Mulrock spilled the location of the nest at the bottom of the lake, while the one next to it cursed it as a traitor. Chiang Hai said no more, swinging his sword to dispatch the loudmouth who dared call its comrade a traitor. After clearing out the trash, he declared he would tie the only remaining survivor to a tree and then proceed to the lake. Chiang Hai turned to see the goblin follower hiding behind a tree, clearly scared out of its wits by its master's brutality. The Mulrock informant hung upside down from a branch, still mumbling, while Chiang Hai gestured for them to get ready. The master and disciple continued straight ahead, leaving the dangling prey behind as a marker. Before the poor Mulrock could recover, it saw 2 large, shadowy figures with glowing eyes appear. Realizing that adventurer was terrifyingly strong, its eyes widened in horror as it recognized the identities of the newcomers. They turned out to be 2 members of the Jackal race, a Challenge Level 3 Jackal Scout, and a seasoned Challenge Level 8 warrior named Hog. The warrior Hog ordered the scout to report to the guerrilla squad, intending to use Chiang Hai as a pawn to lure the Mulrocks out of the lake so they could easily destroy the nest. Jackal warrior Hog approached the tied-up Mulrock, his cold eyes declaring, "As for you." The Mulrock only managed to mumble a few desperate sounds before it was swiftly executed, blood splattering everywhere. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai and the goblin follower had reached the lake shore. He marveled that the lake was even larger than it appeared when viewed by drone. He muttered about his battle plan. Find the underwater cave, swim a long distance to reach the hatchery, a challenge tough enough to eliminate 99% of clueless adventurers. An illustration showed this challenge level 7 dungeon was in an entirely different league. Even veteran teams had to grit their teeth and ally with the Jackal race to buy diving gear, hoping for a chance to clear the stage. But Chiang Hai had a solution. He pulled out the artifact Sea's Whisper, which allowed him to breathe underwater, combining it with the combat experience from Kurote's helmet to compensate for his poor swimming skills. The goblin follower saw its master preparing to enter the water and called out, "Gob gob." It turned out it couldn't swim, and tremblingly asked permission to return first, making Chiang Hai laugh. Chiang Hai nodded in agreement, opening his inventory and gesturing for it to return. The goblin follower vanished in a flash of light, leaving Chiang Hai alone by the lake shore. He silently gazed at the vast lake, preparing for the infiltration. He realized his current armor was too bulky, deciding to take it all off and only keep the helmet. Wearing just his shorts and helmet, Chiang Hai began to warm up his body. After a few stretches, he declared he was finished warming up. "All right." Chiang Hai stomped his foot on the ground to gain momentum, preparing to dive into the water. "Let's go!" he yelled, and plunged straight into the lake like an arrow. Underwater, Chiang Hai swam powerfully, cutting through the water amidst a school of fish. He silently acknowledged that the artifact and helmet combo was incredibly overpowered, allowing a non-swimmer like him to move freely underwater. Swimming deep to the bottom, Chiang Hai discovered a strange structure looming behind the seaweed, resembling a cave. Just as he entered the cave mouth, a challenge level 4 evolved Mulrock Sentinel, disguised as a rock, revealed itself, blocking the path. Chiang Hai swam through a dark underwater tunnel, delving deeper into the lair. His gaze was sharp, his resolve unwavering, even deep within enemy territory. At the end of the tunnel, he saw a faint light from above, signaling that he had arrived at his destination. Splosh! Chiang Hai surfaced from the water, fresh air filling his lungs. He realized he was in the middle of a large lake inside a giant cave, surrounded by hundreds of glowing Mulrock eggs. This was the hatchery, where newly hatched Level 1 Mulrock hatchlings were looking at the world in bewilderment. The system panel appeared before Chiang Hai, seemingly a quest notification. The permanent quest, Find the Mulrock Hatchery, was marked complete, confirming this was the objective. But Chiang Hai wondered why such an important place had no guards. He speculated that either the Mulrocks were overly confident in their secret location, or the lair guardians had temporarily left for some reason. He silently observed, carefully assessing the situation. Whatever the reason, Chiang Hai decided this was a golden opportunity. He stepped ashore, summoned his sword, and declared, "Now is the best time to clear this stage, that's for sure." But just as he stepped into the middle of the egg cluster, a series of shadowy figures emerged from the dark corners, surrounding him. The monsters, hidden on the cliffs and behind the giant eggs, all turned their pale eyes towards the intruder. The lair guardians revealed their true forms, a group of green-skinned monsters with fiery red spiky manes, weapons clutched in their hands. 4 lair guardians surrounded Chiang Hai, whispering to each other, "Only one guy? Seems a bit few." The leader, a level 6 lair guardian, growled, "It's been a long time since such a fool dared to trespass and destroy our lair," a lair guardian muttered, thinking they would encounter the jackal people, not a human. Chiang Hai took a stance, realizing the lair guardians had been hiding above all along. He calculated that these small fry definitely wouldn't drop good loot, so he decided to finish them quickly. Meanwhile, at a vast lakeside, several dark Mulrock lake sentinels with jagged teeth surfaced from the water. The fish monsters puffed out their gills and glared, taking a deep breath. They roared in unison, creating a shockwave that rippled across the lake's surface. The sound wave spread at an alarming speed, alerting the entire area. As soon as the signal arrived, a battle erupted between a yellow-skinned Mulrock chief and a group of jackal soldiers. The level 7 Mulrock chief roared, panicked by a human infiltrating the hatchery. Whoosh! The jackal warrior Hog didn't waste words, swinging his axe and cleaving a red Mulrock's corpse. Hog looked puzzled. Monster blood splattered everywhere, but he paid it no mind. Overwhelmed, the entire Mulrock swarm fled desperately from the pursuit of the 2 jackal warriors. The jackal scout reported to Hog that the Mulrocks had retreated, and it seemed the Mulrock Lake Sentinels had detected a human. Hog ordered a quick-witted individual to guard the lakeside, instructing them to report immediately if the human adventurer escaped. The system panel appeared. The effect of the Black Knight's sword has been activated. Defeating a strong enemy grants Chiang Hai a permanent +1 stamina. Chiang Hai sighed in relief, standing amidst the pile of guardian corpses, concluding that these were much stronger than warrior goblins, definitely the bosses of this dungeon. True to his word, he unceremoniously kicked each corpse into the underground river to dispose of them. Suddenly, he turned back with a puzzled expression, as if sensing something unusual. The Mulrock Chief. Level 7. A dedicated buff boss, capable of increasing the overall strength of all its minions by 1 level. At the headquarters of Daiichi Corporation, one of the world's top 500 enterprises, a lecture was underway. In dungeons from level 6 to 10, bosses are usually divided into 2 types, team buff types and individual combat types. The teacher explained that buff-type bosses have average power, but are extremely difficult for solo players because they turn a swarm of small fry into a true army. 2 level 8 adventurers from Daiichi Technology sat in class, Fistsun, with the title Fist Rampage, and Tsubomi, with the title Explosive Flame Magician. The teacher glared irritably at Tsubomi, who was yawning widely, while Fistsun diligently took notes. "Every time you come to my class, you either skip or yawn. Is my class that boring?" the furious teacher yelled, flinging a marker straight at Tsubomi. Whoosh! Tsubomi calmly raised his hand, catching the pen flying at terrifying speed. The red-haired man nonchalantly snapped the pen tip, taunting, "I already know all this stuff. I'll listen when you talk about things above. Level 11. The teacher slammed the table, growling. Do you think I enjoy talking about these things? He roared that the reason this remedial class had to be opened was because a CJ superstar had been too arrogant, soloing an over-leveled dungeon, and was wiped out by a party buff boss. Tsubomi and Fistsun were both stunned. The red-haired man shouted, "What? Shunchen is dead?" Fistsun calmly confirmed, saying that the forums had been in an uproar for days, claiming that the man's death had wasted CJ's investment, and that the superstar project was a failure. Tsubomi smirked meaningfully, showing extreme interest. I really didn't know about this. Tell me the details. Back in the dungeon, an elite Mulrock roared, lunging at Chiang Hai with its razor-sharp claws. Slash. Chiang Hai swung his sword, a clean cut splitting the monster in two, blood splattering everywhere. The Mulrock chief watched from a distance, ignoring its elite subordinates being slaughtered right in front of the entire swarm's egg nest. The chief roared orders, warning the soldiers that this human had extremely keen senses. Sneak attacks were useless, and they all had to charge together to gang up on him. Chiang Hai stood surrounded, wondering why the Mulrock chief, stronger than even a warrior goblin, was just standing by, treating its elite soldiers like trash. The system panel displayed a notification. The defeating strong enemies effect of the Black Knight's sword has reached its limit, accumulating a total of 2 agility and 3 stamina points. The Mulrock chief roared an order for an all-out attack, determined to use the tactic of overwhelming numbers to wear down Chiang Hai's stamina. The chief muttered calculations, judging Chiang Hai's skill to be on par with Hog's, but its side's advantage was overwhelming numerical superiority. However, he also realized that at Chiang Hai's monster-clearing speed, by the time they took him down, most of its elite soldiers would be wiped out, leaving them unable to resist the Jackal tribe. The chief broke into a sweat, imagining Hog's army sweeping in to clean up the aftermath once its forces were weakened. Screw it, I'll take the risk. The Mulrock chief decided not to be a spectator anymore, personally moving towards the battlefield. The sword-wielding boss charged, directly confronting Chiang Hai, who was waiting. Chiang Hai smirked provocatively. What? Feeling sorry for your subordinates, so you finally decided to step in? A miraculous survivor title notification appeared, signaling an impending comeback. I've been waiting for this moment, Chiang Hai roared, activating his adventurer's control skill and charging straight at the boss. An elite Mulrock shouted a warning to the chief that the enemy was as strong as Hog, but the boss merely growled, "I know!" While swinging its sword. Chiang Hai stomped his foot hard on the ground, the earth cracking under the immense pressure. He shot into the air, neatly dodging the boss's sword strike, then retaliated with a blood-splattering slash right behind it. Unexpectedly, Chiang Hai was pierced through the hip by a strange weapon, but he let out a savage laugh. Excellent. Now for the final line of defense. Chiang Hai landed, covered in blood but with soaring momentum, declaring the battle over while the Mulrock chief retreated in horror. The heavily wounded boss turned and fled headlong towards the lake, ignoring the calls of its subordinates. The chief ran while issuing orders, confident that even though it was injured, Chiang Hai was in a more miserable state, and its subordinates could easily finish him off. The elite Mulrocks roared in obedience, ready for the underwater pursuit. The Mulrock chief splashed into the lake, 2 elite subordinates diving in right after. An entire swarm of elite Mulrocks ferociously plunged into the deep water, determined to tear their enemy apart. Underwater, the corpses of the Mulrock Lake Sentinels were torn to shreds, floating in the murky purple water as the elite Mulrocks swam closer. An elite Mulrock was utterly bewildered. Gurgle? Wasn't that human adventurer severely wounded by the chief? How did he escape and even clear out the sentinels at the entrance so quickly? Another analyzed the Lake Sentinel's corpse, concluding, he was ambushed by a stealthy attacker and took a fatal blow. This human is extremely skilled in underwater combat. The elite Mulrock realized in shock. The chief's judgment was completely wrong. This adventurer might not be hurt at all, causing its comrades to also be stunned. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai had calmly emerged onto the shore, standing by the lake like a god, completely free from the pursuit. Chiang Hai held the potion, silently thanking his miraculous survivor title for the stat buffs that helped him endure, admitting that if that Mulrock boss had been a little calmer, he would have been ganged up on and wiped out. He recalled the warning in the hospital, realizing that soloing a crowd of enemies at the same level was extremely difficult, and it was time to seek out capable teammates. Suddenly, a large shadow lurked in the bushes, silently observing Chiang Hai from afar. The deep wound on Chiang Hai's hip was still there, blood still oozing, proving he had paid no small price. From within the bushes, a pair of glowing yellow eyes of a mysterious monster watched Chiang Hai's every move, silently biding its time. Jackal Warrior Hog, a true boss, appeared and asked his jackal scout, "Is that human adventurer still alive? What's his condition?" The jackal scout knelt and reported, "I dared not get too close for fear of being discovered, but I can confirm he is severely wounded." Hog smirked bloodthirstily, clearly seeing a severely wounded adventurer as nothing more than a juicy piece of bait. In a flash, Chiang Hai's body glowed, all wounds healed without a trace, and his muscles surged back to peak condition. The elite Mulrocs finally surfaced, jaws agape in astonishment, as they saw their supposedly dying prey standing there, waiting. Seeing Chiang Hai completely healed, the entire swarm of elite Mulrocs froze in the middle of the lake, daring neither to advance nor retreat. Chiang Hai glanced at the monsters with a condescending look, uttering a cold remark. "Next time, we'll settle the score with you." A surge of electrical energy crackled through the air, signaling that a summoning skill was about to be activated. Chiang Hai, now clad in gleaming silver armor, opened a spatial gate and summoned his goblin follower, who had evolved into a giant warrior. The goblin follower anxiously asked his master, "Is that it? Did we fail?" Chiang Hai explained the plan. "There are too many Mulrocs in the hatchery. I can't clear them all alone. I just checked your inheritance book." Chiang Hai handed his follower a new sword and assigned a task. "From now on, use this sword to farm monsters of the same level until you evolve into a warrior goblin." The goblin asked again in its own language, bewildered. "Gob? What will you use then?" Chiang Hai summoned an incredibly cool high-tech scythe, hoisted it onto his shoulder, and declared, "I'll use this." He instructed his follower to practice diving next time they entered a dungeon, and it quickly replied, "Gob." "Understood." A Mulroc was hung upside down from a tree as bait, its mouth gagged and dripping a purple liquid. The goblin recognized it instantly. "Gob! It must be the jackals." While Chiang Hai silently analyzed the situation, Chiang Hai activated his Dance with Death skill, preparing for the upcoming act. The system panel displayed, "Adventurer voluntarily entered a dangerous state, activating the title, Brave Under Fire." Perception stat surged by 4 points. From within the bushes, a giant battle axe suddenly swung out, aimed directly at Chiang Hai's blind spot. A muscular jackal berserker with glowing green eyes grinned savagely, certain his ambush would succeed. Thanks to his buffed perception stat, Chiang Hai immediately sensed the killing intent and spun around. "Huh?" The jackal roared. "A weakness!" Then lunged like a whirlwind, but Chiang Hai had already detected its presence. Clang! Chiang Hai used the shaft of his scythe to effortlessly block the jackal's devastating overhead strike. The jackal, now wearing a helmet, roared, "Slash!" in frustration as its surprise attack was nullified. Undeterred, the jackal continued to swing its twin axes, launching a relentless assault on Chiang Hai. Chiang Hai parried the blows, thinking to himself that it was a good thing he had raised his perception stat, or he would have taken the full force of that ambush. The jackal began to panic. Wasn't this adventurer severely wounded? But his movements were nothing like someone on the verge of death. Could he be a shapeshifter? The jackal berserker was speechless, unable to believe its prey was so formidable. The goblin follower cried out in alarm, "Gob!" It ran away, as he saw the jackal turn and flee. Chiang Hai kept a cool head, analyzing. It might not be fleeing, it could be feigning weakness to lure me into a trap. The giant goblin scratched its head and asked again, "Gob? So, should we pursue, boss?" Chiang Hai glanced through the dark forest, realizing an entire pack of jackals was lurking in the shadows, ready for a coordinated attack. He decided on a tactical retreat. "No, don't pursue for now. Let's find some stronger teammates and prepare thoroughly before coming back to settle the score." Whoosh! A purple spatial gate tore through the wall in a luxurious apartment, and Chiang Hai stepped out like a deity. As he removed his helmet, Chiang Hai mused, "I didn't expect the difficulty of dungeons from level 6 to 10 to be so vastly different from level 5. He muttered, drawing a painful lesson. No wonder from level 6 onwards, adventurers have to form intelligence and tactical teams. Going in without information is truly suicide. A green system screen appeared before Chiang Hai, signaling it was time for the mission summary. The notification board clearly displayed, "Main quest find the Mulroc spawning grounds completed." But side quest befriend the jackal tribe failed miserably. Chiang Hai confidently thought to himself, "Although I haven't cleared the dungeon this time, I should at least get an S rank for slaughtering so many Mulrocs and surviving the jackal's ambush." The settlement screen appeared with a sarcastic message. "Surviving this dungeon is truly a miracle for someone with a seafood allergy like you, along with a reward of an infinite bag of animal feed." Chiang Hai exploded, veins bulging on his face. "What's wrong with having a seafood allergy? Wait, how does the system know I have a seafood allergy?" He continued to yell in despair. And I'm a human. What's the meaning of giving me a bag of animal feed? Even if I can't finish it, it tastes terrible. In another luxurious villa, a voice rang out in surprise. What? Has licensed by the Dongshan Adventurers Association? Shang Li trudged down the stairs, stopped by a red-haired woman who questioned him. Hey, didn't you confidently guarantee Head be eliminated earlier? Shang Li turned back, snapping with a helpless expression. Even Gao Chengyong died by his hand. What else do you want me to do? The woman, identified as Zhou Chang, Shang Li's wife and the granddaughter of a legendary adventurer, growled. From your tone, it seems you have no intention of avenging my brother. Shang Li's face darkened, and he growled at his wife over the phone. Do you think I'd dare risk the manager position your grandfather gave me to pick a fight with a superstar from the neighboring city? Zhou Chang scoffed in response. I misjudged you. If I had known, the resources Grandpa left behind should have been given to Zhou Dai instead. Shang Li froze, seeing his wife, Zhou Chang, standing on the stairs looking down with icy eyes. Zhou Chang snarled into the phone, declaring bluntly, You've always coveted my grandfather's relic, haven't you? If you don't avenge my brother, I'll let someone else do it. In another room, a hooded gamer girl sat in front of her computer screen, sipping water and browsing the web. She suddenly froze, her eyes wide with astonishment at the information that had just appeared on the screen. On the Black Market Forum, a bounty for Chiang Hai, level 6 adventurer, had been posted, with the reward being an epic-grade relic from the legendary Zhao Jianming. At Whale's Gym late at night, a muscular man was performing one-handed push-ups, counting to the 361st repetition. The strongman An Ran continued his push-ups, while the gym staff member sat squarely on his back, scrolling through her phone and counting to the 363rd repetition. The gym staff member called out to the muscular man, An Ran, there's a bounty on the black market you might be interested in. An Ran maintained his posture, replying curtly, Tell me about it. The staff member raised her phone and read the information. Someone has offered a legendary grade relic as a bounty for the life of a superstar in Dongshan City. An Ran stopped, drenched in sweat. This bounty seemed enticing enough to capture his attention. An Ran stood up and asked, Did Shu Mao provoke someone again? The staff member sneered, replying cryptically, Not Shu Mao, but someone we all know. Chiang Hai's phone vibrated wildly on the table, shattering the morning's tranquility. Chiang Hai, half asleep, answered the call with a groggy voice. Hello? On the other end of the line, a panicked assistant in a white uniform shouted in alarm. Chiang Hai, someone's targeting you. Chiang Hai yawned, replying nonchalantly. Didn't I tell you yesterday? It's already been resolved. The assistant frantically reported over the phone. This time it's different. Someone has put an extremely high bounty on your head, on the black market. She continued to warn Chiang Hai, her voice filled with worry. Don't underestimate it. The reward for this bounty is insane. My brother even said if you hadn't saved me, he might have been tempted himself. Chiang Hai remained calm on his bed, getting straight to the point. What exactly happened? Tell me the details. The screen displayed the bounty information. Bounty on Chiang Hai, level 6 adventurer of Dongshan City, with the reward being an epic-grade relic from the legendary Zhou Jianming, along with all his achievements and home address. In another room, the ponytail staff member was sweating profusely while looking at the screen, as Chiang Hai stood behind her, coolly remarking, The bounty on me is quite something. Chiang Hai immediately asked, Did you find out who posted it? The association staff member analyzed quickly. No need to check. Based on the reward, the poster is almost certainly a direct descendant of the late legendary Zhou Jianming. She turned to question Chiang Hai. Why did you make enemies with them? To make them bring out Zhou Jianming's relic, just to hunt a level 6 adventurer like you. Chiang Hai, looking dazed, let out a long yawn and replied casually, I don't know. I've never heard of this person before. The association staff member decided to act, picking up her phone. Let me contact the boss and ask them to persuade the other side to withdraw this bounty. Chiang Hai entrusted everything to her, while she didn't forget to remind him to stay put within the association, as this lucrative bounty would attract a swarm of reckless individuals. The scene at Chiang Hai's apartment. The balcony glass was shattered, fragments scattered all over the floor. A pair of military boots stepped into the scene, their owner muttering, Is someone faster than us? A blonde assassin named Wang Er stood in the living room, where a purple dungeon portal was wide open. He deduced, No, the living room shows no signs of combat. That adventurer Chiang Hai must be farming in his private dungeon. Wang Er, a level 10 assassin, smirked, thinking Chiang Hai was both lucky and unlucky to have dodged the first attack by hiding in the dungeon. He casually walked towards the dungeon portal, confidently declaring, But if he's stuck in the dungeon, there's no escape. The system info panel appeared. Mulrock Hatchery Dungeon. Difficulty level 7. Main objective is to destroy the hatchery. Wang Er checked the dungeon information, frowning when he discovered that besides the target, there were 4 other individuals inside. Unclear if they were allies or also bounty hunters. Inside the dungeon, a silver-armored knight lay flattened on the ground, gritting his teeth and cursing. "You scoundrel." Jackal Warrior Hog swung his axe, finishing off the silver knight, roaring. "There are no rules in war, human." The battlefield was littered with corpses from both sides, indicating a bloody battle had just ended, and Hog had suffered heavy losses. Hog glared resentfully at his injured subordinates, muttering, "Is that adventurer crazy? I just sent a scout to guard the entrance, and he came to kill me?" Realizing his side was weakened, Hog decided he couldn't stay any longer, ordering a retreat to avoid being ambushed by both adventurers and Mulrocks. The dungeon scene appeared with a dense forest and a large lake, where various forces were lurking, watching each other. The assassin, Wang Er, a blond man in a black hoodie, appeared at the edge of the forest, beginning his hunt. Wang Er's eyes swept across the area, coldly assessing the situation. On one side of the lake, a spiky-haired hunter carrying a greatsword stood guard, clearly not one of Chiang Hai's people. Another suited hunter approached, seemingly an accomplice of the greatsword wielder. Wang Er observed from afar, calculating, 3 hunters, so the target must only have 1 ally. The scene shifted to the luxurious Whales Gym, where a trap-setting phone call was being prepared. Shu Mao, the dashing blonde, walked in and called out, "Trainer on, did you need me for something?" And Ran, the muscular bald man, was bench-pressing while making a deal. "You know Chiang Hai has a bounty on his head, right? Call him. Lure him into a level 6 to 10 dungeon. You know what to do." At the same time, Chiang Hai was at home, and his phone suddenly rang loudly. The phone screen displayed the name Shu Mao, a name that boded no good. Chiang Hai narrowed his eyes, pondering, is he calling to warn me, or to probe if I already know about the hunt? Deciding not to answer, Chiang Hai ignored it, knowing that the dungeon portal at his home must have already been exposed. Outside Chiang Hai's apartment, another group of hunters had just arrived. The trenchcoat hunter analyzed. "We're late. It seems Chiang Hai has already been lured into this dungeon." Without hesitation, the trenchcoat hunter decisively ordered, "Go." Inside the dungeon, the trenchcoat hunter and his female teammate were checking the system information. The dungeon notification panel for the tidal merman breeding season appeared. Level 7. But the subquest to hunt 5 elite jackals was locked. Wang Er, the blonde assassin, also noticed something unusual. Why can't the alternative escape mission be completed? He narrowed his eyes, deducing that the elite jackals must have been wiped out by someone to the point where there weren't enough left. A silver-haired suited hunter suddenly appeared, blocking Wang Er's path along with 2 other muscular teammates. The silver-haired hunter suggested, "How about we have a quick meeting? That berserker warrior over there seems to want to talk." Wang Er glanced at the small fry with a bored expression, clearly not taking them seriously. 4 unfamiliar hunters had gathered by the lake, forming their own group. Wang Er directly questioned the spiky-haired greatsword wielder. "You guys were the first ones in here, right? Where's Chiang Hai?" Another muscular man in the group confirmed the entry order, proving they had been tracking other players. Wang Er continued to press. "So why haven't you found him? And why are you camping here, refusing to leave?" The spiky-haired hunter explained that his teammate, a marine ritualist, had discovered a newly born hero-tier fish under the lake and wanted to form a contract with it. Wang Er turned to the rest of the group, pressing, "What about you guys? Why aren't you doing the subquest to get out quickly?" The shield hunter argued that they used drones to find Chiang Hai but only saw the spiky-haired hunter loitering here. The suited hunter added that the spiky-haired hunter kept being vague, refusing to admit Chiang Hai was in the lake, so they all had to wait together. The spiky-haired hunter angrily yelled, "Are you blaming me? Should I just blurt out that my teammate went into the lake to catch a pet while I can't swim and have to wait on shore?" The other hunters started arguing, but Wang Er cut short the cheap drama. Wang Er waved his hand dismissively. "I understand your situation, but it seems there's no need for any discussion." The spiky-haired hunter broke into a cold sweat, speechless at Wang Er's overbearing and contemptuous attitude. The spiky-haired hunter, with a cold expression, informed Wang Er, "Actually just now, my teammate died. In a dark cave by the lake, a grotesque shadow sat amidst a pile of mulrock eggs. The purple-skinned monster, Devourer Manhus, was devouring the corpse of a marine ritualist, feeling power surge through it." Manhus turned to ask the Mulrock chief, kneeling nearby, "Are there many more meals like this outside?" The Mulrock chief reported, "Besides the adventurers who occasionally appear, There's also a pack of jackals in the forest, enough to satisfy your growth needs. Manhwa ordered. Excellent. Bring them here. While the system panel displayed a notification that it had just leveled up to 3 from eating, the Mulrock chief frantically refused. Not now. The adventurers from yesterday and today have depleted our numbers to the point where we cannot confront the pack of jackals. Manhwa coldly asked again. How long will it take? The Mulrock chief replied. 50 sunrises and sunsets. Elsewhere in the forest, an adventurer named Shen Mu lay collapsed, next to a level 6 hellhound with glowing red eyes. The hellhound was barking loudly next to Shen Mu's corpse, reporting its success to its 2 newly arrived masters. Lang Chi, a level 9 demonologist, patted the dog's head and said, I didn't expect the lone wolf Shen Mu to die in this dungeon. The level 8 female ranger, Ju Lilil, while doting on the dog, commented, That's how lone wolves are. Even if they reach level 9, they'll die if they encounter a counter dungeon without anyone to cover them. Lang Chi smirked. That's true, but I didn't expect this fool to play himself to death just to cut off others' retreat. Ju Lilil worried. What do we do next? The Mulrock hatchery is definitely underwater, and our professions and equipment aren't suited for aquatic combat. If we don't complete the mission, we'll be stuck here. Lang Chi pondered deeply, devising a perfect plan. He analyzed. This dungeon has a 15-person limit. Excluding us and that fool, there are 12 empty slots. As long as someone skilled in aquatic combat among the remaining 9 enters and helps us complete the mission, we can escape. Let's head back to the gate. From a distance, Lang Chi and Ju Lilil spotted Wang Er's group of hunters loitering by the lake. The spiky-haired hunter was yelling in despair. The marine ritualist has extremely powerful aquatic combat abilities. With her strength, there's no way she couldn't have escaped. This dungeon definitely has a problem. The spiky-haired hunter bitterly explained the situation. The only way out is to dive underwater. But all the aquatic combat specialists are gone, so it's over. Assassin Wang Er coldly calculated. Excluding that game-ruining fool, this dungeon still has 7 empty slots. They all stood on the shore, looking down at the water, hoping that among the remaining individuals, someone would be skilled enough to carry the team through the aquatic battle. Beneath the deep water, a grotesque fish monster with jagged jaws silently observed. In another part of the forest, Lang Chi's hellhound growled, sniffing out strangers approaching. The hellhound barked loudly as it detected Wang Er's team slowly approaching, alerting its master. Lang Chi immediately recognized Assassin Wang Er, a well-known figure in the community. Both Lang Chi and Ju Lilil were surprised, wondering why a professional assassin like Wang Er would come to this remote place. Lang Chi got straight to the point, asking Wang Er, Have you dealt with the target yet? Wang Er grimaced, admitting defeat, and bitterly said, We've been tricked. The target might not have even stepped into the dungeon. The scene shifted to the Adventurers Association cafeteria, where an apprentice named Liang Jiakun was excitedly chattering about a sweet deal. A bounty on a level 6 adventurer with an epic tier artifact as a reward. Chang Jingchuan, a seasoned-looking level 3 adventurer, immediately poured cold water on him. There's nothing to be proud of about this. He continued to analyze, stating that a legitimate adventurer having a public bounty placed on them was extremely bizarre and certainly had a hidden agenda. Liang Jiakun scratched his head in agreement, admitting this was the first time he had seen such a case. Suddenly, Yao Wenchong interjected into the conversation, revealing the reason. Because the initiator of this bounty is very special. He introduced himself as Yao Wenchong, an adventurer level 8, and stated that he had investigated the bounty poster to be a witness in the Heaven's Gate incident involving the legend Zhou Jianming. The flashback begins. A level 18 dungeon, named Tomb of Fear, appeared with the boss half-witch master Arthurillac, a glowing purple skull orb, surrounded by military helicopters being torn apart by dark lightning. A formidable team of adventurers, fully equipped, directly confronted the boss's deadly energy surge. The leader of the formation, a muscular warrior with fiery red hair, was none other than level 18 adventurer Zhou Jianming, who roared a battle cry. Charge! In the flashback, Zhou Jianming's elite army fiercely clashed with the boss half-witch master Arthurillac, a giant orb of dark energy. Back in the present, Chiang Hai asked directly, So, because Zhou Jianming died in the Heaven's Gate incident, his descendants get special privileges? Yao Wenchong confirmed, explaining in detail. That's right, and because his grandson died in the graveyard dungeon and you saved 2 civilians who shouldn't have survived, blocking its escape route, that's why Zhou Jianming's granddaughter wants you dead. Chiang Hai frowned, realizing the problem. According to your explanation, the conflict between us is irreconcilable. Then? Yao Wenchong calmly replied, Not necessarily. Our leaders have arranged a meeting with the person in charge from Fujian province, who is also that girl's friend, to discuss this matter. He confidently added that if all went well, there would be results this afternoon, as the scene shifted to a luxurious garden villa. Here, Zheng Renjun, a senior manager of the Dongshan Association, arrived with his female assistant and asked, "Are we late?" Zhou Chang, the arrogant red-haired granddaughter, and Huang Xuan, a long-haired big shot, were already seated. Huang Xuan coldly replied, "No." The long-haired man, Huang Xuan, a level 18 adventurer with the title Assassin Mage, smirked, just in time. Zheng Renjun, a level 14 adventurer with the title Legendary Support, also returned the smile, the atmosphere as tense as a stretched bowstring. While the big bosses were strategizing, in another apartment building, the dungeon's teleportation gate suddenly lit up. A bounty hunter in a green jacket excitedly rushed in but was thrown back by the gate, yelling, "Why can't I get in?" He sat on the floor, cursing bitterly. "The guy before me got in, so why is it full when it's my turn?" Inside the dungeon, a crowd of bounty hunters gathered, all bewildered, not understanding what was happening. Zhang Zixing, a level 8 magic archer, screamed in panic. "What? Chiang Hai isn't in this dungeon? We have to go underwater to complete the mission and leave." The shield-wielding tanker grumbled angrily. "Exactly. The mission originally didn't require going underwater, but that idiot Shen Mu ruined everything. Now we're stuck here waiting for the gate to reverse." The trenchcoat-wearing hunter pointed out the core problem. "The issue is that the resources in this forest might not be enough for us to last until then." The crowd began to riot, some already contemplating killing each other for resources, while others shouted, offering high prices for food and water. Amidst the chaotic crowd, Qiao Luo, a level 8 adventurer with the shapeshifter profession, stroked his mustache with a sly smile, clearly having a trump card to handle the situation. Qiao Luo muttered to himself in the forest, admitting that he hadn't held much hope initially. He hadn't expected even a high-level assassin like Wang to be stuck in this dungeon. Blue energy began to envelop his body as he transformed, thinking, "Fewer competitors like this. Once I complete the mission, I might even snatch Zhou Jianming's epic artifact." Transformation complete. Qiao Luo, as Ku Tao, a high-ranking Mulrock priest. Challenge level 6, looking exactly like the real thing. He smirked sinisterly and ventured deeper into the forest alone, confident in his deception plan. In an underwater cave, the Mulrock chief reported, "Sir, there's an envoy from a distant Mulrock tribe here to visit." Devourer Manhus was sitting amidst a pile of eggs, attended by the Mulrock chief and another Mulrock. The Mulrock chief seemed hesitant, unsure of the stranger's identity. He continued to report, "Lord Devourer, would you like to meet them?" Manhus, the purple-skinned boss, bared his jagged teeth and ordered, "Yes, but as a precaution, call back all the Mulrocks that were released outside." Manhus muttered suspiciously, "Kowtow Mulrocks? I really want to know how they managed to get past the jackals and adventurers to find their way here." Qiao Luo, in his Kutao guise, appeared perfectly calm and profound under the boss's scrutiny. 2 Mulrock Lake Sentinels swam around, guarding the area as the envoy entered the territory. A Mulrock guide appeared, announcing, "The chief has agreed to meet you. Please follow me." Qiao Luo was led into the main lair, facing an evolved Mulrock sentinel on guard. Suddenly, a system notification panel appeared before Qiao Luo, lighting up the dark cave. Mission completed cleanly. The departure mission has been completed. Qiao Luo smirked, turning to the bewildered sentinel. "What are you looking at?" The evolved Mulrock sentinel flinched, sensing an ill omen, as killing intent began to spread. A series of crimson system notifications appeared. Warning: boss-level unit encountered. Warning: hero-level unit cannot be registered. Qiao Luo's face turned pale, and he frantically wondered, hero-level unit? How could a level 7 dungeon spawn something like this? The Mulrock chief bared his teeth and roared, pointing directly at Qiao Luo's face. "What are you looking at? Lord Devourer is asking you a question." Qiao Luo was drenched in sweat, telling himself to calm down, trying to find a reason to hide that damned notification panel. Regaining his profound demeanor, Qiao Luo, in his Mulrock priest guise, began to bluster. "I have traveled through many Mulrock tribes, but this is the first time I've seen a place where hatcheries are located, where land creatures cannot reach. I was merely surprised." The Mulrock chief scratched his head, seemingly convinced. "Oh, I see. Then it's not your fault. Not every tribe can find such a valuable place." But the Mulrock chief suddenly paused, sensing something was off with this priest. Devourer Manhus, the true boss, revealed a gruesome smile, licking his lips. "My innate talent doesn't lie." From the moment he appeared, It screamed that eating him would help me level up again. Manhas concluded sharply, his eyes flashing with deadly intent. But my innate talent has no effect on fellow Mulrocks. He is absolutely not a Mulrock. The scene shifts to a luxurious, quiet garden villa. Zhou Chong was yelling furiously at a man with a blonde ponytail. My younger brother had a chance to escape. If it weren't for that damned Chiang Hai, he would have completed the departure mission. Another young man with spiky blonde hair, seemingly an official, read aloud from a handbook. Article 4 of the Official Adventurer's Emergency Handbook states that during a survival dungeon inversion event, priority must be given to assisting vulnerable groups in completing their missions. He stated firmly, Chiang Hai's actions were in full compliance with regulations. It was not his fault. Zhou Chong remained unconvinced, craning her neck to argue. But at that time, he wasn't even an official adventurer yet. The man with the blonde ponytail coldly interrupted. Zhou Chong, be quiet. I have a question. The official with spiky blonde hair smirked. Go ahead. The man called Uncle Huang asked a weighty question. If everything goes smoothly, how far do you think Chiang Hai can develop? An outstanding pillar, a regional leader, or a legend? The official leaned back, giving an assessment that couldn't be higher. Soloing from the start, reaching level 6 inches 1 month, and even solo killing the infamous rising star hunter Gao Cheng Yong. Chiang Hai, at the same stage, is even stronger than me. He has all the qualities to become a regional leader, and even has the potential to become a legend. Uncle Huang fell silent, his gaze deepening, seemingly pondering the words he had just heard. Zhou Chong was utterly stunned by her uncle's decision, stammering, Uncle Huang, as he ordered, all right, let's stop here. I'll urge the person in charge of the East Ghost Market to withdraw that bounty later. Uncle Huang narrowed his eyes, warning Zhou Chong, you're not a child anymore. Out of respect for Zhou Junming, you've already conceded to your older brother, but everything has its limits. He stated firmly, humanity's legendary seed cannot be ruined just because of your personal vendetta. I believe even Zhou Jianming would agree. Liang Jiakun, a young man with a bowl cut, rushed over, shouting, Chiang Hai, good news. Chiang Hai, who was training hard in the gym, turned to look at the goofy-haired kid with a puzzled expression. Liang Jiakun cheered. Your bounty has been lifted. Chiang Hai smirked, a satisfied smile on his face. At Whale's gym, news of Chiang Hai's bounty being lifted began to spread. In another office, Unran and Shu Mao also received the news. The gym staff member was astonished. It hasn't even been 24 hours. Who's that efficient? Shu Mao raised his phone, smiling confidently. It's probably just the bounty being withdrawn. Nothing major. He just messaged me back. And Ran mused. So, Zheng Renjun was behind this? I didn't expect him to place such high hopes on a rookie. In the car, Zhou Chong yelled at Uncle Huang. Uncle Huang, I only put out the bounty after you agreed. Why did you change your mind just because of a few words from Zheng Renjun? Is he that influential? Uncle Huang calmly replied. The pressure from the East alone, I could have held out for a few days. But now, besides the internal association pressure, there's also pressure from other factions. He glanced at his shocked granddaughter, concluding, that kid Chiang Hai has a wider network of connections than you think. The scene shifted to a damp cave. Xiao Luo was tied to a cross, his face bruised and battered, crying and pleading. Stop hitting me, I've told you everything I know. The Mulrock chief knelt before a giant black shadow, reporting, Sir, the interrogation is complete. That shadow is the Devourer Manhus. The Mulrock chief continued to report the situation. Currently, 12 adventurers are gathered in the forest, their strength not inferior to a jackal tribe leader. The good news is, none of them are skilled in water combat, and they are trapped in the forest. Manhas sat on a pile of bones, saying gleefully, Interesting. Our war with the jackal tribe has depleted the forest's food supply. They won't last 50 days. Back at the Dongshan City Adventurers Association, Chiang Hai had arrived. Chiang Hai was introduced to Zheng Renjun, the entrance manager, who had also negotiated on his behalf. Chiang Hai bowed in thanks, while the other man coolly replied, It's nothing. Zheng Renjun held up 2 fingers, instructing Chiang Hai, although the East Ghost Market has withdrawn the bounty, for your safety, it's best you don't leave this building for the next 2 months. He explained with a serious expression. There's still a chance that higher-level criminals might risk their lives, try to kill you, and secretly claim the reward. Chiang Hai wiped his sweat, accepting the advice. Understood, I'll stay indoors. Liang Jiakun indignantly shouted, questioning Zheng Renjun. Wait, what about that woman who put a bounty on Chiang Hai? Isn't she going to be punished? Zheng Renjun smirked, explaining that the one who placed the bounty was the granddaughter of the late legendary Zhou Jianming, making it difficult for the authorities to handle. He continued, the supervision rights over Zhou Jianming's artifacts had now fallen into the hands of Huang Xuan, the Fujian province manager, effectively silencing the granddaughter and preventing further trouble. Zheng Renjun looked at Chiang Hai, appearing to have more to say. Chiang Hai grinned, quickly sealing the deal. I have a level 7 dungeon gate. It won't invert for another 50 days, and am grounded for 2 months anyway, so feel free to use it. This left both Zheng Renjun and the staff member dumbfounded. The scene shifted to a modern apartment building, likely Chiang Hai's residence. Inside the apartment, Zheng Renjun and a pink-haired expert, Yao Wenzhong, stood before Chiang Hai's giant purple dungeon gate. Yao Wenchong extended his hand, beginning to analyze the dungeon gate that was emitting dark energy. A system notification appeared. Dungeon challenge attempts have reached their limit. Entry is not possible. Yao Wenchong turned to report. It is indeed a level 6 to 10 dungeon, and it's already full. No one else can enter. Zheng Renjun rubbed his chin, a calculating smile spreading across his face, clearly hatching some plan. He ordered Yao Wenchong, have the logistics team install some mini-cameras. Report anyone who exits this dungeon immediately. Yao Wenzhong adjusted his glasses, asking about how to handle Chiang Hai's situation. Zheng Renjun sneered, acting like a boss. Just follow the regulations in the Adventurer's Handbook. The association staff member, while taking notes, explained. Although concealing a dungeon gate is a violation, since you've just joined, the penalty will be very light, just an additional routine mission upon reaching level 9. She looked up and asked directly, do you accept this penalty? Chiang Hai was sweating. The deal was too good. Chiang Hai didn't hesitate, nodding repeatedly. Yes. The staff member coldly noted down his agreement. She continued to announce, starting tomorrow, you will attend general dungeon knowledge classes with Chang Jingchuan and Liang Jiakun at 8 a.m. Don't be late. Chiang Hai happily accepted the schedule. The scene shifts to the hospital area. A female doctor was scolding over the phone, unable to believe that Chiang Hai was also internally penalized. Chiang Hai calmly replied that the punishment was too light, and he was more worried about those reckless bounty hunters. He sneered, warning that his dungeon was quite tough, and if those weaklings underestimated it, they could get stuck and cause a gate reversal. The female doctor went crazy, thinking Chiang Hai was too kind to still worry about those who wanted to harm him, but he nonchalantly replied, wrong. I'm just afraid they'll implicate me. Chiang Hai changed the subject, asking about how her older brother's unspecialized alliance was also putting pressure to help him. She confirmed, revealing that the Fujian province tycoon, Cao Huo Wang, strongly opposed putting bounties on the descendants of legendary adventurers, as it would create a privileged class. She added that this matter had even alarmed the person in charge of the eastern region, which was why the bounty was removed in a flash. Chiang Hai thanked her older brother and promised a proper meal after everything settled down. He decisively hung up the phone. Standing alone in the hallway, Chiang Hai muttered the name Cao Hua Wang, clearly calculating something about this influential figure. On the other end of the line, the female doctor was clutching her phone, her face flushed, daydreaming about the dinner invitation. Behind her were 2 men, Wu Hu, a level 18 adventurer, and Wu Long, a level 10 adventurer. The older brother grumbled that his younger sister had wasted years of accumulated favors on some kid who appeared out of nowhere. Chiang Hai's phone rang again, annoying him slightly. He answered the phone with a, hello? A powerful voice echoed from the other end. This is Cao Hua Wang, which stunned Chiang Hai. Cao Hua Wang was sitting in his luxurious office, while Chiang Hai quickly replied that he had heard the man was putting pressure on the regional manager. The tycoon was slightly surprised. You already know? Chiang Hai didn't beat around the bush. Then let's get straight to the point. Cao Hua Wang calmly explained. My son died in the Labyrinth Forest dungeon, and I found out that the dungeon owner, named Vulture, died by your hand. Consider it revenge for my son. We are even. The old fox, Cao Hua Wang, changed his tone, declaring that he wasn't calling today to discuss old matters but to talk about a business deal. He got straight to the point. Simply put, my friends and I highly value your future, and we intend to invest heavily in you. In return, when you become a candidate for regional leadership, please listen to our requests. Chiang Hai silently listened to the lucrative yet politically charged offer, his expression unchanged. The scene shifts. Chiang Hai was sitting in a mandatory class, and an elderly lecturer named Zhu Wei smiled as he introduced himself. The lecturer began his lesson with a question. Among the 6 basic stats, which one do you think is most important for rookies? Liang Jiakun, the young man in the orange shirt, boldly declared, no need to ask. It's definitely strength. If you're not tough enough, how can you complete monster hunting quests? Chang Jingchuan, the dark-skinned, blue-haired man, sneered in rebuttal. Even an idiot knows to prepare armor and weapons. With good gear, even a weakling can take down low-level monsters. He concluded that agility was what truly increased survival rates, leaving Liang Jiakun speechless. Lecturer Ju Wei nodded in agreement. This student is right. Association data shows that agility has the biggest impact on the survival and success rates of low-level adventurers. Chiang Hai raised his hand, asking a sharp question. Survival is easy to understand, but why does agility dominate even in internal conflicts among adventurers? The lecturer explained that at low levels, equipment and professions are still mixed, not forming an effective offense and defense system. So whoever strikes first wins. Chiang Hai nodded, his mind racing as he recalled the wanted criminals he had encountered. Indeed, they were either extremely fast or had tactics to counter speed. The lecturer continued his lesson, warning that adventurers who specialize only in agility would face difficulties in the level 6 to level 10 stage, as solo adventuring would no longer be effective. Chang Jingchuan then asked, "So, in the level 6 to 10 stage, which stat provides the greatest benefit?" The lecturer replied that at this point, the issue wasn't which stat was best, but that adventurers needed to adjust their development path according to the team's needs. Chiang Hai still wasn't giving up, continuing to ask about the cost-effectiveness of investing points into different stats, such as between perception and strength. The lecturer smiled, projecting a shocking pie chart. Charisma takes the biggest slice, topping the value ranking. Chiang Hai's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. Charisma is the highest? Why? The lecturer shrugged. I'm not sure either, but this ranking is recognized by legends. Their judgment certainly has a reason. The scene ends in a large cafeteria, where adventurer trainees were sitting in groups, likely after class. After a brain-draining theory class, Chiang Hai sat alone in the cafeteria, scrolling through the system interface to rebuild his character. A notification appeared, inviting him to switch to the hidden profession Brave Knight, with a reward of +1 charisma upon success. Chiang Hai pondered. A hidden profession that boosts charisma is good, but his main profession was already melee. Adding a sub-profession of the same type might make him a jack of all trades, master of none. Suddenly, Liang Jiakun appeared out of nowhere, slapping Chiang Hai on the shoulder. "What are you thinking about so intently, my friend?" Chiang Hai was startled, and replied curtly, "Nothing." Liang Jiakun chuckled, not pressing further. "If you don't want to talk about it, then don't." He then changed the subject, asking Chiang Hai if he was attending the afternoon combat training class. Liang Jiakun revealed some hot news. "I heard there's a martial arts master from Guangdong province coming to teach this time, the real deal." At the dojo, a bald master named Jiang Yang, from Guangdong, quietly opened a medicine bottle, preparing for the rigorous training session. In the arena, Chang Jingchuan had just defeated an opponent, sighing in relief after an easy victory. Chiang Hai, on the contrary, was kneeling on one knee, panting, frustrated that even with good equipment, his stats were still inferior to his opponents. Master Jiang Yang looked at Chiang Hai, who had lost 7 consecutive rounds, and asked if he wanted to continue fighting. Chiang Hai gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Of course, I'm not tired yet." The master turned to Chang Jingchuan, who was still standing firm as a rock. Chang Jingchuan let out a breath, still full of energy and ready for the next round. The two took their stances again. Chiang Hai, though exhausted, was determined not to give up. Chang Jingchuan smirked confidently, his eyes provocative. "Bring it on." In the stands, Liang Jiakun and the ponytail staff member were watching the match. The master gave them a 3-minute break before continuing. Liang Jiakun scratched his head, wondering, why does Chiang Hai, without titles and professional skills, fight even worse than me? The ponytail staff member analyzed coldly. That's because he only trained basic physical attributes before rushing into dungeons. If only basic skills are considered, his level is indeed only on par with yours. Liang Jiakun sneered, appearing disbelieving of what he was hearing. In the stands, Liang Jiakun thought that even for an outsider, Chiang Hai's close combat performance was already very impressive. A man in a black suit analyzed sharply. After 7 rounds, from being utterly dominated, Chiang Hai has managed to hold on and started to counterattack. His progress speed is visible to the naked eye. The man in the black suit continued to assert that Chiang Hai's intelligence must be around 17, and predicted that with just 5 more rounds, he would start to turn the tables. A resounding, "Stop," echoed from the dojo. Master Jiang Yang stood beside Chang Jingchuan, declaring him the winner of the round. Chang Jingchuan looked at Chiang Hai, who was sitting on the floor, sweating profusely. "Are you kidding me? It hasn't even been 10 rounds and he's already stronger than Liang Jiakun? How high is his intelligence?" Chiang Hai gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking to himself that if his stamina had been a little stronger, he could have won the last round. Chang Jingchuan suddenly called Chiang Hai's name, interrupting his thoughts. Chang Jingchuan challenged in a low voice. Next round, use both your titles and professional skills. Chiang Hai, sweating profusely, asked cautiously, "Are you sure?" Chang Jingchuan confidently replied, "Absolutely." While activating his title Swift Hands and revealing his identity as a level 3 adventurer, spear wielder profession. In the stands, all the observers were shocked to see that Chang Jingchuan was serious enough to unleash his title. Chiang Hai stood up, gripped his sword firmly, and accepted the challenge decisively. Chiang Hai turned to Master Jiang Yang, politely suggesting, "Master, would you mind stepping aside? I'm afraid you might get caught in the crossfire later." Master Jiang Yang just smiled calmly, signaling that he didn't need to be worried about. Chiang Hai activated his title, rising from the brink of death, and declared he would end the match quickly. Chang Jingchuan immediately recognized Chiang Hai's title, secretly assessing it as a B-rank title that boosts explosive power under dire conditions. The two opponents took their stances. Chiang Hai spoke first. "I'm ready. Will you attack first?" Chang Jingchuan replied curtly with a resolute tone. "No need." Chiang Hai narrowed his eyes, his gaze burning with killing intent. "Okay, then don't blink, now ill." Chang Jingchuan was no pushover either, his eyes sharp. "Come on, let me see how strong a superstar really is." Whoosh! Chiang Hai lunged forward with terrifying speed, leaving a blur behind him. Chang Jingchuan gritted his teeth. He's much faster than before. Chang Jingchuan broke out in a cold sweat, only managing to exclaim in his mind, "Too fast." But he was also a top-tier adventurer, roaring, "But my attack is even faster." He activated a series of attack speed buffs from his titles and professional skills. The spear in Chang Jingchuan's hand erupted with green energy, hurtling straight towards its target with wind-ripping speed, making him extremely confident. Chang Jingchuan's eyes widened, sweat pouring down him as his spear was dodged in an unbelievable manner. Boom! Chang Jingchuan used the shaft of his spear to knock Chiang Hai back, trying to create distance. Chiang Hai gracefully weaved to dodge the attack as if dancing, completely in control of the fight. A white streak of light flashed, too fast to be seen. Chiang Hai's sword tip was already pressed against Chang Jingchuan's throat, just a millimeter away from piercing it. Chiang Hai stood firm, coldly declaring the result. "You lost." He retracted his sword, stating concisely, "That's enough for today." Chang Jingchuan collapsed to the floor, utterly helpless and exhausted. He looked up, his eyes vacant, unable to believe what had just happened. Watching Chiang Hai retreating back, Chang Jingchuan bitterly questioned himself. "I'm finished. The gap between him and me. Is it really that vast?" Master Jiang Yang calmly walked over, praising, "Actually, your spear technique is quite good. Even when I was young, that thrust would have been difficult to dodge." The master smiled kindly, reassuring him, "Don't be discouraged. You merely encountered a special case who can read your next move." Chang Jingchuan was stunned, repeating in disbelief, "Read my next move?" Master Jiang Yang took a sip of water as he explained in detail. "When a person attacks, that is also when they expose the most weaknesses. Whoever can seize that moment can use weakness to overcome strength, and formlessness to defeat form. And that kid can do it." Master Jiang Yang concluded, "There aren't even 5 living martial artists in the entire martial arts world with his level of foresight, so don't blame yourself for losing." Liang Jiakun excitedly ran over and asked Chiang Hai, "Chiang Hai, what was that move just now? It was incredibly cool." Master Jiang Yang thought to himself, "An adventurer who has never practiced martial arts yet possesses this ultimate technique. This kid is no ordinary talent." After the match, Chiang Hai and Liang Jiakun sat eating in the cafeteria, with Liang Jiakun still chattering away. Liang Jiakun enthusiastically recounted, "Didn't you see? After losing to you, Chang Jingchuan's face was as black as a pot." Just as he was speaking, Chang Jingchuan suddenly appeared right behind him, making Liang Jiakun turn pale with fright. Chang Jingchuan carried his meal tray and politely asked, "May I sit here?" Chiang Hai casually agreed. Chang Jingchuan frankly admitted, "To be honest, I initially saw you as a rival." He acknowledged Chiang Hai's strength, believing that a stagnant pond like Dongshan couldn't hold him back, while Liang Jiakun chimed in, mentioning Chiang Hai's achievement of clearing a bug-level dungeon. The other two began betting on Chiang Hai's future, from becoming a manager to a legendary adventurer, completely ignoring the protagonist who was busy picking up food. The scene shifted to an office building, where Chiang Hai was asking about choosing a sub-profession. Chiang Hai reported to Yao Wenzhang, "That's right, I've reached level 6. While exploring the dungeon at home, I noticed my adventurer panel had been upgraded, allowing me to activate a sub-profession. He chuckled, scratching his head. But I don't know how to choose, so I came to ask you. Yao Wencheng adjusted his tie and began to explain. This would normally be taught in the general knowledge class, but since you asked, I'll give you a brief overview. He explained that professions are divided into two types, common and hidden. If your main profession is a common type, you can just look online to find the optimal path. Chiang Hai got straight to the point. So what if my main profession is a hidden one? Yao Wencheng pushed up his glasses, his gaze sharpening. That's right, you are a hidden profession user. He sighed, stating that due to the rarity of hidden professions, the association only knows the optimal path for a few of them. For the rest, one must rely on elimination and intuition. Chiang Hai asked anxiously, if I choose incorrectly, will I be weaker in the later stages compared to following the optimal path of a common profession? Yao Wencheng affirmed. Not necessarily. Even if a common profession adventurer becomes a legend, their power would only be moderate. But if your main profession is a hidden one, that's a different story. Yao Wencheng continued to analyze. As long as you are careful and don't choose a trashy sub-profession that drags down your main profession, your potential will not be limited. He smirked, revealing a shocking secret. Speaking of which, some hidden professions don't even need a sub-profession and can still climb to legendary ranks, or even higher tiers. Chiang Hai showed interest, his eyes sharpening, signaling for the other party to continue. Yao Wencheng pushed up his glasses, his voice full of mystery. However, this type of profession is extremely rare. Some are unique, such as the 8 Virtues Knight. Back in his room, Chiang Hai sat on the bunk bed, starting to use his tablet to dig for information. The search results for the Deathwalker profession on the association's internal network were a perfect 0. There was absolutely no data. However, information about the Valor Knight was abundant. He realized the emblem he picked up was being hunted by the entire world. Chiang Hai skimmed through the forum, smirking as he saw the crowd discussing animatedly. Realizing that successfully changing professions would guarantee him a spot among the top legendary ranks, he scratched his head and chuckled gleefully, feeling like he had just won the lottery. Without further ado, Chiang Hai put his armor back on, firmly holding the Valor Knight's challenge emblem. He shouted, activating the item in his hand, and a fierce crimson energy surged from the emblem. A vaulted spatial gate, radiating a fierce crimson light, suddenly opened right in the middle of his bedroom. The system announced a new title, Risen from the Brink of Death. Chiang Hai, in his new armor, looked much cooler, ready to step into the challenge. He shouldered his scythe, decisively declaring, let's go. Then he walked straight into the gate. Chiang Hai was teleported to a magnificent hall with towering stone pillars, ethereal light, and at the end of the path, another fierce crimson gate. He stepped inside, facing a colossal knight in golden armor sitting on a throne, exuding an overwhelming aura. The Golden Knight stood up, and the system displayed information. Legendary Unit Valor. Living. Armor. Challenge. Level 19. Chiang Hai froze, a system screen appearing right before him. The profession change quest was clear. Gain recognition from Legendary Unit Valor. With a countdown of 10 minutes, the clock started ticking. With only 9 minutes and 59 seconds left to complete this tough mission, the Golden Knight Valor stood tall, exuding an overwhelming presence, weapon ready in hand. Chiang Hai read the quest and was bewildered. Gain recognition? Does that mean I have to last 10 minutes? Suddenly, his eyes twitched at an unexpected warning. The system blared. Warning. Encountering a high-level legendary. The title, Born in the Land of Death, has been activated. Stat buffs due to immense power difference, and the hidden skill, Stride and Kill, has also been unlocked. Without further ado, Valor swung his weapon, unleashing a ground-sweeping attack with a blinding white energy wave. Whoosh! Chiang Hai narrowly dodged, landing amidst the rubble, directly facing the formidable boss. He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, wow! This guy. Chiang Hai compared them in his mind, wondering if this boss was even stronger than the Dark Knight messenger Kurode. He brushed aside his thoughts, deciding not to worry about it anymore, and just attack first. Valor also took a stance, muttering, let's see how you measure up against a legend. In a moment of contemplation, Chiang Hai envisioned himself bedridden, bandaged all over. He calculated bitterly, what lunatic could last 10 minutes against this monster? With this gear, it'd be lucky to hold out for 3 minutes. Below. Level 10. Don't even dream of passing this trial. He hesitated about changing titles to increase his survival chances, but then realized doing so would mean losing the insight skill, Stride and Kill. It was a true dilemma. Suddenly, Chiang Hai had a bold idea. He suddenly remembered he still had that. Clang! The red gate behind Valor slammed shut. The Golden Knight turned to look at the gate, realizing the challenger's escape route was sealed. He looked around the empty hall in confusion, wondering, where's the kid? From behind a pillar, Chiang Hai, in stealth mode, was secretly observing the massive boss. He smirked confidently. Lucky me. This guy's weakness is perception. With a stealth cloak on, he's completely blind. Chiang Hai's smile suddenly vanished, his face filled with bewilderment. Huh? Valor suddenly raised his hand to the sky, and a dazzling orb of light formed. He wondered, what is that? The orb of light compressed tightly in Valor's armored fist, its energy converging to an extreme. Suddenly, Chiang Hai materialized right in front of him, his face contorted in a frustrated curse. Damn it! Valor merely glanced, completely unfazed by the enemy's appearance. The scene shifted to Chiang Hai lying flattened on a bed, his face swollen, bandaged all over, his eyes silent, his entire body aching. He lay sprawled out, muttering bitterly. How the hell can a unit have a skill that sees through stealth? Looking out at the building, Chiang Hai told himself he would try using the titles Facing a Legend, Adaptation, and Miraculous Survivor later, though he wasn't confident at all. In another scenario, Chiang Hai, with the title Adaptation, was confronting Valor directly, but the knight merely uttered dismissively, "Hey, hey." Valor threw a direct punch, not giving Chiang Hai a single chance to retaliate. The devastating punch sent Chiang Hai flying like a bullet, the power utterly overwhelming. He was flung dozens of meters away, leaving a yellow streak on the arena floor. Truly, they were not in the same league. In another attempt, Chiang Hai was knocked back again, only able to grit his teeth and endure Valor's power. Valor swung his battle axe, a sweeping slash-carrying destructive power that disintegrated Chiang Hai into data blocks. The great hall became empty once more, only Chiang Hai's heavy footsteps echoing. He materialized in a corner, standing firm again, his eyes filled with determination. The Golden Knight turned, sensing the presence of his unyielding opponent. Chiang Hai activated the title Facing a Legend, growling defiantly. Again. Back in reality, Chiang Hai wondered, huh? The adventurers are still at my place? Did none of them pass the trial? In the gym, Chiang Hai was doing pull-ups while Yao Wenjong stood beside him, confirming, that's right. Yao Wenjong pushed up his glasses, analyzing professionally. If they can't complete the mission before the deadline, we'll need to gather more information about this dungeon, Chiang Hai muttered while doing pull-ups, calculating tactics for the upcoming dungeon inversion. He landed lightly, his entire body exuding a battle-ready aura. Chiang Hai brushed aside the old topic, showing he didn't want to discuss it further. All right, let's talk about something else. In a gloomy forest, a seemingly professional bounty hunter group was advancing, led by the Sunglasses leader. A scout ran back to report to the Sunglasses leader. Still no sign of Qiao Luo? The beanie scout confirmed that he had searched everywhere but found no trace of Qiao Luo. The Sunglasses leader deduced. It seems he didn't go down to the lake, nor did he venture further to find the Jackal tribe. He muttered with a tense expression. I hope the latter is true, otherwise we're really screwed. From behind a tree, Wang Er was observing the other group, his eyes sharp. Wang Er smirked, confident that Lang Qiside had also realized the dungeon's difficulty would gradually increase, and most of the small fry adventurers would be wiped out when the final mission appeared. Beneath the lake's surface, countless mulrock hatchlings had emerged, their glowing yellow eyes teeming as they awaited prey. In the meeting room, Zheng Renjun slammed the table and stood up, his face paling as he asked Chiang Hai, "Your mission is to destroy the mulrock hatchery?" Chiang Hai calmly confirmed. That's right. Is there a problem? Zheng Renjun looked like he was about to have a heart attack, needing the ponytail staff member to explain for him. The staff member began, asking Chiang Hai what he knew about the official rules when a dungeon undergoes inversion. Chiang Hai rattled off the basic rules. Positions swap, monsters have a chance to invade the human world, and the dungeon type remains unchanged. The staff member nodded, acknowledging that Chiang Hai had researched quite thoroughly. She then posed a critical question that stunned Chiang Hai. Do you know that monsters also need to meet conditions to return to their world? Chiang Hai was completely shocked, stammering in reply. Wait a minute. You mean the monsters also have a mission to leave and a purge mission? The staff member confirmed a horrifying truth. That's right. And the missions for both sides are often similar. For example, destroying the Mulrock hatchery here would be equivalent to destroying a vital human facility on the other side. Chiang Hai froze on the spot, his face pale at the shocking news, while the association staff member yelled, asking if he heard her, and Yao Wenjong calmly remarked, "The kid is scared out of his wits." Elsewhere, News of a level 7 dungeon in Dongshan City about to invert next month was spreading. In the gym, the orange-haired gym staff member updated Onran, who was working out. That's right, the natives in this dungeon are Mulrocks and the Jackal tribe. It's an exploration type, and the mission is to destroy the Mulrock hatchery. Onran asked while doing one-handed push-ups. So they want to recruit our Shu Mao? The staff member confirmed the reward was a spot on a same-level dungeon expedition team roster controlled by the government. Onran was silent, his face thoughtful. Back in the meeting room, Chiang Hai had recovered and started to sense something amiss. Wait, isn't Zheng Renjun a level 14 adventurer? Why would he need to recruit civilians to handle an inverted level 7 dungeon? Zheng Renjun, who was on the phone, turned to explain. Because after your gate is inverted, I won't be able to act freely. Chiang Hai looked bewildered, and Yao Wencheng continued, stating these were the unpublicized dungeon inversion rules. The scholar began to explain the hidden rules. When a dungeon inverts, the human world transforms into a dungeon in the eyes of the monsters, and because Zheng Renjun is level 14, far exceeding the Mulrock's level, he will be locked and unable to act. Chiang Hai suddenly understood, his mind racing. He immediately connected it to the graveyard dungeon incident. No wonder the graveyard was only a level 5 dungeon but had a legendary individual like Death Knight Claude. No wonder it entered Phase 2 as soon as the ghost left. Zheng Renjun added that this rule wasn't mandatory, but in the past, Russian adventurers had deliberately broken it, causing the dungeon gate to expand, allowing higher-level enemies to flood into their world. The association staff member concluded, in short, using same-level adventurers to deal with inversion issues is the optimal solution that the associations of various countries have learned after countless trials and errors. Chiang Hai still didn't get it, arguing vehemently. Optimal solution? What about the military? I understand that high-level individuals like Zheng Renjun can't easily intervene, but the military and heavy weaponry are clearly more reliable than us same-level adventurers, aren't they? Zheng Renjun confirmed that using the military was indeed the most effective way, but sternly warned that over the past decade, all nations had regretted doing so. Chiang Hai asked in surprise why they would regret it. The association staff member settled the matter. Because a game bug is about to occur. Military intervention will cause the actual difficulty of the dungeon on the human side to skyrocket, far exceeding its original level. Yao Wencheng continued, asserting that this meant the actual difficulty of subsequent dungeon gates appearing in the area would be much higher than their displayed level. The scholar concluded coldly, if these dungeon gates are quickly suppressed by the military after inversion, the actual difficulty of the next batch of gates will continue to increase until it fully matches the defensive power of this region. The ponytail-haired association staff member analyzed clearly. From dungeon level 11 onwards, firearms are useless, and from levels 16 to 20, you might even need nuclear bombs to stand a chance. Zheng Renjun summarized the problem. To put it bluntly, calling in the military is just a temporary fix. The problem remains and doesn't disappear. He continued to warn that if they kept relying on heavy weaponry, doom would come when they faced monsters capable of taking on an entire fighter jet squadron. Chiang Hai lay in the hospital bed, finally understanding why the military couldn't be called in to resolve the mess. He turned over, feeling the weight of responsibility and the exorbitant price for a densely populated country. There was no time for hesitation. Chiang Hai's hand gripped the truck tire tightly, veins bulging. In the gym, Chiang Hai roared, putting all his strength into flipping the giant tire, a furious and grueling training session. Liang Jiakun and Chang Jingchuan sat observing nearby, the muscular man exclaiming, Chiang Hai trains incredibly hard. Liang Jiakun wiped his sweat, his face pale with worry. If he trains like this every day, how can his body endure it? Chang Jingchuan casually retorted, didn't Miss Lin tell you what happened? The muscular man dropped a bombshell right in the middle of the gym. The dungeon at Chiang Hai's place will invert next month, leaving Liang Jiakun speechless with his mouth agape. The scene shifted to a forest edge, where a field hotpot was steaming over a campfire. A group of bounty hunters was camping, and the sunglasses-wearing leader inquired about the situation from a member who had just returned from scouting. The arrogant blonde hunter yawned as he reported, same as usual, the mulrocks in the lake refused to come ashore. The boss must have smelled that we're stuck here. The leader asked about the others' reactions and received the answer that they remained optimistic, and Qiao Luo's disappearance didn't bother anyone. After hearing this, the sunglasses-wearing leader remained silent, but his expression had hardened with contemplation. Back in the gym, Chiang Hai collapsed onto the tire, drenched in sweat, panting after exhausting all his strength. A green energy drink can was suddenly offered to Chiang Hai. Su Yu, in her pink tracksuit, appeared, handing Chiang Hai the drink and asking, today's Thursday, aren't you supposed to be in class? Chiang Hai jumped as if electrocuted, stammering in reply. Of course, but some idiot caused trouble and inverted the dungeon. At a modern building, an announcement was made. The dungeon mineral appraisal class was cancelled, replaced by a class on the rules of entrance reversal, and everyone had to sign a confidentiality agreement. A dignified silver-haired woman, Han Chiu-mei, a level 12 contract mage, held up the agreement and asked everyone to sign. In the classroom, the bowl-cut-haired Liang Jiakun eagerly raised his hand to sign first, while Chiang Hai and the others just observed. Liang Jiakun gleefully signed the agreement with a proud expression. After signing, Liang Jiakun passed the paper to Chang Jingchuan, the dark-skinned guy sitting next to him, while Chiang Hai coldly told him to pass it over for him to finalize. The paper was passed to Chiang Hai, then to Su Yu at the front desk. Under the watchful eye of instructor Han Chiu-mei, Chiang Hai glanced at the paper, his eyes stopping at Su Yu's signature. He sneered, leaning in to tease. Is your name Su Yu? Your father must really love the Three Kingdoms, huh? Su Yu was furious, her face flushed behind her mask, and she pointed directly at Chiang Hai, snapping, Shut up and sign. After collecting the paper, Han Chiu-mei warned sternly. The upcoming content must not be disclosed. Violators will be dealt with by the association's archivist and secret keeper. Hearing the threat, Chiang Hai, Liang Jiakun, and Su Yu all broke out in a cold sweat. Understanding that this was no joke, Han Chiu-mei smiled meaningfully, raised a finger, and announced, Now, let the lesson begin. She began to explain the reversal phenomenon. The level 7 Mulrock dungeon in Dongshan would create an equivalent dungeon for humans right in the city. Han Chiu-mei emphasized the most important rule. In this area, all adventurers would be unable to use their titles. Chang Jingchuan immediately stood up, shouting in astonishment. Why? Han Chiu-mei calmly explained that this was a game balancing mechanism for the defending side, meaning humans. She analyzed. The Mulrocks are the attacking side, disadvantaged by terrain and logistics. If the defending side's power wasn't restricted, the battle would be too one-sided. Liang Jiakun raised his hand, interrupting the lecture. I have a question. Chiang Hai also raised his hand, his eyes sharp, and asked directly. Still using the Mulrock dungeon as an example, if they enter our world, will their power increase? Instructor Han Chiu-mei explained. Their power won't suddenly increase until they complete their initial mission. Chiang Hai immediately analyzed, his mind racing. This mechanism means the Mulrocks will be more motivated to complete their mission due to the dropped rewards. Su Yu, wearing a mask, raised her hand and asked a practical question. Why not just use guns to finish it quickly? Han Chiu-mei dismissed the idea, warning that using guns would cause the difficulty of future dungeons in Dongshan to skyrocket, which would be self-sabotage. Liang Jiakun cheerfully proposed a naive plan. How about finding 2 level 9 to 10 experts to block the entrance, each killing one? And it's done, right? The instructor revealed a brutal game mechanism. Right at the dungeon gate, there was an absolute advantage zone, where defenders not only had their titles locked, but also lost all stat bonuses from their professions. Chang Jingchuan still hadn't given up, continuing to propose a human wave tactic, then call for more people. 5. Level 9 pros blocking the entrance would surely work, right? Han Chiu-mei admitted that method had been tried and was effective, but there was always a price to pay for dirty play. She explained the macro mirror rule. If the defending side played too easily, the system would rebalance itself by spawning super difficult survival-type dungeons elsewhere in the world. Now that the mechanism was understood, our country tried to avoid such dirty play. Han Chiu-mei concluded with a serious expression. Liang Jiakun clutched his head in panic. So we can only face wave after wave of monsters emerging from underground? That's disgusting. Han Chiu-mei smirked mysteriously, announcing that they had found a quick and easy solution to this reversal event. Chiang Hai immediately asked directly, his eyes sharp. What is it? The instructor revealed their trump card. Just capture a monster alive. Keep it from dying until the dungeon gate closes, and there would be no more invasions. Scene change. A seasoned bounty hunter group had gathered in a forest, every one of them looking like a big shot. The sunglasses leader spoke up, summoning everyone to discuss safety for the next few days. An arrogant blonde hunter scoffed, claiming this level 7 dungeon's only annoying aspect was its mechanism. If his profession wasn't unsuitable for underwater combat, the Russians would have taken it long ago. A muscular man in a red vest roared, glaring at the blonde hunter. Shut up and listen if you can't keep up. This underground city isn't simple. The blonde hunter, not one to be outdone, challenged with a smirk. Huh, as if you know everything. If you know, then just say it. I'm listening. The muscular man in the red vest snapped, yelling directly at the blonde hunter that the dungeon name Mulrock modding season and the quest Destroy the Hatchery were already clear enough hints. He continued to analyze. If they left it alone, in the last few days the Mulrocks would be as numerous as ants, and if their boss was a party buff type, those who went alone would surely die. The ID, spiky, blonde, hunter, crossed his arms and asked decisively, "So you called us here to discuss how to defend ourselves when the ID, Mulrocks, swarm ashore in the final days, right?" ID, Wang, the blonde-haired ponytail assassin smirked and confirmed, "That's right." ID, Wang, began to reveal confidential information he'd gathered while assisting the association in Zhanjiang. "Last month, I learned some unreleased information. The ID, Bounty, Hunter, Group, listened in silence, as ID, Wang, explained a rule favoring the attacking side in the dungeon inversion event. Within a certain range around the gate, the defensive side's combat power will be severely weakened. He asserted that based on the principle of reflection, this underground city must also have a similar mechanism. The ID, arrogant, blonde, hunter, immediately pressed. Specifically, how much is it weakened? ID, Wang, explained in detail. If we are considered the defensive side, upon entering that area, all titles and basic stat bonuses from professions will be nullified, and the ID, Mulrock, Chief, Boss's enhancement effects will also be suppressed. In the dormitory room, ID, Chiang Hai, was pondering the information he'd just heard. Losing titles was one thing, but even basic stat bonuses vanished near the gate. He rested his chin on his hand, bitterly realizing that this damned mechanism had completely ruined his plan to choose a sub-profession for perception stats. ID, Chiang Hai, narrowed his eyes, deciding to scrap the old plan. Now, it's definitely hopeless. He decided to use ID, Legendary, Unit, Valor, to practice fighting without future sight, and also to test how much his power would be nerfed. ID, Chiang Hai, entered a simulated space, a magnificent hall with a blazing red gate in the distance, facing a knight in golden armor. ID, Chiang Hai, in black valor armor, greeted mockingly, "Good morning." ID, Legendary, Unit, Valor. The ID, Legendary, Unit, Valor. Knight in golden armor stood silently, his fiery red hair blazing. Without warning, ID, Legendary, Unit, Valor, lunged forward as fast as a golden flash, leaving ID, Chiang Hai, momentarily stunned. Whoosh! A lightning-fast attack was unleashed, with overwhelming power. ID, Chiang Hai, in black armor broke out in a cold sweat, unable to believe his opponent's speed and power. No, this can't be. ID, Chiang Hai, in black armor stood frozen, bitterly realizing he was severely nerfed without future sight. And title buffs, the simulated battle lasted a mere 18 seconds. He realized the core problem. He needed to immediately find a sub-profession to buff his perception stats, to compensate for the lost future radar. At the Adventurers Association, the familiar, ID, Ponytail, staff, member, blocked his path, asking directly if he was looking for ID, Yao Wenzhong. ID, Chiang Hai, now in casual clothes, confirmed his objective, to find a sub-profession that grants 2 perception points, and needed ID, Yao Wenzong's recommendation. The staff member warned that the contribution points required to exchange for profession change items related to intelligence and perception were extremely high, and the spoils from ID, Gao, Cheng, Yong would definitely not be enough. ID, Chiang Hai, smirked confidently, revealing his trump card. He possessed 2 exclusive titles, not yet in the guidebooks, and could sell the information to farm contribution points. The staff member nodded, agreeing to ask ID, Yao Wenshong to handle the matter for him. A blonde-haired man with glasses approached, asking ID, Chiang Hai if he intended to choose a sub-profession right away. This man was ED, Yao Wenchong, who advised ED, Chiang Hai to wait, as there were still 6 months until he was forced into a dungeon, and perhaps a more optimal path would emerge. ID, Chiang Hai, scratched his head and explained that due to the dungeon inversion, his core skill now required an additional 2 perception points to activate without title buffs. ID, Yao Wenchong adjusted his glasses, accepting ID, Chiang Hai's valid reason. ID, Yao Wenchong handed ID Chiang Hai a stack of documents listing all the sub-professions held by the association that could grant at least 2 perception points. ID Chiang Hai focused on flipping through the list, his sharp eyes searching for the most suitable option. The document page clearly displayed information about profession #37, ID Seeker, a direct buff of 3 perception and 3 intelligence points upon activation. ID Yao Wenzhong asked one last time to be sure. Are you certain you want this one? No change of mind? ID Chiang Hai chuckled, waving his hand and replying concisely. It's fine. Let's go with it. ID Yao Wenzhong finalized the order, announcing that he would contact the Adventurers Association in Fuzhou to send an appraiser to Dongshan to assess the value of ID Chiang Hai's titles. ID Yao Wenzhong added that if the value of those titles was higher than the ID Seeker profession certificate, he would submit an application to the main headquarters, and ID Chiang Hai would simply have to thank him. The next day, a level 11 adventurer with purple hair named ID Kai Ji appeared, introducing himself as an appraiser and ready to begin his work. ID Chiang Hai shook hands with the purple-haired appraiser, his attitude extremely confident. All right, the two sat opposite each other in the meeting room, the appraiser beginning his work on a laptop. ID Kai Ji reported, the appraisal is complete. Your 2 titles have excellent effects, but their activation conditions are too strict, so their value is suppressed compared to titles of the same level. ID Chiang Hai cut straight to the chase. How suppressed? KG smiled brightly, reassuring him. Don't worry, you still have more than enough power to exchange for the Seeker Profession certificate. A few days later, the Ponytail staff member pointed at the strength measuring machine. Just like last time, without using titles or skills, punch this machine. Chiang Hai gave a curt nod, getting into a ready stance. He took a deep breath, his eyes sharp, focusing all his basic strength. Wham! Chiang Hai unleashed a thunderous punch directly at the red target. The immense force of the punch seemed to tear through the air. The screen displayed a cold number, 13. The rookie Liang Jiakun, watching, gaped. Chiang Hai's base strength is only 13? I thought it would be at least 14. Chang Jingchuan, the dark-skinned man accompanying him, smirked. Don't judge by the number 13. When the Mulrock dungeon reverses, hell definitely reach 14, maybe even 15. Liang Jiakun remained skeptical, believing that increasing from 13 to 14 was a grueling process of hard work, not something that could happen so quickly. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai turned to tease the staff member. Honestly, I'm quite envious of your expert bands. If you don't need them anymore, could you sell them back to our Dongshan Association at a reasonable price? Chiang Hai sneered, flexing his muscles. Of course, but only after my strength and agility both reach 16. A voice rang out from behind. Oh, so you're testing your strength. No wonder I couldn't find you. Chiang Hai and the Ponytail staff member simultaneously turned to look at the newcomer. Yao Wenzhong appeared, holding a stack of documents, and announced, Chiang Hai, your sub-profession transfer certificate has arrived. As soon as he returned to his room, the system panel popped up directly, asking, Sub-profession not detected. Do you want to use the Seeker certificate? Chiang Hai sat on the bed, smirked, and then pressed yes without hesitation, sealing the deal immediately. The system began loading the progress bar, officially changing his sub-profession to Seeker. The process completed, and the system announced that because his main profession was Deathwalker, the special effects of Seeker had been unlocked. Chiang Hai froze, unable to believe his eyes. No way, no way. The system reconfirmed. The effects of Deathwalker were also unlocked, and Chiang Hai was overjoyed, realizing he had bet on the right horse. The Deathwalker's effect panel appeared. +5. Perception. Increased strength and agility when near death. And activation of the 8 challenges of the Deathwalker. Chiang Hai grinned sinisterly, realizing that the 3rd challenge was the real deal. The initial buffs were just appetizers. He calculated. The strength and agility limit for ordinary people is 16 to 17. If I max out my stats before doing these challenges, I'll be able to break through the limit. Chiang Hai sprang to his feet, full of vigor. That's right. Time to hit the gym. From now on, I'll train until I drop. Scene change. A manager stood outside a villa, yelling into his phone. What did I do wrong? The Yunxiao manager said bitterly. Why do I have to be involved in this damn dungeon reversal event in Dongshan City? On the other end of the line, a purple-haired schemer calmly replied. Because your wife's favor with the government has run out, and next month, You'll be out of your manager position anyway. Cornered, the manager could only grit his teeth, sweat pouring down his face. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai was already at the gym, beginning his physical training with jump rope. He trained like a monster, drenched in sweat, but a smirk still played on his lips as he counted past 11,000. Night fell. In another area, lights shone from a modern building. In a nearby forest, a bounty hunter group was gathered, all looking tired after a long day. The sunglasses leader spoke up, encouraging them. Hang in there, everyone, today's the last day. If we can hold out, we can go home. In a dark lair, the Mulrock chief stood before his dense Mulrock army, ready for battle. A subordinate reported the situation. Lord Manhas, there are currently 24 lair guardians, 69 elite Mulrocks, and a total of 800 troops in the lair. The level 7 team buffing boss nodded. On a throne of bones, Devourer Manhas, a level 4 purple-skinned monster, smirked with delight. Excellent. Manhas declared he would hunt the adventurers in the forest, dragging their corpses back to level himself up. At the same time, Chiang Hai was still furiously training in the gym, drenched in sweat after lifting weights. He panted, his eyes filled with determination, muttering, Adventurers Panel. The status board appeared. Chiang Hai, Elite Adventurer, Level 6, Main Profession Deathwalker, Sub-Profession Seeker. Stats have increased steadily. A girl in a pink tracksuit and mask suddenly appeared, looked at Chiang Hai, and declared, You really are strange. The girl questioned. Your underground city will reverse in just a few hours. Yet you're here lifting weights instead of preparing? Don't tell me you're waiting until the last minute? Chiang Hai calmly replied while pulling weights. Actually, I've been training like this for the past 2 months, which stunned the girl. He asked back, What about you? Why are you sneaking around my place in the middle of the night instead of sleeping? A blazing red danger warning appeared, signaling the girl's special ability. The girl asked seriously, If I told you my title is urging me to leave this city as soon as possible, would you believe me? Meanwhile, in the forest, the sunglasses leader raised his hand and announced to the group, I have an idea. The arrogant blonde hunter smirked and proposed. If the Mulrocks are about to swarm ashore, why don't we just take out their boss? If the boss dies, the remaining small fry would be nothing. A shout of protest echoed from the shadows. Are you crazy? The red vest brawler snapped. The plan was to wait at the exit gate until the mission expired, and then return together. So why are you stirring up trouble? The mission isn't complete, and killing the boss won't even give us a reward. The blonde man sneered, explaining that he had asked Wang Er and confirmed. Adventurers who abandon their mission to hitch a ride back with the reverse dungeon will take slots from those who hunt new dungeons. He concluded his logic. Therefore, based on the principle of reflection, the maximum number of challengers for the new Mulrock underground city after the reversal will again be 15. The arrogant blonde hunter continued to persuade the crowd. If, in the next few hours, the Mulrock boss and its minions come to contend for these 15 slots with us. He held up 4 fingers, his voice full of sinister meaning. Just 4 Mulrocks entering the gate first, and one of us will have to stay here forever. The beanie scout quickly objected. Wait, what if the Mulrocks don't appear? Can't we just hold our ground and retreat safely? A hand in a black glove held out a dark card, and the arrogant blonde hunter asserted firmly, No, they will definitely come. Zhang Zixing, magic archer level 8, smirked mockingly, flipping the tarot card, the Tower. My sub-profession is tarot reading, and I just read my own fortune. A massive upheaval will occur in the next few hours. Back at the gym, Chiang Hai wiped his sweat, his sharp eyes asking the masked girl, When did this happen? Su Yu replied curtly, 2 hours ago. Chiang Hai questioned, pointing out a weakness in her ability. Your title only detects direct hostile threats. Otherwise, you would have fled early during the Gao Chengyong incident. How do you know staying in Dongshan is dangerous this time? Su Yu explained. Precisely because of that incident, I realized the blind spot in my warning system, so I joined the association and used contribution points to exchange for an artifact to compensate for the deficiency. Chiang Hai slumped into the chair, speechless. Wait, why are you dragging me into this again? While Su Yu glanced sideways, as if he was the source of the trouble, Su Yu scoffed. Just as Miss Lin said, you don't even realize how dangerous your underground city will become after the reversal. She continued to analyze. Think about it. I haven't been recruited, and I'm outside the association's risk zone, yet I still triggered a danger warning. What does that mean? Chiang Hai frowned, his mind racing as he realized the problem. It shows that the defense line can't stop the Mulrocks, and their operational area will expand to the entire city of Dongshan. Su Yu confirmed. Exactly. And at that point, it'd be in trouble, because the association would definitely forcibly recruit me and Chang Jingchuan to stop them. That's why my title is urging me to leave this city as soon as possible. Chiang Hai immediately asked, "Have you discussed these speculations with Yao Wenzhong, Miss Lin, and the others yet?" Su Yu replied, "Yes, but they believe that even without considering whether the 15 adventurers trapped inside return or not, the number of mole rocks that swarm out will not exceed 15. She continued to list the reasons why the leaders are overconfident. The individual combat strength of mole rocks isn't strong, and our side has level 10 adventurers and even the Knight of Asia, Wu Long. They believe Dongshan is capable of a swift response. So what do you think? Believe them or believe me?" Chiang Hai pondered, muttering, "If I believe them, I can only take my parents to Yunxiao City to take refuge for a few days." He looked up, his eyes filled with worry. "I want to believe you, but what can just the two of us do? Even if you have prophetic ability, level 10 adventurers have failed." Su Yu offered a tempting proposition. "With my warning and the stealth cloak looted from Gao Cheng Yong, we can gradually pick off the weaker mole rocks, minimizing damage." Meanwhile, in a dark forest, a bounty hunter announced bad news. "The cards we drew were all the tower or death." The suited hunter clutched his head and complained, clearly not believing in fortune-telling, thinking there were no good omens at all. The muscular red vest brawler snapped, "Don't tell me you actually believe that. If Zhang Zhixing's sub-profession is so good, why is he stuck here with us?" The shield hunter immediately retorted, explaining that Zhang Zhixing had drawn the Fool card before setting out, but misinterpreted it. Otherwise, he would have avoided this trap. He continued to analyze. "Look at the big shots in our group. Wang and Lang Qi both drew good cards like the Empress and the World. Signaling success, Zhang Zixing held up the Tower card, a symbol of sudden collapse and disaster, proving the bad luck clinging to the entire team. The arrogant blonde man growled, ordering Zhang Zixing to shut up, clearly not wanting to hear any more bad news. Zhang Zixing squatted down, looking directly at the arrogant blonde hunter, and said, "The card I drew is exactly like yours, meaning if I stay here, my fate will be as tragic as yours, right?" The amateur fortune teller grinned wryly, bitterly confirming, "That's right. It's highly likely we won't be able to leave this underground city." The arrogant blonde hunter decisively proposed, "Then let me draw another card. If everyone cooperates with my plan to kill the boss and herd the remaining mole rocks back into the lake, will my luck improve?" Just as the arrogant blonde hunter was about to draw again, a cold voice rang out from behind, ordering the divination to stop. A cool sunglasses leader appeared with Wang dousing them with cold water. "Your plan still has flaws. The mole rocks could have multiplied by hundreds, even thousands. And what if their boss is a party buff type?" The sunglasses leader continued to sharply analyze, asserting that foolishly rushing into battle would undoubtedly cost many lives. The arrogant blonde hunter sneered, retorting, "So you mean we just sit idly by the exit, waiting for them to attack? After all, both of your cards were safe ones." The sunglasses leader denied. "No. You've misunderstood. My point is to prepare a plan corresponding to the boss type. If it's a buff boss, we need to use bait to draw out some of its soldiers, then concentrate our elite forces to assassinate it." Wang the professional assassin, immediately volunteered, "Leave the scouting to me. I have stealth skills." The sunglasses leader finalized the plan, and the whole group agreed, as it was far more systematic and reliable than the arrogant blonde hunter's reckless approach. Zhang Zixing turned to ask the arrogant blonde hunter, "So, should we divine according to his suggestion?" and received a reluctant agreement. Chiang Hai no longer wanted to be involved in trivial matters. He planned to persuade a character named Yao Wenchong and needed Su Yu's cooperation. He suggested Su Yu come to his house to use her danger warning title to thoroughly check the source of the threat. She nodded immediately. No problem. In a dark forest, a pair of adventurers rested on a fallen tree. The atmosphere seemed subdued. The blue jacket hunter and the shield hunter stood nearby, discussing how that girl had drawn the death card again, surely doomed in the underground city. A hand held up the Fool Tarot card, signaling a risky and naive beginning. The Bad-Fist older brother held out a card and asked Zhang Zixing, "How do you interpret the Thinker card?" Zhang Zixing explained clearly that the card meant he would use his own strength and those around him to achieve his goals. Hearing goals, the Bad-Fist older brother flashed a meaningful smile, clearly plotting something sinister. The spiky hair leader concluded, "The divination results are in. The team's overall luck has increased, proving that acting now will bring positive change." He continued, his voice calculating. "As for those unlucky ones who drew the Death and Tower cards, Everyone around them should keep a close eye on them. The leader called Wang Er by name, officially assigning him the scouting mission. Wang Er crossed his arms and replied concisely and professionally, "Understood. I'm going now." The leader announced the battle plan. If the boss is a team buffing type, we need to sacrifice half our numbers as bait to create an opportunity for the assassination squad. Any volunteers? Wang Er had swiftly climbed a tall tree, using binoculars to scout the enemy situation from afar. Through the binoculars, a formidable sight appeared. A Mulrock chief, escorted by a swarm of large, fierce, elite Mulrocks. Wang Er muttered to himself, confirming that the team's previous predictions were entirely accurate. He stated with certainty, sitting in the rear, escorted by elite soldiers of its own kind, with weaker individual strength than a boss of the same level. Damn, it's definitely a team-buffing boss. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Er pulled out a flare gun, preparing to signal the entire team. Whoosh! A brilliant red flare shot into the sky. The leader, the Mulrock chief, the Bad Fist older brother, and the shield hunter all looked up simultaneously, knowing the battle was about to begin. Another hunter in the tree also saw the signal, and Zhang Zixing informed the group. The team-buffing boss has arrived. The spiky hair leader loudly commanded. Bait team, get into position. Once you've lured enough Mulrocks, we'll make our move. Perched on a branch, he called down. Hold your ground until you see our success flare. The leader shouted his final encouragement, wishing the entire team to sweep away the enemies and return safely. The three-person bait team arrived at the rendezvous point, and one of them asked, "Is this the place?" Receiving an affirmative answer, the shield hunter raised the flare gun and asked for permission. "So, should I fire the signal?" And was given permission by the cold silver hair hunter. Zhang Zhixing unexpectedly cut in, raising his hand to signal. "Wait, I have something to discuss with you all." He grinned, summoned his magic bow, and explained. "My main profession is marksman. I'm pretty useless in close combat, so can I hide in a tree?" The shield hunter's eyes widened, and he snapped. "Wait, if you're a ranged class, what the hell are you doing on the bait team?" Zhang Zixing calmly explained that due to overlapping professions and the inability to put everyone who drew bad cards on the bait team, he was assigned here. The silver hair hunter waved his hand. "All right, go on over." Zhang Zixing grinned his thanks and disappeared. While the other two fumbled with the flare gun, the magic archer flashed a sinister smile, thinking, in truth, Zhang Zixing had lied. The truth was revealed. His sub-profession wasn't tarot reading, but an impersonator who could copy others' sub-professions. He exploited this ability to switch between sub-professions, staging divination sessions to force others to draw dangerous cards like the Tower and Death. The purpose of this deception was to change his own fate, as he had drawn the Death card himself during a self-divination. After herding 11 adventurers to be sacrificial lambs, Zhang Zixing calmly returned to the entrance, waiting for the dungeon reversal to slip away quietly. He muttered about the leader's schemes but then shrugged it off. Screw them, it's none of my business. A brass flare casing lay abandoned on the ground, emitting a faint gleam. A webbed, green-skinned hand of a Mulrock picked up the flare casing. A large Mulrock holding a spear stared at the casing and ordered the tiny scout soldiers. It seems to be a strange phenomenon. Lead the troops to investigate. The Mulrock chief, with extensive experience, immediately realized that red object is clearly a signal from the adventurers' sentries, informing their comrades that they have come ashore. A Mulrock soldier frantically reported to the Mulrock chief. "Sir, do you see the sky up there?" The monsters all looked up. 2 green flares were tearing through the night sky. Clearly human signals. The Mulrock chief bared its teeth in a sneer, intelligent enough to recognize the hunter's ploy. "So this is the predetermined battlefield you've set up, humans?" In another cave, Devourer Manhwa sat on a pile of human bones, clicking its tongue in annoyance. Manhwa growled at its subordinate. "It's been so long, why haven't any adventurer corpses been brought back yet?" The Mulrock soldier quickly tried to appease the hungry boss. "It's probably because the adventurers are hiding too well. Please be patient a little longer, my lord." Manhwa snarled, completely out of patience. "If there's still no activity, I'll personally go ashore and hunt them down." Meanwhile, at the forest's edge, the suited hunter and the muscular shield hunter stood ready for battle, playing their roles as bait. The shield hunter began to lose his composure. "The Mulrocks still haven't arrived. Did they even see our flares?" The suited hunter maintained a cold expression, trying to reassure his trembling teammate. "They definitely did, right?" Just as he finished speaking, a swarm of Mulrocks, as numerous as ants, slowly emerged from the shadows. The suited hunter yelled, "The Mulrocks are here, get ready." In another area, a hellhound was barking madly, signaling its teammates. The hellhound led the entire assassination squad, including Lang Chi and the other members, deep into enemy territory. The hellhounds barking successfully summoned Wang the assassin who had been hiding in a tree. Wang landed on the ground, and Lang Chi immediately cut to the chase. "Where's the boss?" The assassin reported concisely. "Just follow this direction. You'll see it in 5 minutes." Wang analyzed the situation. "But I don't recommend attacking. There are too many mole rocks surrounding it. Our small team stands no chance in a direct fight," he explained while drawing a diagram on a rock, indicating that the enemy's patrols were too dense to approach the boss stealthily. A gray-suited hunter in the team spoke up, proposing a high-risk, high-reward plan. "How about we split up? You guys draw the mole rock's attention, creating an opportunity for me to solo the boss." The suited assassin smirked confidently. 5 minutes. If you can hold them off for just 5 minutes, I can take down that buffed boss." Lang Chi, the sunglasses-wearing leader, pondered the cost of those 5 minutes of life and death. He turned to ask the team for their opinions on the suited assassin's high-risk plan. The bob-cut hunter coldly agreed, while the red-vest brawler also nodded. "Let's go all out." Lang Chi concluded. "Okay, well, follow your plan, but you only have 5 minutes. If you go over, you're on your own." Meanwhile, a mole rock guard was yawning repeatedly, looking utterly bored with life. Immediately, it was struck directly on the head by another mole rock, wielding a club for neglecting its duty. The two guards began to argue loudly in their gurgling, fish-like language. The struck mole rock had a swollen lump on its head, looking resentfully at its teammate as if questioning him. Suddenly, the group spotted the bait team rushing past and quickly yelled, "Fire the flares! The adventurers are here!" A column of signal smoke rose into the sky. The mole rock chief saw everything from afar. The chief smirked, muttering that these humans intended to use weaklings as bait to weaken his forces. A green-skinned subordinate hastily suggested, "Chief, how about we split our forces and go reinforce them?" The mole rock chief waved him off, his battle experience telling him that those who revealed themselves might not be the real threat. He recalled the bitter lesson from the battle with Hog, certain that the humans were also plotting a similar assassination tactic. At the same time, Wang and the suited assassin had stealthily approached, but sensed something unusual from the boss. In a deep cave, Devourer Manhas was growling, and a mole rock subordinate trembled as he tried to dissuade him. "Great King, don't be reckless, it's very dangerous on the shore." The subordinate turned pale with fear as he saw the big boss starting to get angry. Whoosh! Manhas swung an arm, and the talkative soldier was instantly obliterated before he could even gasp. The boss snarled, its bloodshot eyes blazing. "Dangerous? Do you think I'm inferior to those adventurers?" Off the coast, countless dark silhouettes of the Mulrock army began to emerge from the water, preparing for a large-scale landing. The Devourer Manhas and his minions emerged from the water, their red eyes filled with murderous intent. The boss took a deep breath, sniffing out the enticing scent of food. It muttered, "Damn, that smells good," then slowly lumbered towards the cave entrance. Its jagged maw drooled profusely, ready to devour its prey. Manhas roared in a frenzy of hunger. "Mine, all mine, this delicious meal is mine." Meanwhile, Zhang Zixing was calmly waiting, thinking to himself, "Those two idiots in my team are definitely dead this time." He smirked, plotting, "Once Lang Chi and Wang return, I'll fabricate a story about encountering too many mole rocks, and being unable to handle them alone, forcing me to retreat." He was smug, seeing the death card as merely an opportunity to turn his fate around. Suddenly, he frowned, sensing that something was wrong. A mole rock scout suddenly appeared, its face pale as if it had seen a ghost. Zhang Zixing noticed the monster frantically running through the bushes. He immediately grabbed his bow, muttering, "What the hell? Is it a lost soldier?" The mole rock ran desperately, not daring to look back. Whoosh! A light arrow tore through the air, embedding itself directly into the monster's chest. Zhang Zixing was annoyed to see the mole rock, despite taking a critical hit, still not completely dead. He suddenly realized this creature was trying to run to a favorable position to receive buffs from the boss. A well-thought-out plan, not just a lost soldier. He drew his bow, preparing to deliver the finishing blow to the cunning monster. But then he froze, his intuition telling him a greater danger was approaching. From the shadows, an entire army of mole rocks suddenly appeared, surrounding him from all sides. Zhang Zixing's face went ashen, realizing he had fallen into a spectacular trap. In the dark forest, an alarm signal rang out as an intruder was detected. Wang was in hiding, wondering why they were acting before luring the guards away. The leader in the vest, Dongguan Kid, stood up defiantly, growling, "What are you doing? The guards around the boss haven't been lured away yet." Dongguan Kid smirked arrogantly. "It's fine, just kill them all." The elite Mulrock guards detected the presence of the two assassins and immediately took up defensive positions. Dongguan Kid stepped forward, his glowing chain weapon in hand, coldly declared, "Leader, no need to remind me. I see them." Information appeared. Level 8 Adventurer, Dongguan Kid. Main profession, Master Hunter. This is serious. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhixing panted amidst a pile of Mulrock corpses, bitterly realizing he had been tricked by his teammates into being bait so they could ambush. A colossal shadow enveloped Zhang Zhixing, freezing him in shock. The Devourer Manhas, the dungeon boss, suddenly appeared, drooling as it declared it would devour him to level up quickly. Zhang Zhixing gritted his teeth, silently screaming in despair. Why is the boss here? What the hell are Dongguan Kid, Long Qi, and Wang doing? In the midst of the tension, a Mulrock scout, thought to be dead and lying on the ground, suddenly stirred. It quietly grabbed a spear nearby, its eyes full of cunning. Thwack! The small Mulrock unexpectedly lunged from behind, thrusting a spear through Zhang Zhixing's chest. While he was preoccupied facing the boss, Zhang Zhixing collapsed, unable to believe that a level 8 magic archer like himself had been taken down by the lowest level Mulrock. The small Mulrock suddenly emitted a dazzling light, looking extremely strange. An evolutionary aura enveloped it, signaling an impending transformation. Manhas, the boss, also gaped in astonishment. Wow, can this really happen? As the light faded, the weak Mulrock had transformed into a level 7 Mulrock assassin, evolving by feigning death and ambushing a stronger enemy. Manhas looked at his newly transformed subordinate and let out a roar, calling, "Kid." Manhas pointed, ordering the newly evolved Mulrock assassin, "Go report everything to the Mulrock commander. Then tell them to send a few more guys over. I need more cannon fodder and loot. Just one more is enough." The Mulrock assassin saluted militarily, shouting, "Understood, Lord Manhanus." Meanwhile, in another corner of the battlefield, Dongguan Kid was swinging his weapon, clearing out a group of lair guardians. He growled, sweat pouring down. What the hell is going on? A level 7 dungeon shouldn't have this many level 7 monsters. Even if the boss is a team buffing type, this is unreasonable. A sudden attack struck, purple blood splattering as Dongguan Kid took the hit. Overwhelmed, he yelled for aid. "Wang help me. There are too many here. I can't break through the encirclement." A level 8 elite lair guardian observed his reaction, whispering to its leader, "Commander, look at that adventurer's reaction. He doesn't seem to be alone. Should we?" The Mulrock chief, a cunning old fox, immediately cut him off. Don't fall for his trap. The old chief recalled a bitter lesson from his encounter with Hog, explaining, "Last time, he also pretended to have hidden teammates to trick me into splitting my forces, then escaped. I don't want to repeat that mistake." As expected, Dongguan Kid, Wang and Lang Qi all had their own plans. Dongguan Kid needed to defeat a boss at least 2 levels higher than himself to advance his profession. Wang ambition was even greater. He wanted the legendary upgrade scroll. He planned for Dongguan Kid to hold off the boss and the elite soldiers, while he ambushed the inexperienced Mulrock assassin. The scene shifted to Chiang Hai and Su Yu, our protagonist frozen, looking dumbfounded, and not understanding what was happening. Chiang Hai broke into a cold sweat as he watched a purple energy mass in front of him swell. Wait, why is it getting bigger again? Su Yu glanced over, her voice strangely calm. Is there a problem? Chiang Hai frowned, giving a concise order. No, activate your title. Back in the forest, Wang was reminiscing. He was the only one in the dungeon who knew about the reward after clearing it, but the hunters who entered later were all weaklings who couldn't fight underwater, forced to helplessly watch the legendary upgrade scroll slip away. Dongguan Kid approached Wang who was leaning against a tree, and started a conversation. Assassin Wang right? I recall you also took on some boss-related quests, didn't you? Wang glanced at him, replying curtly. What do you want? Dongguan Kid smirked, getting straight to the point. I plan to hunt this dungeon's boss alone, and I want your assistance. Wang narrowed his eyes suspiciously, his mind racing. Hunt the boss alone? Does this guy also know about the upgrade scroll drop mechanism? Can he fight underwater? Or is he lying? Dongguan Kid calmly admitted he couldn't swim, but remained confident that the Mulrocks would eventually have to come ashore to fight. Wang questioned him directly, stating that if he couldn't fight underwater, killing the boss to clear the stage was impossible, unless the other guy had another objective. The man in the suit smirked, revealing that his main profession, Master Hunter, required him to personally defeat bosses on land, underwater, and in the air to advance, and the Mulrock boss was the perfect target. Wang after hearing the sweet deal, simply replied, "Let me think about it." And the other guy immediately agreed. Wang muttered calculations. If this master hunter wasn't bluffing, he would be a trump card to lure the entire Mulrock nest out of their lair. With his assassin profession, Wang Er was confident that sneaking into the lair and assassinating the heroic Mulrock boss was also within his grasp. Wang Er sealed the deal verbally instead of with a written contract, requesting a share based on effort, and Dongguan Kid agreed without hesitation. In another part of the forest, a long-haired hunter lay slumped on the ground, bitterly realizing he had been thoroughly tricked. A Mulrock scout stood over him, as the hunter screamed the names of the two who had betrayed him. Zhang Zixing, Wang Er, you bastards. Before his head was crushed by a spiked club, the hunter cursed that he wouldn't forgive them even as a ghost. The Mulrock scout turned to a larger lizard Mulrock, asking, "You said killing adventurers would lead to evolution, right? Why didn't this one work?" The purple-skinned Mulrock assassin appeared, surmising that there might be other activation conditions they weren't aware of. The lizard Mulrock asked for instructions. "Chief, should we bring this corpse to Lord Manhanis?" A giant eye hovering in a tree suddenly spoke. "Just do it." It turned out to be the level 7 summoned beast of the demonologist Lang Chi. The Mulrock assassin told his comrades that once he figured out the evolution conditions, he would deal with it too, showing the fierce competition within the monster ranks. Meanwhile, Lang Qi's group was waiting for Dongguan Kid and growing impatient. "It's been so long, and they're still not done? Are they dead?" Lang Chi suddenly paused, seemingly sensing something unusual. The scouting eye soared through the night, returning to its master. Lang Chi smirked mysteriously after receiving information from his summoned beast. The red vest brawler impatiently urged the team, "Forget them, let's retreat." And the group began to move. In the quiet forest by the lake, Wang Er stood alone, exuding a cold aura. He pulled out a disposable ancient scroll, and a magical voice echoed, "Wish granted. Level 3 magic. Water breathing." The scroll glowed brightly, and a teardrop symbol appeared within the magic circle. Without hesitation, Wang Er plunged straight into the deep water, his body enveloped in a blue glow. While swimming, he suddenly stopped, his sharp gaze detecting something ahead. A gigantic cave, dark as the mouth of an abyss, appeared at the bottom of the lake, the entrance to the Mulrock's lair. Inside the cave was a chilling sight. Countless Mulrock eggs scattered everywhere. Wang Er cautiously surfaced inside the cave, observing his surroundings. He drew his dagger, stealthily scouted, and muttered, "There are no Mulrocks in the lake, and the lair is empty. It seems they've all been captured." Suddenly, a system notification appeared right before the bewildered assassin. The quest notification clearly displayed, "Quest. Eternal Departure. You have found the Mulrock hatchery. Completed." Elsewhere, Dongguan Kid screamed as a grotesque phantom, with jagged teeth pinned him to the ground. A green-skinned Mulrock subordinate bowed before the devourer Manhus, respectfully calling, "Lord Manhanis." The subordinate pointed at Dongguan Kid's corpse, reporting, "This is the body you requested." Manhus, his mouth still stained with fresh blood, growled, "All right, but where are the small fries I asked for?" Its status showed its challenge level just jumped from 4 to 5. A Mulrock archer with a head full of tentacles drew its bow, aiming straight at a group of panicked hunters fleeing. Whoosh! An energy arrow tore through the night, flying at terrifying speed. The blue-suit hunter screamed tragically as the arrow pierced his back. The spiky hair leader, wearing sunglasses, yelled in despair, "Scatter and run, save yourselves." At the same time, in another corner of the forest, the corpses of a silver-haired swordsman and a brown-haired woman lay strewn on the ground. A Mulrock fire mage holding a fireball realized a new truth. So, killing human adventurers can help us evolve. The level 7 Mulrock poisoner and fire mage duo appeared, the fire mage grumbling, "What a shame the guy in the beanie got away." Night fell, the clock striking 3 a.m. at a high-end apartment complex. Chiang Hai was on the phone, getting straight to the point. "Yao, has the evacuation and resettlement of residents in Golden Bay been completed?" On the other end, Yao Wenzhong reported, "It's done. I'm rechecking your area now. What's going on?" Chiang Hai didn't beat around the bush, ordering, "Can you drop everything and come to my place immediately?" Yao Wenchong froze on the other end. Standing next to Su Yu, who was emitting an extremely strong purple warning energy, Chiang Hai spoke into the phone. "Su Yu and I have discovered." Su Yu, her face pale beneath her mask, continued urgently. "My home dungeon has spawned 3 Mulrock bosses as strong as Gao Cheng Yong in the past 2 hours. Moreover, a special source of danger is rapidly growing stronger. In another forest, the shield hunter and the silver-haired mage were surrounded by a sea of Mulrocks, the shield hunter yelling, "That bastard Zhang Zhixing! You said your profession was suited for sniping from hiding, but when the Mulrocks attacked, you vanished without a trace." As the Molrocks prepared to swarm and tear the two unfortunate men apart, a figure in red rushed in like a god, taking them by surprise. The silver-haired mage asked the newcomer in bewilderment, "Why are you here? Didn't we agree to fire a flare once we had results?" The red vest brawler, slashing off a Molrock's head with his sword, snapped. Fire a flare to attract more elite Molrocks? Only an idiot would do that when being chased. Returning to Chiang Hai, he decisively hung up the call with Yao Wenchong. Su Yu asked worriedly, "What did Yao say?" Chiang Hai replied curtly, "He said he and official level 10 adventurer Chen Huagong from Longwen District have arrived and told us to come down immediately." Hearing about the high-level reinforcements, Su Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Chiang Hai turned and laid down a condition. "Let's be clear, if you can't convince them later, you'll have to follow my command during this dungeon reversal event." Su Yu nodded in agreement. Both of them stepped out of the apartment together, preparing to face the situation below. Meanwhile, in another corner, the remnants of another hunter team were in internal disarray. The beanie scout grabbing the spiky hair leader by the collar and yelling, "These were all your damn ideas. Now the boss isn't down, and only 3 of us are left." The spiky hair leader yelled, denying responsibility. "It's not my fault. Dongguan Kid suggested fighting the boss. I just optimized the plan. Didn't you all agree back then?" From the shadows, the Molrock assassin and a green-skinned Molrock observed the arguing humans. One commented, "They're bickering." The other snapped, "Why do you keep paying attention to such trivial matters?" The Molrock assassin pointed to a purple spatial gate, deeming it far more worthy of attention than the squabbling of those worthless adventurers. Suddenly, the Molrock assassin swung his arm, decapitating a nearby Molrock scout, which even surprised himself. A newly evolved Molrock poisoner, carrying a human corpse, ran back to report to Lord Manhwa's, pointing towards the Molrock assassin. The Molrock poisoner threw the corpses of 2 unfortunate adventurers onto the ground and respectfully reported, "My lord, these are the corpses Lord Manhwa requested." From the shadows, Lord Manhwa questioned the newly evolved Molrocks. "What kind were you before evolving? What new abilities do you have now?" A Molrock fire mage in a red robe showed off a fireball, smugly saying, "I was an elite Molrock before, now I can use fire magic." The Molrock poisoner also showed off, secreting poison from his finger. "I used to be a Molrock captain. Now I can secrete various toxins." A green-skinned lair guardian scratched his head, wondering to the green-skinned Molrock, "Why haven't I, a stronger lair guardian, evolved even after killing 4 adventurers?" The green-skinned Molrock narrowed his eyes, a spark of realization flashing in his mind when he heard the word strongest. The Molrock chief pointed at the Molrock assassin's face, ordering, "Go find a Molrock Lake Sentinel and bring him here." Annoyed at being ordered around, the Molrock assassin showed his displeasure, but the chief roared, "What are you laughing at? I told you to go, so hurry up." The 2 Molrock leaders looked at each other, seemingly understanding each other's intentions. The green-skinned Molrock pointed at a dark Molrock Lake Sentinel, ordering, "Go and kill that adventurer." The ordered sentinel advanced towards an adventurer lying slumped on the ground, guarded by 2 evolved Molrocks. Spear in hand, the sentinel approached his prey, preparing to finish him off. The Molrock assassin watched with folded arms, muttering, "So, the chief wants to witness the evolution process firsthand." Lord Manhwa snapped from the shadows, "He's testing the evolution threshold, you idiot." Thud. The sentinel, without hesitation, plunged his spear through the adventurer, fresh blood splattering everywhere. Immediately after finishing off his prey, the sentinel's body erupted in a golden light, signaling the start of the evolution process. The light flashed, and the mere sentinel transformed into a level 7 Molrock master. The Molrock chief looked at the result, finally realizing, "So, the condition for evolution is a level difference?" He bitterly recalled. No wonder he and the lair guardians couldn't level up after killing a few weaklings. With the secret in hand, the chief bared his fangs in a sinister grin. He turned to order a messenger. "Gather all the Molrocks in the forest here. I have something to say. As for you," he pointed at another, "bring these adventurers' corpses to Lord Manhwa." In another corner of the dungeon, Wang was venturing deep into the enemy lair alone, a torch in his hand. He clicked his tongue in regret. If a heroic Molrock were here, a bugged quest and boss kill combo might even drop epic-grade items. Suddenly, a system notification panel appeared right before him. Notification. Dungeon difficulty has skyrocketed. Switching to survival mode. Quests have been readjusted. Wang cursed. The quest he had just completed was completely reset, and the difficulty jumped straight to level 9. "Are you kidding me?" he muttered, analyzing. "A level 9 dungeon must surely have a level 9 boss." The assassin couldn't help but wonder where these mulrocks got such a terrifying growth rate. The new quest panel clearly displayed the final objective: defeat heroic Manhanus, the Man-Eater. In another area, a group of bounty hunters also received the notification. The beanie scout yelled, "Heroic Mulrock?" The scout broke into a cold sweat, mentally calculating the boss's power could reach level 11 to 12. No wonder Dongguan Kid and Wang Er both failed. The female ranger in the team looked around, noticing something unusual. The scout panicked when he saw someone had disappeared, but leader Lang Chi coldly said, "Don't worry about him." Lang Chi smirked, looking mysterious. What a coincidence. What we're about to do shouldn't be seen by other adventurers. Snap! He flicked his fingers, preparing to execute his own plan. Lang Chi and the female ranger Zhu Li Liel appeared in a surge of eerie energy, looking as cool as secret agents. From within the purple smoke, two giant eye-tentacle monsters were summoned, ready to receive orders. Lang Chi, the occultist, commanded his minions, "Retrieve the souls and items of the fallen adventurers in this dungeon." The two Eye of the Pearls silently flew into the deep forest, beginning their hunt for spoils for their master. Meanwhile, another bounty hunter team, consisting of a red-haired swordsman, a tanker guy, and a silver-haired leader, were rechecking their newly updated mission information. The tanker guy cursed. Didn't Wang Er say the growth rate of the heroic Mulrocks was very slow? What the hell is this new contact mission? The red-haired swordsman pondered, while the silver-haired leader muttered, "No wonder he advised us to keep the existence of the heroic Mulrocks a secret." The red-haired swordsman analyzed. Do you think the confidential information he knew included details about the items dropped after defeating a heroic Mulrock? The tanker guy nodded, shouting, "Absolutely possible." The silver-haired leader concluded. If so, he definitely held back information. Perhaps some artifacts that helped him escape smoothly, or complete the mission. The red-haired swordsman continued, exposing Wang Er's plan. He intended to take advantage of us and Dongguan Kid's team being busy with the old boss, to sneak into the Mulrock lair and sweep it clean. The whole team looked at each other, realizing Wang Er's plan had fallen apart because the heroic Mulrock developed too quickly, causing the entire dungeon to be upgraded and the mission reset. The silver-haired leader sneered. Moreover, the Devourer Manhas becoming the final boss of a level 9 survival dungeon isn't something Wang Er could handle alone. The team decided to ignore the schemes of other teams. Now that the mission was reset, they would go their own way. At the lair, an army of Mulrocks, as numerous as ants, had gathered, from common soldiers to the red-skinned elite Mulrocks, all brimming with fighting spirit. A Mulrock lieutenant reported to the chief. All the chiefs have gathered. The Mulrock chief cleared his throat, preparing to deliver an important message to all the soldiers. Standing before the entire army, the Mulrock chief declared grandly, "Just now, Mother of the Sea Brilbudup has once again bestowed her grace upon us." He pointed to the lieutenant beside him, announcing, "A new chief-level Mulrock has appeared in our tribe, and not long ago, it was just one of you." The Mulrock chief growled, revealing a new, extremely brutal evolution rule. No longer are impossible conditions needed as before. You only need to find and tear apart the human adventurers in this forest, and that will be enough. The Mulrock chief roared, inciting the low-level soldiers. "Kill all the humans, and you will rise to the ranks of chiefs like us. Furthermore, we have found the entrance to their world." He continued his distant speech. "In that world, there are surely prey worthy enough for us to evolve again. But first, sweep this forest clean of humans for me." Hearing the command, the entire Mulrock Legion roared wildly, charging forward like a flood, led by the bloodthirsty red-skinned elite Mulrocks. Suddenly, a deep voice interrupted. "Wait a moment." The Mulrock chief and the lieutenant startled and turned around as a giant shadow appeared. The Mulrock chief paled as he recognized that the Devourer Manhas had arrived, accompanied by his high-ranking subordinates. He stammered a report. Lord Manhanus. There are still 6 adventurers in the forest." The Devourer Manhas, a level 9 boss, revealed himself with deadly red eyes, growling. "If you want to hunt humans to evolve," Manhas pointed, giving orders, his tone unexpectedly calm, "then you should start with those who are alone in that direction." The Mulrock chief froze, unable to believe that a bloodthirsty individual like Manhas could be so composed. The Mulrock chief teared up, thinking to himself that if Lord Manhanus could maintain this demeanor, the entire exiled Mulrock tribe might soon return to their kingdom. Manhas coldly asked, "Why are you crying?" The chief quickly wiped his tears, making an excuse. "It's nothing, just the strong wind blowing dust into my eyes." The subordinates behind him were speechless. Scene change, Chiang Hai, Lazy Girl, Yao Wenchong, and Chang Jingchuan had gathered outside, preparing to discuss their battle plan. Chiang Hai made a sharp deduction. I suspect that before the dungeon collapses, more Mulrocks will evolve into bosses. Yao Wenchong wondered. Are those Mulrocks exploiting the rules by killing others? A third-person shadow appeared among them. Chang Jingchuan crossed his arms and explained. This is a rather hidden rule that Zheng Renjun probably hasn't told you about. He revealed the dungeon's mechanism. The weak who kill someone much stronger than themselves will receive special rewards. For monsters, it's evolution. For us, it's stat points, rare titles, and rare items. Yao Wenchong nodded, assuming that the 3 Mulrock bosses were just lucky survivors of a massacre, and their strength was probably only on par with this dungeon's level. Lazy Girl asked worriedly. But aren't there 15 adventurers trapped? What if the Mulrocks evolve en masse? Will we have to face 15 bosses at once? Cheng Jingchuan sneered, reassuring her. That won't happen. The trapped adventurers aren't fools. They're top tier, not easily wiped out by a level 7 dungeon. Seeing that she was still worried, Chang Jingchuan activated a series of skills in his hand. Of course, if you're still worried. He summoned reinforcements. A burly man in heavy armor descended from the sky with an overwhelming aura. Official adventurer of Zhangzhou City, Chen Huagong, the Great Axe Warrior, level 10, has arrived. Chen Huagong tensed, his energy exploding, his eyes flashing with a deadly light, ready to activate his skills to hunt bosses. Chen Huagong roared, activating his strength enhancement skill, his entire body erupting in a crimson electrical current. Chiang Hai crossed his arms, his face impassive as he watched the display, while Su Yu standing beside him seemed a little dazed. Chiang Hai silently analyzed. This guy's physique was indeed monstrous, but he found it strange that the effects were so flashy when the basic stat limit plus profession was only 20 points. Chen Huagong flexed his muscles, turning to ask Su Yu smugly, So, who's stronger now, me or those 3 Mulrock bosses? Su Yu replied seriously, admitting, You're stronger, much stronger. Chang Jingchuan explained to Chiang Hai that Dongshan City still had other adventurers even tougher than this muscular guy. Chang Jingchuan confidently declared that even if 15 Mulrock bosses crawled out of the dungeon, they could still handle each one perfectly. Chiang Hai and Su Yu listened in silence, while Yao Wenchong stood with his arms crossed, observing calmly from a distance. Chiang Hai smirked, giving a concise and decisive reply. All right. Elsewhere, the spoils from a hunt were laid out. A magic book, a potion bottle, scrolls, and floating soul orbs. Lang Qi, a demonologist, along with his teammate Zhu Lilil and their summoned beasts, remarked that this trip to Dongshan was truly eventful. Lang Qi looked at the notebook with satisfaction, boasting that they initially thought the trip would be for nothing, but unexpectedly stumbled upon the souls of 5 elite adventurers. Zhu Lilil mentioned the spoils from the previous dungeon, confident that this time they would have a lucrative deal, while the hellhound beside her looked puzzled. The hellhound suddenly bared its fangs and growled, its red eyes flaring with vigilance, signaling trouble. The hound spun around, barking loudly towards the deep forest, making Lang Qi ask what was wrong. From the forest, a group of Mulrocks led by the Devourer Manhas was charging at terrifying speed, their target already in sight. The Devourer Manhas thought to itself, if it could just devour one more adventurer of a level no lower than its own, it would officially evolve. The hellhound growled fiercely, warning its master about the strongest Mulrock approaching with several subordinates. Lang Qi gritted his teeth, realizing the enemy was the Devourer Manhas, the infamous boss mentioned in the dungeon clearing quest. Zhu Lilil broke into a sweat, her voice trembling. What do we do now? We definitely can't win against this boss, especially when it's bringing a whole horde of minions. Lang Qi's face was cold as stone. He calmly declared. Now, we can only focus on survival. A gigantic purple octopus monster appeared, its info panel clearly showing. The Messenger of the Eye Devil, challenge level 14. A formidable foe has entered the arena. The smaller guiding eyes offered the newly harvested souls to the octopus boss. The Messenger of the Eye Devil scrutinized the spoils, remarking, These souls are quite high quality. The monster turned to Lang Qi, making an offer. I can provide summoning slots for 4 Guiding Eyes units and 1 Overseer Eye unit. Lang Qi waved it off. Hold on. I'm not planning to expand my summoning roster this time. The Messenger of the Eye Devil narrowed its gigantic eye, asking directly, So, what do you want? Lang Qi didn't beat around the bush, getting straight to the point. I want to ask for your help with something. The monster looked in the direction Lang Qi was pointing, seeing a group of Mulrocks bustling in the distance, looking puzzled. Lang Qi pointed directly at a purple-skinned Mulrock. Kill that heroic Mulrock behind you. The messenger of the Eye Devil immediately understood, sealing the deal. Understood. Meanwhile, reinforcements had arrived. Two incredibly cool-looking big shots, Yao Wenchong and Chen Huagong, appeared in the deserted street. Yao Wenchong suggested reporting to the Zhangzhou Association, but Chen Huagong crossed his arms and sneered. No need. Chen Huagong began to brag. With my main profession now in its second stage, my true combat power is at least level 12. A measly level 7 inverted dungeon, he continued confidently. With me and Solo here, and Wu Long backing us up, if you're still not at ease, then you're underestimating us too much. In another corner, Su Yu wondered to Chiang Hai. I don't understand why Mr. Yao and that Mr. Chen Huagong refused to call for more reinforcements. Isn't having more people better? Chiang Hai explained realistically. It can't be helped. Other places also have inverted dungeons. If we send everyone here, other places will fall apart. Su Yu was still a bit hesitant, but Chiang Hai suddenly stopped, looking at his phone. Wait a moment, I have a call. Chiang Hai put the phone to his ear, answering coldly. Hello? On the other end was Shu Mao, who asked directly. It's me, Shu Mao. Are you participating in the upcoming inverted dungeon? Chiang Hai rubs his forehead, replying wearily. Probably. They said they'd call if they needed me. Shu Mao smiles faintly, sealing the deal. Okay, so we'll meet up after this dungeon is cleared? Haven't seen you in a while? Elsewhere, Wu Mei, a girl with braided hair, is annoyed because her calls to Chiang Hai keep going to voicemail. Who keeps calling Chiang Hai in the middle of the night? How annoying, while she herself is dialing. Sitting nearby, Wu Long, an adventurer level 10, with the title Knight of Asia, sips a hot drink and sighs. This girl is good at everything, except for her love-struck brain. Chiang Hai had just hung up when he saw another missed call. Then immediately, a new call came in. Su Yu, standing nearby, sneers. You're really busy, aren't you? Even in the middle of the night, people are lining up to call you. Chiang Hai answers the phone, and is stunned when he hears the other end. You're in Dongshan? Wu Long calmly explains into the phone. That's right. I heard there's a level 7 dungeon here that's about to reverse, so I brought my sister to help out. Chiang Hai suddenly remembers Wu Mei saying in the cemetery dungeon that her older brother was a level 10 adventurer. Chiang Hai, speaking to Wu Mei on the phone, asks worriedly, Is your older brother right there? Wu Mei confirms. Yes, he is, while Wu Long, sitting next to her, looks puzzled. Chiang Hai gets straight to the point. Put him on the phone. I have something important to say. Wu Long takes the phone from his younger sister, asking with a condescending tone. What do you want to say to me? Chiang Hai's voice becomes extremely serious. Listen, Dongshan is very dangerous right now. While the dungeon hasn't completely gone out of control, quickly take her back to Yunxiao. Wu Long is stunned by the warning, while Wu Mei, standing nearby, overhears and turns pale at the words out of control. Wu Long growls, demanding information. Can you explain in detail? Scene change. A Mulrock guard is encouraging his trembling comrades. Hang in there. We must hold out until Lord Manhwas arrives. Whoosh! A brilliant golden beam tears through the air, heading straight for the Mulrock guard. The Eye Devil messenger is summoned, firing a dazzling golden laser beam, sweeping away the screaming Mulrock grunts. Watch out! Don't let its eye beam hit you. Lang Chi and Zhu Lilil stand watching their pet work. She breathes a sigh of relief when she sees the main target has fled. Lang Chi lightly adjusts his sunglasses, sneering confidently. Just a regular one. How can a heroic Mulrock not even level 10 stand a chance against the Eye Devil messenger? Meanwhile, Lord Manhwas is running for his life, his inner thoughts screaming because he doesn't understand why his mutated form is still getting utterly thrashed by the Eye Monster. He curses as he runs. Damn it. Why didn't these adventurers bring out such a terrifying thing sooner? Scene change. Wu Mei curiously asks Chiang Hai when she sees him with a strange girl. Brother Chiang Hai, is this your younger sister? Chiang Hai grins widely, putting an arm around the girl's shoulder, and casually replies, No, she's my friend, causing Su Yu, who is on her phone, to glare daggers at him and mutter a correction. Colleague, Wu Long doesn't care about trivial matters, and gets straight to the point. Earlier you said the dungeon in Dongshan was about to go out of control. What exactly does out of control mean? Chiang Hai's expression turns grim, as if attending a funeral. He drops a bombshell. The worst-case scenario is 15 Mulrock bosses will invade our world in the next few hours. Back in the dungeon battlefield, the souls of the unfortunate adventurers rise from their corpses like ghostly blue flames. A Mulrock undead mage appears, raising its hand to feel its new power, and smugly says, So, the magic I learned after evolving is this powerful? The brown-skinned Mulrock lieutenant looks at the scene with envy, turning to the chief and saying, "Boss, it seems its evolution path is much better than ours." Lord Manhas arrives back, out of breath, and the Mulrock chief quickly asks, "How are the other Mulrocks doing?" The brown-skinned lieutenant immediately recognizes the big boss, quickly exclaiming, "Lord Manhas," while the undead mage, who had just finished evolving, looks bewildered, not understanding who this guy is. The Mulrock chief reports, "The assassin, poisoner, and fire mage squads have already led their troops to hunt down the 3 fleeing adventurers." Manhas dismisses him, giving a decisive order, "Forget about them. All surviving Mulrocks, retreat with me. The adventurers at the gate have summoned an eye monster much stronger than me. We must avoid it and retreat to the lake." The 2 subordinate chiefs are dumbfounded after hearing this, unable to believe their ears. What? Stronger than even Lord Manhas? As the group is in a panic, the undead mage steps out from the shadows, coldly declaring, "Then I will stay." It stands amidst an undead army just summoned from the corpses of adventurers, confidently saying, "I can command this horde of undead to hold back that eye monster and buy everyone time." The Devourer. Manhas smirks, his red eyes filled with killing intent, agreeing to his subordinate's plan. Very well. Meanwhile, the Eye Devil messenger glides swiftly through the forest, its giant eye constantly scanning to search for targets. An undead horde dimly appears among the trees, brandishing weapons, ready to tear apart anyone who enters their sight. The undead horde surrounded the Eye Devil messenger. A battle between summoned units was about to erupt. The Eye Devil messenger analyzed the situation, realizing the vast number of undead and surprised that a heroic Mulrock had subordinates capable of necromancy. Immediately, the undead roared and charged, determined to tear apart the eye monster at their master's command. From the controller's perspective, the eye monster calculated that trading 5 elite adventurers' lives for a heroic Mulrock's life was not worth it. Perched on a branch, the Mulrock undead mage observed the battlefield with a smug expression, completely confident in his army. He sneered, declaring that all Mulrocks who had died in this forest had become his soldiers. Hundreds of undead surrounded the Eye Devil messenger, and the undead mage crowed, "Even if you are stronger than Lord Manhas, you will be crushed by sheer numbers." He began to dream of the enormous reward from the Sea Mother if he killed this powerful entity, even thinking of evolving beyond Manhas himself. Suddenly, the Eye Devil messenger fired, a brilliant golden laser beam shooting straight into the undead army. The laser beam swept across in a circle, as if through empty space, blowing away trees and completely obliterating the undead soldiers in its path. The Mulrock undead mage's jaw dropped, unable to believe his eyes. What kind of demonic magic is this? His entire undead army had vanished in an instant, leaving behind a desolate empty space and flickering specks of souls. The Eye Devil messenger hovered in mid-air, silently observing its achievement with a challenging gaze. A smaller, pitch-black overseer eye appeared and reported that it would have to increase Lang Chi's reward compared to the original agreement. Elsewhere, Lang Chi and Zhu Lilil appeared, and Lang Chi snapped upon hearing the report. "You want to increase the reward?" The Eye Devil messenger replied, stating that the mission's difficulty was not commensurate with the pay, so its demand for more was entirely reasonable. The Eye Devil messenger made a new offer. "Of course. You can also change the mission." Lang Chi remained silent, appearing to calculate his next move. Switching to business mode, Lang Chi asked directly, "If the mission is changed to protecting us until the dungeon reverses, are the souls of 5 elite adventurers enough?" The Eye Devil messenger swiftly concluded, "Agreed." The scene shifted to a luxurious building in Dongshan, where Chiang Hai was holding an important meeting. Wu Long expressed admiration, realizing that Chiang Hai had detected the risk of the dungeon losing control thanks to a special title. Chiang Hai presented the tense situation. The dungeon had just spawned 3 new bosses, and he worried that many more would appear in just a few hours. Hearing Chiang Hai say it was no big deal, the lazy girl sitting next to him immediately reacted, giving him a scorching glare. The lazy girl snapped softly, asking pointedly, "This isn't a big deal?" Wu Long sneered, analyzing the situation like a professional gamer. "Look at it another way. For the trapped adventurers, this has already become a survival-type dungeon." Wu Long explained that when the dungeon reverses, the Mulrocks will also be subject to similar game rules, and the defensive side's title restrictions will be lifted to balance the odds. Wu Long continued to hypothesize. If the imbalance persists, higher-level adventurers might be allowed to intervene, causing his younger sister sitting next to him to panic. Wu Long reassured the group with a confident smile, asserting that everything was still under control. Chiang Hai concluded with a firm statement, his eyes resolute. "I guarantee, the dungeon will not become a threat to Dongshan." Back on the battlefield, The Mulrock chief and a lieutenant were talking to the undead mage who had just escaped. The Mulrock chief asked the undead mage, "It spared you?" The undead mage confirmed, recounting that the eye monster had only wiped out his undead army and then left, seemingly only targeting Lord Manhwas. Suddenly realizing something, the undead mage cried out in panic, "Hey, where's Lord Manhwas?" The Mulrock chief bared his teeth in a meaningful and sinister grin, slowly replying, "He." A gigantic, monstrous shadow stood towering amidst the chaotic scene of ice and fire. Hiding behind a rock, Wang Er's eyes widened in horror at the sight. A purple, spiky Mulrock suddenly appeared, sneering. "I heard there was a missing adventurer. Turns out he was hiding here." The scene shifted. Chiang Hai and the lazy girl were striding through a large hall. The lazy girl thought to herself that perhaps she had worried too much. Chiang Hai coldly dismissed her thoughts. "No, that's their problem." He analyzed clearly. If this dungeon reversed and had a similar difficulty to the tomb, the initial stage would be a nightmare for Dongshan City's elites. At another location, the ponytail staff member waved her hand, gathering a group of adventurers. She announced briefly, "In 10 minutes, the level 7 Mulrock dungeon will reverse, with a limit of 15 people." The headband veteran crossed his arms, muttering that the number of Mulrocks pouring out towards them should have been much smaller. Level 8. Archer Shui Yong wondered, "Where are the solo players like Wu Long and Chen Hua Gong?" Level 8 priest. And also chimed in, pointing out that Shu Mao wasn't here either. Shang Li, the level 9 shadow mage, calmly explained, "It's fine. The real big shots wouldn't bother with these trivial tasks." The redhead female adventurer standing nearby just observed silently, her expression unreadable. The staff member pointed to the sky, where a swarm of drones was flying, declaring she would use them to transmit news to everyone. She offered a huge reward. "The first Mulrock captured will be worth as much as a boss. And after this is over, I'll help everyone exchange points for rare items." The quest board appeared. Mulrock Breeding Season Dungeon. Level 7. Only 5 over 15 survivors remaining. The main objective is to eliminate the heroic Mulrock, the Devourer Manhwas. 2 mysterious agents monitored through the screen, the man concluded. So, in the end, only 5 people survived? The two turned to thank a giant pink octopus entity for its assistance, and the monster replied politely. The male and female observers, wearing long coats and black sunglasses, stood stone-faced in the middle of the night. The pink octopus entity commanded, "Run," and the 2 agents immediately dissolved into data blocks to escape. A purple spatial gate tore through the living room wall, and 2 agents stepped out, facing the 3 surviving adventurers. The red vest brawler crossed his arms and asked, "Why are you guys here?" While the system displayed the professions of all 3, rational transformation, guardian, and ice magic. The silver-haired mage smirked smugly. "We survived until the very end, surprised?" The male agent adjusted his glasses. "No, I just didn't expect Wang Er to be eliminated." The shield-wielding guardian furiously yelled, "Wang Er is dead? Impossible." With his stealth skills, A flashback showed Wang Er collapsed in a pool of blood, but the guardian still didn't believe it. Even if the heroic Mulrock caught him, he should have been able to escape. Meanwhile, the Devourer Manhwas was roaring wildly as its power surged, the status board confirming its evolution to level 10. The Guardian questioned the 2 agents. "You clearly escaped, so why are you still blocking the exit? Don't tell me you plan to let the Mulrocks flood the world?" The muscular man in the red vest explained. "No, after returning, we found that our titles were still usable, contrary to what Wang Er said." The Ice Mage continued, his eyes sharp. "We suspected Wang Er had tricked us all, so we waited here for him to come out and get some answers." The Guardian sighed bitterly. Who knew he'd die stuck in that Mulrock city? "Well, he's dead, so the debts are settled, and our wait was for nothing." The group of 5, consisting of 3 adventurers and 2 agents, stepped out of the building. The ponytail staff member was already waiting outside, her sharp gaze fixed on them. She held up a device and got straight to the point. "Are you the only survivors?" The male agent, representing the group, confirmed decisively. "Yes, only us." The staff member ordered, "Understood. Follow me," then turned and led the way. The Guardian was sweating profusely, muttering, "I knew doing dirty work like this was risky as hell," while the Ice Mage coldly reminded him, "Just be careful." The spiky hair leader spoke up, stopping the staff member. "Wait." He began to prevaricate, claiming he was just a tourist who accidentally wandered into Chiang Hai's underground city while bounty hunting, and had never interacted with the owner. He continued to cite regulations, arguing that this was a private dispute in a private dungeon without association staff, so the local association had no right to intervene. The ponytail staff member brushed him off, coldly quoting Article 14 of the Dungeon Reversal Defense Act, declaring the temporary requisition of the entire group to handle the incident. Knowing he couldn't argue further, the spiky hair leader reluctantly accepted. All right, well, cooperate. The red vest brawler also grumbled his agreement, his expression far from pleased. The guardian looked visibly panicked, while the silver-haired mage remained calm, reluctantly agreeing to cooperate. The staff member got straight to the point, asking the group to synchronize information about the monster composition and the boss in that level 7 dungeon. Suddenly, a Mulrock scout emerged from a spatial rift right in the middle of a modern room. The pink-purple spatial gate opened wide in the living room, and the Mulrock looked around in confusion. On the other side of the gate was a gloomy forest, where an army of Mulrocks of various shapes and colors was gathering, ready for invasion. Above the gate, an energy panel displayed strange characters and the number 9/10. A green Mulrock commander analyzed. It was 10 earlier, and now it's 9 after one Mulrock entered. Is this the number of available slots? The small red-hooded Mulrock worried, fearing that if there was a limit, they would get stuck just like the human adventurers. The entire horde of Mulrocks flinched when an extremely dangerous-looking monster appeared from the shadows. The spiky, purple-skinned, spiky Mulrock leader growled, declaring that human adventurers were just trash, as long as they didn't summon the eye monsters again. Back to the present, the Guardian's face was drained of color as he reported, Level 9 Dungeon, Heroic Mulrocks. The muscular red vest brawler continued, his voice filled with dread. Not only that, it's also turned into a survival type with the highest death rate. The silver-haired mage confirmed. We can attest to it. We all paid a heavy price to escape that heroic Mulrock, and the assassin Wang wasn't so lucky. The headband veteran adventurer frowned upon hearing the news. Assassin Wang is dead too? If even he was wiped out, then the difficulty of this dungeon. The pink-haired adventurer Yao Wenzhong and the muscle-bound blue-haired Chang Jingchuan were also discussing the hot news. A survival-type dungeon, heroic Mulrocks? Chang Jingchuan smirked with interest, clearly someone who enjoyed a tough challenge. That's exciting. The Dongshan City Adventurers Association headquarters was lit up in the middle of the night, signaling an ongoing crisis. Inside, manager Zheng Renjun was shouting into the phone. Huh? There are heroic Mulrocks in Shanghai's underground city? Not only that, the dungeon was also changed to a level 9 survival type? On the other end of the line, Yao Wenzhong calmly analyzed. That's right. According to the conversion formula, the actual difficulty of a heroic level individual must add 2 to 3 levels compared to the boss level. Zheng Renjun broke out in a sweat, realizing the situation was far beyond expectations. I think this dungeon reversal incident is about to get out of control. He outlined Plan B, deploying elite forces. To balance things, the title limit will be removed, allowing Chen Huagong and Wulong to intervene and deal with the heroic Mulrock. Zheng Renjun confidently declared the final solution. If they fail, Anran and I will directly intervene to force it to retreat. Yao Wenchong on the other end briefly confirmed. Understood. The call ended, and Yao Wenchong hung up. Zheng Renjun gritted his teeth in frustration, blaming the protagonist for everything. Why does everything turn out like this whenever Chiang Hai is involved? Is that guy a walking jinx? In a dark room, the Mulrock undead mage was casting a spell, summoning 2 warrior souls hovering in a stream of purple energy. The room was packed with various elite Mulrocks, from chiefs, poisoners, and archers, to other types of sentinels, all standing solemnly awaiting orders. The Mulrock chief bowed, reporting to a giant shadow. Everyone is present, Lord Manhanus. Suddenly, the spiky, purple-skinned spiky Mulrock leader received a system notification that appeared before it. The yellow-green-skinned Mulrock chief also received a similar notification, and a green light enveloped it. The Mulrock undead mage was no exception. A mission information panel appeared right before it. The mission panel clearly displayed the new rules. Survive the day, or kill an adventurer with a recommendation letter, or kill an adventurer 2 levels higher to escape, and kill an adventurer 3 levels higher to evolve. In the quiet night park, Chiang Hai stood tall in his Deathwalker armor, while the lazy girl Su Yu watched from afar. Chiang Hai raised a gleaming golden horn, a fancy-looking item with digital effects, preparing to summon his minion. A horn blast echoed, blue lightning exploded, and summoning energy enveloped the entire area. From within the lightning, a ghost of a goblin shaman appeared, fawning. Gob, shaman, did you call me? Chiang Hai confirmed. That's right. But the ghost dissipated, revealing its true form as a muscular goblin with glowing red eyes and 2 swords on its back. The title, Battle-Hardened Goblin, Level 7, was clearly displayed. It had been upgraded. Su Yu, watching from afar, gaped, muttering, "It evolved." She pulled down her mask, her profound knowledge spilling out. This is an advanced form of the warrior goblin, challenge level 7. Suddenly, a giant blue system notification appeared before Chiang Hai, signaling trouble. Suyu's eyes also widened in surprise as she saw the notification suddenly appear in mid-air. The system announced with urgency, the Ironwood Forest Dungeon, due to the Mulrock's breeding season, has been upgraded to a level 9 survival dungeon. All restrictions for the monster faction have been removed. At the same time, Shu Mao, standing on the street, received a call and asked cautiously, "Hello?" On the other end, Anran growled, looking extremely annoyed. "Where are you?" Shu Mao maintained a cool expression, getting straight to the point. "What's happening in Dongshan?" Anran delivered the bad news. The situation has changed. The inverted dungeon in Dongshan is now led by a heroic Mulrock. He then ordered, "Kill 2 mediocre Mulrocks and get out. Absolutely, do not approach the boss." Shu Mao calmly replied, "All right, any other requests?" And Ran concluded with a worried expression, "No, just stay alive." Meanwhile, in the lair, a red-hooded Mulrock was examining a map, analyzing, "Red dots are adventurers more than 2 levels higher. Black dots are leaders more than 3 levels higher. There are 2 black dots, a bit few to share." The Mulrock undead mage was fuming at his map. "Wait, why are mine all red dots and no black dots?" The Mulrock master stood beside him, pointing and explaining condescendingly, "Because your level is 1 tier higher than ours, you fool." The Mulrock assassin wondered, "How can I benefit from the Lord's enhancement aura to evolve then? The level difference is no joke." The Mulrock poisoner nodded knowingly. "What you say makes sense." A purple spiky Mulrock directly asked Lord Manhanus, "Sir, are there any stepping stones on your map for us to evolve?" The spiky Mulrock growled, eyes blazing. "Understood. Then we must clear out these human adventurers to lure the higher level ones here." The Mulrock chief gathered all his elite subordinates, preparing to assign the main mission. Lord Manhanus, in the form of a giant shadow, commanded, "Your mission is to clear all red and black dots on the map." The Mulrock chief clenched his fist, brimming with fighting spirit. "And lure the higher-level human adventurers here." A green-skinned Mulrock questioned the chief. "But there are only 2 black dots. How do you plan to divide them?" The Mulrock chief declared firmly, "I will personally handle the nearest black dot with the elite nest guardians. After you've dealt with the small fry, the challenge order will be based on the number of red dots you've hunted." The red-robed Mulrock fire mage nodded in agreement. "This distribution method is acceptable. Quite fair, giving everyone a chance." The Mulrock chief concluded, "Any more questions? If not, get to work." The Mulrock assassin quickly spoke up. "Wait, I'm not good at close combat." The Mulrock assassin's voice came from a hidden camera on a bookshelf. "If I use a stealth arrow to kill prey, how will that be counted?" The Mulrock subordinates began to whisper among themselves in their own language, seemingly dividing distant targets. Scene change. Yao Wenzhong, with a cold expression, was looking at his phone, giving instructions to someone. Chang Jingchuan asked, "Have those leader-level Mulrocks been identified yet?" Yao Wenzhong replied, "2 are still unidentified. They might be rare professions within the Mulrock tribe." Yao Wenzhong announced, "Information on the identified leader-level Mulrocks has been sent to everyone's phones, including their levels, abilities, and weaknesses." Chang Jingchuan smirked. "Besides the heroic Mulrock, there are 2 more rare, leader-level ones. No wonder that girl with the special title thought this dungeon was out of control." Alarm! The Mulrocks shattered the windows, simultaneously leaping down from above like a deadly rain. A drone was shot down by a beam of light, managing to send one last report. A total of 7 Mulrocks, not in groups. None of them are leader level. Boom! A magic arrow from the Mulrock archer instantly took down the scout drone. Meanwhile, another green-skinned Mulrock was lurking in the shadows, waiting for an opportunity. The drone's final signal blared a warning. "Attention! There's a Mulrock skilled in stealth and magic bows. Beware of sneak attacks." The drone hovered over the buildings, continuing to broadcast its final warning before being shot down. Hiding in an apartment, the purple spiky Mulrock grumbled, "These human toys are so noisy." The Mulrock undead mage replied indifferently, "Let them be." He casually plopped down, holding a soda can, and asked, "Hey, which one do you think will evolve?" The purple spiky Mulrock fell silent, its eyes gleaming with hunting resolve. Elsewhere, Lang Chi, lighting a cigarette, calmly analyzed. "So, besides the purple-skinned heroic Mulrock," he continued, "there's also a pretty formidable leader-level death mage Mulrock, right?" The spiky trenchcoat hunter with sunglasses spoke up. My advice is to hold our ground here and wait for reinforcements. Don't get greedy if you encounter them. Zhu Lilil coldly interrupted. Stop talking nonsense. She warned, the mole rocks are here. A small figure in a red cloak appeared at the end of the road. Long Chi looked at his gloves, wondering, is it these? The info panel appeared. Knight's gloves from the Shadow Realm. A rare artifact. The spiky trenchcoat hunter immediately denied. No, it's not. The Mole Rock Fire Mage saw 3 hunters and a swarm of guiding eyes floating behind them, and muttered, looks like I got lucky this time. He angrily roared, damn unlucky. Why did I have to run into the guy who can summon those eye monsters that Lord Manhannis mentioned? Without further ado, the Mole Rock Fire Mage launched a giant fireball towards Lang Chi's group. From inside the apartment, the purple spiky Mole Rock saw the streak of fire across the night sky. Confused, not understanding what was happening, he suddenly realized. The Fire Mage ran into the Eye Monster Summoner. Huh? The purple spiky Mole Rock sneered, thinking to himself, excellent, let's see who's stronger after I evolve, me, or that Eye Monster guy. An urgent announcement blared as a heroic Mole Rock streaked across the rooftops like a green phantom. The purple spiky Mole Rock was being closely followed by a drone and bolted frantically towards the west gate. The Mole Rock Fire Mage faced the group of hunters and the Hellhound, roaring. This leader-level Mole Rock is weak. Don't let it escape. The Hellhound charged to attack, but the Mole Rock Fire Mage anticipated it and launched a fireball to block its path. The Mole Rock Fire Mage spun the fireball in its hand, preparing to unleash a destructive blow. Boom! A giant fiery explosion engulfed the Hellhound, destroying it in an instant. Just as it finished it off, the Mole Rock Fire Mage saw a swarm of guiding eyes floating in the sky and muttered, eye lasers. Huh? The guiding eyes fired simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of blinding white energy beams. Undeterred, the Mole Rock Fire Mage growled, magic barrage. It swung its staff, creating a storm of magic projectiles, firing them back into the sky to block the guiding eyes' attack. Seizing the opportunity, Zhu Lilil swung her rare leather whip, charging straight to attack the mage. Whoosh! The whip wrapped tightly around the Mole Rock Fire Mage's staff, catching it by surprise. Lang Chi began chanting, dark energy gathering in his hands. O I Tyrant of the Dark Lands, grant me your power. Lang Chi roared. Mind control. Unleashing a wave of purple energy straight at the Mole Rock. The Mole Rock Fire Mage was hit, his entire body enveloped by mind control energy, freezing in place. Zhu Lilil shouted, now's the time, tightening her whip, completely immobilizing the target. Elsewhere, a shadow summoner in a black suit summoned the Shadow Realm Queen, an entity with an immeasurable challenge rating. The Shadow Realm Queen whispered, use my power to your heart's content, my knight. Fully buffed with power, the hunter shot forward, the sword in his hand transforming into a giant blade of shadow, ready to cleave through anything in his path. Slash! The black-suited hunter unleashed a dark magic spell, tearing the Mole Rock Fire Mage in half. Killing a Mole Rock captain, we can report this now, the black-suited hunter declared, looking down at the 2 monster corpses. Suddenly, a drone flew in, issuing an urgent warning. Adventurers in the West Gate area, attention. A heroic Mole Rock is moving towards this location. Thud. A giant black shadow landed right in front of the group of hunters, the ground cracking under its weight. The spiky purple-skinned monster roared, its red eyes full of aggression. A heroic Mole Rock? How did it get here so fast? The female hunter, sweating, asked the leader with a trembling voice. What should we do? Fight or flee? The spiky brown-haired leader was speechless, only able to silently stare at the monster before them. The heroic Mole Rock observed the hunters and the hovering eye orbs, muttering, huh? They didn't summon that big eye monster this time? Do they think it's unnecessary? It bared its teeth in a sinister grin. Or perhaps they can't summon it anymore? In another corner, a Mole Rock archer was lurking, spotting Chiang Hai and Su Yu sitting on a bench. Found them, the archer assessed. That green-skinned guy standing guard looks even stronger. All right, kill him first, the archer decided, raising its bow, and a glowing golden energy arrow materialized. Just as it was about to fire, the archer suddenly flinched, sensing a murderous aura. A black shadow lunged forward with terrifying speed, blocking the arrow's trajectory. The goblin follower appeared, shielding its master. Surprising the archer, Gob? Chiang Hai casually held the magic bow he had just confiscated, turning to ask Su Yu. I got this magic bow, do you want it? Su Yu glanced at the bow, then pouted. No, the design is too ugly. Chiang Hai could only give a forced laugh. Is that so? Chiang Hai returned to the main topic. By the way, these Mole Rocks are weaker than I expected. I plan to actively hunt down the stragglers. Can you provide me with some location information? Meanwhile, on another battlefield, the Great Axe Warrior was single-handedly taking on a horde of green-skinned Mulrocks, slashing and killing without pause. A green Mulrock scout was hiding, observing the battle through a crevice. The purple-haired strategist watched the Great Axe Warrior fighting from a distance, concluding that these Mulrocks weren't even as strong as goblins of the same level, and that the heroic Mulrock was nothing to worry about. The Great Axe Warrior roared, "Take this," then swung his great axe in a sweeping motion, directly confronting two elite nest guardians. The two elite guardians simultaneously swung their weapons, pincering the Great Warrior, while the Mulrock scout still lurked in the distance. The Great Axe Warrior sneered, confidently declaring, "These Mulrocks are pathetic. I can handle them all myself. Go help someone else." The purple-haired strategist calmly pushed up his glasses, replying curtly, "All right." No sooner had he spoken than the Great Axe Warrior suddenly froze, realizing he had been surrounded by two giant black shadows. The two elite guardians roared, their eyes flashing green, their bodies emitting poisonous smoke as the system announced they had been buffed to level 9 by the Mulrock poisoner's venom. The Great Axe Warrior smirked with interest. "Oh, so you guys can get even stronger?" Scene change. The Mulrock undead mage and his undead minions were rummaging through a refrigerator in a civilian's house. He pulled out a can of soda, thinking to himself, "I hope these human adventurers can put up a decent fight, otherwise this trip will be a waste." While chilling, he was suddenly startled when he saw the refrigerator shaking violently and leaking water onto the floor. He curiously looked under the refrigerator, not understanding what the hell was happening. He opened the freezer compartment and found a hiding Mulrock huddled inside, whimpering, "It's freezing in here. Couldn't you find somewhere else to hide?" On another front, a level 9 Mulrock Chi Master, buffed by its chief in venom, was confronting a group of adventurers. The Chi Master gathered a dazzling energy orb in its palm, preparing to unleash a terrifying palm strike. A young mage in the group shouted a warning, "Be careful, it's taken a power-up potion. My elemental armor might not withstand its chi attack." The red vest brawler in the team clenched his fist, growling in response. "Understood." The headband veteran rallied his comrades to charge with the slogan, "United we stand, invincible we are." The whole team responded in unison. The Chi Master's attack was so powerful, it shattered a large, exquisite-grade shield. The headband veteran's team was struggling to hold on, activating the effect of an ancient shield fragment, temporarily upgrading it to rare. Dungeon Owner C, the young man with orange-blonde hair and sportswear, gracefully dodged the energy beams shooting up from the ground. The Mulrock Master smirked contemptuously, raising a provocative finger, signaling "You're still too green." Dungeon Owner C looked bewildered, not understanding why he still felt uneasy even after dodging. An unexpected energy beam shot through Dungeon Owner C, making him spit out a mouthful of blood and scream in pain. His black-haired teammate cried out in alarm. "C." The headband veteran also yelled in panic. "Brick Boy." The Mulrock Master triumphantly looked towards a mysterious figure, a customization expert who had just appeared. From the shadows, Shu Mao stepped out, with blue energy radiating from his hand, and coldly asked the monster, "What are you so proud of?" With that, Shu Mao used a combination of seal art and teleportation, instantly freezing the Mulrock Master in a giant block of ice. Elsewhere, a spiky purple-skinned monster was tightly bound at the wrist by a black whip. Two female bounty hunters strained to pull the whip, muttering prayers for strength from the eye devil of the Shadow Realm. The spiky trenchcoat hunter, his brown hair spiked and wearing sunglasses, unleashed his mind control skill, purple energy enveloping his hand. The purple-skinned monster struggled, its red eyes flaring, and shattered the hunter's control art. The brown-haired woman was astonished, unable to believe the monster could resist. The spiky trenchcoat hunter was also stunned. The team's plan had completely fallen apart. The purple-skinned monster grabbed the whip, saying in a mocking tone, "Had enough fun?" It swept away the minion eye monsters, then looked at a shadowy figure, growling in challenge. "Bring out that eye monster, I want to take it down." The brown-haired woman turned to call Lang Chi in desperation, but he could only stammer that he had asked but received no response. Lang Chi yelled for help. "Shang Li, come help quickly. I know you still have a trump card." The Shadow Summoner coldly replied to Lang Chi's plea. "No, I refuse." He stood on the rooftop, calmly declaring that this heroic Mulrock was their target, and since their control skills were useless now, they shouldn't even think about relying on him. Lang Chi was fuming with rage, only able to grit his teeth as he watched that bastard jump away. Too bad. The Mulrock assassin suddenly appeared right behind them, making the spiky trenchcoat hunter and his female teammate freeze. The monster showed regret. "Looks like you can't summon it anymore. I was planning to devour it for my second stage evolution." The brown-haired woman turned her head to look at Lang Chi, her eyes desperate, only managing to utter his name. The Mulrock assassin raised its razor-sharp hand and declared chillingly, "You're useless now." Slash! A spray of blood erupted, and Lang Chi's glasses shattered, signaling his defeat. Elsewhere, Dungeon Owner C, the orange blonde-haired adventurer, was also down, being carried away on a stretcher by medical staff. The headband veteran was also struggling to carry a frozen teammate in a large block of ice, urgently yelling for everyone to be careful. The ponytail staff member explained to Shu Mao that the first conquest points would be calculated based on the boss's strength after the dungeon ends. She added, "At that time, we will open the special item exchange window for title clues, intelligence, and class change items." Shu Mao crossed his arms and smirked confidently. "I'm really looking forward to it." Suddenly, 2 blue system notification panels appeared in mid-air, interrupting their conversation. The notification read, "Hint, Mulrock 009 has completed the exit conditions. Ironwood Forest has now entered Phase 2. The scene shifted to a luxurious gym named Wales. The skeptical muscle guy stood in the changing room, arrogantly declaring, "Now it's our turn." Inside the gym, Anne Ran, a level 14 adventurer with the title King of Brute Force of Wales, was lifting weights like a monster. Meanwhile, a Mulrock scout was fleeing headlong, muttering, "I was too careless." It was sweating profusely, thinking, "I was prepared to deal with a level 10 human adventurer, but I never expected a level 9 elite nest guardian to be taken down so quickly." The green Mulrock scout ran for its life, thinking, "This high-level adventurer is completely different from the small fry in the forest. Am I really about to be wiped out?" Boom! A giant red wyvern landed in the middle of the city, crushing the ground with an earth-shattering roar. The dragon knight in cool red armor revealed himself. Wu Long, a level 10 adventurer, coldly declared, "One down." The great axe warrior was stunned, recognizing the newcomer. "Wu Long?" The blue-haired warrior growled, "That was my kill." But Wu Long casually replied, "It's just a Mulrock chief. Is there a need to get so worked up?" Thump! A giant shadow enveloped them both. A massive foot slammed down, making both Wu Long and the great axe warrior look up, their faces pale. A heroic Mulrock? In another corner of the battlefield, the purple, spiky Mulrock held Lang Chi's head, covered in blood, an extremely brutal display of power. Meanwhile, another team was facing the Mulrock poisoner. The tanker braced his shield, blocking the stream of green poison, as his teammates shouted, "Calm down. Priest Anne's toxin ward can counter it." Priest Anne was channeling her power, determined to use a stalling tactic to chip away at the monster's health. But the poisoner was no pushover. It pulled out a rare vial of berserk toxin, preparing to go all out. It gulped down the potion. Blue electricity enveloped its body, and its power surged wildly. The poisoner stared bewildered by its new power, muttering, "Wait, really?" Elsewhere, the Mulrock undead mage sensed something, realizing, "The chief is dead?" The buff disappeared. Difficulty dropped to level 7. It grinned savagely, thinking, "So the fire mage, poisoner, and chi master are also hey. The skeletal mage waved its hand, summoning the souls of 2 dead Mulrocks. "Come." It threw a smoke grenade to its undead minions, ordering, "Bring back the bodies of your comrades. I will turn them into undead. If anyone is about to die, use this to save them." Back in the battle, the poisoner, after buffing with the potion, charged like a whirlwind, dodging all incoming arrows. The brown-haired support mage frantically yelled, "Find a way to stop it." The silver-haired mage also shouted in alarm, "Old Song." Tanker Old Song, without hesitation, roared and raised his shield, charging straight towards the maddened monster. All right. Clang! Old Song's shield collided directly with the frenzied poisoner. The monster growled furiously. "You bastards!" Priest Anne steeled herself, letting out a cry as a dazzling golden energy enveloped her, and stared blankly at the sky, unable to believe her eyes at what had just happened. A level 10 giant angel, Brahma's divine attendant, appeared from the light, making, and gasp, an angel? The divine entity that had just appeared began to dissipate into sparkling particles of light. The entire adventurer team stood watching the sparkling magical remnants in the air, while a mysterious figure coughed violently from afar. Reinforcements had arrived. It was Yao Wenzong, a level 8 adventurer, an archivist scholar, who calmly asked, "Am I late?" and grinned widely, replying excitedly, "No, you're just in time." Old Song was still on guard when a smoke grenade suddenly flew in front of him. The grenade lodged itself in the grass, ready to explode. Boom! A large explosion created a cloud of white smoke. The entire area was engulfed in smoke. A team member shouted, Who threw that smoke bomb? Visibility is gone. This is special stuff. Inside the smoke, a ghostly hand reached out, relaying a message to the dying poisoner. The fire mage and chief are dead. The master wants you to return. The fire mage's soul appeared, saying to the poisoner, "Don't mind me." The poisoner gritted its teeth, deciding to change its plan. Forget about evolving. Now I just need to kill a high-level adventurer to be able to return. Elsewhere, the Mulrock undead mage stood beside the fire mage's soul, preparing to perform a ritual on the corpse of another comrade. The skeletal mage raised its hand to the sky, roaring, "Undead transformation." Blue dark energy poured from its hand, enveloping the corpse of the Mulrock Chi Master. The Chi Master's soul was pulled from the corpse, beginning the transformation process. The Mulrock Chi Master was reborn as an undead warrior, staring in astonishment at its new hands. "I've become undead?" Mulrock Undead Mage reports. "Yes. Master, I have returned." The Mulrock Undead Mage was startled when the Mulrock Fire Mage's spirit suddenly appeared right in front of him. The Mulrock Fire Mage's spirit carried a red, heavily stitched pouch, likely containing the souls of his fallen comrades. The Mulrock Undead Mage immediately pressed, "What about the Mulrock Chi Master and the Mulrock Poisoner?" The Mulrock Fire Mage reported the dire situation. The Mulrock Chi Master was captured by the adventurers, and the Mulrock Poisoner was scared witless, now only wanting to flee this dungeon quickly. The Mulrock Undead Mage muttered, "Understood," his face darkening, clearly displeased. As the smoke cleared, an elite team of adventurers, consisting of tanks, archers, and mages, took their positions, ready to hunt. Shui Yong, the archer, knelt to examine the puddle of purple poison, while the burly man with the mace cursed. That leader-level Mulrock escaped. Yao Wenzhong, the mage in the lab coat, made a phone call with an extremely professional expression. "Have you found it yet?" At the command center, the tech support hacker yelled excitedly, "Found it," under Chang Jingchuan's supervision. A drone was relentlessly pursuing the Mulrock Poisoner, who was fleeing headlong down the highway. Yao Wenzhong gave a decisive order. "Plan the pursuit and notify nearby adventurers to intercept it." The tech support hacker immediately acknowledged. "Understood." The Mulrock Poisoner ran while checking its map, sighing in relief. "Good, the humans haven't caught up yet." It began muttering, analyzing its strength, realizing the class difference between lower races like Mulrocks and Gnolls compared to mid-tier races like humans. It gritted its teeth, concluding that while individual human adventurers weren't too strong, once they coordinated as a team, they became an extremely difficult challenge. The Mulrock Poisoner decided it had to escape this dangerous world as quickly as possible while the humans were still busy focusing on Devourer Manhas. Elsewhere, Shang Li picked up the phone with a cold expression. "Hello?" The tech support hacker yelled through the phone. "Shang Li, official adventurer of Yunxiao City. A leader-level Mulrock has escaped and is 100 meters from you. We need you to intercept it until reinforcements arrive." Shang Li sneered, flatly refusing. "But I just dealt with a leader-level one. According to Article 7 of the Reverse Dungeon Defense Regulations, you cannot force me." The tech support hacker frantically reported over the phone, his laptop screen showing two black and white dots rapidly approaching each other. "I know, but now it's only 20 meters. 10 meters. Shang Li was still bantering on the phone when the tech support hacker screamed, warning that the Mulrock Poisoner was right behind him. The Mulrock Poisoner clicked its tongue, annoyed at being discovered while attempting a sneak attack. Shang Li gritted his teeth, his face scrunched up in annoyance at being caught in trouble again, his hand swiping through the system interface to prepare for battle. The Mulrock Poisoner pulled out a vial of poison, confidently declaring that even as a low-level leader, it wouldn't lose to an elite. A giant black and red blade slashed through the air, signaling another battle unfolding nearby. Chen Huagong, the great axe warrior, was fighting fiercely with a purple spiky Mulrock, their weapons clashing and sparking. Chen Huagong, the great axe warrior, strained with all his might, gritting his teeth to block the monster's attack. He roared, ordering someone, "Get out of the way," his face clearly showing surprise. A giant red wyvern swooped down from the sky, and Chen Huagong, the great axe warrior, could only look up in astonishment. Boom! The red wyvern landed, creating an earth-shattering explosion, with Wu Long, the Knight of Asia, and Chen Huagong, the great axe warrior, standing on either side, and the purple spiky Mulrock sent flying. The purple spiky Mulrock stared blankly at its frozen arm, not understanding what had just happened. A water map appeared, alarming. Higher-level adventurers detected. Mulrocks have not met the escape conditions. Hurry! Chen Huagong, the great axe warrior, turned and snapped at Wu Long, the Knight of Asia, for stealing his kill. You can't even manage a sneak attack? Why did you yell just now? Wu Long, the Knight of Asia, retorted coldly. Idiot. I was saving you from trouble. The purple spiky Mulrock looked at the water map, saw 2 black dots moving at terrifying speed, and realized it was too late. A giant black greatsword plunged into the ground, cracking the pavement, signaling another dominant presence. Both Wu Long, the Knight of Asia, and Chen Huagong, the Great Axe Warrior, startled and turned around, sensing the new surge of power. The two looked towards the glowing red orb in the distance. Wu Long, the Knight of Asia, exclaimed in horror. Evolution light? Wait, can this heroic Mulrock still evolve? Isn't this a level 6 to 10 dungeon? An arm, enveloped in red evolutionary energy, signaled the imminent birth of an even more terrifying boss. The monster's arm was enveloped in red evolutionary energy, its claws sharpening, its feet also transformed, touching the water's surface and radiating ripples of energy. A blazing red energy explosion erupted, blowing away everything around it, forcing both the Knight of Asia and the Great Axe Warrior to retreat. The new boss's bloodshot eyes flashed with a deadly glint, signaling an entirely different level of power. Devourer Manhas had finished evolving. Now, with long red hair and bulging muscles, it let out a cold snort as its status window appeared. Challenge, level 13. Meanwhile, a black car was speeding down the highway in the night. Inside the car, the goblin follower impatiently urged Chiang Hai, who was driving. Master, can you go faster? Suyu sat in the back seat, sensing the unstable situation. What's going on? A moment ago, there were only a few Mulrocks left, so why are there 2 more sources of danger now? Why did the Mulrock chief suddenly get so much stronger? Chiang Hai glanced in the rearview mirror, seeing Suyu's serious expression, and knowing the situation ahead was far from simple. In another corner of the street, Lang Chi was expelling a cloud of green, poisonous smoke from his body. He gritted his teeth, annoyed that he had stalled for too long. Damn it, where's the promised reinforcement? Lang Chi clutched his chest, his face pale from exhaustion and his own poison. He staggered, spitting a mouthful of fresh blood onto the sidewalk. The Mulrock poisoner watched from a distance, panting. Too careless. I didn't expect this human adventurer to be my equal. I almost got caught. The Mulrock poisoner turned and left, telling itself that it had escaped a calamity. Lang Chi knelt on the ground, despairingly watching the enemies retreating back. Is this the end? Suddenly, a system notification appeared right in front of the Mulrock poisoner. The water map reappeared, detecting higher-level adventurers. Mulrocks haven't met the escape conditions yet. Hurry up. The Mulrock poisoner frantically looked at the 2 black dots rushing towards it on the map, realizing it was too late. Boom! A muscular black figure descended from the sky, smashing the road and crushing the Mulrock poisoner right before Lang Chi's astonished eyes. Whoosh! And Ran landed like a bomb, crushing the Mulrock poisoner right in front of Lang Chi, who had just realized the reinforcement was legendary support, Zheng Renjun. Lang Chi, still in shock, asked Zheng Renjun about how points were calculated for defeating a leader-tier monster. Zheng Renjun casually waved his hand. Special cases are handled specially. Just evaluate it according to the criteria of a chaotic dungeon. At the same time, elsewhere, Chen Huagong and Wu Long, riding on a wyvern, recalled the prophecy of an out-of-control dungeon, and now it had come true. Chen Huagong smirked, thinking to himself that a level 7 dungeon mutating into a level 9 survival dungeon, and even having a self-evolving heroic tier boss, was unprecedented. Scene change. Devourer Manhas faced Zheng Renjun, lamenting his bad luck at encountering this dead end. Wu Long called out Chen Huagong's name, his face full of tension. He seemed pessimistic. With this situation, I doubt even Zheng Renjun can handle this out-of-control dungeon. Manhas unexpectedly suggested, how about we retreat? To which Chen Huagong replied, if it lets us go. The boss turned and asked directly, Zheng Renjun? Is he your leader? Wu Long froze, cold sweat pouring down. Chen Huagong was equally shocked, roaring in his mind. What the hell? How can Mulrocks understand human language? Manhas ignored him, pointing towards the building. I sense 2 powerful auras approaching. It continued to ask, is Zheng Renjun whom you just mentioned among them? If so, allow us to ask, is Zheng Renjun considered a legend now? Chen Huagong smirked, replying curtly. No comment. Manhas nodded, concluding coldly. It seems not yet. Then there's nothing to worry about. Manhas growled, his entire body erupting with a surge of dark purple energy. Wu Long shouted a warning. Be careful, it's getting serious. Manhas shot forward like a bolt of lightning, his greatsword ready to cleave through anything in his path. Its speed was so great that Wulong could only watch in horror as a blur tore through the air. Slash! The dark blade of Devourer Manhwas slashed into the Red Wyvern's wing. Wulong cried out in despair, "Stop the summoning!" Manhwas delivered a devastating slash, tearing the dragon's wing apart, while Wulong could only watch helplessly from its back. The boss clicked its tongue in annoyance, its body slightly affected by the ongoing summoning skill. In a nearby apartment, the Mulrock Undead Mage and its spirit minions were assessing the situation. Finally, the black dot has appeared, the mage muttered as he looked at the mission map. He calculated. To be safe, I'll take care of one red dot to fulfill the retreat condition first. Outside, Lang Chi recognized a familiar figure who had just arrived at the scene. He squinted, looking, feeling something was off. Lang Chi asked Yao Wenchong directly. "Weren't you chasing the Mulrock poisoner? Why are you back here?" Yao Wenchong casually replied, "That leader-level boss has already been dealt with by Zheng Renjun and his companions." He looked at the gathering, adventurers, then asked, "Why is everyone here? Have all the Mulrocks in this area been taken care of?" A ponytail adventurer reported, "Most are done, except for a few heroic Mulrocks that Wulong and Chen Huagong are handling. Now there are only the Mulrock scouts, the undead mage, and its minions left," an archer added, pointing towards the building. "But they're holed up in there. Our numerical advantage indoors is useless. This terrain is clearly the undead's home turf." Yao Wenchong fell silent, realizing the team was in a stalemate, and had to wait for the monsters to come out on their own. From the balcony, the Mulrock Undead Mage used a minion as a flying camera, observing the entire enemy force below. It clearly saw the adventurers gathering into a large group. Using its shared perception skill, it wondered, how the hell did these adventurers manage to gather together? It started to sweat profusely, realizing the situation had changed. This is bad. Now we're short on troops. Its gaze swept over a small Mulrock, eavesdropping on another balcony. An idea flashed in its mind. Annihilate them. From the rooftop, Chiang Hai, in his Deathwalker armor, raised his hand and flicked. Whoosh! A brilliant golden energy arrow shot forth at terrifying speed, piercing through the buildings. Smack! The Mulrock Undead Mage's flying camera minion was scouting when it took a direct hit and exploded into smithereens. The Undead Mage jumped in fright, screaming in panic. Who did this?" Chiang Hai landed on another rooftop, coldly asking the girl waiting there, "How many Mulrocks are left?" Su Yu crossed her arms, calmly reporting, while the battle-hardened goblin loomed behind her. 5 left. One is very weak." Chiang Hai nodded in confirmation. "All right." He turned and ordered his goblin subordinate, "Come with me. You need to draw some firepower." Meanwhile, on another front, Devour Manhwas and Chen Huagong were clashing, the sound of weapons clanging loudly. Chen Huagong, the great axe warrior, began to lose strength, overwhelmed to the point of spitting blood and screaming in pain. Manhwas showed clear annoyance. "Enough, I'm tired." Boom! It unleashed a powerful blow, sending Chen Huagong flying. Despite being battered, Chen Huagong gritted his teeth and roared, "Wulong, I've created an opportunity for you." Manhwas turned back, roaring a challenge. "Damn it, seize the chance." Immediately, Wulong charged from behind, his spear glowing with an ultimate skill. 1-point penetration, god-slaying spear. Manhwas glanced, his voice cold as ice. "Of course, that includes you." Slash. Manhwas easily dodged the attack and counterattacked. His arm, sharp as a dagger, plunged straight into Wulong's chest, making him scream in agony. Seeing one opponent fall, Manhwas turned to look at Chen Huagong, who was unarmed. Smack. It lunged forward, headbutting Chen Huagong directly in the face, blood splattering everywhere. The warrior collapsed, his battle axe shattered on the ground. Another level 10 adventurer had fallen. After neatly dispatching 2 level 10 adventurers, Devourer Manhwa stood in the middle of the battlefield, exuding the aura of a true boss. Manhwa smirked, glanced into the shadows and taunted. Still not satisfied? From the hidden corner, Zheng Renjun stepped out with a confident expression, impressing Manhwa. "Impressive. How did you find me?" Manhwa growled, his bloodshot eyes gleaming with malice. "I have an innate talent for detecting those who are equal to or stronger than me." He glanced at another corner, sneering, "Hey, stop hiding. I won't leave you any openings." And Ran materialized from stealth, his muscles bulging, maintaining a pressure-filled silence. Manhwa shouldered his dark sword, looked at the corpses of Wulong and Chen Huagong, then mocked the 2 newcomers. "By the way, you guys are truly cold-blooded, just standing there watching me kill these talented juniors." He continued to taunt, his voice full of challenge. "If I hadn't called you out, how long were you planning to watch the show?" Zheng Renjun sneered in response. Aren't we the same? Your subordinates have also been almost completely wiped out. And Ran turned and growled at his teammate. Zheng Renjun. This guy's strength is nothing like what you said. Zheng Renjun crossed his arms and calmly explained. Because it has evolved. Don't worry, I'll calculate the reward points based on an out-of-control dungeon of levels 11 to 15. I guarantee you won't lose out. And Ran silently accepted, while Manhas merely responded with a scornful smile. Elsewhere, an urgent evacuation order was issued. What? Zheng Renjun ordered us to leave Junyue Jinluan Bay Phase 2? Yao Wenchong was on the phone, confirming the situation. That's right, this inverted dungeon is completely out of control. He said he wouldn't be able to look after us during the fight. The tech support hacker reported back, No, Su Yu just contacted me. She said Chiang Hai will handle the mole rocks in the building. Yao Wenchong's eyes widened in surprise upon hearing the news. Chiang Hai is here? Shu Mao, and a redhead female adventurer, appeared extremely worried, believing Chiang Hai was too reckless because the mole rock undead mage was no easy opponent. Ding! The elevator door in a nearby building opened. The battle-hardened goblin, Chiang Hai's subordinate, strode out majestically, shouldering a giant dark sword, its aura soaring to the heavens. As soon as it entered the hallway, it detected a Mulrock soul minion on a reconnaissance mission, stealthily phasing through the wall. Just as the scouting Mulrock soul was about to turn its head, a giant dark sword was already pressed against its nape. Whoosh! A clean sword stroke severed the soul, causing it to vanish instantly. The battle-hardened goblin narrowed its eyes, paying no mind to the enemy that had just perished. It muttered to itself, ordering itself to keep moving forward, without looking back. In the command room, the Mulrock undead mage was sweating profusely, shrieking in horror. Dead in one hit again? Impossible. That was a level 7 elite undead. The Skeleton King gritted his teeth, realizing the situation was out of control. There's no other way. He ordered 2 other soul minions. A giant green-skinned boss has reached our floor. You two go deal with it. Meanwhile, elsewhere, the tech support hacker was yelling into his headset, Mr. Yao, this is bad. Chiang Hai's phone is off. I can't reach him. Yao Wenchong, standing on the street, also panicked upon hearing the news. Off? He stood in the middle of the night, surrounded by the shadows of strangers approaching. 2 men, 1 blonde, 1 redhead, stepped out of the shadows and asked, Need help? Yao Wenchong narrowed his eyes at the 2 uninvited guests, looking suspicious. Click. The doorknob of the Mulrock undead mage's apartment was turned from the outside. Creak. The door slowly creaked open, and the battle-hardened goblin strode in majestically. As soon as it entered the room, it saw a Mulrock soul minion muttering incantations, surrounded by glowing magic circles. The soul shrieked, channeling its power to unleash the multi-fireball technique. Boom! A fireball slammed directly into the goblin's head, but it seemed to have no effect. The soul mage signaled, Now's the time. Another Mulrock soul minion with sharp pincers emerged from the floor, preparing to ambush. Whoosh! The warrior soul charged straight ahead, aiming for the battle-hardened goblin's back. Thwack! The sneak attack from the Mulrock spirit warrior was easily blocked by Chiang Hai. The spirit mage yelled out orders, looking quite panicked. The spirit warrior glided at terrifying speed, circling behind Chiang Hai to deliver a finishing blow. But Chiang Hai was already standing at the room's entrance, facing the battle-hardened goblin acting as a guard. Before the goblin guard could even comprehend what was happening, Chiang Hai pointed his helmet directly at its face. Activating the survival at all costs title, Chiang Hai stomped his foot for momentum, charging straight into the undead horde. The spirit mage frantically unleashed skills, creating a series of attacking magic circles. Chiang Hai simultaneously activated 1 step, 1 kill, and revival from dead ground, neatly dodging the undead's attacks. He glided past the spirit mage effortlessly, paying it no mind. A notification popped up, overkill damage, undead, confirming the minions were wiped out. Chiang Hai then glided past the spirit warrior, sending it to its demise without any difficulty. Wisps of blue smoke from the dissipating spirits clung to Chiang Hai, looking incredibly cool. After clearing out the minions, he swung his scythe, standing in the empty room. Chiang Hai scanned the room, wondering, Where's the Mulrock mage? He decided not to search further and activated Retrospective View to pinpoint its location and test his new ability. The skill recreated all enemies as projections, and Chiang Hai ordered, A green-skinned giant boss has reached our floor. Everyone go deal with it. The projection of an undead immediately moved towards the balcony, where Chiang Hai suspected the boss had escaped. He narrowed his eyes, deducing, Did it escape through the balcony? Suddenly, Chiang Hai spun around, realizing a strange noise was coming from another corner of the room. He opened a freezer and found the Mulrock mage huddled inside, trembling with fear. Chiang Hai grimaced in disgust when facing the Mulrock mage. It seemed he had a severe seafood allergy. Meanwhile, Yao Wenzhong and two teammates, Shu Mao and an orange-haired companion, were arriving by elevator. Chiang Hai grabbed a Mulrock scout by the neck, reporting to Yao Wenzhong over the phone that he'd caught a scout. Yao Wenzhong brushed that aside, asking Chiang Hai where he was, and received a nonchalant reply. At home, of course. One of Chiang Hai's undead minions was rapidly moving through the night, carrying a note. Hearing his name called, Chiang Hai, who was leisurely sipping a soft drink, turned around with a puzzled expression. The door opened, and Yao Wenzhong, Shu Mao, and the orange-haired companion had arrived. Shu Mao even waved a friendly greeting. Chiang Hai smirked, recognizing Shu Mao, and asking why he was there. Shu Mao explained that he was late and only managed to catch a Mulrock captain nearby, and hearing there was another one here, he came to try his luck. Chiang Hai announced that the big fish had gotten away, while also boasting that he had cleared out its undead minions along with his goblin followers. The goblin follower was immediately summoned, flexing its muscles to show off, while the recently defrosted Mulrock scout trembled on the table. The accompanying orange-haired companion showed extreme interest, his sharp eyes fixed on the goblin follower's gigantic black sword. Yao Wenzhong suddenly interrupted, his face serious as he announced, "That can wait, we need to retreat." Chiang Hai asked in surprise about going to help Wu Long and Chen Huagong, but Yao Wenzhong coldly replied that it was already too late. The scene shifted elsewhere. Devourer Manhas was single-handedly taking on two, completely overwhelming Wu Long and Chen Huagong. From a distance, Zheng Renjun, a level 14 adventurer with the Echo Knight profession, observed with folded arms, admitting that he had revealed all his trump cards. Zheng Renjun ordered and ran. "If your killer punch doesn't kill this monster, then we're finished today," while Manhas sneered. Without hesitation, Manhas shot forward like an arrow, the black sword in his hand ready to cleave through everything. Zheng Renjun calmly activated a skill, and an energy echo manifestation appeared right beside him, ready for battle. Zheng Renjun's echo manifestation charged forward to meet the attack, swinging its sword to directly confront Devourer Manhas. Clang! Zheng Renjun's echoing manifestation blocked the Devourer Manhas' black sword, and the two glared at each other, sparks flying. Manhas gritted his teeth in frustration, silently cursing that this human's profession was too annoying. Could he really summon clones without paying any price? Seizing the opportunity, Enran rushed in from behind, growling. Finally, the time has come. Manhas was startled, only managing to sense a wave of killing intent closing in. Smack! Enran landed a devastating punch straight to Manhas's stomach, roaring, "Die!" Boom! The terrifying force of the punch sent the boss flying like a bullet, crashing into the building behind. Manhas scrambled to his feet from the rubble. Enran cracked his knuckles, admitting that this guy was not only tough but also agile and perceptive. Enran turned to Zheng Renjun, saying this boss was too tough to handle, and demanded that contribution points be calculated according to the standards of a level 15 reverse dungeon boss. Zheng Renjun smirked confidently, replying simply, "All right," and Ran instructed him to continue, saying he would look for an opportunity to jump in, while activating his hold breath skill to move silently. Manhas stood up, dusting himself off and muttered, "Damn it, I underestimated them." He looked at his two enemies with a contemptuous gaze, growling, "You're just two small fries. Do you think some crappy profession bonuses can take me down?" Manhas roared, delusion, releasing all his pressure, making Zheng Renjun and Anran wary. He realized he was forced to choose between the present and the future. "I will choose a profession," Manhas declared, as a watery system interface appeared before him. The system announced that, thanks to his heroic trait, he could choose one of the professions he had previously devoured, and a long list appeared. Manhas ordered to filter out all professions with long-range attack capabilities, clearly wanting a close-quarters, bloody battle. The list was narrowed down to 3 options: Magic Archer, Martial Artist, Chi Master, and Elemental Mage, Fire. The system then displayed a warning, stating that these 3 professions were much weaker than Sea Beast, Monk, and Druid, asking if he wanted to reselect. "Enough, I choose number 2. Manhas roared impatiently, deciding to choose the Martial Artist profession. The system sent a sarcastic message to the Devourer Manhas. "Good luck, you short-sighted fool." At a high-end apartment complex, Miss Lin's support team was preparing to withdraw after completing their mission. The headband veteran waved goodbye, announcing that they would go first. Miss Lin instructed her teammates to be careful and to call her if anything happened. Just as she turned to leave, Miss Lin's phone unexpectedly rang. Miss Lin answered with her usual professional expression. On the other end, the hacker support urgently reported, "Miss Lin, the Mulrock undead mage, has been beaten back by Chiang Hai, I'll send you its escape route. Meanwhile, a stranger in a red suit perched high above, sneering upon seeing Zheng Renjun personally intervene, believing this reverse dungeon was nearing its end. A pair of monsters' bare feet landed on the road. The Mulrock undead mage was fleeing for his life. He panted heavily. A system notification appeared, warning that a higher-level adventurer was pursuing him. As night fell, a thought emerged, beginning a flashback. When did it all begin? Shang Li, in a pathetic state, his face covered in blood, looked up at the sky and thought in despair, "My life has reached a dead end." The flashback returned to a luxurious cafe, where it all began. A young Shang Li was waiting when an elderly silver-haired man approached to greet him. Shang Li politely greeted the man as Uncle Li. Uncle Li introduced the red-haired girl with him as Zhou Chang, the granddaughter of the legendary adventurer Zhou Jianming, and simultaneously flattered Shang Li as a rising star favored by the Shadow Realm Queen. Zhao Chang looked at Shang Li, greeting him with great interest. Shang Li recalled that moment, when he also greeted her back with confidence and a hint of flirtation. The final scene of the flashback was Shang Li and Zhou Chang's wedding, and he wondered, so when did my adventurer career officially end? Back in the flashback, at a party, the blue-haired Chen Huagong was having a blast while Shang Li stood beside him with a calm expression. The scene shifted to a level 8 dungeon, where Shang Li was directly confronting a massive cursed giant. Chen Huagong yelled, asking if the female mage Jin Chen was ready, because Shang Li couldn't hold on much longer. Smack! Shang Li's sword was easily knocked out of his hand by the monster. The cursed giant bared its jagged teeth and laughed gleefully, completely disregarding its opponent. Whoosh! It swung its gigantic club, sending Shang Li flying backward. Shang Li fell sprawling, sweat pouring off him, despairingly thinking it was all over. Just then, Jin Chen finished casting her spell, unleashing 5-ring magic, flesh monster technique. Duong! A massive purple energy enveloped the monster, freezing it in place. The cursed giant took the hit, its entire body stiffening in a state of paralysis. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Huagong charged forward with his gigantic battle axe, roaring. My turn. He swung his axe, radiating a crimson killing intent, aiming straight for the neck of the immobilized boss. A critical hit. The axe blade sliced cleanly, splitting the cursed giant in two in an instant. As Chen Huagong helped Shang Li up, Jin Chen approached, annoyed, and asked what the hell they were thinking. She grumbled that the main force of the strategic team was getting in the way, directly asking if they were trying to commit suicide. Chen Huagong immediately snapped back, defending Shang Li and saying that if there was a problem, she should go complain to their superiors, not blame him. Jin Chen shot a sharp glare, clicking her tongue in extreme displeasure. She turned and walked away, tossing back a phrase, "All right, let's go," ignoring Chen Huagong, who watched her with a dejected expression. Shang Li placed a hand on his friend's shoulder, his voice full of remorse. "Sorry for getting in your way this time." Chen Huagong patted Shang Li's shoulder, nonchalantly saying, "No need to apologize. I didn't expect you to inherit Zhou Jianming's epic artifact anyway." Shang Li broke out in a sweat, his face incredulous. "You all think I inherited it?" Chen Huagong explained clearly. If it weren't for that thought, then why would the three of them be thrown into such a difficult level 8 dungeon? He emphasized that the officials saw Shang Li, a rising star, marrying into the Zhou family as a way to seize their entire fortune, which is why they arranged this monstrous team composition. Jin Chen placed her foot on Shang Li's shoulder, warning, "If you want to continue, go talk to your wife. Otherwise, taking on such overwhelming missions will only lead to an early death." The flashback shifted to a luxurious villa, Zhou Dai's voice echoing mockingly. "Brother-in-law, still haven't gotten it through your head?" In the living room, Zhou Dai sat casually, taunting Shang Li that marrying into the Zhou family didn't mean the clan would pour all its resources into an outsider. Zhou Chang chimed in, advising Shang Li to be content as a gatekeeper in Yunxiao City, because he didn't have the makings of a legend. Shang Li lay slumped in a pool of blood, his mind reeling with regret. If only I hadn't married into the Zhou family that day. In his final moments, Shang Li wondered if his adventurer career would have been different, while the Mulrock undead mage and its minions discussed the corpse. Suddenly, the Mulrock undead mage detected a team of hunters rushing towards them at terrifying speed. It smirked confidently, saying to its minions, "What's the rush? The retreat conditions have already been met." The Mulrock undead mage raised a finger, gathering a blue teleportation energy sphere. With a whoosh, the sphere exploded into countless pixels, making the boss and its minions vanish right before Shang Li's eyes. Elsewhere, Yao Wenzhong and his team were moving when he received a phone call. Yao Wenzhong yelled into the phone, his face stunned and angry. "What? Shangli is dead? On the other end of the line, a tech support staff member sat in front of a computer screen, confirming the information. The staff member panicked as he looked at the screen, shouting, "Oh no!" The laptop screen displayed the scene of the Mulrock undead mage having just teleported away, leaving an empty space. Zheng Renjun grimaced at the ruins, muttering, "Wait, can this monster evolve even further?" The Devourer Manhas completely transformed, flexing his bulging muscles with fiery red hair. His status window appeared. The Devourer Manhanas, level 13 Chi Master. He clenched his fist, feeling the new power surging, and wondered, "Is this my true profession?" Manhas recalled. And Ran's punch, wondering why a weaker opponent could still damage him. And Ran took a stance, his sharp eyes declaring, "This ends here." Manhas sneered, channeling energy into his hand before unleashing a palm strike. Mulrock style, shockwave. A luminous green energy blast shattered the wall behind them, and Ran was engulfed by the light. But immediately after, Zheng Renjun's echo body suddenly appeared in the muscular man's position, taking his place. Zheng Renjun smirked, briefly explaining his trick, teleportation, and Ran, having narrowly escaped death, looked at his teammate and admitted, "I owe you my life." Zheng Renjun waved his hand, saying it wasn't the time to talk about debts, his echo body standing beside him. The Devourer Manhas bared his teeth and grinned, recognizing his opponent's trump card. He understood. "So your echo body can also swap positions with others?" Zheng Renjun confidently replied, "That's right, it's quite convenient." Manhas charged 2 energy orbs, challenging, "If I attack both you and your echo body at the same time, how will you dodge?" With that, he unleashed a twin strike, 2 beams of light shooting out like arrows. 2 energy blasts tore through the air, trapping Zheng Renjun and his echo body between them. Zheng Renjun gritted his teeth, sweating. "Too fast. Can't dodge." In that life-or-death moment, Enron lunged and grabbed Zheng Renjun, yelling, "Don't just stand there and die. Contact Huang Xuan immediately. This monster is about to reach legendary level." Both level 14 adventurers had to flee headlong, admitting a harsh truth. "We can't beat it." The Devourer Manhas stood there, domineeringly watching his 2 fleeing prey. The Devourer Manhas shot forward like a red streak, his speed utterly overwhelming. Zheng Renjun turned to Anran, uttering a sarcastic remark, "Struggling is useless." Hovering in midair, the Devourer Manhas looked down at the 2 level 14 adventurers, as if they were mere minnows, and Ran broke out in a cold sweat, realizing the problem. "Hey, the size of that chi projectile is no joke." The Devourer Manhas charged a colossal energy orb, let out a roar, and hurled it straight down. Go! Boom! An earth-shattering explosion wiped out an entire city block, a blinding white light engulfing everything. In the command room, Yao Wenjiang flinched from the tremor, calling out, "Goblins? Or an earthquake?" The tech support hacker's face drained of all color as he yelled into the microphone, "Evacuate the civilians immediately," he reported, his voice filled with despair. "Mr. Zheng and his teammate have been defeated, but that Mulrock boss is completely unharmed." The surveillance screen showed the Devourer Manhas standing tall, and the staff member concluded, "Until Huang Xuan arrives, we are completely helpless." The Devourer Manhas snapped his fingers, and a small energy orb shot up, destroying the drone that was tracking him. He looked puzzled, as if sensing other eyes still secretly watching him. He grabbed Zheng Renjun, who was sprawled on the ground, admitting condescendingly, "You truly are very strong." Zheng Renjun, despite being covered in blood, still tried to grab the monster's leg, gritting his teeth and lecturing. "But I have a piece of advice for you. Never harm civilians." Smack! The Devourer Manhas stomped on Zheng Renjun's hand, ignoring his screams. "We will make you pay," the monster sneered. "What right do you have to say that after being abandoned by your teammate? Revenge? I'll be even stronger after eating you. If you want revenge, come and try." Yao Wenchong received the report call, his expression extremely serious, and replied curtly, "All right, I understand." He turned to Chiang Hai and his capable followers, entrusting them. "Chiang Hai, can you temporarily take charge of Dongshan City and help evacuate the civilians?" Chiang Hai, still in his badass armor, asked directly, "Can't you handle it yourself?" Yao Wenchong admitted he was no longer capable. "It's different now. Chen Huagong and I made a fatal mistake in this dungeon. I am no longer qualified to temporarily take charge." Flashback. Chen Huagong, covered in blood, pushed Shangli away and told him to run because someone had to stay behind to hold off the boss. Chen Huagong gritted his teeth, vowing to buy more time for his teammates. Shangli, equally injured, yelled that everyone shared responsibility, and he didn't need to risk his life alone. Chen Huagong turned away, his eyes resolute. No, I am an official adventurer. If I make a mistake, I can't run away. Back to the present. Yao Wenchong entrusted everything to Chiang Hai. Please take care of Little Lin, Chang Jingchuan, and Liang Jiakun for me. Dongshan City is counting on you from now on. Chiang Hai, through his mask, only offered a cold remark about this organization's lack of autonomy. A strange blonde man suddenly spoke up, warning Chiang Hai not to act foolishly, revealing that he knew the protagonist had a hidden profession that allowed for over-level dungeon farming. The blonde man continued to taunt, bringing up how Chiang Hai had gotten a bunch of good gear from the graveyard and from Gao Cheng Yong. Yao Wenjiang cried out in alarm. That's a monster that neither Zheng Renjun nor An Ran could handle. One that's already halfway to legendary rank. You don't stand a chance. Chiang Hai ignored him, beginning his flex. Listen, my title automatically detects the strongest Mulrock nearby and absorbs its stats. The notification panel appeared. Strength +8, Agility +9, Perception +2. Yao Wenjiang still tried to argue. Even if your base stats are the same, there's still an unbridgeable gap in combat power. Chiang Hai sneered, pointing at his helmet. And with this epic item, the helmet of the legendary Undead Kurode, I gain his instincts and combat experience. He gestured with his chin towards his subordinate. Plus, that other epic item, the Knight's Black Sword. His goblin follower stood there with a massive, cool-looking sword. The orange-haired female adventurer accompanying the team could only widen her eyes. 2 epic items? The blonde man was also speechless, his face showing, "Oh my, Coach Ann, you misjudged this one." Chiang Hai concluded. And with my Deathwalker profession, I've gone all out against 2 genuine legendary bosses. Even facing a level 19 legend, I'm confident I can hold out for 3 minutes. Yao Wenjiang, the blonde man, and the orange-haired girl were all stunned, speechless at such an overwhelming display. Chiang Hai looked directly at Yao Wenjiang, his voice full of determination. Now I want to contribute as a citizen, an adventurer of Dongshan City. Please don't refuse. Yao Wenjiang smiled, completely convinced. If you've said that much, how can I refuse? Chiang Hai patted Yao Wenjiang's shoulder, declaring firmly, Good, it's settled. I'll be the main tank, you handle support. Chiang Hai, in his Deathwalker armor, turned to ask Xu Mao, What about you, Xu Mao? Are you in? Xu Mao smirked, crossed his arms and flatly refused. I'll pass. Elsewhere, the devourer Manhwa stood on the rubble, declaring to his flattened prey, After I devour you, I'll go catch that human who ran away. He glanced at Zheng Renjun, who was gasping for breath, and growled. By then, I'll probably be strong enough to solo your legends. Manhwa stood tall, his red hair flowing, and continued confidently. If I defeat your legends? Even while dying, Zheng Renjun still smirked defiantly, unless the sun rises in the west. Hearing the taunt, Manhwa's face twitched with rage, veins bulging. He roared, lunging like a whirlwind. You still have the nerve to talk big. Clearly, you don't want a quick death. Just then, a voice rang out. Hey, Fishface! Manhwa froze just before striking, whipping around to look at the one who spoke. Chen Huagong, the great axe warrior, with his battle axe slung over his shoulder, grinned. I'm ready for round 2. Manhwa glared at him, his voice full of contempt. I mercifully spared your life, he roared, charging towards Chen Huagong. Why are you foolishly coming back to throw your life away? Don't you cherish the life you were just given back? A notification panel appeared, explaining Chen Huagong's title. Glory to the one who fights to the death, increasing stamina to its limit. But if one cowardly flees, stamina is halved. Manhwa furiously swung his weapon, unleashing a barrage of dark slashes, roaring, Then die, die, die! Boom! Boom! Chen Huagong braced himself, using his axe handle to block the blows, sparks flying from the impacts, the ground shaking. Crack! The axe handle began to show cracks under Manhwa's terrifying power. Shatter! The axe handle couldn't withstand it, breaking into pieces. Thwack! Fragments of the weapon flew straight into Chen Huagong's face, dazing him. Manhwa let out a final roar, swinging his weapon directly at his opponent's head. Die! Whoosh! Just before the attack landed, Zheng Renjun used teleportation, swapping places with Chen Huagong to take the full blow for his teammate. The devourer Manhwa roared, frustrated that the finishing blow had missed. He glared at Zheng Renjun and Chen Huagong, the two who had just played a life-swapping trick right under his nose. Chen Huagong, drenched in sweat, turned to his teammate. My weapon is broken. Do you have any other heavy-duty toys? Zheng Renjun nodded firmly. The effect of his increased range title lit up, signaling that something big was about to arrive. Manhwa stood tall amidst the rubble, growling. Still struggling, are we? The monster's crimson eyes blazed with fire, overflowing with killing intent. Thump! A shadow figure in full armor landed on the battlefield, drawing Manhwa's attention. What are you guys discussing? Chiang Hai, in his Death Walker armor, raised his head and declared his entry. Count me in. Zheng Renjun and Chen Huagong stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed. Chiang Hai? What the hell is a level 6 kid doing here? Manhwa narrowed his eyes, sensing a formidable surge of power from the newcomer. Chiang Hai stood still, his overwhelming aura making the boss wary. This human is extremely powerful. Meanwhile, on a deserted road, an orange-haired girl and Shu Mao were running for their lives. The orange-haired girl looked puzzled. That's a bit surprising. She questioned Shu Mao. With his base stats, the experience of a legendary boss, and skills from his hidden profession, Chiang Hai has a great chance to turn the tables. Why refuse such a good opportunity to earn points? Shu Mao sneered, retorted. So, where are you going? The orange-haired girl fell silent, her eyes sharpened. A shadow blocked their path. A powerful voice spoke. I told you to just kill 2 Mulrocks and leave. Why are you two still here? And ran, covered in injuries, clutched his shoulder and warned. Forget it. That's not important. Come with me. The reverse dungeon has gone out of control. Dongshan City is no longer safe. Back on the battlefield, Manhwa realized, thanks to his Chi Master senses, this newcomer's power was almost on par with his own. Manhwa analyzed. This guy is extremely strong. But strangely, his instincts told him that devouring him wouldn't help him level up. Clearly the opponent's level wasn't 13. Manhwa confronted Chiang Hai directly, acknowledging the enemy was a special individual like himself, and asked directly, Hey human, what level are you? Chiang Hai looked up, his voice casual. Me? His status window appeared. Chiang Hai confirmed nonchalantly. Level 6. Why? The devourer Manhwa roared in disbelief. Do you think I'm stupid? Even with king tier potential, a level 6 punk can't have power equal to mine. Chiang Hai smirked. That's because but Manhwa snarled, cutting him off. Enough. I don't care if you're bluffing or playing mind games, I'll crush you with my full power. Chiang Hai maintained his challenging smile. I'd love to see you try. Manhwa let out a roar then charged straight in, determined to fight to the death. While Chiang Hai calmly observed. A direct fight, huh? Then I'll indulge you, Chiang Hai muttered, getting into a stance, ready for battle. Suddenly, a flash of light enveloped Chiang Hai, making even him momentarily stunned. Manhwa unleashed a fatal blow, but the target had vanished, replaced by Zheng Renjun and Chen Huagong, who had just appeared from thin air. Chen Huagong yelled at Chiang Hai. A position swap? Zheng Renjun, was that you? If you're so brave, ask him. If Zheng Renjun hadn't intervened, you'd be dead for sure. Manhwa glared at Zheng Renjun, immediately recognizing the threat. In a balanced fight, someone who can summon clones and swap positions is extremely dangerous. I must prioritize eliminating him first. Chiang Hai turned to Zheng Renjun and said decisively, Zheng Renjun, trust me this time. If I wasn't confident in soloing this Mulrock, I wouldn't be here. Zheng Renjun still hesitated, warning. Are you sure? Its strength, agility, and perception are all above 20 points, even if you've cleared high-risk dungeons. Chiang Hai cut him off with a confident smile. I'm sure. Zheng Renjun sighed in acceptance. All right, you go first. I'll provide support. Chen Huagong, standing nearby, protested loudly. What? You believe what he says? Has only level 6. Manhwa ignored the squabbling of the small fry. It darted forward with a dangerous slash. Manhwa's target was clear. Kill one first. He aimed straight for Chen Huagong, who was still grumbling. Zheng Renjun yelled, realizing the boss's intention. Teleport. Chen Huagong frantically yelled a warning. Zheng Renjun, be careful. Manhwa swung his attack towards Zheng Renjun, roaring. You're the target. Die, you troublesome bug. Zheng Renjun broke out in a cold sweat, realizing he wasn't fast enough to use his teleportation skill. Devourer Manhwa grinned sinisterly, growling. I've got you. Just as the boss's claws were about to strike, Chiang Hai shot out like lightning, his sword blocking the attack. Clang! Chiang Hai looked up, his voice full of sarcasm. Didn't you say you'd go all out against me? What's the meaning of attacking my teammate? From a distance, Ran analyzed in a deep voice. Chiang Hai has 2 epic-grade equipment pieces, and Ran continued to mutter. That kid's main profession is extremely special, to the point where it's not even in the hidden profession guidebooks, and he's using title effects to balance his stats with that heroic Mulrock. Shumao confidently suggested, I think with your help, even if we can't kill it, we can still hold out until reinforcements arrive. The battle continued. Chiang Hai and Zheng Renjun's Echo simultaneously lunged to attack Devourer Manhas from two sides. Zheng Renjun's Echo charged from behind, swinging his sword at the boss back. Chiang Hai sneered, reading his opponent. Let's see what strategy you'll use this time, while Devourer Manhas glared at him with resentment. Devourer Manhas roared contemptuously. You fools! You've used that trick twice already, do you think I'd fall for it again? The boss dodged the Echo's attack, confident that Chiang Hai would use the position swap trick again, but not this time. Chiang Hai chuckled triumphantly. Idiot. Using the same strategy twice. And you think we'd use it again? A fatal sword strike pierced through Devourer Manhas's back, purple blood splattering as he let out a miserable scream. Chen Huagong excitedly raised his fist. We won! But Zheng Renjun immediately dashed his hopes. Not yet. Chiang Hai stood from a distance, explaining, This heroic Mulrock's physique must be over 20. That last attack wasn't enough to finish it. Zheng Renjun secretly admired him, never expecting Chiang Hai to adapt perfectly to his strategy without a single prompt. Remembering Chiang Hai was a novelist, Zheng Renjun wondered, Are all these novelists nowadays monsters? Devourer Manhas gritted his teeth, furious at being dealt a painful blow by the kid, who then immediately retreated, giving him no chance to retaliate while his skills were on cooldown. Chiang Hai looked at the boss, still standing firm, and assessed. Its physique is also over 20, huh? This is tricky. Devourer Manhas secretly calculated, admitting that if he didn't use his trump card, he would be at a disadvantage against the duo of Chiang Hai and Zheng Renjun. Looking at his blood-stained hand, Devourer Manhas gritted his teeth. What a waste. He was furious because his original plan to devour 2 level 14 adventurers to reach level 15 and then hunt a legend had completely fallen apart. Chiang Hai noticed the Fishman boss seemed to have lost its aggressive momentum, wondering if it intended to flee or had some other scheme. Losing patience, Devourer Manhas roared, activating the Chi Master's unique skill, Limit Break, directly boosting his strength and agility. Chiang Hai was stunned by the sudden burst of power from the boss. Chiang Hai's system panel reported an error. Power difference too great. Equality buff failed. But the Deathwalker's second effect activated, directly adding 4 points to strength and agility. Another notification appeared, revealing that the Death Lord and the Mother of the Sea were secretly observing the match, demanding the adventurers perform their best. Devourer Manhas let out a breath, bitterly admitting he had intended to save this move for a legend, but now there was no chance. With a whoosh, Devourer Manhas vanished from the spot, his speed so great that Chiang Hai could only widen his eyes in astonishment. Chiang Hai shouted a warning to Zheng Renjun to run, as the boss' speed was out of control. This time, he wasn't sure he could stop it. Roaring for a level up, Devourer Manhas shot straight towards Zheng Renjun like a bullet. Zheng Renjun maintained a calm expression, ready to face the devastating attack. Bang! A world-shattering punch from Devourer Manhas landed squarely on Zheng Renjun. Zheng Renjun was sent flying backward, his arm bleeding, but he still successfully blocked the destructive attack. Devourer Manhas grinned sinisterly, triumphant at having incapacitated one of his opponents. Suddenly, the boss froze with an expression of disbelief. From behind, Chen Huagong had charged forward, using all the strength of a great axe warrior to tightly embrace and lock down Devourer Manhas, shouting, Chiang Hai, now's the time. Chiang Hai immediately responded, his eyes sharp. Understood. Held tightly, Devourer Manhas growled mockingly at Chen Huagong. You think this alone can stop my movements? Manhas roared. Don't be naive. He flexed, unleashing a burst of crimson energy that sent Chen Huagong flying. Crash! Chen Huagong was blown away like a broken puppet, while Chiang Hai charged forward from the front. Chiang Hai narrowed his eyes, radiating killing intent, and swung his sword, preparing to unleash a lightning-fast strike. A powerful dark slash tore through the air, heading straight for Manhas. Boom! The attack missed its target, gouging the ground and creating a terrifying explosion. Chiang Hai was stunned, sweat pouring down as he realized his attack had completely failed. From the dust and smoke, Manhas emerged without a scratch, a smirk on his face. Enough with the theatrics. Then, the boss gathered a destructive energy sphere in his palm, his red eyes blazing. Die! Chiang Hai desperately yelled for backup, just as a flash of light erupted from the sky. A colossal golden pillar of light descended, but Chiang Hai could only grit his teeth bitterly as he saw it had no effect on the boss. Manhas looked up, calmly bathing in the pillar of light, completely unharmed by the high-level attack. A winged angelic entity suddenly appeared in the sky, radiating a brilliant aura that drew the boss's attention. That entity was Brahma's divine attendant, a heavy-duty summon that had just been called to the battlefield. Manhwa growled, realizing this time the reinforcement was a summoner. The boss began to scan the city with his eyes, muttering, "Let's see where you're hiding." His vision encompassed a vast city block, quickly searching for the controller's whereabouts. Manhwa briefly spotted a hooded figure and a purple demon, intending to ignore them as they looked too weak. But then he paused as he found the true target. The boss roared furiously as he recognized a familiar face. "You dare to come back here?" His target was a muscular, bald brawler, standing dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening as Manhwa charged towards him at terrifying speed. Manhwa swung his arm, unleashing a colossal blue energy slash directly at the bald man. The muscular, bald brawler saw the enormous energy surge approaching, his face changing color. This isn't good. He braced himself, activating his Unarmored 1 title, which converted all his physical stats into virtual armor to reduce damage. Though pushed back a long distance, gouging the ground, he still stood firm against the boss's attack. The bald man panted, his body radiating residual energy, but he had successfully tanked the previous move. Manhwa roared in frustration when his prey didn't die instantly. Die! Suddenly, Chiang Hai, in his black armor, rushed forward like a phantom, delivering a hook punch straight to Manhwa's side, stopping the attack. Chiang Hai landed, shielding the bald man, ready to face the fight. Chiang Hai turned to ask the bald brawler, who was bleeding from the mouth, "Can you still fight?" The muscular bald brawler gritted his teeth, admitting that after just a few moves, he knew this boss was on a completely different level. Chiang Hai didn't say much, taking out a blood potion from his inventory. "This is a recovery potion. Give it to Brother Zheng to use," Chiang Hai said, asserting that they could only buy time for reinforcements. Manhwa stood up, his entire body crackling with lightning, his eyes icy as he stared at the two obstructors. The boss looked at his two opponents, muttering, "Now I understand." Manhwa extended a razor-sharp hand towards Chiang Hai, declaring, "If I don't kill you, I won't be able to deal with the others." Manhwa's arm mutated into a colossal blade, and he growled, "Is that what you mean?" Chiang Hai summoned his death scythe, shimmering with light, and coldly replied, "Let's just say that." Manhwa merely snorted contemptuously, showing he didn't care. The two opponents stood facing each other across a wide courtyard, the atmosphere as tense as a drawn bowstring. Whoosh! Both simultaneously charged at each other with terrifying speed, leaving afterimages in their wake. Chiang Hai swung his scythe while Manhwa slashed down with his blade arm, two destructive weapons about to clash fiercely. Clang! Chiang Hai's scythe and Devourer Manhwa's blade arm clashed, sending sparks flying, a powerful probing strike. Manhwa suddenly launched an energy orb with its other hand, a lightning-fast attack that startled Chiang Hai. Chiang Hai clicked his tongue, realizing he had fallen into the cunning boss's trap. Manhwa sneered smugly, the energy orb in its hand ready to fire. Just realizing it now? Too late. Without a moment's hesitation, Chiang Hai spun his scythe in an impossible arc to parry the attack. The sharp tip of the scythe grazed the energy orb, deflecting it by a hair's breadth, stunning Manhwa. Manhwa's attack missed its target, tearing up the ground right next to Chiang Hai. Manhwa retreated, its hand still gathering energy, muttering an acknowledgement that Chiang Hai's weapon was too strange, capable of attacking from unpredictable angles. Chiang Hai was also analyzing the situation. He knew this boss was extremely intelligent and would soon figure out his scythe if the battle dragged on, forcing him to change tactics. At the same time, elsewhere, Zheng Renjun was struggling to bandage his own wounds. Enran approached, handed him a red recovery potion and said, "Use this." Enran further explained, advising Zheng Renjun not to drink too much. A small sip would be enough to heal the wounds. Zheng Renjun took the potion, scoffing, "Wales, since when did you become so generous? A Class A third-rate coach like you has recovery potions? I thought you'd be at a master level." And Rand calmly replied that Chiang Hai was the one who gave it to them, and perhaps he didn't even realize its value. Zheng Renjun thoughtfully looked at the potion, secretly wondering how much effort a level 6 adventurer like Chiang Hai must have put in to acquire equipment and relics of this caliber. And Ran warned Zheng Renjun not to play any tricks on Chiang Hai, asserting that no matter the outcome of this battle, Chiang Hai would undoubtedly become the genius the association was investing in. And Ran stated frankly that he had no interest in competing for things that weren't suitable for him, and having someone like Zheng Renjun here was already a stroke of luck. Zheng Renjun brought the potion to his mouth and casually asked if An Ran was still adhering to the thermal weapon ban. Psh! Zheng Renjun spat out the mouthful of potion, his face scrunched up like a monkey eating a chili. Damn it, what kind of recovery potion is this? Did someone put wasabi in it? A panoramic view of the battle zone. Red and black energy currents still swirled violently between the buildings, signaling that the battle was still fiercely raging. Devourer Manhwas crowed. Are you trying to stall by making me chase you? It roared, no, then swung its weapon and charged forward like a storm. Chiang Hai was startled by the boss's terrifying speed. Boom! A devastating overhead strike came down. Chiang Hai barely managed to raise his weapon to block it. The power difference was too great. Chiang Hai was sent flying like a broken puppet. Manhwas gave no second to breathe. It charged straight to finish off its sprawled prey. Suddenly, Chiang Hai's leg flashed with a strange energy, causing him to halt. Seeing its opponent stand still, Manhwas sneered. Why aren't you running anymore? Out of tricks. Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat, bitterly cursing under his breath. Damn it, why a cramp now of all times? Manhwas laughed gleefully, declaring the execution hour had arrived, and swung its weapon, preparing for the finishing blow. Clang! Chiang Hai mustered all his strength, using the scythe shaft to block the attack, the ground beneath his feet cracking. The boss seemed amused. It admitted, I have to admit, you're quite resilient. Chiang Hai was bewildered, not understanding what the monster was rambling about in the middle of a battle. Manhwas gathered a gigantic green energy orb, while muttering that it would be hard to find another chance to beat up someone with such a level difference who was still as tenacious as a leech. From above, a divine attendant with radiant golden wings hovered, observing the battle. And priest yelled at the entity, Stop gathering holy light, it's time to save him. The divine attendant coldly replied with a harsh statement. Not enough time. Manhwas's energy orb swelled to its maximum size, ready to annihilate everything in its sights. Devourer Manhwas curled its lip cruelly. I'll remember your face, human. Chiang Hai could only stare in horror as the destructive orb of light swallowed him whole. Boom! A shocking explosion swept everything away. Amidst the ruined street, Devourer Manhwas stood panting amidst the smoke rising from the cracked ground. He admitted, this limit break skill is truly terrifying, but it also drains a hell of a lot of stamina. In front of him, Chiang Hai, clad in black armor, was exhausted, kneeling on one knee on the shattered ground. Manhwas sneered. Luckily, this human's level is still pathetic. Otherwise, he burst into a savage laugh. I might have actually been wiped out by you guys, ha 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 ha. Suddenly a voice rang out from behind. You haven't won yet. Zheng Renjun, clutching 2 assault rifles, coldly questioned. What are you laughing at? Manhwas turned around, his face scowling with clear annoyance. He looked at Zheng Renjun with disdain. You think a few superficial bandages are enough for you to stand a chance? Manhwas roared defiantly. Don't you think you're being too naive? Zheng Renjun didn't bother to reply. The 2 guns in his hands began to chamber rounds, ready to fire. Without another word, he unleashed a rain of bullets towards the monster. Manhwas hastily raised his giant sword to block the bullets, exclaiming in surprise. What kind of weapon is this? Why does my iron body feel like paper? He glanced into the distance, shouting to Zheng Renjun's teammate. Enran, are you done yet? From behind, Enran had grabbed Chiang Hai's helmet, confirming with a concise, done. Taking advantage of Manhwas's momentary distraction, a bullet pierced his shoulder. Zheng Renjun smirked, the muzzles of his 2 guns flashing. Then I have nothing left to worry about now. Just then, a surge of blue energy enveloped Manhwas, stopping the barrage of bullets. A system notification appeared. Warning. The Mother of the Sea, Blibdul Pulp, has violated the agreement and interfered in the battle. Adventurer Zheng Renjun's rifles will malfunction in 1 second. Clang! Zheng Renjun's gun suddenly jammed, signaling an untimely malfunction. He frantically checked his firearms, yelling in despair. Why are both guns jammed at the same time? Devourer Manhwas sneered, seeing his opponent helpless. Jammed? Are you kidding me? Seizing the opportunity, Manhwas stomped the ground and shot forward like a red flash. He closed in on Zheng Renjun, his voice full of sarcasm. It seems your god doesn't care about you at all, human. Cornered, Zheng Renjun threw his head back and yelled at the sky. Hey, divine attendant, how much longer are you going to wait? Immediately, a brilliant golden pillar of light descended straight from the sky, onto the ground. Zheng Renjun had to brace himself, shielding against the terrifying pressure of the reinforcements' attack. A large area of ground was utterly destroyed, smoking profusely after the impact. Zheng Renjun turned and snapped at the winged entity hovering in the air. Aim properly, will you? I almost got wiped out. The blonde angel replied coldly, full of confidence. No, you won't. I know what I'm doing. With that, the angel charged straight towards Manhwas, feathers scattering through the air. Manhwa was enveloped by a surge of blue energy, but a system notification appeared, stating that he would not die thanks to the Mother of the Sea's intervention, leaving Jung Renjun stunned. The angel also couldn't believe it, muttering that his holy baptism could incinerate anything below legendary rank, and this monster clearly wasn't strong enough to resist it. Manhwa smirked, growling. Of course, because the Mother of the Sea is always watching over me. He burst into maniacal laughter, his silhouette growing colossal and overwhelming under the moonlight. Jung Renjun clicked his tongue, his echo avatar appearing behind him, ready for a tough battle. He gritted his teeth bitterly, realizing that the plan to limit firearms to preserve the city's rank had completely failed against an immortal boss. Manhwa spread his arms wide, boasting loudly, "Keep going, you insects. Just a little more effort and you can defeat me." A mysterious shadow observed from afar, hearing Manhwa's provocation. "If you lose to the insects you've always despised, then..." Ran roared, activating his professional unarmed assassin title to double his damage, declaring this would be the greatest humiliation for his opponent. Manhwa bellowed contemptuously, unable to believe his opponent dared to duel him one-on-one. Boom. Two fists collided fiercely, a true battle to the death between two muscular men. Manhwa's punch was blocked, and he stared in disbelief. Ran coldly declared that the monster's body had reached its limit after a series of battles and would never withstand his punch. "Think about your last words. It's about time," Ran growled, his eyes blazing. Manhwa screamed wildly, deciding to push past his limits once more, refusing to accept defeat. The system announced that Manhwa had received a blessing from the Mother of the Sea, and his stamina was slightly restored. Hacking the game again, but immediately after, an error message appeared, indicating that another force was displeased with this unfair buff. A new warning appeared. The anonymous Deathlord decided to support the defending side. "Our side has backup too." Yao Wenzhong was helping Chiang Hai up, carefully giving him a red recovery potion. Yao Wenzhong confirmed that Chiang Hai's breathing had stabilized, with the goblin disciple standing guard beside him. The bespectacled man was surprised when a strange system panel appeared before him. The notification stated that the anonymous Deathlord had modified Claude's helmet, adding the recruitment ground and temporary guardianship effects. Yao Wenzhong was still wondering why Chiang Hai's information panel automatically appeared while he was unconscious, when Chiang Hai's eyes suddenly snapped open. Chiang Hai found himself standing in a gloomy cemetery full of crosses, completely bewildered as to what was happening. A voice echoed from behind, questioning Chiang Hai why he hadn't used the trial emblem. Chiang Hai spun around, utterly shocked to see Death Knight Claude standing tall on his skeletal warhorse. Claude coldly explained that if Chiang Hai had used the Brave Knight's trial emblem, he would have dodged the merman's attack. Chiang Hai was speechless, sweat pouring down, knowing he had been overconfident and made a fatal mistake. Chiang Hai took a stance, growling at the figure before him. "Wait, you're not Claude. He couldn't have known about that merman. Who are you and where is this?" The blue-haired knight haughtily replied, "Calm down, you're right. I'm not Claude. I am the consciousness born from his legendary helmet, just activated." He gestured across the cemetery. "And this is the training ground, a new effect of mine, the recruitment ground." Chiang Hai frowned, still processing the situation. "Activated? Since when?" Helmet consciousness explained concisely. "Your battle with the merman attracted two gods. One interfered 3 times, annoying the other. So I was switched on." The blue-haired knight returned to the main topic, his red eyes filled with judgment. "Back to the point. Why didn't you use the trial emblem to nullify that attack? You should have thought of that." Chiang Hai rested his chin on his hand, explaining his plan. "Because I intended to use Miraculous Survivor to tank the blow, then use Deathwalker's feigned death to trick the merman, looking for an opportunity to finish it in one strike." He forced a smile, sweat dripping. "But I didn't expect that attack to be so terrifying. I almost really died." Helmet consciousness asked a single cold word. "Why?" Chiang Hai turned, bewildered. Why what?" The knight snapped. "Why play such a risky gamble? The level difference between you two was already too great. Dragging out the fight that long was already impressive. No one would have blamed you for giving up midway." Chiang Hai replied, his voice lowering. "Perhaps because I was the one who caused this dungeon to go out of control." He recalled his amateur past, muttering, "If I had chosen to report this dungeon instead of clearing it myself, things wouldn't have come to this." Helmet consciousness retorted, "But are you sure the official adventurers were skilled enough to clear it? And haven't you helped many people after becoming an adventurer?" Chiang Hai waved his hand, not wanting to argue. "Those are two different matters. Don't lump them together." He looked directly at the knight, appearing anxious. "Anyway, how do I get out of here? The battle outside still needs me." Helmet Consciousness smirked. They don't need you anymore. He crossed his arms, dark energy radiating from his body, his voice full of authority. Didn't I tell you? The gods watching the show have decided to intervene. Your fun game is about to end. Back in the real world, Chiang Hai's body in Clauda's black armor suddenly stood up, startling Yao Wenchong and the goblin disciple. He's awake? The armored hand clenched, and an unfamiliar voice echoed from inside the helmet. Such a fragile body. Inside the armor, Helmet Consciousness smirked, ordering the adventurer menu to open. Yao Wenchong froze, staring at the stranger, who muttered, "There are still a few titles I can use." Scene change. A red-haired book user was using a book that emitted a strange light. Helmet Consciousness raised Chiang Hai's status screen, warning the sweating Yao Wenchong. "Don't act rashly, human," he sneered, explaining. "I'm just borrowing your friend's body to teach these players who don't know the rules a lesson. This dungeon will end in 10 minutes. Yao Wenchong gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down, clearly not believing a word from the body possessor. Yao Wenchong questioned him directly. "You possessed Chiang Hai's body without a single warning. How can you expect us to believe you have no ill intentions?" Helmet Consciousness casually admitted, a condescending smile on his face. "Indeed, from your perspective, I'm extremely suspicious." He raised a finger, as if bestowing a favor. "How about this?" Meanwhile, Devourer, Manhas, and Anran were locked in a brutal one-on-one battle, punches and kicks clashing fiercely. Amidst the ruined battlefield, a white-haired gunner aimed his rifle at the fight, searching for an opportunity. The white-haired gunner yelled in frustration as his gun jammed again at the most critical moment. Manhas roared, "Die!" while gathering a deadly pink energy orb as Anran took a defensive stance. Whoosh! The energy orb exploded, its shockwave sending Anran flying. But Anran was no pushover. He twisted in midair, growling back. "You're the one who's about to die." He unleashed his ultimate technique, Super Shadow Assassination Fist. A brilliant golden punch shot forth with terrifying speed. Another bald brawler victim screamed tragically as he took a devastating blow, blood splattering everywhere. It turned out Manhas had switched targets, smashing the poor bald man's face with a brutal hook. Anran was also sent flying, carving a long furrow on the cracked ground, while the white-haired gunner frantically screamed his name. Standing over Anran's motionless body, Manhas snarled, "After being tricked by you guys time and again, even a fool would know how to deal with it." Suddenly, a surge of dark energy swirled, and a gigantic demonic hand appeared above Manhas, signaling a new enemy had entered the fray. Manhas snapped his head up, roaring a wary challenge. "Who's there?" From the shadows, a figure in full armor, holding a halberd, slowly advanced, exuding an overwhelming killing intent. The stranger revealed himself, a knight in pitch-black armor with a horned helmet, his crimson eyes gleaming with deadly confidence. The white-haired gunner stood afar, stunned as he recognized the familiar figure, and screamed in panic. "Chiang Hai?" The mysterious knight declared bluntly. "Your shift is over. This fish is mine now," causing Manhas to snarl. "It's you again." Manhas furiously charged forward, cursing the persistent pests, and determined to crush the newcomer. Whoosh! The battle-hardened goblin suddenly appeared right behind Manhas, an unforeseen backdoor attack. Manhas was completely shocked, unable to understand how this green-skinned creature could get so close without him knowing. At the same time, the black-armored knight leaped into the air, swinging his gigantic halberd straight at Manhas. A sharp and brutal slash came down, giving Manhas no chance to dodge. The goblin looked regretful that it couldn't finish off the prey itself, but still stood respectfully beside its master. The knight in black armor merely sneered with overwhelming dominance. "It's fine." Manhas collapsed to his knees, clutching his throat, which was gushing blood. The previous attack had severed his windpipe. The knight explained the situation. "Now it can't call up the adventurer menu anymore. It's no different from a dead fish on a chopping board, just waiting for us to properly roast it." He ordered the goblin, "Don't interfere yet. Let me play with this fish for a bit. When it reaches its limit, you can finish it off." The battle-hardened goblin immediately saluted in a military fashion, obeying absolutely. With his windpipe destroyed, Manhas realized the price for underestimating his foes was too high. He could no longer use his limit skill, and had fallen into the exact same predicament as the adventurers he once scorned. For the first time in his life, Devourer Manhas knew what regret was, vowing that if he had a second chance, he would never toy with human adventurers again. Meanwhile, Helmet Consciousness casually strolled forward, whistling as if taking a leisurely walk. His eyes showed disdain, treating the boss before him as nothing more than a plaything. But the mother of the sea, Blibdul Pulp, regretting breaking the rules, risked sending a life-saving message to her disciple. A warning appeared. The target adventurer is holding a healing potion, enough to heal his throat and escape. Manhwa was overjoyed, growling his thanks to his god. Whoosh! The knight gave his prey no time to breathe, dashing away like a ghost. The terrifying speed made Manhwa only able to widen his eyes as he watched the dark figure rush towards him. The knight sneered, mocking, "How many times has your god helped you? Or is that your servant?" Provoked, Manhwa furiously dodged the attack and ran headlong in another direction, leaving the knight stunned. He squinted, watching the direction his prey was escaping. The knight suddenly realized, "Is it trying to steal the healing potion from that guy?" He muttered. If he let it heal its wounds and escape, the face of a god like him would be slapped, swollen by Blibdoolpoolp's disciple. Without hesitation, he pulled out the Nightmare Flute, a branded item capable of summoning nightmares to the battlefield. The knight roared in frustration, summoning his legendary blue flame-clad skeletal warhorse. Meanwhile, Manhwa had reached his target, only to find the adventurer Yao Wencheng lying unconscious on the ground. He wondered in surprise who had defeated Yao Wencheng, the level 8 scholar. Screw whoever did it. Manhwa immediately snatched the potion, believing this was a God-given opportunity to save time. He grinned sinisterly, declaring, "Once my throat heals, I'll come back for you. How dare you insult my god, you armored brat." Just as the devourer Manhwa was about to gulp down the healing potion, a mysterious dark figure appeared. Suddenly, Manhwa's body exploded from within, purple blood splattering everywhere, leaving him bewildered. He didn't understand what the hell just happened, only that his body was falling apart. From afar, Helmet Consciousness, possessing Chiang Hai's body, sat atop the skeletal warhorse, coldly looking down at the dying Manhwa. He spoke, his voice full of superiority. "I just came down to play for a bit, and the fun has already been ruined by you and your god bitch." He continued to berate, his red eyes blazing with killing intent. "What's more, the infinite healing potion I prepared for my disciple is also gone because of you. How do you plan to compensate me, you piece of trash?" The strange knight glanced at the sword in his hand, and a system notification suddenly appeared. The system reported, "The Mother of the Sea, Blibdoolpoolp, is begging for your mercy. She is willing to pay any price to ensure her subordinate lives." He smirked, replying bluntly, "A price can be paid, but this fishman must die." The notification reappeared, repeating the god's plea. The knight looked annoyed, reluctantly accepting, "Fine." The system notified, "The Mother of the Sea, Blibdoolpoolp, is confused. She doesn't understand." The knight declared his rules. "Don't lump me in with you, a servant trying to revive her decaying race. If my disciple cannot grow strong enough to wipe out those fish people before you open the dungeon," he pointed, his voice full of authority, "then he doesn't deserve to be my disciple." Upon hearing the stern declaration, the system immediately notified, "The Mother of the Sea, Blibdoolpoolp, has gone completely mad." Just then, the goblin follower had evolved into a muscular warrior, rushing to his master's position. Helmet Consciousness glanced at the goblin, then turned to the flattened Manhwa. "If you had arrived 1 minute later, this fishman would have been gone." The goblin follower scratched his head, smiling confidently, as if he had arrived just in time. Helmet Consciousness turned to the goblin, questioning, "By the way, I don't think you know how to fully utilize this Dark Knight's blade yet, do you?" Helmet Consciousness tossed the Dark Knight's blade to the goblin follower, ordering curtly, "Use it to finish him off." Manhwa lay flattened on the ground, despairingly realizing he was about to die. The goblin raised the great blade high, preparing to deliver the finishing blow, while Manhwa still screamed in his mind that he could fight. Facing the blade of death, Manhwa looked up at the sky, praying in vain. Slash! The blade plunged into Manhwa's chest, silencing his last plea for a chance with a pool of blood. System notification. The warrior goblin has activated the hidden evolution, Path of Heroes, after slaying the heroic Mulrock Manhwa. A dazzling light enveloped the goblin. The transformation began under the indifferent gaze of the Helmet Consciousness. As the light faded, a level 10 Grand Goblin stood tall, bulging with muscles, looking bewildered by its new, formidable form. The Helmet Consciousness briefly explained, "You have activated the hidden evolution of the goblin species." It continued to lay out the rules. Slay elite heroes many levels above you, awaken your talents and true name, and you will become a true heroic goblin. Hearing this, the Grand Goblin was overjoyed, clenching its fists, its eyes burning with excitement. "Don't celebrate too soon," the Helmet Consciousness sneered, pouring cold water on its enthusiasm. Suddenly, the Grand Goblin took a stance, spun around, and roared. "Who's there?" 2 high-level figures appeared. Huangshuan spoke first, demanding the mysterious entity return Chiang Hai's body. The helmet consciousness sneered mockingly. Kicking me out as soon as the job is done? Is this how you humans treat your guests? Huang Xuan, a level 18 adventurer with the title Assassin Mage, politely replied that they would be very grateful if it would accept their gift and then leave. Huang Xuan glanced up at the night sky. A giant red wyvern was descending. Reinforcements had arrived. On the wyvern's back, Woohoo's sister looked wary, asking her brother if he was sure he wanted to confront someone who had just soloed a semi-legendary foe. Woohoo, the level 18 tiger of the East, growled, cutting off his sister. If you don't want our youngest sister to stop talking to you, then shut your mouth. The helmet consciousness sneered, mocking Huang Xuan's group for calling reinforcements, declared it wasn't worth its time, and prepared to leave. As it finished speaking, its spirit exited Chiang Hai's body, causing Chiang Hai to collapse to the ground right in front of the goblin. Huang Xuan and Woohoo breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that formidable entity knew its place and left on its own, or things would have gotten troublesome. Ambulance sirens wailed loudly, speeding through the streets to rescue the hero. Inside the ambulance, a nurse was weeping profusely beside the unconscious Chiang Hai, while a red brown-haired official looked annoyed. Chiang Hai suddenly opened his eyes, calmly telling the nurse to stop crying because he was still very much alive and wouldn't die so easily. The nurse burst into tears of joy, overwhelmed with happiness to see her hero awaken. Still wearing his heavy armor, Chiang Hai sat up abruptly, rubbing his head and asking how long he had been unconscious. The red-brown-haired official coldly replied, "About 20 minutes." A white-coat doctor announced they were en route to Dongshan City Hospital for examination, and Huang Xuan would conduct a safety analysis. Upon hearing this, Chiang Hai immediately questioned what a safety analysis entailed. The official began to explain, announcing that the dungeon invasion was over, and Chiang Hai himself had cleared it. He emphasized that during the 20 minutes Chiang Hai was unconscious, a strange entity had possessed his body and effortlessly dealt with the level 13 boss. Huang Xuan placed a hand on Chiang Hai's shoulder, while the official continued to pose the question. Would the authorities turn a blind eye, knowing that a legendary level entity could possess an ordinary person? Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat, his face paling as he realized he was a ticking time bomb, and anxiously asked about his fate. The nurse standing beside him was equally worried for Chiang Hai. The official bluntly poured cold water on him, replying that he didn't know what would happen either. Chiang Hai was speechless, deeply shocked by the harsh answer and his uncertain future. Finally, the official patted his shoulder, reassuring him that no matter what, Chiang Hai was still Dongshan City's hero. The red-brown-haired official continued to be blunt, stating that the associations would consider Chiang Hai a threat because no one could guarantee that entity was on their side. But then he laid his cards on the table, another voice interjecting that their unspecialized alliance had no such problem. A muscular, black-haired man, seemingly the Scatter Union leader, began his pitch, arguing that Chiang Hai having an entity backing him was all the more reason to join his faction. The Scatter Union leader extended his arms in invitation, saying that the unspecialized alliance's doors were always open if Chiang Hai grew tired of the association. Chiang Hai sneered, muttering, "After all that talk, it's just an attempt to recruit me into their organization." The Scatter Union leader chuckled heartily, frankly admitting that even if it meant confronting Huang Xuan, he still wanted Chiang Hai because he was a great asset. System notification. An unknown ID. Death Lord. Apologizes for accidentally breaking a recovery potion and compensates with a holy artifact upgrade voucher. Next notification. The Deathwalker profession gains the hidden unique skill, Desperate Strike, allowing an unblockable attack when at a disadvantage. Final notification. The ID Death Lord has modified ID Death Knight Claude's helmet and left a warning to be careful of the ship of Theseus. ID Chiang Hai pondered, wondering about the meaning of the ship of Theseus. The scene shifts to a white room. A gray-haired man from the ID Fuzhou Association rep called ID Chiang Hai's name. ID Chiang Hai apologized for his distraction, then asked what the man wanted. The representative announced that the weapons and stealth cloak had been taken by the ID Goblin follower, leaving only potion shards at the scene, and his special skill forced everyone into a discussion. ID Chiang Hai remained calm, saying he would find the follower himself later, and asked if there was anything else. The man promised compensation in 3 days, while an info panel revealed the chair ID Chiang Hai was sitting on was the Chair of Truth, a rare holy artifact that prevented lying. The representative left, and ID Chiang Hai remained seated, watching him go. ID Chiang Hai muttered, realizing the man's subprofession was incredibly powerful, able to force others into a discussion where only the truth could be spoken. An hour later, ID. Chiang Hai was still casually whistling in the room, showing no signs of being flustered. Outside, ID. Huang, Xuan, and the ID. Scatter Union leader of the ID. Unspecialized Alliance members were observing ID. Chiang Hai through a one-way mirror. The ID. Scatter Union leader reported to ID. Huang, Xuan. We have results. ID. Chiang Hai is perfectly fine. ID. Huang Xuan narrowed his eyes and asked, "What about the unknown god who possessed ID. Chiang Hai? Did Wu Hao ask about that?" The ID. Scatter Union leader admitted their information was also limited. Yes, but ID. Chiang Hai is information about it is also limited. We could only confirm that he is known as the ID. Death Lord. ID. Huang Xuan muttered, sensing death from the name. Sounds like a god of the undead. ID. Huang Xuan looked at ID. Chiang Hai sitting bored inside, then turned and asked, "When did he first make contact with ID. Chiang Hai?" The ID. Scatter Union leader explained. It was when ID. Chiang Hai pretended to be a rookie and cleared the ID. Lake Banshee forest dungeon in Yunshao City. The ID. Death Lord took notice of him and granted him a one-time undead blessing, which helped him clear the graveyard for the first time. Inside the room, ID. Chiang Hai sat with his chin propped, his expression indifferent as if none of it concerned him. The scene shifts to Dongshan City Hospital, a modern and imposing building. In the hospital room, ID. Enran was scrolling on his phone when he was startled by a sound, while ID. Shu Mao lay with his feet propped on the adjacent bed. The door opened, and the ID. Gym staff and ID. Shu Mao entered with bags to visit. ID. Enran, coach, we're here to see you. Id. Shu Mao smiled and asked, "How long did the doctor say you have to rest this time?" ID. An Ran, his arm still in a cast, curtly replied, 2 weeks. ID. Shu Mao feigned regret. "Then won't you miss the 3rd expert-level dungeon reconnaissance in Zhangzhou?" ID. An Ran snapped, "You don't need to tell me that." ID. Shu Mao continued to prod. "Why don't you demand more compensation from ID. Zheng Renjun? He almost got you killed in the Dongshan City dungeon." ID. An Ran gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with fire. "I'll do it, even without you reminding me." ID. An Ran suddenly changed the subject, wondering, "By the way, why isn't ID. Chiang Hai in the same room as us?" The ID. Gym staff explained. ID. And Ran. "Coach, many factions are trying to approach him, so he's currently under the association's protection." ID. An Ran was dumbfounded, unable to believe his ears. On the computer screen, the Adventurer Forum was exploding with comments. "Congratulations, Dongshan Adventurers Association. A new chosen one has emerged." "Nonsense. There are only a few dozen chosen ones in the whole world." "Shut up. Brother Tiger is the ID. Scatter Union leader of the ID. Unspecialized Alliance members." In the interrogation room, ID. Chiang Hai looked at his phone and snapped, "Hey, are you kidding me?" Recalling the previous scene, the ID. Scatter Union leader suggested, "If you're worried about not benefiting, I can use the ID. Unspecialized Alliance members to spread information for you." The leader chuckled, explaining that this would make the public pressure the association. Back in the present, ID. Chiang Hai clutched his head, muttering irritably, "Things have turned out like this. If ID. Yao Wenzhong knew then." A voice interrupted. "Knew what?" And a tall figure entered the room. ID. Chiang Hai looked up sharply, completely shocked as he recognized the newcomer. ID. Yao Wenzhong. ID. Yao Wenzhong. The pink-haired, glasses-wearing man smiled meaningfully. "It seems everything has come back to you, hasn't it?" In another flashback, ID. Yao Wenzhong faced the ID helmet consciousness, who asked, "What about this?" Yao Wenchong flinched as the armored figure suddenly vanished from sight. Whoosh! The armored figure appeared right behind him, delivering a thunderous chop to Yao Wenchong's nape. Yao Wenchong collapsed on the spot, while the armored figure coldly declared, "We will meet again, scholar human adventurer." Back in the interrogation room, Yao Wenchong patted Chiang Hai's shoulder. "Don't worry, I don't hold a grudge, because the one who defeated me wasn't you, but some unknown god helping you." Chiang Hai squinted and forced a smile, thinking to himself, "He says that, but I can tell he's still bitter." Yao Wenchong pushed up his glasses, his voice turning serious. "All right, no more jokes," he announced. "You've passed the safety analysis, you can go home now." Chiang Hai looked surprised, asking again, "Right now? I don't need to stay a few more days?" Yao Wenchong warned, "Don't think you're special just because you're a chosen one. There are over 10 people like you nationwide, and the gods backing them are all quite docile." He concluded, "To be precise, as long as your god shows no signs of opposing humanity, the association won't restrict your freedom." That night, Chiang Hai arrived back at his apartment, lying with his hands behind his head and pondering. Opposing humanity, huh? Just as he returned to his apartment, Chiang Hai was startled by a strange presence. A hulking grandee appeared, making Chiang Hai dumbfounded. "Why did you change forms again?" Chiang Hai brushed that aside, asking Grandee to recount what happened after his body was possessed by the entity. Grandee, now a true warrior, began using both his hands and feet to reenact the fierce battle. It turned out that after the helmet consciousness used Chiang Hai's body to beat the fish-like boss, Grandee landed the final blow, activating its hidden evolution path. Chiang Hai delightedly high-fived his subordinate, naming it Grandee for its impressive new appearance. He asked Grandee about the stealth suit and the Dark Knight's sword. Grandee nodded, pulling out the suit and the high-quality sword. Chiang Hai took back the stealth suit but told Grandee to keep the sword and farm elite monsters to upgrade it. Grandee vanished into a magic circle, ready to grind. Chiang Hai smiled contentedly, thinking to himself that he finally had a subordinate capable enough to keep up with his pace. He turned to his inventory and was shocked to see a blazing purple light. A legendary item? The system screen appeared. Claude's legendary undead helmet has been upgraded to epic quality, unlocking new effects. Chiang Hai broke out in a cold sweat upon reading the new skill. Temporary confinement. Is it planning to summon a god? Without much thought, Chiang Hai decided to put the helmet on his head to find out what was going on. Immediately, his consciousness was pulled into another space. A gloomy graveyard filled with crosses. A figure in full black armor with flowing cyan hair appeared from the void. It was the helmet consciousness. "Are you looking for me?" Chiang Hai faced the mysterious entity, confirming, "Yes, there's something I want to ask." The powerful entity, the helmet consciousness, commanded curtly, "Speak." Chiang Hai got straight to the point, asking about the effects of temporary confinement and how to unlock the full power of the recruitment ground. The helmet consciousness remained silent for a moment, appearing thoughtful at Chiang Hai's question. "You've already experienced temporary confinement," it replied bluntly, leaving Chiang Hai dumbfounded. Chiang Hai was utterly shocked, screaming in his mind, "It really summoned a god? Damn it, this is practically game-breaking." The helmet consciousness continued. As for how to unlock the complete recruitment ground, it held a long weapon and pointed it at Chiang Hai. Suddenly, the helmet consciousness swung its weapon to attack. Chiang Hai barely raised his arm to block but still suffered a gushing cut. "What the hell are you doing?" Chiang Hai yelled, completely unprepared for this sudden attack. "Defeat it, and you'll unlock it," the helmet consciousness declared coldly, charging forward with overwhelming killing intent. Back in reality, Chiang Hai collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. "It's over," he muttered to himself, speechless at the game's difficulty. On one side is the consciousness of the legendary undead Claude. On the other is Valor, who's even stronger than Claude. "I'm only level 6, how am I supposed to fight?" While feeling down, the phone on the table rang. Chiang Hai glanced at it, his face full of questions. Night fell over Dongshan General Hospital, a modern and imposing building. Chiang Hai stepped out of a room, followed by a professional black suit woman. The Scatter Union leader stood up to greet him. "Mr. Chiang Hai is here." Chiang Hai looked around, seeing a banquet table full of unfamiliar faces. Chiang Hai recognized the civilian adventurer girl who had once helped him in the Mole Rock dungeon, thinking, "Why is she here too?" A plump man with a distinctive mustache cheerfully invited, "Please have a seat." A silver-haired man wearing glasses, introduced as Fujian billionaire Lin Jicheng, scrutinized Chiang Hai. "Is that him? He doesn't look special at all." Another billionaire, Chen Song, agreed. Indeed. I didn't expect a national superstar to look so ordinary. Chiang Hai paid them no mind, walking over to pat the plump man's shoulder. Mr. Wang, long time no see. You look like you've lost weight. A gray-haired man, seemingly the host, approached. Mr. Chiang Hai, he extended his hand, his eyes full of meaning. Congratulations on becoming Fujian's second national superstar. With this development, you'll surely have the chance to become the ruler of the entire province in the future. Chiang Hai smirked, realizing the invitation to become the new ruler was the main topic of today's party. He shook hands with Mr. Cao, feigning humility. You're too kind, I just got lucky. The chubby director Wang Quan chuckled, interjecting, Don't be so modest. Reaching national prominence isn't something you can do just by luck. Mr. Cao adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. I don't like beating around the bush. Let's get straight to the point. Chiang Hai grinned, gesturing for him to continue. Please, speak. He began to analyze the importance of the one who controls the dungeon entrance, the one who holds the security and output of an entire region. Chiang Hai nodded, acknowledging seriously. Yes, I've realized that. Mr. Cao surveyed the entire banquet table before concluding. Then you must understand, when we heard that Huang Xuan was about to resign to challenge the level 18 Tomb of Fear dungeon, you can imagine how worried we were. Chiang Hai's expression changed upon hearing this. He was deeply shocked, muttering in astonishment. A level 18 dungeon, the Tomb of Fear? Chiang Hai quickly retorted, believing that boss had long been dealt with by the legendary adventurer Zhou Jianming and his team. A red-haired man named He Zhe Hui, a level 9 adventurer, spoke up to clarify. That's a monster even a nuclear bomb couldn't kill. Zhou Jianming and Huang Xuan merely risked their lives to seal it back then. And that seal, a magic lamp, lies dormant somewhere in the deep ocean. He Zhe Hui revealed that the official story was just a charade to prevent public panic. Chiang Hai nodded. I see. Chiang Hai immediately asked a sharp question. If the boss is sealed, hasn't the value of clearing the Tomb of Fear decreased? Why would Huang Xuan give up power just to enter such a dungeon? He narrowed his eyes, speculating. Or is there something special about this Tomb of Fear? He Zhe Hui explained that Huang Xuan was a survivor of the catastrophic battle with the dungeon's Lich Master, and now its weakness had been discovered. Chiang Hai pondered, realizing this was a once-in-a-millennium chance for revenge, and thought to himself, no way he'd just sit still. Chiang Hai played dumb again, scratching his head with a forced smile. But I'm only level 6. I probably can't help much, can I? The Scatter Union leader stood up abruptly, crossing his arms and looking straight at Chiang Hai, his voice full of hidden meaning. Why say you can't help? Old Cao offered a tempting deal. Based on your potential and growth rate, with a suitable team and our full support, 1 year is more than enough for you to become the ruler of Fujian province. Chiang Hai remained silent, his mind starting to race. Not naive at all, Chiang Hai cut straight to the main point. But what's the price? He analyzed sharply. The resources you plan to invest. I bet even legendary adventurers would be interested, wouldn't they? A man in a gray suit interjected, confident that the future ruler of Fujian wouldn't refuse to help them with a few trivial matters. Chiang Hai stared intently at the group, his voice hardening. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Old Cao quickly explained. Mr. Cheng, you misunderstand. Our investment has no grand purpose. On the contrary, the reason we're doing this is to prevent someone from becoming an overlord. Chiang Hai immediately caught the keyword, someone? The red tie executive began to reveal. Before you were discovered, Fujian only had one national superstar. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be Huang Xuan's successor. He continued to expose his rival. This person has a wild personality, sacrificing many adventurers and civilians as resources to level himself up. Old Cao concluded. We suspect he will exploit us even further once he's in power. Compared to what he would demand, our investment in you is nothing. Chiang Hai slammed the table, flatly refusing and stunning the entire group. In that case, I refuse. He explained his logic straightforwardly. It's true. I'm interested in the investment, but if it means confronting a powerful senior with a terrible personality, then no matter how I look at it, I'd lose out. My apologies. The redhead strategist spoke up, throwing out a critical question. Have you ever considered the possibility that you're already a threat to him? Chiang Hai spun around, his eyes full of inquiry. What do you mean? The redhead strategist analyzed. Fujian once only had one superstar, so all resources for development were poured into him. But with your appearance, he's thinking hell have to share that pie. Chiang Hai gritted his teeth, finally understanding. So what do you think he thinks of me? Scene shifts to Jeju International Airport. Someone is on the phone, his tone dismissive. It's a small matter. A flamboyant character appeared. Tang Day, a level 12 adventurer, a national superstar nicknamed Great Firebird, was boastfully declaring over the phone, "When I get back, I'll find a way to deal with him." In the waiting lounge, another muscular, red-haired man, Quan Chong, Korea's level 10 Tyrant Fist, looked at Tang Day's style with disdain. "Look at that flashy style. You'd think some pop singer was holding a concert on Jeju Island." Bu Ziming, a level 10 Korean bookworm, warned his muscular friend not to speak carelessly, as the superstar was rumored to have a terrible personality. Tang Day shot a sidelong glance at the two Koreans, thinking disdainfully, "Do you think I don't understand what you're muttering about?" He told himself that if he weren't in a hurry to grind for legendary rank to replace Huang Xuan, he would have taught those two small fries a lesson. Bu Ziming waved a welcome sign at Tang Day in a friendly manner, while Quan Chong stood with his arms crossed, acting like he owned the place. Tang Day stepped inside, waving back at the two brothers from Korea with a polite yet condescending smile. Bu Ziming introduced himself and Quan Chong as national superstars from Korea, being as polite as possible. Tang Day shook hands with Quan Chong, introducing himself as Great Firebird. But the muscular Korean taunted, "Just call me Big Bird." After just a few steps, Tang Day got straight to the point. "When are we heading to the expert-level dungeon on Jeju Island?" The scene shifted to a luxurious gym, where Chiang Hai was being asked about Tang Day by an acquaintance. Chiang Hai confirmed that there was indeed another superstar in Fujian, and that guy was extremely unpleasant. The blonde man exhaled after finishing a heavy set of weights. The blonde man asked Chiang Hai if the Unspecialized Alliance had told him, but Chiang Hai gave a wry smile, saying it was best not to ask. The blonde man wiped his sweat, admitting that Chiang Hai's information was correct, even asserting, "In reality, that guy is even worse than the rumors say." Chiang Hai raised a finger, revealing his bitter title, stood by and did nothing, proof of his feud with that superstar. He recounted bitterly, "Seriously, if I hadn't joined Wales afterward, I would have died in some dungeon or been chased out of Fujian by his people." The blonde man reassured Chiang Hai not to worry too much, as he and Tang Day weren't on the same level yet, so they weren't direct rivals. Chiang Hai forced a smile, hoping things were truly, as he said. The blonde man suddenly asked Chiang Hai about his dungeon quota for the year, then revealed he was heading to Jiangpu soon to clear the level 10 giant on the hill dungeon. The blonde man looked at Chiang Hai with a meaningful gaze, inviting him. "We've known each other for so long, yet we've never teamed up. How about we form a party?" Chiang Hai seemed to be considering the offer. While outside, the Adventurers Association building loomed majestically. Chiang Hai sat opposite Zheng Renjun, frankly admitting, "That's right. I feel that regular training has reached its limit, so I plan to find 2 suitable dungeons to gain practical combat experience." Zheng Renjun rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression on his face as he heard about suitable dungeons. Seeing the other party seem troubled, Chiang Hai chuckled. "Are my requirements too high? Then I'll lower my standards a bit." Zheng Renjun interrupted, typing away on his keyboard. "Not necessarily. In a few days, a medium difficulty level 10 dungeon will open in Xiangcheng. I'll inform them to add your name." Chiang Hai's eyes lit up, his joy evident. "Thank you, Senior Zheng." Zheng Renjun waved his hand, chuckling. "No need to be so formal. By the way, they've finalized the compensation plan for your potion. Whenever you're free, go find Yao Wenzhong. You can then use the merit points you've earned to exchange for some relics," Zheng Renjun instructed. And Chiang Hai immediately agreed. In another meeting room, Yao Wenzhong explained to Chiang Hai, "Your infinite healing potion is considered an extremely rare healing relic. We scoured all of Jiangpu and couldn't find a second one." Yao Wenzhong, holding a tablet, made an offer. "What we can compensate you with now is either a healing relic of similar rarity or a relic upgrade ticket. You can choose one of the two." Chiang Hai didn't rush his decision, asking directly, "Can I see the effects of that healing relic?" "Of course," Yao Wenzhong replied concisely, handing the tablet to Chiang Hai. Chiang Hai focused on the information on the screen. The compensation item was the emergency teleportation card, Traveling Mage. Effect: once an adventurer is eliminated from a mission, this card can be used to forcibly exit the current dungeon. Chiang Hai smirked, realizing how overpowered this item was. What a powerful effect. No combat restrictions means it can be used to escape directly from an unbeatable boss. Yao Wenzhong pushed up his glasses, offering professional advice. "Personally, I recommend you choose the first option, as only adventurers with high charm stats can truly benefit from a relic upgrade ticket." Chiang Hai looked bewildered, turning to ask, "High charm stat? What do you mean?" Yao Wenzhong explained clearly. "Simply put, when an adventurer with a high charm stat uses an upgrade ticket, trade ticket, or equipment summoning ticket, they are more likely to obtain what they need. As for the reason behind it, we are still in the process of proving the hypothesis, Yao Wenchong added. But Chiang Hai had already started to break out in a cold sweat. Chiang Hai froze, his mind racing. Wait. I remember when I used the upgrade ticket for the strange healing potion. The adventurer menu showed I only had 11 charm points. Is that considered high? Or did I already catch the eye of the Death Lord back then? Seeing Chiang Hai frozen, Yao Wenchong called his name to bring him back to reality. Chiang Hai scratched his head and gave a wry smile, snapping out of his wandering thoughts. Ah, sorry. I was a bit distracted. Decisively closing the deal, Chiang Hai declared, I choose the first option, and the merit point accumulation process will begin immediately. The notification board displayed 2 brand new items. The Star Domain Magic Ring, containing a 6-circle skill with a 72-hour cooldown, and the Uncertain Item Finding Staff, with a 50/50 chance of pointing in the right direction. Back home, Chiang Hai flopped onto the sofa, muttering that in Jiangpu, only these 2 relics truly suited him. He gleefully thought about the new staff. Even with a 50% success rate, it would be a powerful tool for location-finding quests like the lake and the merfolk hatchery pond. Chiang Hai examined the Star Domain Ring in his palm, an item that looked simple but contained formidable power. He smirked with satisfaction. Even with a 3-day cooldown, the Stored Area of Effect AoE attack skill would perfectly compensate for his current weakness in wide-range damage. Standing on the balcony, looking at the night sky, Chiang Hai laughed confidently. Perfect. Now I truly have no weaknesses. Ha ha ha. The scene shifted to a phone call. Chiang Hai said to the person on the other end, That's right. But in the meantime, I'll still complete the association's dungeon quota. Mr. Cao, a big shot, sipped his wine while on the phone, asking for confirmation. You want more time to think? Chiang Hai sat on his bed, his voice full of confidence. I plan to reach level 8 within a month, so you and your friends don't need to worry about the time. Mr. Cao narrowed his eyes, calculating, and secretly thought that in another month, Tongde would also be returning from Jeju Island. Chiang Hai ended the call with a meaningful smile. Of course, I'll wait for your call in a month. At the cemetery dungeon, a level 5 Swedish adventurer named Karl Schneider was sweating profusely. Impossible! I clearly followed the instructions, so why did the boss still attack when I played dead? The Swedish thief clutched his injured shoulder, terrified as he looked up at the hilltop, where a figure stood tall under the moonlight. The cyan-haired boss revealed itself, its red eyes filled with killing intent, carrying a massive, pitch-black greatsword on its shoulder. The boss raised its weapon high, preparing to unleash a devastating blow. Whoosh! A gigantic slash was swung from the hilltop, tearing through the air. The pitch-black blade descended at terrifying speed, carrying destructive power. Karl Schneider could only run for his life as the colossal slash struck right behind him, obliterating a large area of land. The Swedish thief spun around, sensing trouble when he heard a strange sound behind him. Before he could react, a pitch-black blade pierced straight through Karl Schneider's chest, blood splattering everywhere. He only managed a desperate scream before taking his last breath. The cemetery dungeon's notification board appeared coldly. Current survivors, 0/20. The entire team has been wiped out. The cyan-haired boss stood amidst the graveyard, questioning its subordinate. Why did you kill all of them this time? Kurode explained that if this happened 3 times in a row, the dungeon's difficulty would definitely be re-evaluated by the system. The boss growled, asserting that something was different this time. Not a single adventurer had their original intentions when entering here. Kurode was dumbfounded, not understanding what his boss meant. Kurode suddenly realized, speculating. Wait, could it be that the rookie who escaped last time went around spreading the playing dead experience, and now these noobs think that's how to clear this dungeon? A few days later, at a construction site in Xiangcheng District, Zhangzhou City, a group of adventurers had gathered on an unfinished floor, seemingly the rendezvous point for a raid. Chen Huagong, a muscular man with long blue hair tied in a ponytail, stepped forward and confidently asked, Didn't I say to gather at 3 p.m.? Why is everyone here so early? Chen Huagong looked towards the stairs, where Chiang Hai and Yao Wenchong had just appeared. The scene showed 2 groups of adventurers meeting, preparing for a joint mission. Yao Wenchong stood next to Chiang Hai, asking, How many people are in this raid team? Chen Huagong pointed towards Chiang Hai and Yao Wenchong, announcing to the whole group, This is our full roster. You 2 are the last ones. Chiang Hai recognized 2 acquaintances in the group, waving hello. Oh, you guys are here too? Zhou Chang, the red-haired woman, spoke up, stating her condition bluntly. My condition for helping you raid the dungeon in Dongshan City is that I must obtain the qualification to raid the Hill Giant Dungeon in Xiangcheng District. Chiang Hai winked, smiling as he replied concisely, "Understood." A gigantic, spiky dark figure appeared, clearing its throat to attract everyone's attention. The burly blonde man stepped out of the shadows, flexing his arm as he commanded, "All right, everyone's here, let's go." A status window appeared. Yang Gongzang, level 10, Barbarian. The blue-haired man opened the teleportation gate with a burst of golden lightning, and Chiang Hai and Yao Wenchong calmly followed. As soon as they landed in the desert wasteland, Yang Gongzang and the blue-haired man were already standing on a rocky outcrop observing the situation. In a nearby cave, a pack of Cyclops were having a BBQ party, butchering a Tyrannosaurus that they had just defeated. Seeing the column of smoke rising from afar, the blue-haired man wondered, "How did that Tyrannosaurus die?" He smirked, showing clear regret. "Damn it, I was planning to tame it as a mount." As soon as he arrived, Chiang Hai, without delay, immediately opened his quest panel to check. The information panel appeared. Hill Giant Dungeon, level 10, with quests to hunt dinosaurs and reduce the Cyclops population. Chiang Hai frowned, muttering, "Wait a minute, this is supposed to be a dungeon about giants, right?" He was completely bewildered. Where did these dinosaurs come from? Dungeons have dinosaurs too? Yao Wenzhong calmly explained. Not just dinosaurs, some dungeons even have humans and kingdoms, Chiang Hai deduced. So the quest to kill Cyclops for ecological balance means Cyclops here specialize in hunting dinosaurs? Yao Wenchong adjusted his glasses. Not exactly. According to intelligence, the T-Rex is the final boss here. Occasionally, it hunts giants. Yang Gongzang waved his hand, interrupting the discussion. That's old news. That Tyrannosaurus is already dead. Both Chiang Hai and Yao Wenchong were stunned. Yao Wenchong exclaimed in surprise. It's dead? Yang Gongzang hypothesized. It's probably because a Cyclops just evolved into a leader class, and its entire pack ganged up on the T-Rex. The blue-haired man added, "The problem is that a normal adult Cyclops already has strength 22. Constitution 20. So a leader class 1 must be even more formidable." Jin Chen, a female mage with orange hair, spoke up, warning about the new boss's toughness. If its constitution is 23, even elite adventurers would find it hard to break its armor. The entire raid team fell silent. The atmosphere became tense at the news of a formidable enemy suddenly appearing. Jin Chen, level 10 mage, questioned, "You mean a leader-class Cyclops just appeared in this dungeon not long ago?" Yang Gongzang confirmed gruffly. "Of course, otherwise how do you explain the T-Rex getting wiped out?" Jin Chen began to analyze. "As I recall, Cyclops don't have many evolution paths, and the most common path is to become a champion Cyclops." Chen Huagong got straight to the point. "What's the constitution stat of a normal champion Cyclops?" Jin Chen replied, her tone serious. "Constitution 23, combined with its naturally tough hide, a champion Cyclops is essentially a superior subspecies among Cyclops." She emphasized the difficulty of this challenge. "Even if we use thermal weapons, we might not even deal much damage to it." Yao Wenchong adjusted his glasses, made a suggestion. "Then first, we must send someone back to inform the person in charge in Zhangzhou about the sudden increase in this dungeon's difficulty and request aid." The blue suit messenger stepped forward, claiming to be the weakest member of the team, and volunteered to run back with the report. Chen Huagong decisively assigned tasks. "All right. I know where to find dinosaurs in this area. I'll handle the harvesting mission." Jin Chen pulled out her branded drone, declared she would handle scouting the leader-class boss. Xu Mao turned to ask Chiang Hai, his face full of anticipation. "What do you think?" Xu Mao smiled confidently, clearly enjoying the feeling of dungeon crawling with trustworthy teammates. Chiang Hai chuckled, looking mysterious. "How should I put this?" he thought to himself. This was probably the least effortful dungeon run he'd ever had. Chen Huagong's team had found their target, a Triceratops grazing. Chen Huagong assessed the prey. This Triceratops has strength 22. A direct confrontation is too risky. He outlined the strategy. "I suggest the whole group surround it. One person distracts it while the others look for opportunities to attack from the sides." Chiang Hai smirked, summoned his trusted subordinate, the battle-hardened goblin. "Leave the distraction to my goblin subordinate." Chiang Hai fist-bumped his subordinate, making a pact. "You can do it, right?" The goblin roared. A determined gob. Meanwhile, Xu Mao and Jin Chen sat waiting, scrolling on their phones to kill time. Xu Mao seemed impatient, asked over the phone, "Still no news about the leader-class Cyclops?" Jin Chen replied coldly, her eyes not leaving the screen. If you're bored, go help Chen Huagong and Yao Wenchong hunt dinosaurs. ID. Shu. Mao. Yawned, looking bored. Forget it. I'm not interested in these brainless monsters. Suddenly, a buzzing drone appeared in the sky, making two, ID, Cyclops, Tribe, look up in confusion. Through the control screen, the entire horde of giants tearing apart a, ID, dead, Trex. His corpse became clearly visible. The, ID, redhead female adventurer was startled. We used a stealth drone, so how did they still detect it? I thought these, ID, Cyclops, Tribe, had poor perception? A green-skinned, white-haired giant emerged from the shadows, a rock clutched in its hand. Clearly the boss. The ID, Cyclops leader, roared, its muscles bulging as it tightened its grip on the rock, aiming straight at the aerial scout. Whoosh! The leader threw the rock with terrifying force, tearing through the air. Boom! The high-tech drone exploded into smithereens with just a crude rock throw. Signal lost. The control screen was left with only white static. The ID, redhead, female, adventurer shouted, I see it. While ID, Shu, Mao, just sat there looking puzzled. She explained, the leader of this horde is a champion. ID, Cyclops, Tribe. Meanwhile, elsewhere, ID, Chiang Hai, SID, Goblin, follower, was fighting a dinosaur to the death. In the thick of the action, ID, Chen, Huagong, radiating killing intent, landed. I'm here. ID, Chen, Huagong, summoned a gigantic energy great axe, radiating powerful blue light. A clean slash. ID, Chen Huagong struck the ID, Triceratops. Fresh blood splattering. Just then, ID, Chiang Hai, also joined the fray, rushing forward like a phantom in a blue cloak. With terrifying speed, ID, Chiang Hai, glided across the ground, the sword in his hand ready for the finishing blow. Thwack! A precise sword strike plunged straight into the monster's head, ending the battle cleanly. Observing from a distance, ID, Yang, Gongzang, nodded in approval. This superstar, ID, Chiang Hai, is quite something. But the ID, blonde, lanky, adventurer, next to him curled her lip in disdain. She scoffed. He'll just be crushed by ID, Tang Di, eventually, and end up as a servant for the Zhou family. ID, Chiang Hai, suddenly looked up, his gaze drawn by a flash of light in the distant sky. ID, Chiang Hai, roared powerfully. Disperse! A newly summoned ID, heavenly being, exploded, vanishing in the blink of an eye. ID, Yao Wenzhong, coldly informed the ID, heavenly being, your ID, heavenly summoning book is out of uses. Next time you want my help, prepare an artifact. ID, Yao Wenchong, replied concisely and confidently, certainly. The ID, heavenly being, disappeared, leaving behind shimmering golden feathers falling gently. The entire team gathered around the ID, Triceratops' corpse, with ID, Chiang Hai, standing tall like a final boss. ID, Chen Huagong was still skeptical, ordering, someone go check if it's truly dead. If not, call ID, Yao Wenzhong, to finish it off. ID, Chiang Hai, stepped forward, his voice calm but allowing no room for argument. It's dead. ID, Yao Wenzhong, pushed up his glasses, confirming nonchalantly. I've received the mission completion notification for the collection. A radiant golden teleportation gate opened, signaling it was time to retreat. The ID, redhead, female, adventurer, instructed. ID, Yao Wenzhong. The current boss of this dungeon is a ID, Cyclops leader. Remember to tell the person in charge to replenish the necessary supplies. ID, Yao Wenzhong smiled meaningfully. I understand. ID, Yao Wenchong stepped into the teleportation gate alone, his demeanor calm and composed. He reappeared in a corridor of a modern building, the teleportation gate behind him slowly closing. Without wasting a second, ID, Yao Wenchong immediately pulled out his phone to make a call. He made the call, his tone professional. Hello, brother, ID, Tong, Day, it's me. On the other end of the line, ID, Tong, D, reveling in a bar sneered. So you finally remembered to call me? ID, Tang, Day, continued to taunt. I thought you'd forgotten the one who gave you the ID. Heavenly. Summoning. Book. ID. Yao Wenjiang remained calm and unfazed. Of course I haven't forgotten, brother. ID. Tang De. ID. Tang De. Got straight to the point, his voice full of interest. Tell me, how the hell did that kid defeat the ID? Heroic, Mulrock, that even ID, Zheng, Renjun couldn't beat? I heard he's now the chosen one of some god? Yao Wenchong reported over the phone, asserting that Chiang Hai was just lucky to be in the dungeon in Dongshan City. Tang De, the green-haired playboy on the other end of the line, sounded interested, asking, "Oh." Yao Wenjiang explained that Chiang Hai had obtained the title Equality with the title Merfolk, an item that boosted his stats to match the heroic Mulrock. He continued his analysis, adding that Chiang Hai also had the helmet for combat experience and the scythe he picked up from Gao Chengyong. All those factors transformed Chiang Hai into the only adventurer capable of soloing the monster, even though his overall strength was weaker than Chen Huagong. Tang De sneered dismissively. Equality? Isn't that a trash title any rookie can get by struggling with low-level monsters? He cursed in frustration, unable to understand how a kid with such a start could have such explosive luck to become a national superstar. The red-haired fighter sitting nearby, not understanding, turned to his friend and asked, "Hey, what's he talking about?" The gray-haired assistant explained, "Sounds like it's about another national superstar from China, but his voice is too muffled, so I can't hear clearly." Tang Di snapped over the phone. "So, you mean that guy is all show and no substance, right?" Yao Wenzhong quickly corrected him, saying that was a bit harsh. But besides being a chosen one, Chiang Hai was still inferior to Chen Huagong. Tang De smirked, giving an order. "Then there's no need to keep an eye on Chiang Hai. Just focus on Zheng Renjun for me, he's still my opponent." Yao Wenchong obediently replied, "Certainly," before hanging up. The call ended, and Yao Wenchong let out a sigh of relief, muttering, "Phew, finally tricked him." The scene shifted to a desolate canyon under the night sky, illuminated by faint moonlight. A group of adventurers was camping, gathered around a bonfire between two tents. The spiky black-haired adventurer asked Chen Huagong, "Brother Chen, we had plenty of time during the day. Why didn't we finish the mining mission?" Chen Huagong explained with experience. "Killing one triceratops is fine, but if we start a massacre, the Cyclops tribe will go crazy when they realize their territory has been invaded." He continued to instruct, "We're still short on manpower, so this isn't the time to confront them directly." The blonde, lanky adventurer nearby interjected, his voice full of sarcasm. "You can ignore his nonsense." The blonde, lanky adventurer exposed him directly. "The real reason is that Chen Huagong and Yang Gongzang don't want to increase the dungeon's difficulty, so they're only doing trivial tasks, causing Chen Huagong to yell, 'Shut up!'" The spiky, black-haired adventurer angrily cursed at the blonde, lanky adventurer. "How dare you trick a newbie without letting me tell the truth, you stupid woman." Chiang Hai sat and thought, realizing that this mining mission was indeed a scam, because professionals with strength would hunt dinosaurs, not waste time studying their behavior. He told himself to be more careful from now on, or he would turn himself into a fool. Suddenly, from a distance, a giant green-skinned Cyclops picked up a rock, preparing for a devastating throw. The Cyclops leader with white hair and glowing red eyes looked extremely battle-hardened, gripping his stone club with both hands. Whoosh! The leader swung his club, hitting the rock like a baseball, turning it into a deadly cannonball. The rock tore through the air at terrifying speed, flying straight towards Chiang Hai's group's campsite. Chiang Hai immediately sensed the killing intent. Snapping his head up with a vigilant expression, he saw the incoming rock and shouted a warning to the team. "Enemy attack! Watch out for that rock." Chen Huagong and the blonde, lanky adventurer also looked up, their faces pale as they saw the gift from the sky hurtling straight towards them. Chiang Hai simply leaned his body slightly, and the giant rock grazed past him by a hair's breadth. Crash! The rock shattered into two pieces as it hit the ground, while Chiang Hai remained standing, unfazed as if nothing had happened. Without a hint of panic, Chiang Hai ordered Chen Huagong, "Brother Chen, go wake the others up." The latter immediately obeyed. Chiang Hai called his loyal subordinate, "Grandy, cover me." The battle-hardened goblin immediately drew his sword, letting out a roar, ready for battle. An energy bow, with dazzling golden lightning bolts, was summoned by Chiang Hai in the blink of an eye. He drew the bow, aiming towards where the rock came from, his mind already calculating the trajectory to pinpoint the enemy's location. Chiang Hai's eyes sharpened, activating his detection skill, his vision piercing through the night. In his special vision, an entire Cyclops tribe appeared clearly, with the largest Cyclops leader standing in the center. Chiang Hai smirked, locking onto his target. "Found them. Whoosh! Chiang Hai fired a blazing golden lightning arrow, tearing through the night and shooting straight towards the enemy. The energy arrow whizzed, aimed directly at the Cyclops leader and his minions. Clang! The Cyclops leader merely curled his lip, casually swinging his club and swatting the arrow away like a toy. Chiang Hai calmly remarked that the giant's counterattack was a bit underwhelming, surprising the Cyclops leader because he didn't even bother to dodge. Meanwhile, the entire adventurer group had been awakened by the noise, gathering around the campfire. The blonde adventurer wondered, "How the hell did the giants find us?" The blonde woman replied, suggesting it might have been the campfire that attracted their attention. The blonde man analyzed that despite the terrain advantage, being exposed would make the excavation mission much more difficult. He Zehui, the red-haired adventurer, seemed unconcerned. "No big deal. I'll just use my drone to study the dinosaurs' habits." Chiang Hai turned to ask for the opinion of Grandy, his loyal disciple, who was clutching his weapon beside him. Grandy explained that according to the elders, the Cyclops tribe absolutely hated intruders on their territory and would throw rocks to drive them away. Chiang Hai narrowed his eyes, realizing that the rock throw just now was merely a warning. He continued to ask, "So, what if they don't listen?" Grandy replied with a serious expression, "They will go berserk and crush the intruders into paste at all costs." Chen Huagong, the team leader, called Chiang Hai's name when he saw him deep in thought. Grandy also looked at his master with a puzzled expression, unsure what he was planning. Yang Gongzang, the muscular man with a mohawk, stepped forward and said, "You guys rest. We'll handle the night shift." The next morning, a Cyclops soldier appeared on the cliff, narrowing its eyes as it observed from afar. The entire adventurer group's campsite was within its sight, signaling that a battle was about to erupt. The Cyclops scout stood on the rocky outcrop, reporting to its leader, "Boss, they're still there." The blue-skinned Cyclops leader narrowed his single eye, his expression extremely displeased. Below, the entire yellow-skinned Cyclops tribe was going about their daily lives in their lair, looking like a bunch of prehistoric barbarians. From the shadows, Chiang Hai observed the leader and his soldier advancing towards him. The Cyclops leader growled his command. "The humans on the hill refuse to leave. I permit you to destroy their base, smash their flesh and bones, and throw them into the pot for dinner." The entire Cyclops tribe roared in response, raising their clubs high, with surging momentum, ready to charge into battle. Meanwhile, at another campsite, a group of adventurers was resting, remarking, "It seems the difficulty of dungeons from levels 11 to 15 has increased this year." The lanky blonde adventurer continued, speculating that if this continued, a large-scale expert-level dungeon might appear next year. Yang Gongzang, the muscular man with a mohawk, simply listened in silence with a pensive expression. Seeing the blonde man about to ask further, He Zehui, the red-haired woman, stopped him. "Stop it. Can't you see he doesn't want to answer?" Suddenly, Yang Gongzang spoke up, stating that it wasn't a big secret anyway. He revealed a shocking piece of information. The Superstar Project was launched precisely for that purpose. The lanky blonde adventurer was stunned, asking again, "Is that so?" He muttered, realizing that the project had started 2 years ago, meaning the authorities had known about the expert-level dungeon catastrophe for a very long time. Suddenly, the blue-haired team leader dashed past, muttering urgent as his ponytail fluttered. It turned out the urgent matter was him standing on the cliff, relieving himself, creating a rainbow arc, and exclaiming, "What a relief." Abruptly, the team leader froze, a puzzled expression on his face as if he had sensed something. Looking down, he was horrified to see a horde of Cyclops scrambling up the cliff right below his feet. The team leader shouted in alarm to the entire camp, "Damn it, the giants are climbing," startling Yang Gongzang and the blonde man. While chaos erupted outside, Chiang Hai was still sleeping soundly, not caring about the world. Right on the cliff, Chen Huagong roared, activating his muscle enhancement skill, his entire body radiating a blazing red energy. Then, Chen Huagong summoned a giant blue energy axe, looking extremely powerful. His face veined. He put all his strength into raising the axe high, preparing for a heaven-shattering strike. Crash! Chen Huagong smashed a section of the cliff face, causing the Cyclops clinging there to lose its footing. The poor giant screamed in vain as it plummeted straight down into the bottomless abyss. Chen Huagong hoisted the axe onto his shoulder, letting out a self-satisfied sigh. Phew, got one. But before he could bask in his triumph, a giant shadow loomed up right behind him. He turned around and came face to face with another Cyclops, its eyes full of defiance. The Cyclops sneered savagely, clearly not thinking much of the adventurer. Chen Huagong was no pushover either. He glared back with knife-sharp eyes, the tension palpable. Just then, Jin Chen and her teammates ran over. She snapped, "Yang Gongzang, What the hell are you guys doing? Yang Gongzong retorted irritably. How were we supposed to know? By the time Chen Huagong noticed, the Cyclopes had already climbed up. It turned out the giants had taken a detour, attacking a blind spot that no one was guarding. The blonde, lanky adventurer spoke up to mediate. Stop arguing. It's useless. What's done is done. The group now faced a formidable Cyclops army, led by the giant green-skinned leader. Without further ado, the orange-haired Tangde made the first move, unleashing an extremely powerful ice magic spell. Whoosh! A chilling blast swept across the battlefield, sharp ice pillars erupting from the ground. All the small fry Cyclopes at the front were instantly frozen in place, turning into stone statues in the blink of an eye. Tangde strained to maintain the ice spell, snapping that it wouldn't last long, and telling everyone to think of a solution. Yang Gongzong dismissed the idea of fighting to the death, asking if there was another way, and Chen Huagong agreed. He Zehui, the red-haired mage, analyzed the situation. 9 against 7, even with an advantage, they'd take heavy losses if they won. He pointed out the main problem. Among the enemies was a Cyclops boss, a real deal. Wait a minute. He Zehui suddenly had an idea. He turned to Jin Chen, directly asking the illusion mage if she had any disruptive tricks, even silly ones. Jin Chen confirmed she had Chaos Chant, a level 4 spell that could disrupt a target's perception. But she also stated bluntly, "You want me to make these Cyclopes confused? That trick will only buy us a little time. If used continuously, they'll become immune to it quickly." He Zehui sneered, told her not to worry, and then summoned his creation. Great Engineering Witch, Assembly Lifeform number 9 is pleased to serve you. Scene change. The battle-hardened goblin handed a seated person a piece of cloth and said, "Use this." That person was Chiang Hai in Claude's armor, and he asked the goblin about its plan. Chiang Hai, putting on his helmet, smirked and declared domineeringly, "I'm going straight to their leader." Back on the battlefield, Assembly Lifeform number 9 began concocting, holding 2 test tubes containing red solutions. Next was an Erlenmeyer flask containing a blue liquid, which was thoroughly shaken. The professional robot butler poured the 2 solutions into a large beaker, creating a bubbling pinkish-purple mixture. Crack! Crack! The Cyclops boss roared in fury, using pure physical strength to shatter the ice holding it captive. Tangde broke out in a cold sweat, shouting that his magic was about to expire, and he couldn't hold on any longer. Just then, the robot butler completed its task, formally announcing, "Curse Plague Poison, specifically for the Cyclops subspecies, has been prepared. Please accept it." He Zehui took the potion from his subordinate, a triumphant look on his face. He Zehui ordered decisively, "Prepare the spell." The blonde mage nodded in confirmation. The blonde mage muttered something, activating a brightly glowing pink magic pendant. The Cyclops boss roared, using pure physical strength to shatter Tangde's icy prison. The blue-haired warrior quickly pulled the exhausted Tangde back, shouting, "Fall back!" He Zehui opened the lid of the potion, and a plume of white smoke wafted from the bottle's mouth. With his pitcher skill activated, He Zehui took his stance, throwing the poison bottle straight at the boss. Whoosh! The potion bottle flew like a bullet, leaving a pink streak of light in the air. The poison bottle exploded right on the Cyclops leader's face, while a mysterious purple-haired watcher silently observed from afar. He Zehui shouted loudly, ordering his teammate, "Jin Chen, cast a spell on the Cyclops I just threw the potion at." Jin Chen replied, her entire body flaring with a pink energy, focused on her pendant. A pink magic circle enveloped the Cyclops leader, activating a level 4 spell, Confusion Charm. Seemingly useless, the Cyclops leader still raised its colossal club, aiming straight at the adventurers. Chen Huagong gritted his teeth. It seems Jin Chen's spell failed. Now it's just up to the 2 of us. Yang Gongzong also realized the tense situation, muttering, "Let's see, if there's no other way then." The Cyclops leader swung its club with earth-shattering force, ready to flatten everything. Jin Chen cried out in panic, "Please, please miss. At least hit those other giants." Slash. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The magic worked. The Cyclops leader was confused, turning to smash its club straight into the head of a fellow Cyclops. The Cyclops leader froze, its single eye wide with bewilderment as it stared at the pool of blood it had caused. Chen Huagong and Yang Gongzong were stunned to see their unexpected plan succeed. Jin Chen couldn't believe her eyes either, wondering, "I used a level 4 confusion spell, but it had the effect of a level 5 incitement spell?" She shouted as she realized the truth. "I get it. The Cyclops have greatly reduced magic resistance when they enter our territory." He Zehui explained the plan, declaring his poison would spread the confusion effect to all enemies, then ordered the 2 muscular men to charge. "Now get to it. Kill as many as you can. Chiang Hai and the Cyclops leader watched as the two warriors charged into the chaotic horde of monsters. The goblin guide stood next to Chiang Hai, remarking, "Gob, it seems they don't need our help anymore." Suddenly, a blue system notification panel appeared right in front of Chiang Hai. The notification clearly displayed the warning. "A Death Lord has paid a price to alter your quest." Chiang Hai froze, his face blank at the blatant interference from a high-level entity. Meanwhile, Chen Huagong had flown into the air, swinging his battle axe straight at a Cyclops. A clean slash split the giant's head in two, and he shouted, "Yang Gongzong, aim for their eyes." Yang Gongzong parried an attack from another Cyclops, roaring in reply. Understood. Another Cyclops took a devastating punch, its face disfigured. The Cyclops were completely disoriented, screaming in panic in an ancient language, believing they were cursed and beginning to slaughter each other. The Cyclops leader gnashed its teeth, its single eye bloodshot with rage. "Enough!" the leader roared with an earth-shattering sound, slamming its club into the ground to break free from the control effect. Seeing the boss awake, Chen Huagong and Yang Gongzong immediately took defensive stances, preparing for the real battle. Two Cyclops with swollen, bruised faces from hitting each other were still bewildered. Amidst the chaotic battlefield, the Cyclops leader bowed its head, admitting, "Humans, you have won." The Cyclops leader declared, "We acknowledge your ownership of this mountain section." The leader turned its back, ordering the entire tribe, "Take the wounded, we retreat." A subordinate Cyclops hesitated, about to say something. But the leader roared, its bloodshot eye full of power, "This is an order." The Cyclops obediently followed, helping the injured stagger away, leaving the two adventurers watching. Yang Gongzong carried his weapon on his shoulder, muttering, "That's it? I was mentally prepared for a few of us to bite the dust in this fight." He Zehui explained that the Cyclops tribe reproduces slowly, so they value their lives greatly, and the leader didn't want to suffer losses in a battle, choosing to retreat instead. Chen Huagong yawned widely, seemingly unconcerned. "Is that so?" Jin Chen clung to He Zehui, pleading, "My dear sister, do you sell those plague potions?" While Chen Huagong waved his hand and went to sleep, Shu Mao suddenly yelled in panic, "Wait!" The group turned back, confused, looking at the shadow of a person who suddenly appeared before them. The team looked around the empty campsite, and Shu Mao announced shocking news. Chiang Hai is missing. Meanwhile, the Cyclops leader was leading his tribe away on a mountain path. Suddenly, all the Cyclops froze, looking ahead in astonishment. A figure in full black armor, carrying a death scythe, stood tall, blocking their path. It was Chiang Hai. The Cyclops took a step back, and the leader stepped forward to confront the stranger. The Cyclops leader growled, "Human, must we not kill each other to finish this?" Chiang Hai smirked, his voice full of sarcasm. "I don't want to either, but if I don't have a winner-take-all solo battle, I can't go home. Blame some damn god who changed my mission and is now sitting up high watching the show." The Cyclops leader was speechless after hearing that, his face changing color. The Cyclops leader spread his arms, asking Chiang Hai, who stood alone, "Are we fighting here?" Chiang Hai smirked confidently, replying casually, "If you prefer somewhere else, that's fine too. I'll accommodate." A drone zipped past, scanning a giant stone arena where Chiang Hai and the leader stood in the center. Through the tablet screen, the scene of Chiang Hai confronting the Cyclops leader appeared clearly, making the viewers shout, "We found him!" Shu Mao urged He Zehui, who was controlling the drone, in a panic. "Where is he?" He Zehui's face turned pale as she announced shocking news. In the Cyclops tribe's championship arena. In the arena, Chiang Hai and the Cyclops leader stood opposite each other, surrounded by the entire tribe sitting on the cliff walls like reluctant spectators. Chiang Hai glanced up at the sky, muttering, "So the engineering witch brought more than just one drone. I thought I could hide this solo match." The Cyclops leader called out, his voice powerful. "Hey human," the leader asked directly. "You said a god forced you to fight me to the death. Could it also be the one who opened the spatial gate that we occupy?" Chiang Hai replied, "Dungeon gate? My level is too low to know for sure, but 10 years ago those things suddenly appeared en masse." He briefly explained his world's rules of survival. "If we don't enter the dungeons and complete missions on time, the natives within will spill out into our world and destroy everything." The Cyclops leader pondered, finally understanding the situation. "I see." The leader shouldered his club, his aura exploding, admitting, "Indeed, this is an irreconcilable conflict." Chiang Hai smirked, calculating silently. "We wouldn't dare risk seeing what giants like you would do if you came to our world." Chiang Hai's mind raced, analyzing the leader's 4 attack patterns based on their size difference: overhead smash, horizontal sweep, stomp, and grab. His eyes flashed with blue light, activating future vision. No matter which move it uses, I can analyze, dodge, and counter. Chiang Hai quickly planned. I just need to blind its single eye in the first counterattack, then no matter how high its stats are, I'll bleed it to death. Swish! The leader unleashed a move, a heaven-shattering stomp descending. Chiang Hai sneered, having predicted it. It's the stomp. Crash! The Cyclops leader's giant foot crushed the ground. Chiang Hai dodged the move perfectly, muttering, "Nice dodge, now it's my turn." He flew into the air to counterattack, but froze, realizing something was wrong. The Cyclops leader flinched as Chiang Hai's shadow suddenly closed in, declaring, "It's over." Quick as lightning, the giant unleashed a horizontal club swing instead of a stomp. Its glowing red eye locked onto the target. Sweat broke out on Chiang Hai's brow as he realized he had miscalculated. So, there's a 5th variation? The club swing missed its target, but the force of the wind it generated was enough to create an earth-shattering explosion. The Cyclops on the cliff walls cheered for their leader. The Cyclops leader looked at his club. The feeling of the previous blow was not an illusion. He recalled this feeling was almost identical to when he hunted the T-Rex, the ruler of this area. Whoosh! A brilliant golden energy arrow was shot from afar. The arrow flew straight towards the boss. A voice rang out in warning. "Boss, be careful." Thwack! The Cyclops leader effortlessly caught the energy arrow with his bare hand. The magic arrow dissipated in the giant's hand. The power gap was too vast. The boss looked at the dissipating smoke and casually asked, "Still no effect?" Chiang Hai admitted his opponent was too strong, finding no weakness, while the boss also acknowledged that he was even tougher than the T-Rex. Realizing this fight was difficult, Chiang Hai retreated into a defensive stance as the giant lumbered forward. He reanalyzed the situation. Close combat meant getting stomped. Long-range attacks were like tickles, and his miraculous survivor card had been revealed. Chiang Hai bent down to pick up a stone, racking his brain. "I have to think, is there any trump card I haven't played yet?" Seeing Chiang Hai pick up a stone, the Cyclops leader disdainfully picked up an even larger rock to play with. Swish! The giant swung his arm, throwing the rock at terrifying speed. The colossal rock hurtled through the air. Its destructive power was no joke. Whoosh! The rock flew straight towards Chiang Hai, leaving no room to dodge. Chiang Hai's eyes widened. He hadn't expected the boss to play such a simple, yet effective rock-throwing game. Boom! He swung his scythe, shattering the rock into 100 fragments. But that was just a feint. The Cyclops leader had already closed in, swinging his club straight at Chiang Hai's nape with a roar. Boom! The devastating blow created a massive explosion on the ground, recorded via the drone screen. The blue-haired adventurer team observed from afar. Their leader coldly declared, "No need to watch anymore, the disparity is too great." The blonde man frantically yelled, asking his teammates, "How far is that arena from us?" The red-haired female adventurer waved her hand dismissively. "Planning to save him? Forget it. That boss is too overpowered. Even our whole team charging in wouldn't guarantee a win, and it's too late to go now." At the scene, the Cyclops leader stood towering next to the deep crater created by his blow, but the target had vanished. A shadow suddenly appeared, blocking the boss's path. A cold voice rang out. "This path is blocked." A green-skinned orc swordsman stood with his arms crossed, looking at the boss with disdain. "Oh, you inferior races," the Cyclops leader roared furiously. "Which brat gave you the guts to say the path is blocked?" Then swung his club down with a thunderous blow. Clang! The orc swordsman used only one hand and his katana to effortlessly block the boss's earth-shattering blow. On a distant rock ledge, Chiang Hai had been teleported to safety, smoke and dust rising from the battle. He coughed up blood, blaming himself for being too careless. He hadn't expected this formidable boss, besides its strength and physique, to also have nearly 20 agility points. A giant green hand reached out before the exhausted Chiang Hai. The orc swordsman extended his giant hand, but in his eyes, Chiang Hai was just a tiny armored puppet, lying neatly in his palm. Two yellow-skinned cyclops stared at the swordsman's shadow, one marveling, "This kid is really tenacious, still alive." Despite his numerous injuries, Chiang Hai's eyes still burned with fighting spirit, determined not to give up. A cyclops frantically pointed and warned, "Be careful, it seems he can still move." The other cyclops sneered, acting superior. "What's there to be afraid of? That T-Rex was down after 2 hits from the boss. Could this brat be even tougher than it?" A notification appeared. The exclusive skill of the deadly Deathwalker was activated, and Chiang Hai shot forward like an arrow. Boom! A black-skinned Cyclops was struck down, causing the Cyclops leader, standing afar, to scream in horror. Boss Lin has been killed. The green-skinned Cyclops leader stared blankly at his subordinate sprawled on the ground, the great saber flung to one side. From the boss's perspective, 2 yellow-skinned Cyclops had also been eliminated, one decapitated, blood gushing out. Chiang Hai had secured an advantageous position on the rock ledge, drawing his bow and aiming straight at the last Cyclops. The yellow-skinned Cyclops was still bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when a streak of golden light shot straight into its belly. Before it could even realize it had been hit, the arrow pierced through it, its mouth agape in horror. Another notification for activating deadly dose appeared. As the poison arrow effortlessly pierced through the Cyclops' body, the Cyclops leader stood stunned, watching its last subordinate collapse, blood splattering everywhere. Boom! A massive explosion sent the Cyclops corpses flying, leaving the Cyclops leader to scream helplessly. The battle-hardened goblin tossed Chiang Hai a healing potion, reminding him, "Hero, you should return first." The Cyclops leader realized it had been tricked, and immediately chanted a spell to create a green teleportation gate to escape. Before disappearing, the boss furiously roared, "Humans, I swear I'll destroy your homeland and slaughter all your kind." Chiang Hai received a well-deserved reward, the title, Contending with Legends, and a music box recording the Lake Banshee's song. Chiang Hai realized the skill gap was too vast, and activating the poison to turn the tables was impossible, so he was forced to use his only trump card. Ding! The system announced that Chiang Hai used an upgrade scroll on the music box recording the Lake Banshee's song. The item evolved into the Despair Melody Player, a formidable toy that could force all non-legendary units to commit suicide after 3 minutes of listening to its music. The Cyclops leader furiously charged forward, but Chiang Hai had vanished, leaving behind only a taunting skull-shaped smoke. Inside another space, Chiang Hai opened his system panel, preparing for his next plan. He activated the challenge badge of the Brave Knight, a special quest item. Standing before a gigantic gate, Chiang Hai held the badge in one hand and the floating music player in the other, ready to step inside. He casually waved goodbye and stepped through the gate. Outside, the Cyclops leader roared in helplessness. "Don't run." Boom! The giant put all its strength into smashing its mace onto the ground, creating an earth-shattering explosion. But when the smoke and dust cleared, the gate remained, completely unscathed. The Cyclops leader froze, unable to believe its eyes as its full-power attack proved utterly useless. The boss let out a bitter curse. Meanwhile, Chiang Hai had entered a magnificent hall, stepping through a door that emitted a brilliant red light. He entered a throne room, facing a gigantic knight in golden armor, and greeted it familiarly. "Long time no see." Chiang Hai looked up at Valor, who was as tall as a mountain, and asked, "Can we talk for a bit, Valor?" Back outside, the Cyclops leader deduced that since the gate was still there, that brat must just be hiding somewhere. The boss irritably sat down on the ground to wait, completely unaware that the abandoned music player had begun to operate. A skeletal hand slowly placed the needle onto the vinyl record, preparing to play the death melody. The Cyclops leader sat cross-legged, confidently declaring, "I'll wait here, I bet you can't hide for long," as the death melody began to emanate from the music player. In the challenge space, Valor shot forward like a golden arrow, swinging its axe straight at Chiang Hai, who was dodging the attack. Chiang Hai quickly glanced at the quest notification panel that appeared before him. Class Change Quest. Obtain the approval of the legendary unit Valor. Countdown, 6:31. Chiang Hai smirked, having successfully stalled for over 3 minutes. Whoosh! Valor unleashed an earth-shattering stomp, forcing Chiang Hai to retreat to avoid the terrifying surge of power. The Golden Knight swung its axe relentlessly, making Chiang Hai sweat profusely, his face paling as he yelled, "Stop!" Chiang Hai narrowly dodged the axe's path. This boss speed was no joke. Clang! The challenge door slammed shut, and Chiang Hai had returned to the main arena, leaving Valor inside. Chiang Hai, with a bit of blood on his face, calmly looked out at the battlefield, where the massive boss lay motionless. The Cyclops leader lay slumped on the ground, blood gushing from its eyes, looking utterly pathetic. With a splattering explosion, the Cyclops leader's head was completely obliterated, leaving Chiang Hai standing beside the fading challenge gate. Ding! The system notification panel appeared before Chiang Hai's surprised eyes. A series of notifications popped up. Mission complete. And more importantly, he had caught the eye of the Death Lord and an entity named Blibdul Pulp. The 2 surviving Cyclops froze, unable to believe their eyes as they witnessed all their comrades and their leader lying dead on the ground. They're all dead? Chiang Hai put away the ghostly gramophone, the unique item that had helped him turn the tide spectacularly. He panted, admitting that this gramophone was truly overpowered, but also incredibly dangerous. He'd have to limit its use in the future if possible. Whoosh! A reconnaissance drone hovered overhead, recording the entire scene of Chiang Hai standing amidst the pile of corpses. Chiang Hai muttered, considering this stage cleared, but the effects of the gramophone and the Brave Knight's emblem had been exposed. It truly was a case of a jewel brings trouble. He watched the drone fly away, determined to quickly find a way to level up and gain strength as soon as he exited this dungeon. Chiang Hai muttered, keenly aware of how hot the items he possessed were. If he wasn't careful, let alone keeping them, he himself would be wiped out. He pulled out a new trophy, a gilded picture frame. A notification appeared, haunted picture frame, capable of seeing and capturing the souls of the deceased. Chiang Hai held up the picture frame, seeing his armored face reflected within, and wondered, is this how it's used? In an instant, his eyes in the picture frame flashed with understanding. He swept the picture frame across the battlefield, and it immediately displayed the souls of the fallen Cyclops. Meanwhile, on another rock outcrop, Chen Huagong's group was monitoring via drone and utterly shocked. The cleanup mission is already complete? Chen Huagong, Yang Gongzang, and Jin Chen were stunned, unable to believe the recently announced result. The blonde man and the red-haired woman reviewed the scene through a device, both their faces pale with fright. The blonde man yelled, warning the entire team. Chiang Hai's god definitely isn't on the side of order. If you don't want to be silenced, what happened today must be kept absolutely secret. The red-haired woman agreed, her eyes sharp. Absolutely no third party must know. Especially the association? Understood? Chen Huagong still hadn't processed it, yelling, when I was watching, wasn't Chiang Hai about to lose? He was still confused, not understanding what was happening. How did he manage to turn the tables so brilliantly in the end? The blonde man coldly signaled, silence. Shh. The red-haired woman sneered, refusing to explain. This concerns Chiang Hai's secrets. It's not convenient to discuss. If you're too curious, just go to the Cyclops arena yourself and see the traces he left behind. Chen Huagong pouted, giving up. Whatever, I was just curious. The blonde man spoke, concluding like a leader. Since everyone has cleared the stage, there's no need to wait for reinforcements. Just complete the exit conditions and leave early to be safe. Returning to Chiang Hai, he stood amidst the smoke, holding the haunted picture frame and pondering. No wonder it's called the haunted picture frame. He looked into the frame, where the souls of the Cyclops leader and his comrades had been arranged into a vivid work of art, and concluded, using captured souls as characters to create a scene, it truly is a unique item. Chiang Hai muttered, unsure what to use the picture frame for, while the system popped up, asking if he wanted to merge the rewards, kindly reminding him that merging would be better. Without much thought, Chiang Hai pressed the yes button directly. The summary panel appeared. Leveled up to 7, received a bunch of brand new titles. Giant Slayer, Gladiator, All or Nothing, the exclusive skill Omen of Death, and a pile of rare items. He checked his inventory, scrolling past the Sphinx's reed pen, the enchantment ring, command, and stopped at the Cyclops strength potion, a limit-breaking, top-tier item. Looking at the enchantment ring, Chiang Hai thought he was lacking crowd control skills, so he put it on without hesitation. Next, he picked up the Sphinx's reed pen to examine it. The system unexpectedly notified him again. A certain god had paid a price to alter his exit conditions, and the Death Lord had also modified his helmet, along with a warning to beware of Theseus's ship. Seizing the opportunity, Chiang Hai immediately activated the Sphinx's reed pen, and the pen glowed with a brilliant golden light. Boom, boom. A massive surge of energy swept across the ground, creating a shockwave circle. Chiang Hai was astonished as black stone blocks flew in from nowhere, enveloping him. Whoosh! A colossal sphinx-shaped stone golem emerged from the rubble, its info panel clearly stating, Sphinx's Simulacrum, Challenge Level 17. The pen in Chiang Hai's hand was still glowing, connected to the newly summoned entity. The Sphinx's Simulacrum spoke in a deep, resonant voice. Seeker, state your question. Chiang Hai went straight to the point. I want to know why the god who paid a price to change my exit conditions did so. The golem replied emotionlessly. Because one of the few hero-tier subordinates of that fallen god died by your hand, and they want you to pay with your life. Chiang Hai was stunned, the image of the devourer Manhas appearing in his mind. He immediately realized, it's them. Is the one who changed the conditions the god of the Mulrock tribe? The Sphinx's simulacrum didn't care, urging, hurry up, second question. Chiang Hai immediately continued to ask about the Death Lord's warning. What is the ship of Theseus that he mentioned? The Sphinx's simulacrum revealed a horrifying truth. Your legendary Undead Knight's helmet has a side effect. The more you use it, your memories and personality will gradually be replaced by the personality already present in the helmet. After hearing the truth about the helmet, Chiang Hai flinched, his instinctive reaction causing the helmet to fly off. The Sphinx's simulacrum calmly explained. What are you afraid of? Just don't use it. Wearing it is fine. Chiang Hai argued, his neck veins bulging. I'm not scared, it was just a reflex. The stone golem raised a finger, signaling for the final question. Chiang Hai swallowed, preparing to unleash his fatal question. With a determined gaze, he asked directly, I want to know, why is the Death Lord interested in me? The scene shifted to an ancient library of unknown level, the domain of a knowledge entity. Inside, the Sphinx's true form, in the guise of a pharaoh, was enjoying fruit when Chiang Hai's image appeared, repeating the question. The pharaoh smirked, just about to reveal, because he is, when a dark, deathly hand appeared right beside him. At the same time, the Sphinx's simulacrum outside also began to answer, because he is. Suddenly, the stone golem's face twisted and deformed, as if an invisible force was strangling its throat. In the library, the Death Lord had materialized as a shadow, covering the Sphinx's mouth with his hand and scolding. Bookworm. Boom! The Sphinx's simulacrum's head exploded into 100 pieces before Chiang Hai's astonished eyes. The entire golem's body crumbled. Chiang Hai cried out in despair. Wait, you didn't finish. What the hell is he to me? A system notification appeared, stating that the item's information had just been updated. The Sphinx's reed pen now only had one use left. The remaining 2 chances had vanished because the question was out of its scope. Chiang Hai gritted his teeth, annoyed that he had wasted an opportunity on a question that touched upon a high-level deity. Looking at the pile of Cyclops corpses, he told himself that he had at least learned 2 important secrets. Now it was time to clear the battlefield and go home. Thud! Chiang Hai's armored hand suddenly slammed onto the ground, an action completely against his will. Chiang Hai woke up in the armor, bewildered, not understanding what the hell had just happened to his body. A wooden sign was planted nearby, a message from Shu Mao. We're off to complete the dungeon escape quest. Only the engineering witch and I saw your solo boss fight. Don't worry, well, keep our mouths shut. Chiang Hai smirked, realizing that his good teammates had abandoned him and fled. He took off the heavy armor, sitting alone amidst the desolate battlefield next to the sign. Standing before the teleportation gate, Chiang Hai also planted a sign to greet those who would come after. He stepped into the sparking teleportation gate, the sign clearly stating, Thanks, I've completed the escape conditions, heading out now. Outside the gate, a group of adventurers was already waiting, seemingly reinforcements called to clean up the mess. A platinum-haired female adventurer, Liu Chang, a level 10 super rookie, questioned. Didn't you say there was a champion Cyclops boss that needed assistance? Yao Wencheng, a member of the old team, was explaining over the phone that the dungeon had been cleared, probably due to some incident after he had bailed. A muscular guy with dreadlocks, Zhang Bao, another level 10 super rookie, nodded his chin. Hey, someone's coming out. Chiang Hai calmly walked out of the teleportation gate, catching Yao Wenzheng's eye. He faced 4 members of the old team, including Yao Wenzheng, who had just called him Brother Yao. Yao Wenzheng snapped, asking why Chiang Hai hadn't waited for reinforcements as agreed. Chiang Hai calmly scratched his head with a wry smile, making up a story. The plan couldn't keep up with the changes. The camp was discovered by a Cyclops. The red hoodie adventurer coldly asked, Why isn't anyone else here? Don't tell me you're the only one who survived and escaped. Chiang Hai replied curtly. They're still completing their escape quest. I finished first, so I came back early. Zhang Bao explained to the red hoodie adventurer that this dungeon had dinosaurs, and official adventurers also had a side quest to collect eggs, so being late was common. Chiang Hai declared he was leaving, ignoring the red hoodie adventurer's glare, while Yao Wenzheng told him to rest first. Back in his room, Chiang Hai lay down on the bed, sighing in relief. That was a close call, Chiang Hai thought. It was lucky he bet right. The Death Lord was watching that dungeon and didn't let him perish at the hands of the Cyclops leader. Sitting in his room, he calculated that even if Shu Mao promised to keep it a secret, he couldn't expect too much, as this concerned the Hero's Challenge badge. If news of him possessing both the badge and the Melody of Despair record got out, even a big shot like Tongzhe might return to steal them. The only way now was to flee abroad, quickly complete the 8 challenges of the Death Walker before getting ganged up on. But he was still worried. What if Blibdoolpool played tricks in the next dungeon? The Death Lord certainly wouldn't protect him forever. He wished he had asked the Sphinx the 3rd question, at least to know his standing in the Death Lord's eyes. Currently, he was completely clueless about the situation, only able to open the system panel to check. Having no other choice, he had to seek help from the entity possessing him, gripping Claude's helmet tightly. Whoosh! Chiang Hai was pulled into an inner space, a desolate graveyard full of crosses. The helmet consciousness, an entity in black armor with aquamarine hair and blood-red eyes, charged straight to attack. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed piercingly. Chiang Hai neatly parried the blow with his black sword, declaring bluntly, "I'm not here to fight." The helmet consciousness stopped, questioning why he was here, if not to reclaim his memories, making Chiang Hai realize a part of his inner self had been replaced. He curled his lips, stating clearly that he only came to ask a few questions, while secretly calculating that if he could defeat it, he could reclaim what he had lost. Chiang Hai began to provoke, suggesting that using the helmet's power a few times wouldn't hurt, then concluded, "You saw what happened in the dungeon, didn't you? You don't want me to get stuck and die somewhere, do you? And rot along with me?" The helmet consciousness asked coldly in return, its blood-red eyes piercing into Chiang Hai, then fell silent. Finally, it relented, turned its back, and asked, "What do you want to ask?" Chiang Hai got straight to the point, asserting that as a personality from Kurode's helmet, it must have the vision of a legend. "Is my grudge with Blibdoolpulp great enough for it to set a trap to kill me?" He pressed on with a critical question, while the helmet consciousness silently listened. "If so, will the Death Lord still intervene to help me if I encounter a similar situation next time?"